Luo Yuxing is widely recognized within the industry as a mere ornamental star, possessing beauty but lacking in acting prowess. Nevertheless, she is indeed a lucky charm. 5 years ago, she entered a wealthy family while pregnant, her husband boasting a fortune worth billions, and they welcomed a pair of adorable children. Regrettably, her husband does not harbor any affection for her. Ultimately, she has come to a realization and has begun pursuing her husband for a divorce. Mr. Chi, as long as you agree to sign the divorce papers, I am open to discussion. Yet, that man, whom she has chased for years without any warmth reciprocated, seems to be rather indecisive even about divorce. Once, he refused to sign. Twice, he declined to part ways. 3 times does he intend for her to pursue him for several more years. The entire entertainment circle is aware that Luo Yuxing and Qi Yuqing are in the process of divorcing, and they waited and waited until Luo Yuxing transformed from a once floral star into an international film queen, yet the divorce remains unfinalized. Media outlets remark, "This is the longest divorce process I have ever witnessed." Chapter 1. Let's get a divorce then, MMM. With a soft whimper, Luo Yuxing awoke, instantly feeling an excruciating headache. Raising her hand to touch her head, she encountered only the thick bandages wrapped around it. "Jia, you finally awakened." A familiar voice came from beside her, brimming with relief. Opening her eyes, she gazed at the slender man standing by the bedside, and in the next moment, a wave of nausea washed over her. "Xiao Guang, what happened to me?" "Jia, please don't move around too much. The doctor mentioned that you've had quite a serious fall, resulting in a concussion," Li Guang said, hesitating to speak further as he looked at Luo Yuxing. A fall? Luo Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly grasped the implication. However, this time, it truly was not a case of self-sabotage. She had accidentally tumbled down the staircase. However, it is evident that everyone is familiar with the tale of the boy who cried wolf. After numerous instances of self-sabotage, no one believes her claims of genuine misfortune this time. "This time, I truly slipped by accident." Luo Yuxing, aware of the nature of concussions, refrained from moving and lay still. At this moment, however, Li Guang was no longer concerned with Luo Yuxing's explanations, for he had received more pressing news. "Sister, I just learned that President Xi, he intends to divorce you." Upon uttering these words, Li Guang felt a twinge of sympathy for Luo Yuxing. But who is Qi Yuqing? A titan of the entertainment industry, a legitimate member of high society, with a fortune exceeding hundreds of millions. Countless individuals yearn to be associated with such a prominent figure. And what of Luo Yuxing? 5 years ago, she was an emerging starlet, yet during her 5-year marriage to Qi Yuqing, she had transitioned from a fortunate entry into a wealthy family to a widely recognized, mere decorative celebrity. Had she chosen to embrace her role as a dignified wife of a wealthy family, perhaps matters would not have escalated to this point. Yet, she persistently engaged in self-destructive behavior, demanding her own company finance productions where she would star as the lead and relying on her superficial appeal. Transformed promising films into annual box office disasters. 3 such films, to be precise. Had it merely been this, perhaps Qi Yuqing's substantial family background would have spared their marriage from dissolution. Yet Luo Yuxing harbored a profound affection for Qi Yuqing, yearning solely for his attention and love. Instead of pursuing a righteous path, she consistently chose misguided avenues, engaging in reckless antics to garner attention, with incidents resembling suicidal tendencies occurring almost monthly. Initially, Qi Yuqing would visit her in the hospital, but now he does not even acknowledge her presence. Perhaps weary and exasperated, he ultimately found himself compelled to divorce. In truth, Qi Yuqing was genuinely a good man. Although his initial decision to marry Luo Yuxing stemmed from her cunning manipulation and the fact that she bore his child, he had never mistreated her after their union. Aside from his lack of affection, he possessed no significant flaws. Divorce. Yet, if one were to claim that Qi Yuqing was fatigued and irritated, what of Luo Yuxing? Over the course of 5 years, she had pursued him like a fool, unable to elicit even a glance from him. This sudden upheaval jolted her into clarity, shattering her final obsession. Then let it be. Li Guang had anticipated that Luo Yuxing would create a scene, given her temperament. But to his astonishment, she remained remarkably composed and agreed to the divorce. For a fleeting moment, Li Guang genuinely believed that Luo Yuxing had undergone a transformation. "Sister, are you all right?" Li Guang inquired cautiously. Having been her manager for 6 years, he was all too familiar with her character, and this demeanor was decidedly uncharacteristic of her. "I am not well. I feel utterly miserable, nauseous, and dizzy," Luo Yuxing responded, her agitation palpable. "Go find Qi Yuqing and inform him that I consent to the divorce, but we shall discuss the specifics once I am feeling better. Right now, I am on the verge of collapse. Let me rest for a while." Her lips moved slightly, and though Li Guang contemplated speaking, he ultimately refrained, turning to leave the hospital room. Upon receiving the news that Luo Yuxing was willing to divorce, Qi Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, yet his typically composed and elegant demeanor swiftly returned to its usual indifference. "When she feels better, you may inform me. Rest assured, even in divorce, I shall ensure she does not suffer any loss." Li Guang offered a faint smile, thinking to himself that when they married, it was Luo Yuxing who had struck a fortuitous bargain. To divorce would be akin to discarding a prized watermelon from one's embrace, a considerable loss indeed. 3 days later, in the hospital room, Luo Yuxing gazed at Qi Yuqing, who sat in a chair with his long legs crossed, elegantly accentuated beneath his tailored trousers. Many remarked that his legs measured an impressive 1 meter 80. Her initial attraction to him had stemmed from that very feature, for she had a penchant for long legs. Yet alas, he was as cold as ice. Though he possessed an ethereal handsomeness, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, he genuinely remained aloof from it. No matter her efforts, she could not warm his heart better to leave him for someone else. "I shall forego any of your assets in the divorce," Luo Yuxing declared, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Not only Qi Yuqing, but also Li Guang and Qi Yuqing's secretary, along with the accompanying lawyer, regarded her with expressions of incredulity. Pretending not to notice their gazes, Luo Yuxing continued, "However, I want the child, at least one." Initially, Luo Yuxing had entered the affluent circle while pregnant, igniting a wave of coerced marriages within the entertainment industry. She had proven her worth, giving birth to twins, a son and a daughter envied by many. Upon hearing her words, Qi Yuqing's eyes darkened, icy and laced with a hint of derision. "Impossible." Chapter 2. Can you afford to raise the children? "The children are mine. I'm getting a divorce. I don't want the property, just one child." "Is there anything wrong with that?" Luo Yuxing was also a bit annoyed. "First of all, except for the time when they were in your womb at the very beginning in these 5 years, have you fulfilled your duty as a mother since they were born? Secondly, without my property, how do you intend to support the children?" If Qi Yuqing was a bit contemptuous just now he openly showed disdain. Moreover, he was convinced that Luo Yuxing didn't really want a divorce, but came up with a new scheme to draw his attention. Luo Yuxing's face showed a slight embarrassment because Qi Yuqing's 2 points directly hit her sore spots. Over the years, due to the lack of Qi Yuqing's attention and love, although Luo Yuxing didn't beat or scold the children, she openly showed her dislike. She never got close to the 2 children and never participated in their lives. As for raising the children, although she was an actress, she was all looks and no acting skills. Thanks to those lousy movies, serious TV dramas dared not hire her, and she wouldn't act in messy ones. As a result, she hadn't starred in a single drama this year. There was still one endorsement left, but it was for her own brand. Luo Yuxing reckoned that they would terminate the contract with her before long. So she got a divorce without asking for the property. It did seem a bit difficult for her to raise the children. Qi Yuqing ignored Luo Yuxing's wandering thoughts. He took the divorce agreement drafted by the lawyer and placed it in front of Luo Yuxing. "The cars and houses in your name will remain yours. I'll give you 10 million as the divorce fee, and additionally, one of the company's shares. If possible, sign here." Li Guang stood aside, his eyes wide with astonishment. He really didn't expect Qi Yuqing to be so generous. Even Luo Yuxing was shocked. The houses and cars under her name, when converted into money, were worth at least 30 million. Moreover, don't underestimate the one company shares. Luo Yuxing knew how highly profitable Qi Yuqing's company was. Calculated, it could bring in tens of millions in dividends every year. If Luo Yuxing were willing to give up the children, such a divorce settlement was truly a generous gesture, and she should have been content. However, she truly desired to have the children. Luo Yuxing felt remorse towards the 2 children, and her wish to make amends was sincere. It was not until she truly emerged from those 5 years that seemed like a fog that Luo Yuxing could clearly see everything with a clear mind and knew what she wanted. "I only want one child," Luo Yuxing murmured softly. Of course, she didn't expect Qi Yuqing to be so merciful as to give her both children. Meeting Luo Yuxing's pleading and, surprisingly, clear gaze, Qi Yuqing felt a momentary daze. How long had it been since he last saw such a simple look in her eyes? Every time she looked at him, her eyes were always terrifyingly complex. Standing up, Qi Yuqing regained his usual calm and aloof demeanor. Tell me when you've thought it through. What do you want me to do to give me one child? Luo Yuxing clearly understood Qi Yuqing's meaning. It was hopeless to get the children. But he might give her the money. Even if you want them, they won't go with you. With these words, Qi Yuqing took a long stride and walked out of the ward. It's not that Qi Yuqing looks down on Luo Yuxing. Rather, compared with Luo Yuxing, Qi Yuqing, who always takes time to accompany the children despite her busy work, is far more dutiful. This can be known from the fact that in the kindergarten where the two children study, the teachers don't even recognize Luo Yuxing. Luo Yuxing also knows that she seems ridiculous in others' eyes. Before the divorce, she ignored the two children, but now that the divorce is imminent, she is clinging to them. Thinking about it, it's no wonder Qi Yuqing would think that she is using the divorce as an excuse. Xiao Wang, how can I get the custody of the children? Luo Yuxing couldn't help but look at her dog-headed agent, Li Guang. Although Li Guang is not very smart, he is loyal to her. Luo Yuxing always thinks he is quite useful. Actually, Li Guang wanted to persuade Luo Yuxing to give up. After all, even he knew that the two children would definitely be better off with Qi Yuqing than with Luo Yuxing. But seeing that Luo Yuxing was really very distressed, he still dutifully offered some advice. There are probably 2 points. Firstly, you, sister, have your own source of income and can provide a good life for the children. Secondly, the children should be willing to follow you. You can't force them. Do you think I can support the children if I take on some lousy dramas? Luo Yuxing asked hesitantly. Sister, even lousy dramas are selective about actors these days, Li Guang said very seriously. So, was she an actress even lousy dramas didn't want? At the hospital entrance, as soon as Qi Yuqing got in the car, her gaze fell on the 2 cute little ones beside her. Why are you here? Qi Yuqing and Luo Yuxing are both extremely good looking. Naturally, their 2 children, who have inherited their merits, are exquisitely adorable. Hearing Qi Yuqing's inquiry, Qi Zhongyu, the elder brother wearing a black t-shirt and a black cap, with a serious little face, spoke up, Dad, I heard Mom was hospitalized again. Although his voice was childlike, it carried a hint of affected maturity. So, are you going to visit Mom? Qi Yuqing didn't object to the children's closeness to Luo Yuxing. It had always been Luo Yuxing who unilaterally rejected the 2 children. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Zhongyu turned his head and said, no. Beside him, Qi Zhongling, who was much softer spoken than her brother, tugged at Qi Yuqing's sleeve and asked, Dad, if you divorce Mom, will you separate me and my brother? Hardly had she finished speaking when her eyes turned red and tears welled up. Seeing his sister about to cry, Qi Zhongyu felt remorseful and said, don't cry. Dad won't let us go with Mom. Thinking of Luo Yuxing's insistence on having the children, Qi Yuqing couldn't help but ask, then do you want to stay with Mom? Absolutely not. Qi Zhongyu refused coldly. Qi Zhongling hesitated for a moment but still shook her head. Chapter 3. Snapping the wings, losing the endorsement sis, it's bad. Li Guang rushed into the apartment in a hurry and almost bumped into the wardrobe door that Luo Yuxing had just opened. Luo Yuxing was tidying up her luggage unhurriedly and asked, what's wrong? At present, she had just moved into the apartment and there were still quite a few things to organize. She couldn't just drive Li Guang away because of his recklessness. Calm down. Sis, your last endorsement is gone too, Li Guang said with a mournful face. The last endorsement? Luo Yuxing thought carefully. Oh, it was the endorsement for the company's jewelry brand. If she remembered correctly, the person in charge was Qi Yuqing's elder sister, her sister-in-law. Now that she was about to divorce Qi Yuqing, it was reasonable for the endorsement to be gone. However, she still needed to earn money to raise her child. The endorsement fee was quite a lot, and it was her only source of income at present. Moreover, Qi Yuqing hadn't agreed to the divorce yet, right? Thinking of the conflicts and frictions with her sister-in-law on ordinary days, Luo Yuxing felt that she really couldn't let this endorsement fee slip away. Having thought of this, Luo Yuxing closed the wardrobe door and said, Zhao Guangzi, go to NG Building. NG Building is Mr. Qi's company. Sis, what are you going to do? Li Guang always felt that his eyelid was twitching, which was not a good sign. Snapping the wings, flipping her long hair. Luo Yuxing looked at herself in the mirror. With a good figure, she looked good in any clothes. As a well-known actress in the entertainment circle, Luo Yuxing naturally had the essential qualities of a. To put it simply, she had fair skin, beautiful appearance, long legs, large breasts, a slender waist, and a perky butt. Her ability to catch Qi Yuqing's eye naturally requires a fair visage. Behind her, Li Guang chased after Luo Yushin while asking, "Where did you get those wings, sister?" At the front desk on the first floor of the NG building, when Luo Yushing appeared wearing sunglasses, she was immediately recognized by the young lady at the front desk. "Good day, madam. Are you here to see Mr. Qi?" Pushing down her sunglasses, Luo Yushing curled the corners of her lips slightly. "You have good eyesight. However, I'm not here to see him. Could you please call Qi Jingshu and tell her that I'm here to have a talk with her?" "Miss Qi? Sure. I'll call right away." Although a bit surprised, the young lady quickly called Qi Jingshu's office and inquired. Only after getting Qi Jingshu's approval and watching Luo Yushing enter the elevator did the young lady return to the front desk, still feeling rather puzzled. She always thought there was something off about Luo Yushing today. Li Guang was left in the car by Luo Yushing. Luo Yushing wasn't the least bit afraid of facing Qi Jingshu alone. "Come in." Luo Yushing gracefully pushed open the office door and walked in. At the sight of Luo Yushing, Qi Jingshu's face visibly chilled. "When they said you were looking for me just now, I really thought it was a wrong call. Don't underestimate yourself. After all, we have a cooperation. It's not that strange for me to come to see you." With that, Luo Yushing casually took a seat in front of Qi Jingshu's desk. Qi Jingshu observed her actions. Although her expression remained frigid, she held her tongue. "There was a cooperation. Yet it will be terminated shortly. I believe you've already received the news. Precisely because I did, I've come to have a word with you." Luo Yushing replied with a helpless shrug. "What is there to discuss?" Qi Jingshu arched an eyebrow slightly, her face brimming with disdain. Luo Yushing had long been aware that Qi Jingshu had looked down upon and disliked her ever since the day she stepped into the door. Due to this, the two had often been at odds with each other. However, at present, Luo Yushing had adopted a different perspective. She no longer harbored the intention to oppose Qi Jingshu. "After all, I've been married to Qi Yuqing for 5 years. Whether our relationship was good or bad is beside the point. You pull my endorsement as soon as we're about to divorce. Isn't that a bit too much like kicking someone when they're down? Do you think I can't tell whether your divorce is genuine or fake? If you were truly getting divorced, I'd actually continue to sign the endorsement contract with you." Qi Jingshu clearly didn't believe Luo Yushing's words, just like Qi Yuqing. "Well, I'm afraid I'll really disappoint you," Luo Yushing retorted, which only intensified the mockery in Qi Jingshu's eyes, as if it were written plainly, "See, I knew you were faking the divorce." The next moment, Luo Yushing took out a divorce agreement from her bag. Of course, it wasn't the one from Qi Yuqing, but one she had drafted herself. The difference was that Luo Yushing had already signed it. Luo Yushing then handed the divorce agreement to Qi Jingshu. "As fellow women, you've witnessed how I've lived these past 5 years. To be honest, I'm exhausted. If divorce is our final outcome, I don't want to idle away my time any longer. Please hand this divorce agreement to Qi Yuqing for me. I've already signed it. As long as he also agrees to sign, our relationship will come to an end." Since the divorce agreement can't be fake, Qi Jingshu, who was once so certain that Luo Yushing wouldn't get divorced, fell silent. After a long while, she asked, "Are you willing to do this? What else can I do if I'm not willing? Don't you know your younger brother? He's like an ice block that can't be melted. All my enthusiasm has been extinguished." Luo Yushing gave a self-deprecating smile. Then she got up right away and said, "I've given you the thing. I won't disturb your work here anymore." It has to be said that Luo Yushing's decisive withdrawal from the marriage actually made Qi Jingshu, who had always looked down on her, change her opinion a little. That night, Luo Yushing received the news that the endorsement which was originally going to be terminated had been renewed. It was said that it was Qi Jingshu who personally issued the order to renew it for 5 years and also increased the endorsement fee. The first battle was victorious. Luo Yushing, with a facial mask on, was in high spirits. However, she still needed to earn more money. Otherwise, Qi Yuqing wouldn't let her raise the children. However, there was still a prerequisite for raising the children. Taking out her phone, Luo Yushing stared at the only photo of the 2 children left in the album. What on earth had she been thinking before? They were such lovely children. Chapter 4. Darlings, Mom's laid as a vase actress with no announcements to run for. Luo Yushing slept until noon the next day before being awakened by a phone call from Li Guang. Groggily grabbing her phone, Luo Yushing turned over and curled up in the quilt, half asleep and half awake. "Hello, sis, great news. We've got a job. Don't you want to earn money? Let me see. For this variety show, if you're willing to participate, it pays 150,000 per episode. That's 600,000 for 4 episodes. 600,000. It can't even buy half a bag." Luo Yushing showed little interest, deeming sleep more significant. "But after your divorce from President Qi, The bags you can afford are at most a few hundred yuan. And if you perform well, they'll pay you more. Jolted back to reality, Luo Yuxing suddenly thought that a job paying 600,000 wasn't bad. Besides, she was just a vase actress. In the past few years, she'd been acting in the entertainment circle more for fun than anything else and had never truly honed her acting skills. In comparison, a variety show that didn't require acting skills seemed indeed to be the quickest way for her to earn money. With such thoughts in mind, Luo Yuxing perked up. Tell me about this variety show. And what's the definition of performing well? You know my acting is just so-so. Don't worry, sis. They don't expect you to be a good actress. Moreover, variety shows least require acting skills. If you overact, people will say you're being fake. However, everyone has a persona, and the director's team has assigned you the persona of a vase. By the end, Li Guang's voice softened slightly. A vase? Isn't that playing myself? I think it's quite good, Luo Yuxing said with a soft chuckle. You know, not everyone has the confidence to be a pretty face. This is an acknowledgement of her looks and figure. Seeing that Luo Yuxing wasn't angry, Li Guang secretly let out a sigh of relief. You know, Luo Yuxing used to hate being called a pretty face the most. Actually, the variety show initially invited Meng Ran. However, Meng Ran's schedule conflicted. Knowing that you've been short of work recently, she negotiated with the program side and got you to replace her. Meng Ran is just an 18th-tier actress. But once, Luo Yuxing helped her on a whim. Regarding this matter, with a little thought, Luo Yuxing could guess that most likely, Meng Ran wanted to return the favor. Thinking of this, Luo Yuxing felt a warm feeling in her heart. Sis, this variety show is a bit special. Remember to find some time to take a look at it. Moreover, it was a huge hit when the previous season was broadcast. As long as you can seize the opportunity, there's a chance you'll really find a way out. After talking for so long, you still haven't told me which variety show it is. Luo Yuxing let out a soft yawn and said, Didn't I say? Li Guang was rather stunned himself. It's that survival in the wild variety show. But I have inside information. It's said that this season will not only feature survival in the wild but also indoor escape. It'll be extremely thrilling. And relatively, it'll also generate more buzz. Luo Yuxing's movements paused slightly. She sat up from the bed. What did you say? You want me to be a pretty face in a survival in the wild show? Actually, thinking about it carefully, it's not bad. After all, this variety show has a lot of talking points, and isn't being controversially popular still a form of popularity? Li Guang stammered as he spoke. In his opinion, it would be arduous for Luo Yuxing to make a name for herself on her own. After all, she lacked acting skills and could only rely on her looks. Since she intended to earn money now and couldn't afford to take detours, there was really no other option but to participate in variety shows. However, despite the numerous variety shows available at present, there were truly few that would welcome Luo Yuxing. Hearing this, Luo Yuxing let out a cold laugh. This sneer sent shivers down Li Guang's spine. Sister, please don't. You're going to tell the director that I'll be a mere vase, right? Fine, no problem. Li Guang, who had originally thought Luo Yuxing was about to hurl angry words and had even prepared a speech to soothe her, was taken aback by the outcome. After a few seconds of silence, Li Guang finally realized that Luo Yuxing had truly changed. Perhaps this time, she was genuinely determined to get divorced, break away from Qi Yuqing, and raise the child on her own. Then, shall I go to director Mo? Li Guang asked cautiously. Go ahead and have a good talk, Luo Yuxing said as she got off the bed and headed towards the bathroom. However, she recalled Li Guang's last words. Director Mu? Among all the people in her life, those with the surname Mu were the ones she loathed the most. Looking at herself in the mirror, Luo Yuxing contentedly patted her face. Throughout her life, the thing she was most satisfied with was her own visage. In a simple and straightforward way, it was just beautiful. Although her exceptional beauty had led people to always mistake the straight, a student Luo Yuxing for a poor academic performer since childhood, she didn't mind at all. Who could blame it? In this society, external beauty often outshines inner beauty. Otherwise, why do those who are not good-looking opt for plastic surgery rather than cultivating inner beauty? However, today is a significant day. Luo Yuxing was planning what clothes to wear later while washing her face, and also intended to apply a touch of light makeup. In front of the gates of Sunshine International Kindergarten, a multitude of luxury cars were gathered. As the pre-eminent international kindergarten in the country, the students studying at Sunshine Kindergarten were undoubtedly from wealthy or noble families. After all, the tuition fees alone were enough to overwhelm an ordinary family. Today was March 8th, International Women's Day. Every year on this day, the kindergarten would organize a series of activities and invite the students' mothers to participate. This year was no exception. Qi Zhongling was holding the small hand of her elder brother Qi Zhongyu as they stood at the welcoming entrance, watching the mothers of their classmates arrive for the event. Qi Zhongling would occasionally cast envious glances, while Qi Zhongyu always regarded the scene with indifference. Qi Zhongling also knew that all her little friends' mothers would be present today, but her mother and her brother's mother would not come. Since childhood, Qi Zhongling had known that their mother disliked them, even loathed them. At her tender age, she didn't understand the reason, yet their mother's aversion was never veiled. On other festivals, their father would come to participate, but on Mother's Day, he couldn't make it either. Amidst the crowd of luxury cars, a taxi made a high-profile appearance, unconsciously drawing everyone's attention. Could there be students here whose families couldn't afford a luxury car? The taxi door opened, and what first caught everyone's eye was a pair of slender and fair ankles, upon which were a pair of white high-heeled shoes. Higher up, the well-tailored evening dress accentuated the wearer's voluptuous figure without appearing vulgar. Instead, it exuded an air of elegance. Still higher, a dainty face no bigger than a palm was mostly hidden behind sunglasses, revealing only a perfect jawline and those plump, vivid lips. Ignoring the crowd present, Luo Yuxing spotted her two little darlings standing not far from the door at first sight. With a slight curve of her red lips, Luo Yuxing, under the gazes of the crowd, glided gracefully up to the two little ones. She pulled down her sunglasses a bit to expose her smiling eyes with delicate eye makeup and asked, "My dears, am I late?" Chapter 5, Mother's Day, Mom? Qi Zhongling's little face couldn't conceal her surprise. With her small mouth slightly agape, it made Luo Yuxing's hands itch, longing to give it a gentle pinch. In contrast to her, Qi Zhongyu, standing beside her, was equally startled but kept a straight-faced and hostile look. Taking off her sunglasses, Luo Yuxing glanced at the two children and extended her hand in front of Qi Zhongling. "Sweetie, Mommy doesn't know where to check in. Would you be so kind as to lead Mommy to the check-in area?" Qi Zhongling blinked her eyes. She was both expectant and too afraid to reach out and touch Luo Yuxing. She hadn't forgotten that once when Mommy was about to leave, she grabbed Mommy's hand and was then pushed away by an angry Mommy. At that time, she fell to the ground and her bottom ached for a long time. "What are you doing here?" Compared with the soft and cute Qi Zhongling, Qi Zhongyu was more aggressive. Before he could fully react, Qi Zhongyu had grabbed Qi Zhongling, fearing that she might act foolishly. "Brother, of course Mommy is here to participate in the Mother's Day event. Or, do you want someone else to take her place?" Luo Yuxing frowned slightly, looking heartbroken. Qi Zhongyu had never seen Luo Yuxing like this, gazing at her aggrieved expression. He also felt that he might have been a bit excessive. "Since the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain." Luo Yuxing gently took Qi Zhongling's little hand. "Sweetie, would you lead Mommy to check-in first? If we don't go now, the teacher might think Mommy isn't coming." Qi Zhongling glanced at Luo Yuxing and then at Qi Zhongyu. Seeing that Qi Zhongyu didn't stop her, she pointed forward with her soft little hand and said, "Teacher Kai is over there. Let's go over and find Teacher Kai." Luo Yuxing said with a smile as she took Qi Zhongling's hand and walked forward. Originally, she also wanted to hold Qi Zhongyu's hand. After all, it would be so blissful to have one on each side. However, considering the risk that Qi Zhongyu might shake off her hand, how embarrassing that would be. Thinking this way, it was safer to just hold one hand. Luo Yuxing didn't notice that behind her, Qi Zhongyu was looking at her empty hand with a face full of annoyance. Bad woman. Teacher Kai had taught Qi Zhongling and Qi Zhongyu for 2 years, but it was the first time she had seen their mother. It could be said that Luo Yuxing was absolutely the only one who hadn't come to pick up the children after school for nearly 4 semesters. But when Teacher Kai saw Luo Yuxing walking over while holding Qi Zhongling's hand, she was really stunned. It was completely different from what she had imagined. Because Luo Yuxing had taken off her sunglasses, Teacher Kai saw her face at first sight. Her face was petite, yet her facial features were extremely delicate and beautiful. She was the kind of beauty who caught people's eyes at first glance, and was also highly endurable to look at. When she didn't smile, she exuded a powerful aura, and when she smiled, she appeared extremely gentle and elegant. "Are you Zhongling's mother?" However, Teacher Kai still couldn't help asking. "Yes, I'm the mother of Xiaoling and Xiaoyu." "How do you do, Teacher Kai?" Although it was their first meeting in 2 years, Luo Yuxing behaved gracefully and showed no sign of restraint. Seeing this, Teacher Kai didn't ask any more questions. Immediately, she took the sign in book and said, "This is the sign in area. Just sign here." Hearing this, Luo Yuxing signed her name behind Qi Zhongling and Qi Zhongyu. Luo Yuxing's name was specially designed. It was written in one continuous stroke, and there was a cute little heart at the end, looking rather dainty. Teacher Kai also noticed Luo Yushin's signature and immediately smiled, saying, "Ms. Qi Zhongling's mother. Your signature is so charming. There are so many places to sign. It's better not to make it look too unappealing." Luo Yuxing said as she gently flipped her hair and gave an enchanting smile. After the sign, and time was over. The children were taken back to their classes for lessons, while the mothers went to celebrate Mother's Day together. Naturally, it involved playing games and winning some small prizes. Qi Zhongling kept looking back at Luo Yuxing while walking. Clearly, he still couldn't quite believe it. In the end, he was pulled away by Qi Zhongyu. Luo Yuxing stood there, waving at the two little darlings and watching them leave. Teacher Kai saw Luo Yuxing's reaction from behind. Originally, she thought that Qi Zhongling and Qi Zhongyu didn't have a good relationship with their mother, which was why they hadn't come for 2 years. But now, it was obvious that wasn't the case. Luo Yuxing followed the crowd into the activity room, where the scene had been arranged with balloons, ribbons, and some game props. Looking at the game card in her hand, several game names were printed on it. Each game offered different points according to one's performance. And at the end, these points could be exchanged for corresponding little gifts. Luo Yuxing glanced at the games on the game card and promptly excluded those that required physical exertion. After all, her outfit that day was ill-suited for running and jumping around. It would be quite a detriment to her image. In that case, only some mental, challenging games remained. Fortunately, they were all simple mini-games, such as Sudoku, 3-dimensional Minesweeper, and Rubik's Cube. It must be said that as a former top student, even though she had been infatuated with a certain man for the past 5 years, it didn't mean her intelligence had diminished. Moreover, these were just child's play for her. In the following time, Luo Yuxing successively engaged in various mental mini-games and achieved the highest scores in each of them. When Luo Yuxing reached the game area supervised by Teacher Kai and asked the teacher to stamp the game card with the score seal, Teacher Kai was astonished by the numbers on it. During the short 2-hour game session, excluding the time spent queuing, Luo Yuxing always obtained the highest score in every game she participated in, thus becoming the one with the most accumulated points. However, she had 2 little darlings. After dividing the total points by 2, her score was comparable to theirs. When she picked up her 2 little ones after school, Luo Yuxing grandly placed the game card into Qi Zhongling's tiny hand. "Baby, Mommy has taken over the prize area. You can exchange for whatever you want," she said. Luo Yuxing truly had the confidence to say so because even for the prizes with the highest point requirements, her accumulated points were more than sufficient. As for her son, Luo Yuxing winked playfully. Well, there were still some remaining points. Chapter 6. Finally on the verge of liberation, Mom. I want that remote-controlled airplane. No, son. Mom doesn't have enough points. Mom, I want that big teddy bear. No, sweetheart. Mom doesn't have enough points. Let's choose a smaller one. As soon as they entered the prize redemption room, similar conversations echoed in their ears. Qi Zhongling timidly glanced at Luo Yuxing and then at the game card in her hand. She could recognize numbers and do addition and subtraction. She knew the number of points on her game card, yet she had no idea how many points those prizes required. Luo Yuxing didn't notice that Qi Zhongling was in an abnormal state, hearing the frequently discussed remote-controlled airplane. She also looked in that direction, and immediately her eyes lit up. "Baby, do you want that remote-controlled airplane?" "We don't have enough points," Qi Zhongling said instinctively. Supposing that her mother didn't have many points, imitating the words of her friend's mothers. Hearing this, Luo Yuxing was a bit stunned. "No, it's not like that. Just now, your teacher Kai said that we have enough points for whatever we want to redeem." It wasn't until the remote-controlled airplane was really in her hands that Qi Zhongling realized that her mother seemed to have a great many points. She heard several familiar friends envying her, while their mothers didn't have enough points. For the first time, Qi Zhongling thought her mother was truly remarkable. All along, she had thought only her father was great. In the little heart of Qi Zhongling, a seed of admiration was unconsciously sown. When Qi Zhongling exchanged for a remote-controlled airplane, Luo Yuxing gave the game card to Qi Zhongyu. However, the little fellow was too shy and refused to take it. Finally, adhering to the principle of not wasting, Luo Yuxing asked Qi Zhongling to pick a prize for his elder brother and exchange it. And Luo Yuxing didn't let go of the last tiny bit of points, using them to exchange for a pack of chips. Just like this, when Qi Yuxing came to the kindergarten to pick up the children, what he saw was Luo Yuxing holding Qi Zhongling in her left hand and a pack of chips in her right. To Qi Zhongling's left was Qi Zhongyu. And in front of Qi Zhongyu were 2 toys that Qi Zhongling had exchanged for. This scene was a bit harmonious and yet a bit strange. Primarily, It was Luo Yuxing's presence that made Qi Yuqing find everything odd, even though there was no sense of disharmony in the picture. After all, there were two delicate and charming children, along with a beautiful and elegant mother. However, this made Qi Yuqing even more certain that this was another new ploy Luo Yuxing came up with to avoid the divorce. But the fact that she involved the children in her schemes displeased Qi Yuqing. After taking over the children, Qi Yuqing directly asked the two kids to get in the car first. Then he looked at Luo Yuxing in front of him and said, "Don't play such tricks on the children. Since you asked the eldest sister to forward the divorce agreement to me, stop these redundant little moves. Think it over carefully. If you agree, just sign the agreement I gave you. I'm not playing any tricks. I really want a divorce. As long as you agree. You can sign the agreement I gave you at any time, and it will take effect immediately." Luo Yuxing said speechlessly. They simply couldn't reach an agreement. She wanted him to sign her agreement, while he wanted her to sign his. Why is it so difficult to get a divorce? Glancing deeply at Luo Yuxing, Qi Yuqing refrained from further conversation with her. After all, they were at the school gate, and he didn't want their affairs to have an impact on the children. Seeing Qi Yuqing about to leave, Luo Yuxing pushed him aside and got into the car first. "Well, I didn't drive here. It's okay to catch a ride with you, right?" Qi Yuqing frowned slightly, yet he wouldn't be so heartless as to drive her out. After getting in the car, Luo Yuxing ignored Qi Yuqing. With a rustle sound, she opened the bag of potato chips she'd bought. "Baby, do you want some potato chips?" Little Zhongling eyed the chips in Luo Yuxing's hand, her little mouth watering, but she dared not reach out rashly. Meanwhile, little Zhongyu gave a disdainful snort, clearly not to be won over by such a petty trick from Luo Yuxing. "They're going to have a meal later. Eating snacks now will spoil their appetites," Qi Yuqing said disapprovingly. Hearing Qi Yuqing's disapproving words, Luo Yuxing didn't take it to heart. Instead, she said with a look of pity, "What a pity. I'll have to finish this big bag of chips all by myself, then." True to her word, Luo Yuxing popped the chips into her mouth, munching away with a crisp sound. Little Zhongling had thought Luo Yuxing would persuade her to have some. Who would have thought she'd start eating right away? Immediately, she felt extremely aggrieved. Unfortunately, Luo Yuxing was sitting right beside her. The aroma of the chips lingered in the air, and that seemingly mesmerizing crisp sound echoed continuously. "Mommy is bad." Luo Yuxing absolutely didn't expect that her initial intention was to build a good relationship with her two children, and all her plans had been going quite smoothly. However, she unexpectedly failed because of eating potato chips. Primarily, in order to maintain her figure, Luo Yuxing had always refrained from consuming excessive fried foods. Moreover, as she had skin prone to acne, she dared not even touch potato chips, which were likely to cause breakouts. It was imaginable that when she ate potato chips she hadn't had for 5 or 6 years and found the taste truly excellent, she, having little resistance, temporarily forgot about everything else. After popping the last chip into her mouth, Luo Yuxing put down the empty bag. When she looked up, she noticed that Qi Yuqing was gazing at her in a rather peculiar way. However, in an instant, he averted his eyes and told the driver to stop the car ahead. Hearing this, the driver quickly pulled over to the roadside. "I'm taking the kids back," Qi Yuqing said to Luo Yuxing, which was evidently an obvious dismissal. Luo Yuxing actually wanted to go back with them. Nevertheless, clearly, having left the villa in a fit of pique before and currently wanting to divorce Qi Yuqing, it was inappropriate for her to return at this moment. "Then I'll get off here. My darlings, Mommy will come to see you another day. Miss Mommy, okay?" Luo Yuxing smiled at the two children warmly and sweetly. Little Zhongling slightly parted her small mouth, while little Zhongyu turned his head away, yet the slightly flushed tips of his ears still betrayed his emotions. That night, when Qi Yuqing was drinking at a bar with his friend Song Jin suddenly nudged him and said, "Look over there. Isn't that sister-in-law?" Looking in the direction his friend was pointing, Qi Yuqing saw Luo Yuxing meeting Li Minggran. However, since their location was well hidden, they remained undetected. "I heard that your sister-in-law has finally compromised and agreed to divorce. Congratulations. You're finally about to be free," Song Jin said with a smile. As a good friend of Qi Yuqing, Song Jin was well aware of the life Qi Yuqing had been leading. She has agreed to the divorce. However, she doesn't want the property but asks for the child. When Qi Yuqing mentioned this, his tone couldn't help but turn a bit cold. What on earth is wrong with her? She actually wants the child. It'll be quite difficult for her to remarry into a wealthy family with a child in tow. Song Jin frowned slightly. Everyone knew that Luo Yuxing's beauty ranked among the top 3 in the entire entertainment industry. After the divorce, if she were willing, There was a chance she could really snag an opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. But once she has a child, it's a different story. Qi Yuqing also found Luo Yuxing rather inexplicable. He couldn't help but glance at Luo Yuxing over there, who was chatting and smiling merrily with Li Minggran. Who knows? Chapter 7. Truly flattered since that day when she met Li Minggran. In the following days, whenever Luo Yuxing was free, she would binge, watch variety shows. She watched the entire previous season of Wild from start to finish, and the crunching sound of the potato chips in her hand never ceased. It's not that she didn't go to the kindergarten. However, Qi Yuqing really treated her like a thief and didn't let her see the two little darlings at all. Thinking of this, the sound of Luo Yuxing munching on potato chips grew a bit louder. But where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. The phone rang. Luo Yuxing grabbed it and opened the WeChat group chat and noticed the group's message. Teacher Kai, dear parents. The school will hold a parent-child spring outing the day after tomorrow. The location is. We hope that parents will actively participate. Everyone, Yang mom. Okay. Teacher Kai. What time will we set off the day after tomorrow? What things do we need to bring? Teacher Kai. This activity is to let the children experience life integrating with nature, so we'll have a picnic in the wild. I've already listed the required items and precautions in a list. Parents can get it by themselves. Pictures. Chen Yu's mom. Thank you, Teacher Kai. Then we'll go shopping tomorrow. One after another, fathers and mothers voiced their opinions, all expressing strong support for holding similar activities. Luo Yuxing didn't find it boring and read every message carefully. Finally, she saw Qi Yuqing's WeChat message. Zhongyu and Zhongling's dad. Okay. Compared with Luo Yuxing's neglect of the role of mother in the past 5 years, Qi Yuqing was a truly excellent father, even when the company was extremely busy. He would always attend the kindergarten activities on time. Of course, as early as that day, Luo Yuxing, who had quietly infiltrated the inner circle under the pretext of chatting with Teacher Kai, was also waiting for such an opportunity. Luo Yuxing didn't bother about the items required and the precautions. Anyway, Qi Yuqing would surely make all the preparations. All she needed to do was keep an eye on the time and location of the gathering and choose what to wear that day. On the day of the spring outing, the weather was mild. Luo Yuxing selected a one-shoulder blue floral long dress for herself. She put on a broad straw hat and a pair of large black sunglasses on her delicately made-up face, revealing only her sexy red lips and a dainty chin. Since she was a celebrity, though her fame was debatable, Luo Yuxing believed it was quite necessary to keep a low profile appropriately. After all, she had seen the other mothers that day, and most of them were rather ordinary in appearance. She didn't want to make them feel inferior. After taking good sun protection measures, Luo Yuxing deliberately put on a pair of white sneakers. After all, they were going to the mountains today, and high heels were not suitable. When Luo Yuxing arrived at the kindergarten gate, she saw that many parents had already gathered at the designated location. After sending a WeChat message to Teacher Kai to confirm the location, she walked over. Qi Yuqing had arrived early. When he saw Luo Yuxing appear, he subconsciously frowned. Knowing that he wouldn't do anything at the kindergarten, Luo Yuxing wasn't afraid of him. She walked up to their two little darlings, bent down slightly, and waved, "Sweethearts, did you miss mommy?" When little Zhongling saw Luo Yuxing, her eyes lit up. However, due to Qi Yuqing's presence, little Zhongling dared not say a word. After all, compared with the precocious and sensible elder brother, Xiao Zhongling was more innocent. She had a greater yearning for the maternal love she had longed for since childhood. Holding Xiao Zhongling's hand, Luo Yuxing stood beside Qi Yuqing. Despite the coldness the man was exuding towards her, Luo Yuxing maintained an elegant and composed smile on her face. However, the words that came out of her mouth were gritted through her teeth. "Mr. Qi, it's not even summer yet. People who don't know better might think you've placed an air conditioner beside me. It's truly an unexpected honor. I've said before, you shouldn't have any designs on the children," Qi Yuqing said coldly. "Don't flatter yourself. My target has never been you. I previously said that I wanted a child in the divorce, but you claimed the children wouldn't follow me. Well, if the children voluntarily choose to be with me, you won't object, right?" Luo Yuxing looked at Qi Yuqing with a half-smile. For a moment, Qi Yuqing almost believed Luo Yuxing's words and thought her goal was the children. However, the things Luo Yuxing had done in the past 5 years flashed through Qi Yuqing's mind, mocking the thought that had just emerged in his head. Fortunately, when all the people had arrived, Teacher Kai called on everyone to line up and get on the bus. Luo Yuxing ignored Qi Yuqing from then on. She held Xiao Zhongling's hand on one side and Xiao Zhonyu's on the other, as if they were to be estranged from each other forever. As she walked, Xiao Zhengling curiously looked at Luo Yuxing, who was holding her hand. Mommy's hand is different from Daddy's. Mommy's hand is so soft, she thought. But she also couldn't understand why the mommy who used to dislike her was now willing to hold her hand. Seated on the coach seat, Luo Yuxing took several charming photos with her phone and casually posted them on her Weibo. Luo Yuxing's Weibo follower count was astonishingly low, considering she was a celebrity. While even internet influencers boasted millions of followers these days, she had fewer than 300,000. Moreover, among these followers, apart from a handful of her appearance admirers, the rest were all haters. Luo Yuxing v. Today is a wonderful day. I went on a spring outing with my dear baby. Don't miss me, my followers. Pictures, pictures, pictures. In the photos, Luo Yuxing's skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes were smiling, clearly in high spirits. As for the little Zhongling in her arms, due to the mosaic, her features were indistinguishable. However, just based on the pink sweatshirt paired with a black and white dotted cake skirt and the somewhat chubby calves peeking out from the white stockings, netizens automatically filled in the details. She must be an incredibly adorable little one. Luo Yuxing meticulously added mosaics to every single photo, which even annoyed some of her appearance fans for what they deemed as over-the-top behavior. I'm driven crazy. Please give us a front view photo of the baby. Yuxing is still as beautiful as ever, but my heart has been captured by the baby. Please fulfill our wishes. Those legs are irresistible. The baby's legs are so cute. Drooling emoji, you creepy old guy up there. Leave Weibo. We won't see you off. Ditto. I second that. Luo Yuxing also saw those fans' comments. When she came across the rather inappropriate one, she directly reported it. How dare someone covet her baby? Reporting was already a lenient punishment. However, considering that many fans who were attracted by her good looks wanted to see the baby just now, Luo Yuxing took another photo with little Zhongling and posted it on Weibo. It was the same formula but with a different flavor. In the mosaic, there was a cute expression on the left side of the face and a cold one on the right. Then, when Luo Yuxing posted the picture, she only added 3 words as the caption, no peeking. Chapter 8. A display of culinary skills. The destination for the spring outing was a scenic area called Shidongjian. About a 2-hour drive from the downtown area of City A, Shidongjian was a beloved spot for barbecue enthusiasts. During the barbecue season, it was always filled with tourists indulging in barbecues. Sunshine Kindergarten had carefully considered choosing this place for the spring outing and picnic. Firstly, it was suitable for picnics. Secondly, after the picnic, parents could take their children for a mountain climb and enjoy the scenery. Upon arrival, Luo Yuxing voluntarily took the hands of the 2 little ones and asked Qi Yuqing to go to Teacher Kai to collect the picnic equipment. After all, those were pots and pans. It wouldn't be proper for her to fetch them. The ingredients and seasonings were all in Qi Yuqing's outdoor backpack. So Luo Yuxing wasn't worried at all. When Qi Yuqing brought back the frying pan and stew pot that Luo Yuxing had requested, she nodded in satisfaction. Then she chose a spot and prepared to build a stove and cook. Luo Yuxing had grown up in the countryside and was not a delicate young lady who never did any housework. She had mastered the skill of cooking since childhood. Moreover, after marrying Qi Yuqing, she had put in great efforts to win his heart through his stomach. Unfortunately, her affection was unrequited. He was like a block of ice that could never be melted. Qi Yuqing felt quite bewildered when Luo Yuxing gave him a reproachful look out of the blue. Luo Yuxing opened Qi Yuqing's outdoor backpack and took out the ingredients inside. There were chicken legs, chicken wings, cola, and chicken strips. Why were they all chicken? Luo Yuxing was a bit stunned. Although there were other ingredients at the bottom, she even suspected that she might pull out a live chicken next. Xiaoyu has a fondness for chicken drumsticks and chicken strips, while Xiaoling is partial to Coke, braised chicken wings. Qi Yuqing cast a nonchalant and somewhat sarcastic glance at Luo Yuxing, thinking that she didn't even know what her own son and daughter liked to eat. He originally assumed that Luo Yuxing would at least feel a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing his words. However, to his surprise, Luo Yuxing burst into laughter instead. So that's the case. Well, later I'll let the darlings taste the chicken drumsticks and wings cooked by Mom. I guarantee you'll want more after the first bite, she said. Thankfully, apart from the chicken-related ingredients, Luo Yuxing spotted some vegetables and condiments like scallions and garlic, and all other seasonings were also available. Luo Yuxing quickly decided on the menu. Immediately, she clapped her hands and declared, "All right, now, baby, come with me to wash the ingredients. And big brother, go with Dad to take care of starting the fire." After saying that, Luo Yuxing picked up all the ingredients and led Xiao Zhongling by the hand towards the designated area for washing ingredients. Qi Yuqing intended to stop Luo Yuxing and prevent Xiao Zhongling from going to the riverside, but was urged by Xiao Zhongyu beside him. Dad, we should go find firewood. Teacher Kai said we need dry firewood to start the fire. Well, his own son had defected and was following Luo Yuxing's instructions. When washing the ingredients by the river, Luo Yuxing specifically found a spot for Xiao Zhongling to squat and wash the tiny garlic cloves. Every time Xiao Zhongling cleaned one, Luo Yuxing would praise her. Each time, Xiao Zhongling's face would light up with an especially radiant smile. When all the garlic cloves were washed, Xiao Zhongling even felt a twinge of disappointment. Before long, Luo Yuxing handed Jiang, which was as big as her little hand, to her again. Baby, could you help mommy wash the ginger? Seeing little Zhongling nodding in agreement, Luo Yuxing nodded happily with a big smile. Thank you, baby, for helping mommy. Nearby, a little boy who was also helping his father wash the ingredients stole glances at Luo Yuxing from time to time. He envied Zhongling deeply in his heart, thinking that Zhongling's mother was so gentle. However, the consequence of his distraction was that the potato he was washing slipped out of his hand. Then came his father's helpless voice, "Son, if you drop it again, we won't even have potatoes to eat." When Luo Yuxing returned to the makeshift stove with little Zhongling, Qi Yuqing had already come back with little Zhongyu. The two had fetched a great deal of firewood to ensure that the fire wouldn't go out halfway. Seeing this, Luo Yuxing asked them to light the fire under the stew pot first. Then they added water and put in the spare ribs and dripped some cooking wine. After finishing all these, Luo Yuxing left the pot of soup alone for the moment. Taking out the clean chicken wings, Luo Yuxing mixed light soy sauce, salt, and hemp seed oil. After coating the chicken wings with the mixture, she intended to leave them there for marinating first, otherwise they wouldn't be flavorful. On the other side, Luo Yuxing quickly put the washed chicken legs into a pot filled with water, and then added cooking wine, chicken essence, ginger, scallions, and several other seasonings. Seeing his beloved chicken legs being put into the water to boil, Qi Zhongyu's little face was full of dissatisfaction. Daddy promised to roast chicken legs for me. What's so interesting about roasted chicken legs? Mommy will make you rice, scented smoked chicken legs. One bite and you'll find them absolutely tender and juicy, with a strong flavor of rice smoke, Luo Yuxing said with a smile. Seduced by the juicy chicken drumsticks described by Luo Yuxing, a glimmer of anticipation involuntarily sparkled in Qi Zhongyu's eyes. Nevertheless, her little mouth remained unyielding. If it doesn't taste good, I won't eat it, she declared. Luo Yuxing exuded confidence. Utilizing the limited resources at hand, she swiftly prepared 4 dishes and a soup, all of which boasted an alluring combination of color, aroma, and flavor. When the radish and pork rib soup was taken out of the pot, its rich fragrance wafted in all directions, drawing the attention of some onlookers. Especially the children who came for the picnic accompanied by their fathers while their mothers were unavailable all stared at this side with greedy looks on their faces. Some mothers also cast their gazes over here. After all, most of the people here were from well-off families, and not many of them usually cooked by themselves. Luo Yuxing calmly ladled 2 bowls of soup and placed them aside. Then she put the chicken drumsticks that had been left to cool back into the pot. This time, she first lined the pot with tin foil and spread a layer of white sugar and rice. It would have been even better if there had been some tea leaves. But unfortunately, Qi Yuqing hadn't brought any. Finally, she placed the borrowed rack in the pot, put the chicken drumsticks on it, and tightly covered the lid. Clapping her hands alternately, Luo Yuxing said, "Just wait a few more minutes. Your mom assures you that after this meal, you'll definitely be craving for more next time." Qi Yuqing, who had been ignored like a backdrop for over an hour, sat beside, frowning as he watched the bustling Luo Yuxing in front of him. Today's Luo Yuxing seemed so unfamiliar that he hardly recognized her. He had originally thought she was just putting on an act. Regarding the fact that she had ignored him before, he was confident that she wouldn't be able to keep up the pretense for long and would surely initiate a conversation with him. However, throughout the whole process, she only had the 2 children in her eyes, as if she couldn't see herself. In the past, when Luo Yuxing wholeheartedly focused on him, Qi Yuqing avoided her as if she were a venomous snake. Now that she left him aside, Qi Yuqing actually cast several more glances at her. Chapter 9. It turns out to be Luo Yuxing when the succulent and glistening smoked chicken drumsticks were taken out of the pot. Not only did the eyes of the 2 little ones, Qi Zhongyu and Qi Zhongling, light up, but so did the eyes of other nearby children. Mom is so amazing. Compared to the awkward Qi Zhongyu, Qi Zhongling was the first to exclaim. Flattered by Qi Zhongling's praise, Luo Yuxing felt a bit elated. Her delicate little face was brimming with pride. Mom has even more amazing tricks. Come, baby, have a taste first and see how it is. Looking at the chicken drumstick in front of her, Qi Zhongling slightly parted her small lips and took a bite. Her adorable big eyes suddenly widened. As she ate, she nodded vigorously. Mom, the chicken drumstick is so delicious. Is it? Then Mom will feed our baby some more. Luo Yuxing watched as little Zhongling's small mouth opened and closed. She found her incredibly cute. For the moment, she forgot about everything else and focused on feeding her darling daughter. Qi Zhongyu, who was left on the side, could only turn his gaze to Qi Yuqing. Dad, I want to eat the chicken drumstick too. Since the chicken drumsticks were still hot, Qi Zhongyu naturally couldn't reach out for them on his own. So he immediately sought help from Qi Yuqing. Hearing this, Qi Yuqing also picked up the chopsticks and imitated Luo Yuxing's actions, feeding little Zhongyu bite by bite. However, for some unknown reason, from time to time, both father and son would cast their glances at Luo Yuxing and little Zhongling, as if the chicken drumsticks in Luo Yuxing's hands were more delicious and little Zhongling was enjoying her meal more. A single chicken drumstick was quite a large portion. Fearing that the little ones wouldn't have an appetite for dinner, Luo Yuxing only let little Zhongling eat half of it and ate the rest herself. Qi Yuqing also picked up the chopsticks. Picked up a chicken drumstick. Qi Yuqing also picked up the chopsticks and picked up a chicken drumstick since smoked drumsticks taste better when eaten hot. Luo Yuxing looked at the remaining 2 drumsticks in the pot. After a moment's thought, she took them out, cut the drumstick meat into pieces, and placed them on a plate. After finishing these tasks, she handed the plate of drumstick meat to the 2 little ones. These drumstick meats were prepared by baby and elder brother for you to share with your little friends. Okay? Okay, replied little Zhongling in a soft voice, while Qi Zhongyu beside her gave a disdainful grunt. In the following time, little Zhongling and little Zhongyu were surrounded by the other children. The 2 little ones who were sharing the delicious food with their friends also beamed with great joy. Not long after the food sharing was over, Luo Yuxing called the 2 children back, and the 4 of them had a meal together. Since a large amount of food had been prepared, some parents with mediocre cooking skills were also invited to join in the meal. By the end of the meal, Luo Yuxing had become well acquainted among the parents. Many people sighed with emotion that Luo Yuxing looked like someone who had always led a pampered life, yet unexpectedly, she could cook, and her culinary skills were incredibly good. When Luo Yuxing mentioned that she came from a rural area, the parents were all taken aback. After all, the aura around Luo Yuxing didn't seem to belong to someone from a rural background. Luo Yuxing in front of them talked eloquently to the parents, showing no hesitation in sharing her rural origin. Qi Yuqing beside her, however, recalled that once, when someone mentioned Luo Yuxing's rural background, she had an argument with that person. It seemed that this fall had brought about a significant change in her. After the picnic, Luo Yuxing and the others took the children to climb the mountain. Although this day was filled with activities, it was truly fulfilling. However, when she returned to the apartment alone, Luo Yuxing felt lonely again. She licked her lips, thinking it would be wonderful if Qi Yuqing could give the child to her. In the following days, Luo Yuxing either watched dramas in her leisure time or tried to exercise her physical strength. Facts proved that being delicate was the most suitable state for her. Being a muscular woman was not her style. Every night, Luo Yuxing would secretly call little Zhongling. It wasn't that she didn't want to call little Zhongyu, but the latter didn't want to talk to her. Qi Yuqing wasn't unaware that his daughter was calling Luo Yuxing, yet for some unknown reason, he allowed it to happen. Although Luo Yuxing wished to spend all her time cultivating a relationship with the 2 children, it was obvious that making money was also of utmost importance to her. Wild is a survival-themed variety show. There is no star aura. All that exists are companions and the need for self-reliance. Compared with the first season, this season has veteran players leading the way. So it is obvious that the guests won't be as at a loss as they were at the beginning of the first season. One season consists of 12 episodes, with each batch of guests participating in 4 episodes. There are a total of 7 guests in the same episode, 5 men and 2 women, which has become the standard configuration. Currently, the new season hasn't started yet, but there has already been a great deal of commotion about the guests for the first 4 episodes. Fans hope that their idols can participate, yet they also worry that their idols can't endure the hardships. Regardless of what they think, the day of the, it seems, is a proper noun related to the show. If it has a specific English equivalent, it should be replaced. Here I keep it as it is for now, has finally arrived. In fact, the program team has already released some information about the guests. There are popular idol actors, known male stars who became famous overnight after a drama, young singers who love rock music, and sports champions. The identities of these 4 guests have basically been guessed, but the program team has kept the identities of the remaining 3 tightly under wraps. When Luo Yuxing walked out of the dressing room in the evening gown arranged by the program team, She caused quite a stir. The sea blue evening gown paired with her lazy curly hair and her delicate eyes with a half smile. At that moment, it was as if people were seeing a seductive siren in the deep sea, luring humans towards death. This was a kind of aggressive beauty that exuded an extreme sense of danger. It was so captivating that one couldn't turn their eyes away. Yet they were deeply afraid of being ensnared and unable to escape. It was not until she slightly frowned due to a bit of discomfort from the evening gown that the staff members all let out a sigh of relief. Even Zhua Hao, who happened to be at the door, was momentarily stunned. It was only after his agent gave him a nudge that he came to his senses. However, once he came to his senses, he became even more excited. Is she also a guest for this episode? Why haven't I seen her before? Is she a newcomer? His agent gave him a disdainful look. Although he didn't want to admit that this fool was his artist, he also didn't want him to cause trouble. Pulling him aside, the agent whispered in his ear, "Don't act stupid. She is Luo Yuxing, Luo Yuxing, Luo Yuxing. In this circle, if you don't recognize Luo Yuxing, no one will think you are ignorant. But if you don't know what this name represents, then you're truly ill-informed." At least Zhua Hao calmed down immediately. He looked at the closed changing room door with a tinge of regret. So she was Luo Yuxing. What a pity about that face. To think it belonged to Luo Yuxing, that empty-headed woman. Her reputation as a jealous shrew as well, known far and wide. Recalling the incidents where Luo Yuxing had oppressed female stars in the entertainment circle, despite being captivated by that face just moments ago, Zhua Hao had lost all interest now. Only President Qi could tolerate having such an oddity at home. Chapter 10. Mu Hanji is a scoundrel. With the arrival of Zhua Hao, the others also arrived one after another. Apart from Zhua Hao, the rock and roll youth, Li Ziqian, the well-known male star who became famous overnight after a drama, Su Yuan, the cute idol actor, and Fang Wangfei, the long-distance running champion. There were also two people who surprised everyone. One was Mu Qianyi, a martial arts actress who debuted and was equally excellent in both acting skills and appearance. The other was Chu Shuai, a big shot in the dubbing industry who had dubbed many actor-level figures. They all recognized each other to some extent and started chatting soon. However, it was Luo Yuxing in the dressing room who stunned everyone when she made her entrance, and then shocked them even more when they heard her name. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, seemingly unable to comprehend how Luo Yuxing could make it onto the guest list. After much thought, most of them assumed that she must have spent a large sum of money. However, getting herself into this kind of outdoor survival variety show by spending money, she must have been out of her mind. Luo Yuxing didn't care. After greeting everyone, she gracefully sat aside. After all, she was just a vase, and her only responsibility was to look beautiful. However, considering that she needed to earn more money, Luo Yuxing thought that she still had to let them see her merits other than her beauty. After all, money making should be a long-term endeavor. At the press conference for the show's launch, everyone sat in their respective seats according to their status, from the innermost to the outermost. As the one sitting at the very edge, Luo Yuxing managed to attract the attention of many journalists with her radiant face. But when they saw the nameplate in front of her, well, they silently withdrew their attention. By the end of the entire launch press conference, everyone else's microphones were abuzz with activity, while Luo Yuxing was only politely asked one or two pointed questions. A reporter asked, "Miss Luo, who gave you the audacity to participate in Wild? Was it Fish Liang?" At the reporter's words, there was a smattering of laughter at the scene. As the center of attention at the moment, Luo Yuxing gave a languid smile, which perfectly complemented her outfit for the day. "Of course. It's my two little darlings who gave me the courage. I'm not acquainted with Ms. Liang," she replied. Luo Yuxing's smile was truly captivating. If one were to overlook her rather scandalous past, she would undoubtedly be the darling of photographers. Even the directors of the program beside her couldn't help but nod approvingly as they watched Luo Yuxing exuding an air of allure. After all, her persona was that of a pretty face. Although their program claimed to have no script, each participant had a set persona, and generally, these personas were carefully chosen to match the individuals themselves. It turned out that apart from that one question, Luo Yuxing, who was not well liked, was treated as a mere backdrop throughout the rest of the press conference. However, she didn't seem to mind and was quite content playing that role. After the press conference ended, Luo Yuxing went to take her promotional photos. As she was leaving, she heard a few members of the director group talking. "I heard that Director Xiao Mu is going to take charge of the program this time. Director Mu is really bold. Isn't he afraid that Director Xiao Mu will ruin the show? If Director Mu isn't worried, why should you be? I heard that Director Xiao Mu has been studying directing abroad. Maybe the show will even be more spectacular. You are really carefree." I don't think that young master who has just come back from further training has any abilities. Just keep your mouth shut. If he hears us, we'll both be in big trouble. I'm just talking." As their voices faded away, Luo Yuxing didn't pay much attention. After changing her clothes, she called Li Guang and then walked out. As she walked along, a man in the distance made Luo Yuxing pause slightly. The man was coming against the light, with sword-shaped eyebrows and cold eyes, and a chilling aura. His tall figure was like a sharp blade drawn from its scabbard, and one would notice him at first sight. However, upon seeing that handsome face, Luo Yuxing suddenly clenched the hand hanging by her side, and her eyes were also filled with coldness. Meeting Luo Yuxing's gaze, the man's eyes were as cold and calm as a still pool. Similar to Luo Yuxing, both of them harbored a deep-seated loathing for each other. Because of seeing Mu Hanji, Luo Yuxing's mood plummeted to the bottom. If it weren't illegal to kill someone, she would really have the urge to kill him. Compared with Luo Yuxing, Mu Hanji was also annoyed because of her. Realizing her identity here, he directly summoned the director team and demanded to replace Luo Yuxing. "She'll never be used in my program," he declared. The members of the director team looked at each other in dismay. After all, everything had been settled, and the filming was due to start in a few days. How could they be so capricious? However, considering Mu Hanji's status, the members of the director team had no choice but to ask the chief director, who was Mu Hanji's father, Director Mu. Although Mu Hanji was resolute in his attitude, he couldn't withstand Director Mu's persistence. In the end, Luo Yuxing was not removed from the program, yet Mu Hanji took over the program. Seated in Li Guang's car, Luo Yuxing wore a cold and haughty expression, indicating that her mood was extremely displeased. As Luo Yuxing's agent and assistant, Li Guang couldn't help but inquire in a hushed tone upon seeing this. "Sister, what's the matter?" "Nothing. I've had my eyes sullied by a brute," Luo Yuxing replied coldly. In her eyes, Mu Hanji was a scoundrel, no different from a brute. Upon hearing the word brute, Li Guang's immediate reaction was that Luo Yuxing had been harassed. "Which bastard dared to harass you? Tell me, sister. We'll keep tabs on this debt," he said. Luo Yuxing remained silent. If Mu Hanji had merely harassed her, it would have been tolerable. Unfortunately, he had hurt the person most important to her. Realizing Mu Hanji's status in this program for a fleeting moment, Luo Yuxing contemplated throwing in the towel. However, she then thought, why should she be the one to back down? In the rear view mirror, Li Guang caught sight of the sneer on Luo Yuxing's face. He always felt that the situation seemed to have exceeded expectations. He didn't know what his artist was up to, and he felt a twinge of unease. Chapter 11. Get out of the entertainment circle one night at the Qi family villa. Qi Zhongling had just ended her daily phone call with Luo Yuxing and couldn't help rushing to Qi Yuqing's study. Out of the corner of his eye, Qi Yuqing caught sight of the little head peeping out from the door. A trace of indulgent smile involuntarily curved his lips, softening the cold and aloof look on his face. Putting down the documents in his hand, Qi Yuqing gently asked, "Lingling, do you have something to tell Dad?" Hearing her father calling her, Qi Zhongling scurried over to Qi Yuqing on her short legs and obediently let him lift her onto his lap to sit quietly. "Dad, Mom said she won't call me tomorrow." Qi Zhongling's voice was rather low, clearly tinged with disappointment. "Dad, is it because Lingling isn't good enough that Mom doesn't want me anymore?" Compared with Qi Zhongyu, Qi Zhongling was more sensitive and yearned more for maternal love. During this period, Luo Yuxing's proactive approach had easily captured her innocent heart. However, at the same time, she was also filled with unease and fear. When she heard Luo Yuxing say that she wouldn't call her starting from tomorrow, Qi Zhongling was overwhelmed with disappointment, thinking that her mother seemed to be going back to the way she used to be. The mother who wouldn't let her touch her, never made delicious food for her, never called her baby, and never smiled tenderly at her. Qi Zhongling really didn't want her to change back. Qi Yuqing frowned slightly. Although he was glad that Luo Yuxing was willing to stop scheming against their daughter, seeing his daughter so sad, he couldn't help but blame Luo Yuxing a little. Fortunately, Qi Yuqing had a certain understanding of his soon-to-be divorced wife. For instance, he was aware that she was going to participate in a variety show during this period. Immediately, Qi Yuqing telephoned his secretary, inquiring about the specific recording time of Luo Yuxing. Upon learning that the recording would commence the next day, Qi Yuqing couldn't quite tell whether he felt relieved or a bit disappointed. However, he wouldn't deceive his own child in such matters. Soon, through Qi Yuqing's patient explanation, little Zhongling understood that her mother didn't abandon her, but was truly occupied with affairs. Knowing that her mother was going to work in a far-off place, little Zhongling sprang out of bed and scurried back to her room on her short legs. In an instant, like a gust of wind, She ran back and placed the doll she'd fetched into Qi Yuqing's hands. Dad, this is a gift for Mom. Mom will work very hard outside alone. You let the doll accompany Mom, so that she won't be scared when she sleeps at night. Tomorrow, brother and I have to go to kindergarten. Dad, you must give it to Mom, little Zhongling said earnestly. Only after seeing Qi Yuqing reluctantly agree did she happily turn around and dash out of the study. In the study, Qi Yuqing glanced at the doll in his hand and let out a helpless smile. In fact, he mused that if Luo Yuxing could always treat the two children well, maintaining a marriage with her wouldn't be an issue. After all, in his view, whether it was Luo Yuxing or someone else didn't make much of a difference to him. Certainly, such a thought was merely a passing fancy. As soon as Qi Yuqing recalled Luo Yuxing's crazy insistence on forcing him to love her, he abandoned this idea. As for this doll, he would drop it off on his way to work tomorrow. After all, it was a gift from the child. However, before the next day arrived, Luo Yuxing's Weibo was in a complete uproar that very night. Netizens seemingly emerging from nowhere bombarded the newly posted Weibo of Luo Yuxing with a storm of scathing invectives. Many even demanded that Luo Yuxing leave the TV series Wild and the entertainment circle. Luo Yuxing had just finished a phone call with her daughter and then went to apply a facial mask. Thinking about the luggage she needed to take the next day, she rummaged through and found 2 more boxes of facial masks and stuffed them into the suitcase, lest she forget during the packing the next day. After finishing these tasks and returning to the bedside, she happened to see the screen of her phone light up, followed by the ringing of the phone. It was a call from Li Guang. Hello. Answering the call, Luo Yuxing casually reclined on the bed. Sis, something terrible has happened, Li Guang exclaimed. His voice clearly rushed. Honestly, he was also momentarily stunned when he saw the online situation. After all, when they parted ways, Li Guang hadn't heard Luo Yuxing mention posting a Weibo. Now, of all things, she had posted a Weibo that incurred so much condemnation. What's the matter? If the sky were to fall, there would be taller people to bear it. You're not tall, so what are you afraid of? Luo Yuxing remarked indifferently. With the facial mask on, she wasn't really in the mood to talk. Ordinarily, if Luo Yuxing were to jest about his height, Li Guang would surely feel aggrieved. However, at present, his mind was entirely preoccupied with the netizens' invectives. Sis, I'm wondering where on earth did you get such a notion? Why did you post such a Weibo? Of course, I'm not blaming you. It's just that there are a bunch of people hurling insults on your Weibo, and the words they use are truly atrocious. What Weibo? Luo Yuxing had never posted any Weibo. Immediately sensing that something was amiss, she tore off the facial mask and sat up straight away. It's the one you just posted. Li Guang was also left utterly bewildered by Luo Yuxing's reaction. I never posted any Weibo. As Luo Yuxing spoke, she reached for the computer and logged into her Weibo account. Before long, Luo Yuxing spotted the Weibo post under her account that had been issued in her name. Well, it must be said that while this Weibo post was indeed liable to incur criticism, and there were still a horde of people perseveringly hurling insults, surprisingly, it actually voiced exactly what was on her mind. Chapter 12. The baby is so adorable, sis. Are you still listening? Li Guang's cautious voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, go ahead, Luo Yuxing replied while scrolling through the comments. Luo Yuxing's reaction was so calm that Li Guang even thought it was a bit abnormal. Sis, are you okay? By the way, even I don't know the password of your Weibo account. Who on earth logged into your Weibo without permission and posted that scolding, inviting post? Excluding the malicious intention behind it, I actually find this Weibo post quite to my liking, Luo Yuxing murmured softly, with a hint of a smile. Of course it was to her liking, as it was full of praises for her. Luo Yuxing v. I've newly joined Wild. I was a bit nervous at first, but after meeting the guest group and the director group, I feel much more at ease. Thank you all for your anticipation. I also believe that I'll shine in Wild. Wild is my grand stage. Trust me, you'll definitely witness my most brilliant performance. After all, I'm so beautiful. Proud. In addition, there was also a picture attached. It was obviously a picture searched online, showing 2 lines of calligraphy. The moon lingers by the lonely tower as the song plays. The dance shadow roams among heroes. At first, some people didn't understand the purpose of this picture, as it wasn't her own calligraphy. But soon, some netizens provided some background information. Was she comparing herself to Diaochan? For a moment, the news that Luo Yuxing was narcissistic and arrogant, and implicitly suggesting that she was the beloved of the Wild group spread. Then, some staff members who had participated in the press conference revealed the actual situation. Well, someone gets disliked but still insists on claiming the status of the beloved one in the group. How shameless. Without further ado, netizens immediately rolled up their sleeves. determined to scold Luo Yuxing out of wilderness in the entertainment circle. After scrolling through hundreds of comments, Luo Yuxing lost interest. She promptly closed the comment section and then checked the location function on Weibo. Since the location function of the previous Weibo post was turned off, it was not until she opened it that Luo Yuxing saw the location was actually in City B. She casually took a screenshot of the Weibo post along with the location and then paid no more attention. Nowadays, netizens are just too idle. I have to get up early tomorrow to pack my luggage. I'll just go to bed for a beauty sleep. Ah no. Sister, are you going to sleep just like this? We haven't found out who framed you yet. And don't we need to take any measures regarding this matter? Although Li Guang was Luo Yuxing's agent, Luo Yuxing always preferred to make her own decisions, so Li Guang rarely overstepped his bounds. I've probably guessed who it is. But it's useless to know. Besides, if I delete this Weibo post and repost a clarification, do you think anyone will believe me? By then, they'll definitely say that I saw the situation was unfavorable and quickly tried to clear my name. Don't try to fathom the minds of netizens. It's exhausting, Luo Yuxing said calmly. Seeing that Luo Yuxing truly didn't care, Li Guang carefully considered her words. Given Luo Yuxing's current situation, it seemed truly unsolvable. Simply put, no matter what Luo Yuxing did, it would be wrong in the eyes of those people, unless she could truly gain people's recognition. Thinking of this, Li Guang no longer dwelled on the present. Since Luo Yuxing was going to re-enter the entertainment circle as her agent, he had to strive to find resources for her. Just as Li Guang was ignited with fierce determination, Luo Yuxing's voice slowly rang out again. Actually, if you look closely at this Weibo post, it's quite pleasing to the eye. Look, she admits that I'm beautiful, doesn't she? Sister, you'd better go to sleep first, Li Guang said helplessly. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yuxing concealed the smile on her face. City B. If she remembered correctly, her dear younger sister was over there. The early, morning sunlight scattered sparsely on the windowsill. The weather today was fine, and the sun was pleasantly warm. It was truly a day suitable for outings and visiting friends. By the time Luo Yuxing finished washing up and applying makeup, the people from the program group had just arrived. The photographer had already entered the shooting state as soon as Luo Yuxing opened the door. Since they came early, the program group originally planned to take some ugly photos of Luo Yuxing without makeup. After all, Luo Yuxing had always appeared in front of others with exquisite makeup, and every casual shot of her was a beautiful photo. Unexpectedly, even coming so early, they were still struck by her stunning beauty as soon as the door opened. After leading the people into the apartment, Luo Yuxing was making breakfast for herself. She was a good cook and naturally wouldn't choose to treat herself badly. The photographer followed Luo Yuxing into the kitchen and watched as she leisurely fried an egg pancake. The rich aroma wafted around and made the photographer, who had only eaten 2 steamed buns, can't help but salivate. After frying the egg pancake, Luo Yuxing walked to the casserole beside and ladled herself a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat congee. Have you had your meals? Asked Luo Yuxing softly as she passed by the cameraman. Remembering the 2 steamed buns he had for breakfast, the cameraman nodded with the camera in his hands. I cooked quite a lot today. I won't be back for most of the next month after today. So, if you don't mind, you can have some, Luo Yuxing said with a faint smile. Then she sat down at the dining table and ate the simple breakfast contentedly. However, despite her words, the staff members didn't move. When the doorbell rang, Luo Yuxing put down her chopsticks and asked, "Are there any other staff members who haven't come in?" The cameraman exchanged glances with the other 2 staff members and replied, "It should be just the 3 of us." As they were speaking, they followed Luo Yuxing to the door. When the door opened and Qi Yuqing appeared before everyone, the cameraman finally realized what had seemed amiss earlier. Luo Yuxing's apartment clearly looked like a place for a single person, yet she was married and had 2 children. Luo Yuxing didn't pay much heed to these details. Seeing Qi Yuqing standing at the door, she was a bit surprised and asked, "Why did you come?" Qi Yuqing glanced at the 3 program staff members behind Luo Yuxing. Although they were all from the program team, and the 3 were grown men present in Luo Yuxing's apartment early in the morning, Qi Yuqing still frowned slightly. Handing the doll entrusted by little Zhongling to Luo Yuxing, Qi Yuqing said in a cold voice, "Little Ling asked me to give this to you and told you to take it with you to the recording of the program." However, Qi Yuqing also thought that Wild was somewhat different, so he immediately added, "You don't have to carry it all the time. If it's inconvenient, just put it in the suitcase first." Realizing what Qi Yuqing meant, Luo Yuxing couldn't help chuckling as she looked at the doll in her hand. "Is this to let this doll accompany me in my stead?" she mused. How adorable the baby is. Seeing the doting smile on Luo Yuxing's face, Qi Yuqing remained silent. However, he didn't leave immediately. Shall I make breakfast? Chapter 13. A peculiar flower in the vase, huh? Luo Yuqing looked up at Qi Yuqing and then nodded slightly. Yes. I made a bit more. Would you like some? Qi Yuqing nodded gently, bypassed Luo Yuqing, and entered the house. After catching sight of the 3 staff members, he made his way straight to the kitchen. Recalling the past, no matter how meticulously he prepared breakfast, it had been of no avail. Now, without him saying a word, she was the first to speak. Truly, she wasn't afraid of causing misunderstandings. Fortunately, he no longer harbored any romantic feelings for her. Without further thought, Luo Yuqing returned to the dining table to finish her remaining breakfast. Then, she headed to her room to pack her luggage. Qi Yuqing frowned slightly when he saw the photographer following Luo Yuqing into the master bedroom. However, since the door of the master bedroom was ajar and he could see inside while having his breakfast, he didn't say much. Nonetheless, he glanced in that direction several times during his breakfast. In Qi Yuqing's view, although he and Luo Yuqing were on the verge of divorce, they could still be friends after the divorce. For Luo Yuqing to stay with 3 grown men like this clearly indicated a lack of safety awareness. As a friend, he ought to take appropriate precautions. He harbored no amorous thoughts. He simply thought that even after the divorce, considering the child's affection for her, it would be better for the child's growth if they remained friends. Although she was packing her luggage under the camera, Luo Yuqing didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She systematically packed all the items she had planned into the suitcase. From time to time, she would also exchange a few words with the cameraman or voice a minor complaint, hoping that the places they were going to wouldn't be too arduous. Meanwhile, the cameraman, who had witnessed Luo Yuqing packing her luggage throughout, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly upon seeing her suitcase. Don't you think you should bring a few more sets of clothes? Inside Luo Yuqing's rather large suitcase, there were only 3 sets of clothes, a small bag of intimate garments, and the rest of the space was occupied by various skin-care products and boxes of facial masks. Then, there was a black waterproof bag filled with bottles and jars. Judging from the sounds, there were quite a number of items inside, yet no one knew what they were. Finally, there was a pair of black and red hiking boots. Although everyone knew that Luo Yuqing was regarded as a beautiful but empty-headed person and extremely fond of her appearance, bringing so many skincare products, would they really be of use? After all, they could only carry a single backpack in the end. Glancing at the 3 sets of clothes in the suitcase, Luo Yuqing said indifferently, "There's no need for such trouble. Since we can only have 1 backpack, if I bring too many clothes, there won't be any space for my skin care products." The cameraman was utterly speechless. This Luo Yuqing was truly an oddity among the so-called vases. After finishing packing her luggage, Luo Yuqing went to the changing room on her own. Once she closed the door of the changing room, she hummed a tune and put on the sportswear she had prepared in advance. These were specially bought by Li Guang yesterday because there was no such equipment in Luo Yuqing's wardrobe. Li Guang had no choice but to make a last-minute effort. In fact, it is absolutely sufficient to bring 3 sets of clothes in addition to the one being worn. After all, living on a 3-day cycle, one should minimize the backpack load. Apart from the essential items, with Luo Yuqing's physical strength, she can only carry 1 extra set of clothes at most. As for the rest, they are for replacement when transitioning to the next scene. So, since there's no need for so many, why bring them? However, Luo Yuqing remembered the vase persona assigned by the program group, so she naturally wouldn't explain it to them in detail. After all, she was getting paid to do the job. After changing her clothes, Luo Yuqing casually tied up a ponytail with ease and then stuffed a few hair ties into her pocket. When the door of the dressing room opened, Luo Yuqing emerged in front of everyone in a dark, blue outdoor sports suit. Her perky ponytail swayed gently as she walked. The stray hairs in front of her forehead and by her cheeks added an air of languid nonchalance, paired with her exquisitely made-up little face. Especially when she smiled, she was exactly like the school belle heroine stepping out of a comic. Although the sports suit didn't accentuate her figure, the slender waist cinched by the belt around her waist still caught people's eyes, coupled with the long, straight legs beneath her delicate waist. When she sat on the chair on one side to put on her shoes, with one leg stretched out, it appeared even more elegantly elongated. The photographer, seeing this, silently focused on a close-up of her long legs. Truly, the screen was filled with her long legs. As a photographer, he now dispelled some of the resentment he had for being assigned to Luo Yuqing. After all, despite her possible bad temper, her beauty was truly convincing. Over there, seeing that Luo Yuqing was also ready, Qi Yuqing immediately stood up. As he passed by Luo Yuxing, he said, "I wish you success." "Thank you." Luo Yuxing watched Qi Yuqing leave and then prepared to set off. They were clearly the two most intimate people, yet in the eyes of the photographers and others, their conversation seemed extremely aloof. One could say that even friends wouldn't be so estranged, right? However, Luo Yuxing didn't care what they thought. Regarding the matter of her divorce from Qi Yuqing, she never intended to conceal it. Anyway, it was a matter of time. Why bother to cover it up painstakingly? Meanwhile, the cars of the other 6 groups of guests were also driving towards the gathering place one after another. Mu Hanji was standing beside the gathering platform, and beside him was Li Hongsheng, the assistant director of the program. At this moment, Li Hongsheng frowned slightly and hesitated, saying, "Director Mu, this isn't right, is it? There's nothing wrong with it. Don't you know what role she plays in this program? Since I'm here now, you have to do as I say." Mu Hanji said coldly and then walked aside. Li Hongsheng, who was left standing there, pursed his lips slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. After all, it was obviously an unwise choice to offend Mu Hanji for the sake of Luo Yuxing. He just wondered what exactly Luo Yuxing had done to provoke someone. Not far away, Mu Hanji sneered inwardly. Since he couldn't get Luo Yuxing kicked out of the program, he didn't believe she could endure the hardship. It was a pity that Luo Yuxing was unaware of his thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely teach him a saying, "Dreams are always beautiful, while reality is cruel." Chapter 14. Deliberately setting a trap, several cars arrived at the meeting point one after another. Luo Yuxing's arrival was neither too early nor too late, being the 4th to reach. When she got there, Zuohao and Su Ziqian were chatting over there, while Mu Xianyi happened to walk past her with a suitcase in hand. As the only 2 females in the group, Mu Xianyi flashed a gentle smile at Luo Yuxing upon seeing her. Mu Xianyi was good looking, yet in the entertainment industry, good looking people were a dime a dozen. Her beauty was unremarkable. However, since she started her career as a martial arts stand-in, she managed to claim the title of a martial arts-themed young actress, which gave her a bit more distinctiveness. Luo Yuxing had no particular impression of her and felt no sense of threat, for after all, Mu Xianyi was not as beautiful as she was. When Mu Xianyi nodded to greet her, Luo Yuxing nodded in return, utterly oblivious to the fact that her gesture was interpreted by those with ulterior motives as cold and haughty. Once all 7 members had arrived, Su Ziqian led the way, and everyone made their way to the meeting platform. Su Ziqian and Fong Wangfei were the only veterans among the 7. They had participated in 4 episodes of the program in the previous season. Naturally, they wouldn't turn down the invitation from the program team, as it was an excellent opportunity to boost their popularity. Apparently, the program team has finally had a conscience this time. They're said to provide us with some funds, Su Ziqian said with a smile. Hearing this, Zuohao was utterly puzzled. Aren't we going for wilderness survival? Even if we have money, there's no place to spend it. I thought so too. I asked a bit more. It turns out we can buy stuff from the program team. For instance, if you get bitten by mosquitoes in the wild and need mosquito repellent lotion, you can use the funds to buy it. However, only the start of funds obtained through proper channels can be used. Whether it's a lucky hand or an unlucky hand depends on your usual self-care, Su Ziqian said with a smile and also explained this segment. Hearing this, the other's eyes immediately brightened. However, Luo Yuxing didn't really care. She had prepared quite a lot of things, which should be enough. After all, Mu Hanji was here. Luo Yuxing thought that if she wasn't taken care of, it wouldn't be him. Similar to Mu Hanji's intention, Mu Hanji wanted to make things difficult for her, while well, let's just say she wanted to make him uncomfortable. Speaking of the feud between her and Mu Hanji, it was actually quite simple. She had an elder sister named Luo Jinxi, who was once deceived by Mu Hanji, got pregnant, and then was dumped. Now she was staying in a mental hospital. A staff member walked up carrying a lottery box. According to the order, Luo Yuxing was the 6th one. Zuohao was an internet gaming enthusiast. He played games a lot on weekdays and always dreamed of getting lucky and having a great draw. At this moment, looking at the lottery box in front of him, he rubbed his hands eagerly. After praying to the gods, he finally stretched out his unlucky hand. When he took out a ball marked 5, Zuohao looked at the director's team, looking utterly confused. How much money was this? The ball marked 5 is equivalent to 5 yuan, Li Hongxing said. A staff member beside him put a 5 yuan bill into Zuohao's hand. Looking at the solitary 5 yuan bill in his hand, Zuohao had no idea whether he was lucky or unlucky. He could only stand aside and watch the others draw. Mu Qianyi drew 10 yuan. Apparently, she was very satisfied. She thanked the program team with a beaming smile. Su Yuan drew 20 yuan and thanked shyly. The remaining Su Ziqian and Fang Wangfei drew 8 yuan and 3 yuan respectively. Now only Luo Yuxing and Chu Shui were left, so they drew together. Looking at the number 10 ball in Luo Yuxing's hand and the number 8 ball in Chu Shui's, Luo Yuxing looked at Li Hongxing. The no. 8 ball is the grand prize we set, with a total of 50 yuan funds. As for the number 10, it's the bomb prize. There's no extra bonus. And you have to go to the airport to meet the other guests on your own, Li Hongxing said. As his voice faded, there was an uproar at the scene. If it were just going to the airport alone, it wouldn't be a big deal. But there were requirements for going alone. That is, one couldn't take the program, group's vehicle, or call a car at one's own expense to the airport. Simply put, one had to rely on one's own ability to get to the airport. Although no one had a good impression of Luo Yuxing, it was still a bit hard to bear that she was so unlucky right from the start. Zhua Hao was somewhat attracted to Luo Yuxing's appearance. When he heard what Li Hongxing said and couldn't help but want to say something, Su Ziqian beside him pulled him. Su Ziqian quietly turned off his microphone and whispered, "This is arranged by the program group. They won't really let her go alone later." Hearing this, Zhua Hao nodded. However, simple-minded Zhua Hao didn't notice. But Su Ziqian did. The program group deliberately asked him to stop Zhua Hao from speaking up for Luo Yuxing. In this way, wouldn't it seem that Luo Yuxing was really ostracized in this team? The online quarrel on Weibo continued yesterday. Su Ziqian had no idea what the program crew meant by adding insult to injury. However, Luo Yuxing took it in stride. After confirming which airport she was going to, she left with her cameraman. Soon, the other guests were also taken to the airport by special cars. After leaving the gathering place, Luo Yuxing soon noticed some cars parked by the roadside. When she went over to negotiate and asked the driver to take her to the airport, the driver requested that she sing a song. Luo Yuxing had been tone-deaf since childhood and didn't want to further damage her reputation. So she immediately turned around and left. In another car, the driver asked her to say "You are so handsome" 3 times. Looking at the driver's greasy and dark face, Luo Yuxing scoffed inwardly and left with a gloomy face. If she still couldn't tell that she was being deliberately targeted by now, her intelligence quotient would be incredibly low. The cameraman beside her hesitated to speak. Seeing Luo Yuxing standing still, he couldn't help saying, "There are still quite a few cars in the area ahead. Don't worry. I have a plan." Instead of being annoyed at being targeted, Luo Yuxing smiled, but said nothing more. Seeing this, the cameraman didn't say anything further, just reminding her, time is limited. Only 40 minutes have passed. But Luo Yuxing still stood there motionless. The cameraman could tell at a glance that she rarely participated in variety shows and didn't realize that the captions added in the post-production would not be kind to her. Ms. Zhongling's mother? What a coincidence. Suddenly, a slightly surprised voice sounded behind Luo Yuxing. Turning around, Luo Yuxing looked at the young man in a black suit with an honest face before her and also broke into a smile. What a coincidence, Zhuo's father. I've actually been waiting for you on purpose, Luo Yuxing said with a sly smile, just like a fox. Seeing this, Zhuocheng was even more puzzled. He glanced at the cameraman behind her and asked, "Are you recording a program?" "Yes, we're recording Wild. I'm currently seeking help from pastors, but to find someone to take me to the airport for free," Luo Yuxing replied, looking at Zhuocheng with a beaming smile. Since things had come to this, Zhuocheng also smiled. "Well, it's really a coincidence. I'm just on my way to the airport. You must be in a hurry, right? How about we talk in the car?" Luo Yuxing gave a thumbs-up gesture and got into the back seat of the car with the cameraman. As the car started, Luo Yuxing and Zhuocheng began to chat. Zhuocheng was a lawyer, good at speaking, and he had a very favorable impression of Luo Yuxing from their previous encounter, so the two hit it off extremely well. You know, during the kindergarten picnic before, thanks to Luo Yuxing inviting him and his son to have a meal together, otherwise all they could have eaten in the end would have been a few roasted potatoes. Moreover, his son had washed away quite a few of those potatoes. When they arrived at the airport, the cameraman obviously recognized Zhuocheng's identity. Before getting out of the car, he asked, "Mr. Zhua, do you need us to blur your face?" No. It'd be great for my son to see me on the program," Zhuocheng said with a hearty laugh. Then he waved to Luo Yuxing, who was about to get out of the car. "Ms. Zhongling's mother, Zhuozhua, and I are looking forward to the program's broadcast. It won't be long. The first episode will be aired in 7 days. By then, I'll also let Zhuozhua watch you on TV." Luo Yuxing took the opportunity to promote the show a bit. Then she led the cameraman to the assembly point. Chapter 15. Nearly crippled him, here they come. As soon as Luo Yuxing and the photographer entered the airport hall, they were noticed by several people in the distance. When they got closer, Su Ziqian said, "I was really afraid you wouldn't make it. We almost asked the whole program crew to change their tickets. Luo Yuxing smiled. An airplane is not a bullet train. How can there be so many nearby flight times for a ticket change? However, Su Ziqian meant well, so Luo Yuxing didn't dwell on the authenticity. Well, I've saved the program crew the ticket, changing fee. I wonder if the program crew will give me some practical rewards, like some startup funds. You know, Luo Yuxing was the only one without startup funds at that time. But she was just joking and didn't really expect to get any. Su Ziqian laughed it off and didn't continue on this topic. Instead, he took Luo Yuxing to handle the boarding procedures. Their first stop was still within the country. They took a short nap on the plane. 3 hours later, the plane landed, and they set foot on the land of Shilin City. Although the name sounds like a mountainous city full of rocks, in fact, Shilin City is a coastal city, and their goal this time was to set sail from Shilin Wharf and carry out a real-life version of survival on a desert island. In the airport lounge, the director's team distributed everyone's luggage. Everyone had quite a lot of luggage. Luo Yuxing and Feng Wanfei, who both only had one suitcase, stood out as special. Everyone should be aware that once the official recording starts, no one will carry your luggage for you. Therefore, considering everyone's physical strength, each person can only bring what can fit in one backpack. Additionally, the food one can bring should not exceed 200 grams. And compressed biscuits are not allowed on the island, Li Hongxing stated. Can we bring hot pot bases? Su Yuan asked timidly. Su Yuan's question caught everyone's attention. Su Yuan, with his fair and clean appearance, lowered his head shyly when everyone looked at him. From Luo Yuxing's perspective, she could clearly see his slightly redder tips. He was truly an easily bashful lad. In fact, Su Yuan had quite a number of mother fans and grandma fans, while girlfriend fans accounted for the smallest proportion. Hearing his words, Su Ziqian immediately burst into laughter and quipped, "Xiao Yuan, are you planning to have hot pot on a deserted island? There's a chance we won't even have any ingredients then, and we'll end up just drinking clear soup. I was just thinking that no matter what we have to eat, if we cook it with a hot pot base, it'll surely be delicious." Su Yuan scratched his head and said somewhat sheepishly. Su Ziqian actually hoped that the director's team would allow them to bring hot pot bases. However, it was obvious that in previous episodes, some people had also come up with such a whimsical idea, and it was no surprise that the director's team had ultimately rejected it. After all, what the audience wanted to see was not them having a good meal outside. Right after that, someone else asked if they could bring instant noodles or bread. Luo Yuxing paid no heed to their discussion. If they wanted more camera time, then let them fight for it. As a result, a group of people were chattering there, bargaining with the director's team while packing their backpacks. Meanwhile, Luo Yuxing had deftly filled her backpack and, by the way, locked her suitcase and handed it over to the program crew. When she finished packing, the others were still crouching there, reluctantly putting down the things they were loath to part with, looking as if they were experiencing a heart-wrenching farewell. After Mu Xianyi packed her backpack, from afar she saw Luo Yuxing sitting there playing with her phone. Immediately, she walked over with her backpack and sat down beside Luo Yuxing. "Sister Luo, have you finished packing?" "Yes." Luo Yuxing glanced at her and gave a soft affirmative sound, then continued to compose a text message. After all, she was going to be away for more than half a month, and the chances of getting her hands on a phone later would be scarce. Facing Luo Yuxing's somewhat cold-shouldered attitude, Mu Xianyi still wore a smile on her face all the time, with an amiable manner. "Sister Luo, it's your first time participating in a variety show. You probably don't have much experience, do you? Do you want me to help you check if there's anything missing?" "No need. I think I've brought everything that should be brought. As for the things I can't take, there's nothing I can do even if I want to bring them." Luo Yuxing felt that time was running short. Who knew if the program crew would confiscate the phones the next second? So she talked to Mu Xianyi without even raising her head. "Shouldn't you have brought some skincare products?" Mu Xianyi's words were slightly hesitant. "Primer, sunscreen, eye cream, essence, and basic skin care products. Of course, these can't be missing. And I've also brought quite a few facial masks. If you need them, you can come to me." Finally, Luo Yuxing tapped the last character and sent the text message. Then she looked up at Mu Xianyi, with a faint smile on her lips. However, Mu Xianyi frowned because of her words. "Why did you bring all these? It should be known that these things not only take up space, but are also a burden. In our situation, the fewer the better. Moreover, Sister Luo, your facial features are so exquisite that even without makeup, you must be a great beauty. Anyway, I don't have anything else to bring." Leaving them behind would just waste space. As Luo Yuxing finished speaking, the director's team over there was already shouting for everyone to hand in their phones. Luo Yuxing ran to hand in her phone. Mu Qianyi, who remained where she was, let out a soft sigh. Just then, Fong Wangfei strode over. "What's wrong, Chinny?" Shaking her head slightly, Mu Chinny murmured softly, "I'm just a bit worried about Sister Yuxing. She brought a whole bunch of skincare products and facial masks. I wonder if she brought anything practical." As someone who had participated in several episodes of Wild, Fong Wangfei was well aware that although Wild survival seemed like just 4 words, it was actually extremely arduous in practice. Hearing Mu Chinny's words at the moment, he also found Luo Yuxing a bit of a headache. However, since things had come to this, as the team leader of this episode, he could only try his best to help. It was a pity that Luo Yuxing at this moment had no idea that just because of Mu Chinny's simple words, she had already been upgraded to a problematic figure in the team, and a troublesome one at that. When the 7 of them disembarked from the boat with their backpacks on their backs, it signaled the start of this episode's challenge. Luo Yuxing noticed that a cold and stern gaze had been fixed on her. She glanced over imperceptibly when their eyes met, and she locked eyes with Mu Hanji's slightly cold pupils. Luo Yuxing shot a somewhat provocative look. After her elder sister's accident back then, she led a group of people to abduct Mu Hanji abroad. If the abduction hadn't failed in the end, she would have almost disabled Mu Hanji. Since she wasn't afraid of him back then, it's even more unlikely that she would be afraid now. Chapter 16. What on earth is this? Su Ziqian sighed with a look of helplessness as he said, "The program group has temporarily added a full, live broadcast from 7 to 8 every evening. We need to be more cautious then." Zhua Hao plopped down on a nearby rock and said, "All I want to know now is if we'll have lunch and if there'll be tents for us to sleep in at night." Fong Wangfei patted Zhua Hao on the shoulder consolingly and said, "When in the mountains, live off the mountains. When by the sea, live off the sea. Now we're both near the mountains and the sea. As long as you're lucky, there's no need to worry about food." "Luck." Zhua Hao took out a 5-yuan bill from his pocket and said, "Brother Fei, let's not talk about luck. Otherwise, we'll surely starve to death. We're like 2 African refugees." Fong Wangfei really wanted to give this naughty kid a good slap. "All right, stop joking around." After looking at the map for a while, Su Ziqian said, "Let's follow the route on the map first and figure things out when we reach tonight's camp. As for food, if we see anything edible on the way, we can have a little to fill our stomachs. It'd be even better if we're lucky enough to come across an airdrop box." After arranging the next move, Su Ziqian looked at Luo Yuxing and Mu Chinny and said, "You 2 girls should walk in the middle. We'll probably be on the way for several hours. So if you feel exhausted, don't hesitate to ask us for help. We can carry your backpacks then." Luo Yuxing wasn't very confident about her physical strength, so she immediately nodded and said, "Okay. I'll ask the group for help if I'm too tired. Just help Sister Luo. I've been exercising since childhood, so there's no need to worry about my physical strength." Mu Chinny let out a hearty laugh and waved her hand generously. Hearing this, Luo Yuxing glanced at Mu Chinny with a faint tenderness in the smile on her lips. However, she also noticed that this young girl Mu Chinny seemed to hold hostility towards her. A group of 7 people set off. Among them, apart from Luo Yuxing and Mu Chinny being girls, and Chu Shuai, the eldest, being over 40, the remaining 4 were all young laborers. So, except for the unexpected presence of Luo Yuxing, Su Ziqian and Fong Wangfei were actually quite satisfied with the team members for this time. Over there, Luo Yuxing took out a hiking pole from the side pocket of her backpack, adjusted it to a suitable length, and then closely followed Zhua Hao to start climbing the mountain path. From the moment Luo Yuxing took out the hiking pole, the others were all bewildered. Apparently, they didn't expect someone to bring such an item to the program. But since it wasn't confiscated, it meant it was an allowed piece of equipment. One had to admit that the program group had really carefully selected this deserted island. After walking for almost an hour, they hadn't seen a single thing to eat. Were they planning to starve them to death? As a teenage boy, Zhua Hao had already complained about his hungry stomach several times. Although the others didn't join in the complaints, as they walked along, the chatting and laughing gradually faded away, and they grew quieter. Even Fong Wangfei and Su Ziqian were a bit worried. As the team leader and deputy team leader, they bore a heavier responsibility. "It's an airdrop box." Suddenly, Zhua Hao exclaimed in surprise. Due to playing a lot of games, Zhua Hao had developed a sharp eye. He could spot the airdrop box accurately at a glance. Even when it was hidden in the grass, he didn't miss it. However, the location of the airdrop box was rather awkward. The pit was about 2 meters deep. Apparently, someone had to jump down to retrieve it. The bottom of the pit was pitch black, and no one knew what the situation was like down there. Frankly speaking, it was quite concerning to jump down rashly. There was no time for them to hesitate. If they didn't go down, they had to abandon the airdrop. Fong Wangfei was well aware of their current situation, so giving up was out of the question. Not to mention that it would be unwise to let the newly formed team's cohesion dissipate. I'll go down and get it. You guys pull me up later, he said. Su Ziqian had known Feng Wangfei for the longest time. Upon hearing his words, he instinctively felt worried. Nevertheless, he also knew that Feng Wangfei's decision was the right one at the moment. Just as Feng Wangfei was taking off his backpack and about to jump down, a trekking pole was shakily extended from the side. The curved end of the pole hooked onto the rope above the airdrop box and then lifted it. Everyone watched as Luo Yuxing effortlessly retrieved the airdrop box. Feng Wangfei and Su Ziqian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. They had completely overlooked the fact that Luo Yuxing was equipped with tools. After Luo Yuxing retrieved the airdrop box, she casually tossed it to Zhua Hao beside her. Shall we keep moving or open this airdrop box first? Su Ziqian cleared his throat lightly and said, let's open it first. Zhua Hao, who had received the airdrop box, initially wore a blissful smile on his young face. However, that smile quickly froze. What is this? Math problems? Logical reasoning questions. Did you think getting the airdrop box would be that easy? If you can't crack the code, you'll just have to stare at it. Su Ziqian said as he took the question over. Zhua Hao, you hold the airdrop box first. Let's solve the problem while walking. If we solve it in advance, we can have something to eat. There are 3 servings of drumstick rice in this airdrop box. The words drumstick rice were truly extremely alluring to these people at the moment. Immediately, they all looked at the paper with the thinking question on it. However, these numbers were really confusing. Even Su Ziqian was utterly bewildered. Although Luo Yuxing thought Su Ziqian seemed quite intelligent, and this should not pose a challenge to him. Considering she was also famished, she couldn't help but ponder over the question on the paper as well, for after all, it represented food. 661. 882581459465. 864400431961. 254? What on earth is this? I never learned this kind of thing at school. In less than 10 seconds, Zhua Hao declared his defeat. For an academic underachiever like him, asking him to solve such a problem was even more impractical than asking him to eat this piece of paper. Su Yuan, the well-behaved one beside them, was still calculating there, but judging from his furrowed brow, it was obviously not going smoothly. Along the way, it got even quieter. Luo Yuxing stroked her slightly hungry stomach. If she didn't eat soon, her physical strength would decline even faster. Immediately, Luo Yuxing spoke up. The numbers at the back seemed quite large. It's difficult to get a 6-digit answer using normal calculation methods, isn't it? Luo Yuxing's voice was not loud. Zhua Hao, who was walking in front of her, immediately responded, I've manipulated these numbers in every way possible, adding and subtracting. I've even considered using a bunch of prime numbers for division. Now I even suspect that the program team is deliberately targeting me. Why are they targeting you? On the side, the veteran artist Chu Shui rarely responded. During the college entrance examination, I failed the math exam. They must be mocking me, Zhua Hao said indignantly, not caring at all that his status as a poor student was being spread. When they saw from afar a flat ground that seemed quite suitable as a resting place, Luo Yuxing said, let's take a rest there, have something to eat, and then continue on our way, shall we? Everyone had been walking for quite a while, and no one had any objections to taking a rest. However, regarding what Luo Yuxing meant by having something to eat, Mu Xianyi, who heard it beside her, couldn't help asking curiously, Sister Yuxing, you only brought a bunch of skincare products. Did you also bring food? The implication was that if she didn't bring any food, where would the food come from? Hearing this, Luo Yuxing pointed at the airdrop box. Chapter 17. Sorry. I have a good appetite. Zhua Hao also looked down at the airdrop box in his arms and was suddenly overjoyed. Sister Yuxing, you're really resourceful. Who says we have to solve the problem in a proper way? If we pry open the box, we can still get something to eat, right? Su Yuan beside him suddenly had a glint in his eyes and was a bit eager to try, but he still restrained his fidgety fingers. Su Ziqian frowned slightly and looked at Luo Yuxing with a bit of disapproval. This doesn't seem right, does it? Hey, Brother Su. Filling our stomachs is the most important thing. Moreover, you haven't solved this problem. Who knows if the program crew is deliberately pulling our legs? Maybe the way out is for us to find an alternative approach. Zhua Hao's words sounded high-minded, renaming his rule, breaking act as finding an alternative way. It had to be admitted that what he said made Luo Yuxing can't help but want to laugh. However, Luo Yuxing didn't really intend for them to force open the box. Otherwise, people on the internet would surely scold her later. Give me the airdrop box. I'll get you something to eat, Luo Yuxing said with a smile and sat down on the only rock beside. seeing Luo Yuxing so boldly sitting on the only rock. The others had to spread out, either leaning against something or simply squatting to rest. Mu Xianyi secretly rolled her eyes. She really knows how to court trouble, so how didn't think that much. Hearing what Luo Yuxing said, he directly handed over the airdrop box. Sister Yuxing, do you know the answer? It's not difficult. One just needs to know 3-digit multiplication, Luo Yuxing said as she turned the combination lock, setting each number. With a soft click, the lock opened. Ignoring the stunned people, Luo Yuxing took out the 3 servings of drumstick rice inside, presumably knowing that they were extremely hungry at the moment. The servings of drumstick rice were not small, yet it couldn't satisfy so many people. There were 7 of them. Even if 2 people shared 1 serving, there would still be 1 person left without. Coming back to his senses from the shock, Su Ziqian looked at Luo Yuxing rather unexpectedly. If it weren't for knowing it was highly unlikely, he would have suspected that the program crew had told Luo Yuxing the answers in advance. After careful thought, he realized it was indeed impossible. Immediately, he said, well, you all arrange yourselves so that every 2 of you share 1 serving of rice. And then pour some from each of your servings to me. In their current hungry state, Su Ziqian's arrangement clearly put himself at a disadvantage, but he didn't really care. Finally, the arrangement was as follows. Luo Yuxing and Mu Qianyi shared 1 serving of rice, Su Yuan and Zhuo Hao shared 1 serving. Fang Wangfei and Chu Shuai shared 1 serving, and Su Ziqian held the lid and asked each person to divide some rice for him. When it came to Luo Yuxing and Mu Qianyi's serving of rice, while scooping rice into Su Ziqian's makeshift rice bowl with a spoon, Mu Qianyi said, Sister Luo and I are girls, and our appetites aren't large. Moreover, we'll rely on you, Brother Su, to lead us later, so you must eat more, Brother Su. Mu Qianyi's words carried a bit of a little girl's playfulness and cuteness, as well as a touch of admiration. Su Ziqian couldn't help but smile gently upon hearing them. However, Mu Qianyi clearly didn't expect that after she gave 1/3 of the rice to Su Ziqian, Luo Yuxing voiced her dissatisfaction instead, saying, Does this extra rice you're giving represent both of us, or just you? It should be known that the other 2 servings of food were not short, changed for Su Ziqian. If Mu Qianyi had given food as much as others did, Su Ziqian would have eaten about the same amount as them, with no shortage. Moreover, in Fang Wangfei and Chu Shuai's group, they even tore off a large piece of chicken leg meat for Su Ziqian. More importantly, as a glutton, Luo Yuxing had a good appetite and was quite capable of eating. At present, the situation could be described in 4 words, still hungry after eating. Being questioned by Luo Yuxing, Mu Qianyi felt extremely embarrassed and also somewhat resented Luo Yuxing's nit-picking. Sister Luo, don't you need to maintain your figure? They all say you only eat 1 meal a day. No need. I have 3 regular meals a day and sometimes at a midnight snack. I'll feel famished if I don't eat. Besides, I have a hearty appetite, Luo Yuxing said with a beaming smile, not minding causing a stir on the first day at all. Over there, the director's team learned about the on-site situation through the camera. Li Hongxing was also amused. He most loved scenes with such explosive points. A vase should act coquettishly and cause trouble. What was that about having an extremely high IQ just now? He was even considering whether to cut the scene where Luo Yuxing successfully solved the puzzle and opened the box. Since Sister Luo is so nit-picking, then consider all the previous things as mine. However, Sister Luo, after all, we are girls. In the next half-month, we still have to rely on Brother Su and the others. Mu Qianyi's face darkened slightly, and the words she uttered were somewhat frosty. No need. I can fend for myself and have enough to eat and drink. Luo Yuxing lifted the chicken leg rice in her hand, indicating that it was she who had solved the puzzles to get these 3 servings of food, rendered speechless by Luo Yuxing's provocation. Su Ziqian beside them came over and intended to offer some food to Mu Qianyi. However, Mu Qianyi insisted that she was not hungry and had a small appetite, leaving Su Ziqian somewhat helpless. After the meal, when they resumed their journey, Zhuo Hao curiously inquired about how the answer to that question was solved. In fact, it wasn't just Zhuo Hao. The others also pricked up their ears to listen. Luo Yuxing didn't keep them in the dark and directly explained her problem-solving train of thought. It was actually quite simple. When Luo Yuxing saw the large numbers, she directly tried several sorting methods and then experimented with addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. The final conclusion was that multiplying the 2 sets of numbers and then subtracting the sum of the 2 sets of numbers would yield the final answer. However, in the entertainment industry, such knowledge points are not necessary at all. Not to mention 3-digit multiplication, even many people struggle with 2-digit multiplication. If these problems were presented in a school setting, they would be solved in an instant. One could only say that Luo Yuxing had become the outstanding one among the mediocre. It was unknown whether it was because they were well fed and in a good mood with good luck. But Luo Yuxing and the others not only came across wild strawberries, but also spotted a banana tree. By the time they reached the campsite, they had also gathered several kinds of wild vegetables. It was already past 4 o'clock, although the campsite was deserted. With only some equipment lying on the ground and no tents set up, everyone's spirits were high because they had arrived at the campsite. Chapter 18. Catching them won't yield much meat after all. It was getting late. With the need to set up tents and prepare ingredients for dinner, time seemed rather tight. Since it was so late, most of the ingredients for our dinner would probably have to rely on airdrops. I'll go look for an airdrop box nearby. If I'm lucky, I might even pick some wild fruits. You guys send someone to the river, and the rest of you set up the tents first, said Su Ziqian. The others responded. Fang Wangfei had camping experience and was skilled at setting up tents. Immediately, he asked Su Yuan and Chu Shui to help him with the task. There were 3 tents to set up. If they worked quickly, it wouldn't take too much time. Before leaving, Su Ziqian went to Luo Yuxing and asked to borrow her hiking stick to avoid a situation, like last time, where he couldn't get the ingredients from the airdrop box. For the moment, everyone had something to do. Mu Xini also went to Fang Wangfei and the others to offer a hand. Zhua Hao picked up the bucket beside him and planned to go to the river to fetch water. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhua Hao saw Luo Yuxing still sitting there. For some reason, he thought of the time when Luo Yuxing gave him the airdrop box. Although his agent had repeatedly reminded him to stay away from Luo Yuxing, he couldn't help speaking up. Sister Yuxing, why don't you come with me to the river and pick up some firewood on the way? Sure. Luo Yuxing hadn't intended to just sit there idle. She was just thinking about how to make good use of the things in her bag to have a better meal with the limited resources and equipment. When it came to food, Luo Yuxing was not one to compromise. Zhua Hao was oblivious to what Luo Yuxing was thinking. After calling out to her, he picked up 2 buckets and left. The camping site was specially selected by the program crew, since seawater couldn't be used for daily consumption. There was a freshwater stream around the chosen campsite. As indicated on the map, the 2 of them walked along the way, and Luo Yuxing was also holding quite a few dry branches in her hands, although they didn't exchange a single word during the journey. Luo Yuxing noticed that Zhua Hao stole glances at her several times. However, every time she looked back, he retracted his gaze at lightning speed. When the gurgling sound of water reached their ears, Zhua Hao quickened his steps and reached the stream. A cool breeze wafted over, dispelling the heat on his body. How comfortable it was. After savoring this moment of comfort, Zhua Hao walked to the river formed by the confluence of the stream. To his surprise, he saw small fish swimming in the clear water at the bottom. There were actually fish. Although the fish were small, they made Zhua Hao's mouth water. You know, he was extremely fond of fish. At this time, Luo Yuxing also arrived at the riverside and saw the fish Zhua Hao was talking about. They were so tiny that even if caught, they wouldn't yield more than 2 taels of meat. Small as they were still meat. Who knew if Brother Su would be able to find the airdrop? Zhua Hao still hated to let go of this meat right in front of him. Being a growing lad, he got hungry easily, and he was already famished by now. How unpromising. Luo Yuxing gave Zhua Hao a disdainful look and pushed him aside. Get out of the way, she said. Pushed aside without knowing why, Zhua Hao was a bit dazed. But seeing that Luo Yuxing seemed to have an idea, he couldn't help but look in the direction she was looking at. All he could see was water. Go downstream. Luo Yuxing directly pointed to the downstream of the stream, which was not far from them. Assuming that Luo Yuxing wanted to have fun or enjoy the scenery downstream, Zhua Hao couldn't help frowning. After all, there were still many things to do at the camp. Sister Yuxing, let's fetch water and go back first. Moreover, the tents haven't been set up yet. If we go back now, we can lend a hand, he said. Luo Yuxing looked at Zhua Hao suspiciously. Didn't you say you wanted to eat fish? Zhua Hao rubbed his nose awkwardly and mumbled. On second thought, the fish are so small that there isn't much meat on them. In essence, he didn't want to waste too much time here for such tiny fish. It would be better to go back and help with the work. There might still be big ones. Well, how about this? You take the water back first. I'll stroll around nearby and see if I can find some wild fruits or vegetables. Luo Yuxing pondered for a moment and suggested. In fact, Luo Yuxing herself was uncertain whether there would be fish at the location she had chosen. If she asked Zhua Hao to wait with her and there turned out to be no fish, it would indeed be a great waste of time. Hearing this, Zhua Hao, who was even more convinced that Luo Yuxing was trying to shirk work, said nothing. In fact, they all tacitly agreed that Luo Yuxing couldn't really be of much help. As long as she didn't cause any trouble, that would be sufficient. With the follow, A photographer here, Zhuahao wasn't worried about Luo Yushin's safety. He immediately responded and carried the water back to the camp. On this side, Luo Yushin carried her backpack and walked downstream. At the downstream, there was a stretch of pebbles that had been scoured by the water for who knew how long. When walking on them, there was always a risk of slipping and falling at any moment. Luo Yushin led the way, with the follow-up photographer trailing behind. After Luo Yushin walked forward and saw the photographer carrying the camera approaching, she lent a hand and said, "Be careful." After all, unlike her, the photographer's equipment was quite heavy. After walking for a few minutes, Luo Yushin finally selected a suitable location. She took off her backpack and placed it aside, then started taking things out. When the things Luo Yushin took out came into view, the camera zoomed in for a close-up. There was something resembling plastic wrap and a bag that seemed to contain a net-like object, though it didn't appear to cover a large area. Luo Yushin didn't have the habit of talking to herself. Once she took out the things, she started working on them, leaving the photographer beside her utterly bewildered, having no idea what she was up to. Presumably, anyone who saw these two items would be equally confused. First, Luo Yushin went nearby to move several stones. Then she unwrapped the plastic wrap and attached it to the uneven stones in the stream, blocking the somewhat turbulent current. However, the mountain stream was swift, and even the specially bought plastic wrap was not reliable with just one layer. So, Luo Yushin had to add an extra layer for reinforcement. After diverting the water on one side of the stream, Luo Yushin repeated the same process on the other side, leaving only a relatively small opening in the middle. Taking advantage of this, Luo Yushin then unfolded the knot, so large fishing net at the opening and secured both sides with the stones she had found for a third time. After finishing all these tasks, Luo Yushin clapped her hands together and walked to the edge of the stream. Based on her previous observations, fish passed by this area. As for this method, she learned it from a wilderness traveler a few days ago. Whether it will work or not, she'll just give it a try. Anyway, she won't lose anything if she fails to catch any fish. What she doesn't know is that ever since they saw Zhuahao return to the camp alone, complaints about her have been pouring in. Chapter 19. Can't climb trees? Then learn we haven't even set up the tents yet. It's really not the right time for Sister Luo to play around, Mu Qianyi murmured softly. Nevertheless, her hands deftly assisted Feng Wangfei in erecting the tent. Even Chu Shuai, the usually silent eldest brother, was somewhat discontented with Luo Yushin at this moment. How about we call her back to do something? Even if she doesn't help set up the tents, she could at least build a fire and boil water. It should be known that setting up tents was no easy feat based on their current progress. It might be very late by the time they finished. None of them were accustomed to strenuous labor, and Luo Yushin's act of slacking off was truly unlikable. Hearing their remarks, Zhuahao thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak up for Luo Yushin. Perhaps Sister Yushin can really catch fish. She's probably worried that we'll have nothing to eat tonight. After we finish setting up this tent, I'll go and call her back. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. In fact, even Zhuahao himself wasn't quite convinced that she could catch fish. Su Ziqian had a smooth journey. The program crew had deliberately placed 2 airdrops nearby. After all, it was so late, and everyone could only rely on the airdrops. When he returned to the camp with the 2 airdrops and saw that one tent had already been set up and they were now dividing into teams to set up the remaining 2, he immediately smiled and said, "Your progress is truly remarkable. I seem slow in comparison. Brother Su isn't slow at all. You're amazing to have brought back 2 airdrop boxes. By the way, Brother Su, what's inside?" Mu Qianyi's clear voice rang out, brimming with excitement. All were ingredients. This time, the program crew didn't set any difficult tasks. Most likely, they knew we were extremely hungry and didn't have the heart to let us continue wasting our mental energy on thinking. As he spoke, Su Ziqian clasped his hands in front of the camera, looking grateful. There weren't many ingredients. Before long, Su Ziqian took them all out. There was a piece of beef on the ground and a bag of flour. And that was all. Is there no seasoning? Mu Qianyi walked up to Su Ziqian and looked at the beef and flour in front of her. Without seasoning, even making noodles wouldn't taste good. Moreover, based on the quantity, this flour could only serve as the staple food for 2 people at most. It was indeed unlikely that everyone could have their fill. I'll look around nearby for seasoning. Actually, some basic seasonings can be found. Su Ziqian had crammed some knowledge about the wild for the program before, so he knew more than the others. After saying that, as if remembering something, Su Ziqian looked around with his eyes and asked, "Where is Luo Yushin?" When Su Ziqian mentioned Luo Yushin, there was a moment of silence at the scene. What's going on? Although Su Ziqian knew that Luo Yushin was a troublemaker, he also hoped that she wouldn't cause any more commotion. After what happened in the afternoon, he was a bit more relieved about her, but now it seemed that he still couldn't let his guard down. Just now, Sister Luo said she was going with Zhuo to fetch water. Then Zhuo came back with the water. But Sister Luo didn't. She said she was going fishing, Mu Xinyi said, slightly pouting. It was obvious that the excuse of fishing was completely fake. Although Su Ziqian was somewhat dissatisfied with Luo Yushin slacking off, he thought that she was, after all, a girl. Moreover, it was getting dark. Immediately, he said to Zhuo Xiaohao, go and call her back. By the way, pick up some dry branches along the way. Xinyi, watch the fire first and boil some more water for everyone. I understand, Brother Su. You can leave it to me with confidence, Mu Xinyi promised solemnly. When Zhuo reached the stream, he couldn't find Luo Yuxing. He couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Sister Yuxing? Where are you, Sister Yuxing? After shouting for a long time without a response, Zhuo started walking downstream. After all, Luo Yuxing had intended to go downstream before. However, it was dusk now, and the sky had darkened considerably. It wouldn't be long before it was completely dark, and the path would become even more difficult to walk on. As he thought about it, Zhuo quickened his pace. He walked all the way and shouted all the way. When Luo Yuxing heard Zhuo's voice, she was frowning and looking at the bird's nest in the tree. Originally, she had wanted to look for a pheasant's nest to see if she could steal some wild pheasant eggs. As a result, she didn't find a pheasant's nest. But she did find a bird's nest, which was in the tree. Luo Yuxing couldn't climb trees, even if she wanted to learn on the spot. She had just tried briefly and found that she couldn't climb up. She could only see the bird's nest but couldn't reach it. So when she heard Zhuo's voice, a smile involuntarily appeared in Luo Yuxing's eyes, making her already beautiful little face even more stunning. However, it somehow seemed a bit malicious. I'm here. Hearing the response, Zhuo also let out a sigh of relief. When Zhuo approached Luo Yuxing, before he could say a word, Luo Yuxing preempted him. Can you climb a tree? Zhuo was momentarily stunned but then honestly shook his head. As a child raised in the city, he truly lacked the skill of tree climbing. Then learn it now. Luo Yuxing made a decisive decision, pointing at the big tree in front. There's a bird's nest up there. See if you can climb up. I'll go pack up my things and meet you here later. Originally, Luo Yuxing had come here in search of food, so her backpack was still by the stream. Watching Luo Yuxing leave so briskly, Zhuo stared at the tree in front of him, then looked blankly at the cameraman. Can you climb a tree? Regardless of whether Zhuo could successfully climb the tree or not, at the camp where the program crew was stationed, Li Hongsheng had another argument with Mu Hanji. Director Mu, I understand that you have strong objections to Luo Yuxing. However, after all, we're making a program. It's not appropriate to go too far. Li Hongsheng said with a displeased look on his face. Just now, Mu Hanji had asked him to delete all the footage after separating Luo Yuxing and Zhuo, leaving only the part at the beginning when she walked downstream, creating an illusion that she was being lazy and wandering around. Although initially, Li Hongsheng also intended for Luo Yuxing to maintain her vase persona, and it was normal for her to be a bit lazy and temperamental. But it had to be based on real, life situations. He didn't require Luo Yuxing to strictly follow the script. In fact, Luo Yuxing had been working hard to find food later. Just based on this, Li Hongsheng disagreed with Mu Hanji's attempt to completely negate all of Luo Yuxing's efforts. Efforts? What good can her efforts do? You don't really think she can catch fish with that stupid method, do you? Do you think those fish are as stupid as she is? Mu Hanji sneered. Even if she can't catch fish, there's no need to cut out all her subsequent efforts. Li Hongsheng still stuck to his opinion. The remaining staff members were as quiet as mice. Yet they were all pricking up their ears to secretly eavesdrop on the amicable conversation between the two big shots. There's no point at all. Was the airtime given to her just for her to waste? Unless she catches fish, what right does she have to waste the airtime? Mu Hanji sneered coldly. Li Hongsheng sighed softly in his heart. Yet he also knew that it was highly unlikely for Luo Yuxing to catch fish. Chapter 20. You're fine after the fall. Just don't break the bird eggs. As the setting sun cast its glow, the world was bathed in a soft, mellow hue of ochre. A gentle evening breeze carried a hint of coolness. With her shoes thoroughly soaked, Luo Yuxing couldn't help but feel a faint shiver of chill. After wading through the brook, Luo Yuxing first checked her backpack. The wild loquats and various wild vegetables she had picked earlier were still safely stowed away. Then she turned her attention to the fishing net, hoping for a good catch. She had checked the net once before, but only caught 2 tiny fish. They were so small that she released them right away. She could only hope that this time would yield better results. As she approached the net, a sudden splash caught her off guard. The water splashed directly into her eyes, and she instinctively shut them. The foreign, body sensation in her eyes made her a bit uncomfortable. Thankfully, the discomfort was only fleeting. When she regained her composure and opened her eyes, she was overjoyed to see a fish trapped in the net, struggling desperately. This fish was truly plump and full of vigor. Even during the short time Luo Yuxing was there, its violent thrashing had loosened the net considerably. If she had arrived any later, there was a good chance it would have escaped. To prevent the fish from getting away, Luo Yuxing quickly rummaged through her backpack and took out a plastic bag. She swiftly covered the fish with it and managed to catch it. Then she let some water from the brook flow into the bag. After completing these tasks, Luo Yuxing began to gather up the remaining plastic wrap and the fishing net. Once she had packed them all into her backpack, she set off to find Zhuahao, carrying the fish in one hand and the wild loquats and vegetables in the other. All the way, Luo Yuxing was in high spirits. Looking at what she held in her hands, she knew it was a bountiful harvest. The photography guy also took several close-ups of the fish in Luo Yuxing's hand. As he followed Luo Yuxing all the way, he still couldn't quite believe that she had really caught a fish. Regarding Luo Yuxing, there were quite a few rumors in the circle. Most of them revolved around her reputation as a jealous woman and the perception that she was nothing more than a pretty face with utter stupidity. However, the current Luo Yuxing made him feel a bit of admiration. After covering so many seasons, Luo Yuxing could be said to be the only person he had ever seen who was so calm. Thinking about it, it was truly the case. Since morning, Luo Yuxing had given him the impression of being extremely composed, as if there was nothing to worry about. Have you found any bird eggs? Luo Yuxing's voice came before she arrived, with a hint of amusement in her words. At this moment, Zhuahao was slowly climbing up the tree, hugging the trunk. Thanks to his regular exercise, although it was his first time climbing a tree, he was doing it rather decently. Zhuahao was proudly waiting for Luo Yuxing's praise. Unexpectedly, he heard her voice filled with regret. Why haven't you reached the top yet? Isn't it a survival instinct? His handsome little face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Zhuahao turned his head to look at Luo Yuxing under the tree and said defiantly, "It's already good enough that I can climb up here. Besides, can your survival instinct make you climb trees?" "Of course, my survival instinct can't make me climb trees. I'm not a rat," Luo Yuxing said seriously. At first, Zhuahao didn't understand, but when he did, he felt like biting Luo Yuxing even more. She had actually called him a rat. However, having already climbed about 2/3 of the tree, Zhuahao would surely grit his teeth and continue. Immediately, he ignored Luo Yuxing's teasing beneath the tree and inched his way up bit by bit. When he actually reached the bird eggs, his eyes lit up instantly. There were really bird eggs. "Stay on the branch first. Don't fall," Luo Yuxing said. "No need. I can just climb down directly," Zhuahao replied confidently. "Don't. It doesn't matter if you fall, but if the eggs break, all your efforts of climbing will be in vain," Luo Yuxing stated seriously with a solemn look. If only she weren't so serious. The more solemn she was, the more Zhuahao felt like punching someone. Sitting on the branch in a foul mood, Zhuahao was eager to see how Luo Yuxing planned to get her bird eggs safely down. As if oblivious to the sulking young man on the branch, Luo Yuxing took out a thin rope and a transparent plastic bag from her backpack. She casually tied a small pebble to one end of the rope and then tied the knotted plastic bag to it. After finishing all this, she threw it up to Zhuahao above. After receiving the pebble, Zhuahao untied the plastic bag, put all the bird eggs into it, and asked, "Should I just throw it down and you catch it below?" "Absolutely not. Hold the other end of the rope firmly," Luo Yuxing said as she stepped back a few paces, straightened the rope, and then loosened it by about 20 centimeters before saying, "Just let the bag slide down along the rope." The plastic bag containing the bird eggs descended due to gravity and smoothly slid into Luo Yuxing's hands along the rope. As for the slackened 20-centimeter rope, it was because she didn't want the eggs to break due to the eggs hitting something under the force of inertia. Even if it hit Luo Yuxing's hand, she couldn't guarantee that the eggs wouldn't break. Once the eggs arrived safely, Luo Yuxing retrieved the fish from the camera operator and looked up at Zhuahao, saying, "Hurry down. We don't have much time left." It was okay when he climbed up just now, but now that Zhuahao had to climb down the tree, looking at the height below, his legs couldn't help but tremble. However, he still refused to admit defeat and said, "Got it. So naggy, isn't it just climbing down the tree? A piece of cake. Yes, at worst you'll fall. Anyway, your butt will hit the ground first. Your buttocks are quite plump," Luo Yuxing seriously concurred, though there was a strong glint of amusement in her eyes. Zhuahao blushed with anger, but still stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Gritting his teeth, he hugged the tree trunk with his limbs, not caring how he looked as long as he didn't fall. When he finally set foot on the ground and felt the solidness beneath his feet, before he could even boast a bit, A red plastic bag appeared in front of him. Since it was so close, he could clearly see the shadow of the fish inside. Didn't you want to eat it? If it gets any later, you'll have to eat raw fish slices, Luo Yusheng said, then turned around and walked away with the fish in hand. Right now, Zhuao's body and mind were completely captivated by the fish. All his complaints vanished. Seeing Luo Yusheng walking away, he quickly quickened his steps to follow, his gait becoming much lighter and more lively. Chapter 21. Dad, I hate Mom. Zhuao was squatting beside, washing the wild vegetables that Luo Yusheng had picked. He couldn't help but exclaim again, Sister, you're truly remarkable. You've said that 3 times already, Luo Yusheng replied without looking up, her hands deftly handling the large, plump fish she just caught. Evidently, Zhuao, who believed that with fish, all things are possible, was overjoyed at the moment. Every now and then, he'd cast a glance at the big fish, his eyes shining brightly. Once Luo Yusheng finished dealing with the fish, Zhuao had also washed the rest. As soon as Luo Yusheng put the fish into the bag, Zhuao immediately took it over and said, Sister, you've worked so hard. Let me carry it. Faced with Zhuao's obsequious smile, Luo Yusheng couldn't help but smile as well, glad to have a bit of ease. She promptly handed the bag to Zhuao and followed him back to the camp with her backpack on her back. On the way, Luo Yusheng picked up quite a few dry branches. After all, one could never have too many of these things, only too few. When they returned to the camp, the sky had already darkened. Seeing Zhuao and Luo Yusheng coming back one after another, Mu Qianyi greeted Zhuao with a smile and said, Zhuao, why did you come back so late? Brother Su has asked about you several times. Because we had a great harvest, Zhuao replied, beaming with happiness. What kind of harvest? Is it something to eat? Su Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Zhuao and Su Yuan were good friends. Seeing Su Yuan's question, Zhuao walked over with the bag in a deliberately mysterious manner and then opened it for him to look inside. Seeing Su Yuan's surprised expression, Mu Qianyi pouted slightly and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, What is it? You're being so secretive. Hurry up and let me have a look. Luo Yusheng had no time to care about them. She walked straight to the campfire. At that moment, the fire was burning vigorously. One could feel waves of heat as they got closer. She took off her soaked hiking boots and placed them obliquely beside her. Then she removed her wet socks. Having been soaked in water for quite some time, Luo Yusheng felt that the skin on her feet had turned pale. How did your feet get wet? Su Ziqian walked to the campfire with a bowl in his hand. There was, mixed batter in the bowl, which was the ingredient for their dinner, dumplings and soup. Luo Yusheng had fair skin. Her once fair and petite feet now carried a pallor from long term soaking in water. It wasn't an unpleasant sight. Yet it made Su Ziqian feel a bit uncomfortable. I got them wet when wading through the water, Luo Yusheng replied. Su Ziqian nodded and then started to pour the batter into the water. His cooking skills were not outstanding, but compared with those who couldn't cook at all, he had at least cooked dumplings and soup before. Fang Wangfei and Xu Shuai didn't come over to talk to Luo Yusheng because they knew she was being lazy, and they didn't have a good impression of her. After warming herself by the fire for a while, Luo Yusheng looked at Zhuao not far away. Xiaohao, bring the fish here, she said. As soon as Luo Yusheng finished speaking, Su Ziqian stopped what he was doing. You caught fish? You caught fish? Xu Shuai was also surprised over there. Yes, I released the small fish as they didn't have much meat. I only brought back a big one, Luo Yusheng said. This time, Handsome Chu walked over. Seeing Luo Yusheng taking out the fish, which looked quite plump, he never expected that fish could really be caught here. However, he wondered, what did you use to catch it? Luo Yusheng didn't conceal it and explained how she caught the fish. On the side, Mu Qianyi's face turned a bit ugly when she saw that Luo Yusheng had truly caught a fish. But since the recording was still going on, Mu Qianyi forced a smile and said, Sister Luo, these plastic products can pollute the environment. If they flow into the ocean, they'll cause marine pollution. You should be cautious when using them. Rest assured, I've put away all the used plastic bags and won't leave them here to pollute the environment. Luo Yusheng replied with a gentle smile. She asked Zhuo how to take 2/3 of the mushrooms to make mushroom soup. Then Luo Yusheng processed the remaining wild vegetables and mushrooms and stuffed them into the fish's belly. After filling it to the brim, she used a large-sized safety pin she'd brought to sew up the fish's abdomen. After finishing all this, Luo Yusheng sharpened a branch, inserted it through the fish's mouth, and then put it directly over the fire to roast. Seeing that Luo Yusheng had finished her work, Zhuao ran to her side and said, Sister Yusheng, let me keep an eye on this. You go and take a rest first. Then Zhuao said to Su Ziqian, who was cooking dumplings nearby, Brother Su, you don't know. It was Sister Yusheng who spotted the bird eggs I fetched just now. but she can't climb trees. Yes, climbing trees still depends on you. After all, it's your survival instinct, Luo Yuxing said with a beaming smile, and then wrapped the bird eggs in tin foil and tossed them into the fire. Upon reflecting on his own tree climbing appearance, even without seeing it himself, Zuohao instinctively felt it couldn't be appealing. Immediately, he gave a soft cough to change the topic. Sister Yuxing is truly remarkable. She picked so many loquats. And there are so many wild vegetables I don't recognize. It's quite normal that you don't know those wild vegetables. If you had grown up in the countryside, not only would you be familiar with wild vegetables, but you'd also be an adept tree climber, said Luo Yuxing as she peeled a loquat. Surprisingly, they're rather sweet. Hearing this, Zuohao looked surprised. Is Sister Yuxing from the countryside? Yes, I'm a native of the countryside, Luo Yuxing replied while munching on the loquat, finding it delicious. She popped another one into her mouth. Meanwhile, Mu Qianyi seemed to have vanished. There was no sign of her. Over there. Su Ziqian tossed a handful of wild vegetables into the gruel. After letting it simmer for a while, he invited everyone to have a meal. Here, Su Ziqian also noticed the sign held by the staff not far away, which reminded them that the live broadcast would commence in 5 minutes. Casually glancing at his watch, Su Ziqian remarked, "It'll be 7 o'clock in 5 minutes. Time has really flown by. I thought it was only 6. Where has Qianyi gone?" Fong Wangfei brought over the chopsticks and bowls for everyone, but was puzzled not to see Mu Qianyi. She seemed to say she wanted to take a stroll nearby, Su Yuan whispered. Now that the gruel was ready, Su Ziqian simply ladled the bowl and set it aside for Mu Qianyi, while the rest was shared among the others. During the first live streaming session of Wild, both long time and new viewers of Wild awaited it eagerly, especially the fans of the guests. In the last few minutes before the live stream started, the comments on the platform refreshed at an astonishing speed. Each refresh brought a batch of brand new comments without repetition. However, upon closer inspection, it was noticeable that almost every few comments were those opposing Luo Yuxing. Some hoped she would voluntarily leave Wild, while others expected the production team to oust her according to the public will. Those who posted malicious comments were scattered across the city. Some were at home. Some were still working overtime at the company, some were in internet cafes, and some were in restaurants. In a newly opened robotic children's restaurant in City A, 2 women in their mid-20s were sitting at a table. The short-haired woman in a white blazer scrolled through her phone and remarked, "In my opinion, having Luo Yuxing, a mere pretty face, join Wild is the biggest blunder of this show." Exactly. Moreover, Luo Yuxing is so shameless. Who knows if she'll try to seduce our Ziqian, sighed the woman in a yellow sundress sitting across from her. Maybe she's so desperate that she wouldn't even spare Su Yuan, sneered the short-haired woman. The ugly always cause trouble. Just seeing her makes me lose my appetite. I don't think her face is that attractive. Instead, she's quite flirtatious, said the woman in the sundress as she picked up the water cup beside her and took a sip. What they didn't notice was that, at some unknown time, 2 adorable little kids had stood behind them. Qi Zhongyu stared icily with a small face at the 2 women with their backs turned to him. Beside him, Qi Zhongling also wore a cold and charming look on her small face, pouting most unhappily. "Auntie," at the crisp voice. The 2 women simultaneously turned around and looked at little Zhongyu who had spoken. Seeing how handsome and adorable he was, the short-haired woman couldn't help smiling. "What's up, little one? What do you want to tell Auntie?" "Auntie, you look so hideous when you speak ill of others behind their backs." Qi Zhongyu enunciated each word, his small face frosty. Beside him, upon hearing her brother's words, Qi Zhongling sweetly chimed in, "Speaking ill of others, and he looks so ugly." Suddenly scolded as ugly by the 2 children who had appeared out of nowhere, the short-haired woman's face turned ashen. "Whose kids are you? Don't you have any manners? You scolded Mom. You're the one without manners." After Qi Zhongling shouted, Qi Zhongyu shielded her behind him. Yet she still defiantly poked her head out from behind him. At the children's restaurant, most people came with their own kids, and the 2 women in front were no exception. However, their children were now playing in the ball pit. At this moment, seeing Qi Zhongyu and the other child confronting the 2 women, some worried people began to inquire where their parents were, lest the kids should suffer without their parents around. Qi Yuqing had just finished a phone call. Frowning and checking the time, he realized that the 2 kids who had gone out to get fruits had been away for quite a long time. Immediately, he decided to go out and look for them. Just as he reached the vicinity of the buffet counter, he spotted his own children not far away, in a stand-off with 2 women. Immediately, Qi Yuqing's expression turned cold. He quickened his pace and walked over. "What's going on?" The moment Qi Zhongyu and Qi Zhongling saw Qi Yuqing approaching, Qi Zhongyu pursed his lips and remained silent, while Qi Zhongling ran to Qi Yuqing's feet. Dad. They're scolding Mom. At this time, the live broadcast had already started. Due to the appearance of the two children, the two women had no intention of watching the live broadcast, yet the page had automatically jumped over. So Qi Yuqing guessed the general situation at a glance, and also knew what kind of situation it was when they were scolding Luo Yuxing. After all, Luo Yuxing was being scolded by quite a few people at present. Sweetie, Xiaoling must have misheard. They weren't talking about your mom. Qi Yuqing gently consoled Qi Zhongling. Although Qi Zhongling was a bit confused, since she believed that her dad wouldn't lie to her. She also began to think that she and her brother had misheard and that they weren't scolding her mom. Compared with Qi Zhongling, Qi Zhongyu obviously didn't believe Qi Yuqing's words and stubbornly pursed his lips, looking displeased. The two women who had fallen silent since Qi Yuqing's appearance had not guessed that the mother of Qi Zhongyu and Qi Zhongling was Luo Yuxing before. And they still didn't know now. They just thought the two kids had mistaken them for someone else. However, seeing Qi Yuqing with his handsome appearance and an air of extreme nobility, they didn't put on an aggressive attitude. Sir, are they your children? Yes. The kids are still young and don't understand things well. Some misunderstandings have occurred. Qi Yuqing's voice was cold. Although he said so, there wasn't much apology in his tone. It's not a big deal to meet us today, but you should be more careful in the future. The woman in a little foreign-style dress spoke and gave Qi Yuqing a gentle smile. Qi Yuqing nodded slightly and didn't intend to have much interaction with them. Immediately, he picked up Qi Zhongling and took Qi Zhongyu's hand. Excuse me. When they returned to their seats, Qi Zhongyu still wore a cold expression. Seeing this, Qi Yuqing's expression softened slightly. What's wrong, little you? Dad, I hate Mom, Qi Zhongyu said in a low voice. Do you really hate Mom? Qi Yuqing sighed inwardly. Although he divorced Luo Yuxing and didn't intend to let her raise the children, after all, Qi Yuqing still didn't want his children to hate and resent their mother. Yes, I hate her. After saying that, Qi Zhongyu lowered his head and began to eat the pineapple fried rice in the bowl. Qi Zhongling sat beside him, pouting slightly upon hearing Qi Zhongyu's words. I like Mom. Then if you stay with Mom, you won't be able to see Dad or me in the future. Qi Zhongyu turned his head and said to Qi Zhongling fiercely. With red-rimmed eyes, Qi Zhongling immediately felt extremely aggrieved. Seeing his younger sister sad, Qi Zhongyu felt awkward again. Don't cry. If you cry again, you're not allowed to like Mom. Then if I don't cry, can I like her? Qi Zhongling was so scared that she held back her tears. Yes, Qi Zhongyu replied crossly. Seeing Qi Zhongling smiling brightly, he gave a soft snort. Looking at the two children in front of him, Qi Yuqing couldn't help but fix his gaze on Qi Zhongyu. Hate her? In fact, Qi Yuqing had always sensed that his son's feelings towards Luo Yuxing seemed rather complicated. Although he had accompanied them as they grew up over the years, there were still numerous moments when he was not by their side. Therefore, Qi Yuqing remained oblivious to what had transpired between his son and Luo Yuxing. Chapter 22. I'm getting a divorce in the bustling live streaming room from the moment the live stream started. The barrage of comments refused to halt for a single moment. When the live stream commenced, the people in the frame were already having their dinner. They were sipping on the millet mush while chatting. Beside Luo Yuxing, there was a plate of washed loquats, which had just been washed for her by Su Yuan. After all, Luo Yuxing's shoes were wet at the moment, and it wasn't convenient for her to walk around barefooted. Evidently, watching the live stream footage made people's thoughts more straightforward. I'm confessing my love to Brother Qian from the front row. This millet mush clearly looks like it's made by Brother Qian. It seems Brother Qian is the chef again this episode. Su Yuan, Mom loves you. I hope the guests can take good care of our Su Yuan. Luo Yuxing actually took off her shoes and is eating there. Isn't she being disgusting? Disgusting Luo Yuxing. She wants to make everyone lose their appetite so she can hog more delicious food. Exactly. And only she has loquats beside her. Is this special treatment? Where's my Xiani? You started the meal without waiting for everyone. Are you trying to starve our Xiani? Suddenly noticed a fish, and then saw Baby House staring at the fish. Huh. Luo Yuxing and the others couldn't see the barrage. So even though they knew the live stream had started, they just carried on with their activities, eating and drinking as usual, oblivious to what the people in the barrage were saying. Even without seeing it, Luo Yuxing could easily infer that there must be people scolding her, only with different angles and choice of words. The taste of the dumpling soup was rather bland. It was only when Luo Yuxing started eating that she realized they had few seasonings. Fortunately, it wasn't unpalatable. Given the small portion, everyone finished it with a few mouthfuls. Although they had drunk quite a lot of soup, everyone's stomachs were still growling in unison. Zuahao stared at the grilled fish in front of him, turning it over from time to time. Sister Yuxing, when will it be done? Wait a little longer. Saying so, Luo Yuxing took out a black waterproof bag from her backpack and then several seasoning bottles from the waterproof bag. She handed the cumin, salt and pepper, and barbecue powder to Zuahao. Sprinkle them evenly. Originally, the grilled fish only had its natural freshness, but with these seasonings, it was elevated to a whole new level of deliciousness. As a food lover, Zuahao had done a fair amount of barbecuing, so he made full use of these seasonings. After eating 2 loquats, Luo Yuxing put on her dried socks again and walked towards another bonfire nearby. There was a pot of soup simmering over it, made from the mushrooms she had picked earlier. The thought of that wild and delicious mushroom soup was enough to whet one's appetite. Just then, Mu Qianyi returned. Brother Su, look what delicious things I've found. The girl's delicate and melodious laughter rang out, accompanied by a hint of little pride in the live stream room. Almost instantly, Mu Qianyi's fans started flooding the screen with messages. Mu Qianyi was a charming young girl, full of vitality. Her appearance at this moment was like that of a little sun. Even the fans of other guests couldn't help but like her. Behold your elation. What wonderful thing have you discovered? Su Ziqian promptly rose to his feet and approached Mu Qianyi. Observing this, Mu Qianyi, with an air of mystery, presented the airdrop box in her hand to Su Ziqian, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Upon glimpsing the contents within, Su Ziqian's face also lit up with delight. Remarkable, Qianyi. You've truly unearthed something extraordinary, he exclaimed. Their exchange piqued the interest of the audience in the live streaming room, prompting a flurry of discussions. What on earth have they found? I'm simply dying of curiosity. Indeed, Ziqian appears utterly astounded. How frustrating. Why don't they reveal it already? Precisely. Before long, the other guests were also captivated. Although Zuahao was preoccupied with the grilled fish, his curiosity got the better of him. He entrusted the fish to Su Yuan and hastened over. Self-heating hot pot. Zuahao exclaimed in pleasant surprise. It's even my favorite brand. The program crew is truly considerate, isn't it? I'd say it's Qianyi's good fortune. Didn't Ziqian come back empty-handed earlier? Fang Longfei guffawed. Su Ziqian took the jest in good humor, smiling wryly. It seems I'm really getting on in years. I managed to miss such crucial supplies. Su Ziqian was only 27, not particularly old in the entertainment circle. Hearing his self-deprecating remark, Mu Qianyi covered her lips and giggled. Brother Su, you mustn't be so modest. You're still in the prime of your youth. Precisely. If we're talking about age, I'm the eldest here, Chu Shuai added with a laugh. The atmosphere here was extremely harmonious. Several people chatted and laughed merrily, and their moods were evidently full of delight. By contrast, Luo Yuxing, sitting alone by the campfire, seemed rather left out, giving an impression of being isolated. After putting the seasonings into the mushroom soup, Luo Yuxing replaced the pot lid and then returned to the big campfire. Meanwhile, Su Ziqian and the others started to unpack the hot pot ingredients. After all, everyone was hungry. Now that they had found something to eat, they naturally intended to consume it. Mu Qianyi casually sat beside Luo Yuxing, holding the dumpling soup that Su Ziqian had given her and eating it slowly. From time to time, she responded to their questions, such as where the airdrop box was found just now and what problems they had encountered, etc. Since Mu Qianyi had found the most crucial supplies for everyone. For a moment, her fans in the live streaming room were blindly overconfident, flooding the screen with titles like Lucky Charm and High IQ. She was regarded as highly intelligent because after she recited the question on the airdrop box just now, none of the numerous viewers in the live streaming room could come up with the answer for a while, and it was she herself who finally revealed the solution. Luo Yuxing sat there, watching Mu Qianyi talk eloquently. Coincidentally, Mu Qianyi was sitting right next to her. Obviously, they would be compared, especially as they were the only 2 female guests. Thinking about this, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on Luo Yuxing's face, illuminated by the firelight. Her delicate and charming face seemed to glow, unconsciously drawing people's attention. Mu Qianyi was in the middle of speaking when she looked up and noticed that Su Ziqian, who was talking to her, wasn't looking at her but at the person beside her. Involuntarily, he turned his head to glance at Luo Yuxing, who was peeling loquats beside him. Seeing her alluring smile, he sneered inwardly. She was just like a seductive fairy. Fortunately, Su Ziqian was only in a momentary daze. Apart from Mu Qianyi, who happened to notice him, no one else detected it. And in the live streaming room, no one would discover such a subtle incident. 15 minutes passed in a flash, and the fragrance of the hot pot was wafting continuously. The hot pot, by its very nature, was a strongly flavored dish. Its fragrance forcefully penetrated everyone's nostrils. Over there, Zhua Hao and Su Yuan were already waiting with chopsticks in hand. When it was time to start eating the hot pot, seeing that Luo Yuxing didn't leave the campfire, Su Ziqian filled a bowl with some food and walked towards her. Although the amount was not large, it was still something for her to eat. As soon as the fish was roasted, Luo Yuxing placed it aside and took the bowl from Su Ziqian. "If I eat, there will be less for you all. It doesn't matter how much you eat," Su Ziqian said with a gentle smile, and then returned to the group. There were indeed not many ingredients in the bowl: a piece of corn, some hot pot vermicelli, 2 slices of meat, and some vegetables. However, despite the small quantity, it tasted quite good. Truly, it lived up to the high-quality catering provided at the director level. Before Luo Yuxing could finish her food, Zhua Hao had already dragged Su Yuan over. There was still a little food left in Su Yuan's hot pot bowl, but it seemed he was still hungry as he kept fishing with his chopsticks. "Sister Yuxing, is the fish ready?" Perhaps due to his hasty eating, there was some hot pot sauce on Zhua Hao's lips. His somewhat impatient appearance made Luo Yuxing can't help but want to laugh. In fact, Luo Yuxing really smiled at him. "Have you still not been satiated after eating so much? I'm still growing. How could this amount be enough?" Zhua Hao said indifferently, his eyes fixed intently on the grilled fish. After gobbling up the remaining hot pot noodles in the bowl in just a few mouthfuls, Luo Yuxing picked up the grilled fish. "Where's the bowl? There are quite a lot of vegetables in the fish's belly. Surely I can't let you gnaw on it directly?" When Zhua Hao fetched the bowl, Luo Yuxing first removed the large safety pin, and then used the end of the chopsticks she hadn't eaten with to scoop out all the wild vegetables and mushrooms stuffed inside the fish's belly. Perhaps having soaked up the soup in the fish's belly, once they landed in the bowl, the overbearing fragrance mixed with the scent of fish and herbs instantly whetted everyone's appetite. Right after that, Luo Yuxing directly reached out and broke off a piece of the crispy, roasted meat on the fish's back. "You can divide the rest of the fish among yourselves." In fact, Luo Yuxing only broke off a small piece of the fish. Both Zhua Hao and Su Yuan's eyes lit up. However, they didn't intend to hog it all. Although the fish was not small, the total amount of meat was limited. The others also took their young age into consideration and only took a small piece as a formality, leaving the rest for the two of them. Luo Yuxing's real aim was the vegetables from the fish's belly. Especially the mushrooms, after soaking up the fragrant fish soup, were incredibly delicious. When the mushrooms entered her mouth, the rich aroma seemed to explode between her lips and teeth. Her taste buds were instantly awakened, recording this wonderful moment. Mu Qianyi watched from afar as Luo Yuxing was enjoying her meal with an indulgent look on her face. Annoyed that she didn't even invite them to share, Mu Qianyi felt rather miffed. Oddly enough, that enticing fragrance kept wafting over. She was utterly bewildered as to what on earth Luo Yuxing had added to the dishes to make them smell so delectable. Among them, Su Ziqian was the most laid back. He had brought Luo Yuxing hot pot food just now, and now he had taken a seat beside her and sampled several mouthfuls. There were others who were tempted to have a taste. Yet, perhaps due to what had happened before, none of them came over to take a bite. The 1-hour live streaming session ended before they knew it. Without having to guess, Luo Yuxing was well aware that many people were scolding her for being selfish with the food. Well, so what if she was? Originally, Luo Yuxing had intended to make good use of this first live stream. Evidently, Mu Hanji had the same idea. It was quite obvious that it was highly abnormal for Mu Qianyi to happen to find the airdrop box at that moment. However, Luo Yuxing was in no hurry. There was plenty of time ahead, and it was only the first day. After finishing the dishes and sipping a bowl of mushroom soup, fully satiated, Luo Yuxing carried a basin of lukewarm water into the tent she shared with Mu Qianyi. After removing her makeup, she applied a facial mask and then leisurely stepped out of the tent. By the bonfire, everyone gradually took their seats. Seeing the facial mask on Luo Yuxing's face, Zhua Hao burst into laughter. "Sister Yuxing, do you have to be so fastidious?" "Of course, I do," Luo Yuxing replied. "Zhua Hao and Su Yuan, why don't you two also be dapper young lads? If only I could raise an eyebrow with this facial mask on." In response, both of them shook their heads vigorously. One of them complained, "Why did you only ask the two of them and not us?" Su Ziqian asked slowly. Meeting Su Ziqian's smiling eyes, Luo Yuxing raised her hand to press the edge of the facial mask and sighed helplessly. After all, only they two are boys. Su Ziqian was stunned for a moment, and then turned his head and gave a soft chuckle. It had to be said that Su Ziqian had a very pleasant voice. The deep, toned voice that Luo Yuxing adored. At this moment, that laugh also made Luo Yuxing can't help but look over. "What's wrong?" Being looked at by Luo Yuxing inexplicably, Su Ziqian couldn't help asking. Speaking of Su Ziqian, his appearance combined with his personality perfectly matched the 8 character description, a gentle and elegant gentleman, as warm and smooth as jade. Back then, when Luo Yuxing first met Qi Yuqing, she was also deceived by him. She thought he was some kind of gentle and noble young master. But unexpectedly, he was just a cold and aloof iceberg. Realizing that she had unconsciously thought of Qi Yuqing again, Luo Yuxing quickly drove the thought out of her mind, looked at Su Ziqian, and said, "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought that Ziqian is really handsome." "Sister Luo, you're a married woman. Is it okay to say so?" Mu Xianyi said with a teasing smile. However, Luo Yuxing could tell that her smile didn't reach her eyes, and she was just saying it on purpose. Feeling that a large amount of the essence on the facial mask had been absorbed, Luo Yuxing simply tore off the mask. Her long and narrow, beautiful eyes were dotted with bits of smiles. "Of course it's okay. Didn't I tell you? I'm getting divorced." Chapter 23. Blissfully unaware of one's good fortune, Luo Yuxing's natural face was not as shocking as the news she had just released. Gently massaging the essence on her face to aid absorption, Luo Yuxing sat there by herself. She originally had no intention of hiding the fact that she was getting divorced. Whether it was said earlier or later, or at any particular time, it made no difference. Nowadays, divorce has almost become the norm in society. It makes us post-2000s enter the stage of marriage phobia, Zhua Hao said, feigning a profound sigh. Marriage phobia? That's because you haven't met someone who can make you find the courage. Moreover, judging from your appearance, you're not destined for these 2 words, Luo Yuxing retorted. Rolling her eyes at Zhua Hao, Su Ziqian let out a soft chuckle, and shortly after, Su Yuan also turned his head and snickered. Without hesitation, Zhua Hao slung his arm around Su Yuan's neck and said menacingly, "Stinky boy, how dare you snicker?" Whether intentionally or not, during the subsequent conversation, everyone avoided the topic of divorce. Even when Mu Qianyi tried to steer the conversation towards it several times, Su Ziqian managed to divert it. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, when Luo Yuxing woke up, there was no one in the tent. Perhaps she had walked for too long the previous day, and she felt a great deal of soreness in her calves. Sitting up, Luo Yuxing took a moment to shake off the drowsiness before getting up and leaving the tent. "Awake?" At the entrance, Su Ziqian said as he watched Luo Yuxing come out of the tent. "Were you waiting for me?" Luo Yuxing was slightly puzzled. At this moment, Su Ziqian was sitting beside the campfire, not seemingly engaged in anything, but rather looking as if he was waiting for someone. With a slight nod of his head, Su Ziqian said, "Hurry up and freshen up. Otherwise, if we dawdle over there, there might not be any food left." Luo Yuxing was utterly confused. Yet she still followed Su Ziqian's advice and quickly took care of her personal hygiene. As she patted the skin, freshening lotion on her face, Luo Yuxing walked towards Su Ziqian, saying as she walked, "What on earth is going on?" And seeing the bag in Luo Yuxing's hand, Su Ziqian couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. "What's that you're holding?" "Essence, lotion, eye cream, day cream, sunscreen, and primer." As she spoke, Luo Yuxing even opened the bag for him to have a look. Although they were all specially prepared small bottles, it still made Su Ziqian feel a bit dizzy. "Let me carry it for you. It'll be inconvenient for you to apply while holding it." Feeling the weight in her hand lighten, Luo Yuxing saw Su Ziqian, who had taken the bag for her. Although she was momentarily stunned, she soon broke into a smile. "Then, thank you. All the way." Su Ziqian watched as Luo Yuxing carefully applied skin care products to her face step by step. She was truly extremely meticulous and refined. However, thinking about Luo Yuxing's fair and flawless skin with no visible pores and even without dark circles under her eyes, it was no wonder that she took such good care of it. A woman beautifies herself for the one who appreciates her. Su Ziqian had indeed heard about Luo Yuxing's feelings for Qi Yuqing. In the past, he rather sympathized with Qi Yuqing, but now his thoughts were somewhat different. After getting along for more than a day, Su Ziqian still held quite a favorable impression of Luo Yuxing. Although she loved beauty and was fastidious, she never caused trouble to others. Moreover, she was capable of far more than people imagined. In short, she was an intelligent girl. Due to Luo Yuxing applying skin care products while walking, the two of them didn't make quick progress. It was only after Luo Yuxing finished applying sunscreen that they finally reached their destination. "Brother Su, Sister Yuxing, hurry up." From afar, they heard Zhua Hao's voice shouting. Looking up, Luo Yuxing guessed that this place should be the director group's camping site the previous night. The reason why the others had arrived earlier was that for the breakfast task set by the program group, only those in pairs could come for breakfast. Su Ziqian, who was lagging behind, had to wait for Luo Yushin before they could come together. By the time they arrived, there wasn't much breakfast left. However, everyone had saved some for them. After Luo Yushin and Su Ziqian ate buns and drank porridge, they were full. Su Ziqian received the map for the day. Upon seeing the route on the map, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Our task today is to cross this mountain and set up camp at the seaside at the end. There should be airdrops on the way, so we need to be more vigilant. Everyone understood what Su Ziqian meant. They went up the mountain yesterday and were going down today. Most likely, they could only rely on airdrops for lunch, as they really didn't have much time to spare while on the go. The program group also revealed some rather disheartening news. There was no freshwater source near their destination camp, so they had to carry extra weight while crossing the mountain. Don't we still have the startup funds? Why don't we buy some water later? Otherwise, we'll be exhausted from climbing the mountain. How can we still carry the water? Mu Qianni suggested. Chu Shuai beside her nodded. Indeed, I think Qianni's suggestion is feasible. We were all very tired after walking the whole day yesterday. If we still have to carry water while climbing the mountain today, I'm afraid no one can bear it. I think we'd better ask about the exchange rate between money and water first. Luo Yushin always felt that the director's team wouldn't come up with such an easy task that they could take advantage of. A bottle of mineral water only costs 2 or 3 yuan, and at most it'll rise to 5 yuan. The program group previously said that the pricing would be based on the actual situation, Mu Qianni said, looking at Luo Yushin. Even in the actual situation, there are various different scenarios. However, the money is yours. If you think it's unnecessary, then there's no need to ask, Luo Yushin said, not bothering to say more, lest it seem as if she was forcing them to inquire. Li Hongsheng was not far away, listening to their discussion. When Luo Yushin proposed that they ask about the price, his heart skipped a beat. However, Mu Qianni's refusal relieved him. Originally, he had planned to charge a consultation fee if they wanted to inquire. After all, if it were exposed now, how could he continue with the following arrangements? Time was not abundant, so they didn't stay long. After finishing their meal, they returned to the campsite where they had stayed last night to pack their backpacks and prepare to set off. Fortunately, the program group was responsible for the equipment such as tents. Just thinking about if they had to carry the equipment while moving forward, well, they might as well just go home and go to sleep. It is often said that going up the mountain is easier than coming down. However, in many cases, neither ascending nor descending a mountain is a simple task. When climbing up, it is difficult to sustain one's physical strength. When going down, one has to keep a firm footing to avoid an accidental free fall. At noon, they found an airdrop box on the mountaintop and retrieved several loaves of bread from it. The sun was blazing at noon. Everyone put on the hoods of their clothes, hoping that even if they couldn't shield their faces from the sweltering heat, they could at least reduce the likelihood of their heads feeling like they were on fire and prevent heat stroke. Luo Yushin was not prone to sweating. While others were sweating profusely, her face remained dry. Mu Qianni, with a bit of malice, had hoped to see Luo Yushin's face shiny with sweat, but her wish never came true. On the contrary, Mu Qianni, with her full, face natural look, formed a stark contrast with Luo Yushin, who, though unmade up, had a radiant complexion. Mu Qianni, 3 years younger than Luo Yushin, was only 24 years old. Still a relatively young age in the entertainment circle. Her face was full of collagen, yet her skin was not in good condition, due to staying up late for filming. Her dark circles, though not very prominent, were still noticeable. Coupled with her naturally dark complexion, when standing beside Luo Yushin, she lost her age advantage. For this reason, Mu Qianni harbored even more resentment towards Luo Yushin. At this moment, Luo Yushin truly had no time to care about what Mu Qianni was thinking because she felt that she was in a precarious situation. Although this stretch of the path had already been cleared, it was only a makeshift one. Not only was it bumpy, but after the morning dew, especially in the woods, the soil underfoot was also extremely muddy. Be careful. With the help of Su Zichen's hand, Luo Yushin carefully navigated down the sloping and slippery section. Just as she began to relax, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a snake coiled not far away, its forked tongue flickering, and its cold eyes fixed on their group. Luo Yushin, hand me your hiking stick. Fong Wangfei's voice came from the side. Without hesitation, Luo Yushin immediately passed the hiking stick over. After taking the stick and adjusting its length, Fong Wangfei stepped to one side. You go first. At the moment, the snake hadn't launched an attack on them, and they didn't want to stir up trouble either. Although they were worried about Fong Wangfei, who was facing the snake up close, they were also well aware that the most crucial thing was to leave quickly. After everyone had distanced themselves one by one, Fong Wangfei kept a close eye on the snake's movements while slowly backing away. Just as Fong Wangfei thought the snake wasn't going to attack him, in a sudden instant, the snake reared up. And the little green snake lunged straight at him with its mouth wide open. Fortunately, Fong Wangfei was an athlete. Although he wasn't a fencer, his reaction was extremely fast. Instinctively, he swung the hiking stick and hit the green snake. When the snake was knocked to the ground, Fong Wangfei didn't have time to think and simply swept it down the mountain. Only after seeing it disappear from sight did he heave a sigh of relief. It's all right. Let's continue our journey. After this incident, Fong Wangfei was sweating profusely on his forehead. Others might not know, but Su Ziqian was well aware that Fong Wangfei had once been bitten by a snake and thus still had a lingering fear of them. Today, he directly stood up to face this snake because he knew he bore the responsibility of being the team leader. When Su Ziqian walked up to Fong Wangfei, he patted his friend's shoulder. It is said that snakes are vengeful. Since Brother Fei hit it just now, it shouldn't come back for revenge, right? Beside them, the well-behaved Su Yuan murmured softly, "If it dares to come back, we'll stew it into snake soup." Zuohao had also been frightened by that snake just now. Especially when he thought of its vivid green color, he suspected it was extremely venomous. At the moment, Luo Yuxing felt as if her feet were filled with lead. Every step was an arduous struggle. Hearing Zuohao's words, she instinctively quipped, "Can you really stew snake soup? You probably can only talk about it. How hard can it be to stew snake soup? It's just boil it in water." Zuohao's eyes flickered. In fact, he had no idea how to stew it. He had only eaten it before. Luo Yuxing patted Zuohao's shoulder with a smile in her voice. "Yes, just boil it in water." "Brother Su, I always feel that Sister Yuxing is bullying me again," Zuohao complained to Su Ziqian beside him. Feeling wronged as he couldn't argue Luo Yuxing. "It's just an illusion. Where am I bullying you?" Luo Yuxing said amusingly, with a resplendent smile on her face. Su Ziqian also patted Zuohao's shoulder. "Your sister Yuxing only bullies you. I wish she'd bully me, but she won't. Don't take your good fortune for granted." Feeling wronged, Zuohao had no choice but to seek comfort from his little friends. Mu Qianyi walked beside them. Seeing how harmonious their interactions were, she angrily kicked the pebbles under her feet. However, she clearly overlooked that the path beneath her feet was not an ordinary road, but a rough mountain path. Just as she lifted her right foot to kick a pebble away in indignation, her left foot slipped, and she nearly tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, Fong Wangfei behind her was quick-witted and caught her in time, sparing her the embarrassment of falling into the mud. Realizing what had happened, Mu Qianyi broke out in a cold sweat. After hurriedly expressing her gratitude, she dared not think any more and walked obediently. Thankfully, although they were exhausted during the journey, they didn't waste much time. Around 4 o'clock, they arrived at the campsite marked on the map. Luo Yuxing looked at the sea in front of her. By the seaside, there were surely many delicious things. Finally reaching the campsite, everyone was utterly worn out. Zuohao plopped down on a rock, wishing he could just collapse, but unfortunately, the space was limited. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Luo Yuxing still standing there. He couldn't help shouting, "Sister Yuxing, what are you looking at? Come over here and take a rest." "Coming," Luo Yuxing replied. Indeed, she was extremely tired. Without caring whether it was dirty or not, she directly sat on the large rock next to Zuohao. For this reason, Zuohao moved a bit to the side to prevent Luo Yuxing from falling off. After carrying the backpack for an entire day, as soon as Luo Yuxing took it off, she felt an immediate sense of relief on her shoulders. Although the backpack didn't seem heavy on ordinary days, the long-term burden was still unbearable. After a brief rest, Su Ziqian made arrangements, instructing everyone to prepare for dinner. At present, among the ingredients they had, apart from the piece of beef left from last night, there were the leftovers from the airdrop they got on the way today after having lunch, which was merely a single corn. Fong Wangfei walked past Chu Shuai and put his arm around his shoulder in a friendly way. "Teacher Chu, let's go set up the tents." "All right, Xiao Yuan. Come and give us a hand too," Chu Shuai said to Su Yuan. Nodding repeatedly, Su Yuan trotted over to the two of them. They entrusted the task of setting up the tents to these three. Mu Qianyi glanced at Luo Yuxing and let out a soft snort in her heart. "I'll go and buy some water from Director Li. Then I'll take a stroll around to find some food. Qianyi is going to find delicious food for us again." Chu Shuai quipped with a smile. "It was just good luck that I found something yesterday. Who knows if I'll be able to find anything today. We still have to rely on Brother Su. If it were up to me, everyone might go hungry." Mu Qianyi covered her lips and chuckled softly. Hearing this, Su Ziqian smiled gently. "I'll go into the water later and catch some seafood for everyone. Then we're really in for a treat. Well, I won't talk more. Let's set up the tents first. Otherwise, it'll be too late, and we won't even have a place to rest." After Chu Shuai finished speaking, Everyone started to get busy with their own tasks. Mu Qianni went to find Li Hongsheng. When Li Hongsheng heard that Mu Qianni wanted to buy water, he said unhurriedly, "Now the price of water is 50 yuan per bottle." "What? 50 for a single bottle of water?" Perhaps Mu Qianni's voice was too loud, and Luo Yuxing and others not far away also heard it. Slightly frowning, Su Ziqian stepped forward. "Director Li, didn't you say that the price of water is set according to the actual situation?" "Indeed, it is set according to the actual situation. The actual situation varies from place to place. For instance, under normal circumstances, a single bottle of water is sold for only 2 yuan, yet in tourist attractions, its price may surge to 5 yuan. Further extrapolating, in water-scarce regions, prices of 20 or 50 yuan are quite possible. Currently, we are on a desert island. With no fresh water resources, the price of a bottle of water is bound to skyrocket. Some of you have guessed this point, yet unfortunately, you didn't inquire in advance. Even if you had inquired beforehand, the answer would likely have been concealed. It goes without saying that the one who had guessed this among them was Luo Yuxing. After all, at the very beginning, Luo Yuxing had advised them to inquire about the water price, but they hadn't paid heed. Seeing everyone with slightly solemn expressions, Li Hongsheng then slowly stated, "However, there is still another way. As long as you complete the task, the price of water can be restored to 2 yuan per bottle." Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhua Hao immediately inquired, "Then what task do we have to perform?" Taking the task card from Li Hongsheng, Su Ziqian read out the task, male, female teams for rock climbing. The task only requires 2 participants, and due to the gender constraint, either Luo Yuxing or Mu Qianni has to go for the rock climbing. Mu Qianni glanced at Luo Yuxing and directly said, "Sister Luo must be exhausted after a whole day's journey. I'll go instead." Luo Yuxing had no intention of going either, so naturally she wouldn't vie with Mu Qianni. "This should be decided by a lottery," Mu Hanji's voice suddenly rang out. Simultaneously, she placed the lottery box in her hand on the table. Li Hongsheng was slightly taken aback by Mu Hanji's appearance, but he quickly picked up the conversation. "Yes, it'll be determined by a lottery. Whoever draws the lot will go. However, if the one who draws the lot fails to complete the rock climbing task, there's still one chance for replacement." This task was originally arranged for Mu Qianni, and it had been set beforehand. But upon seeing Mu Hanji's arrival, Li Hongsheng guessed that the person would be changed. From the moment Mu Hanji appeared, a half-smile had adorned Luo Yuxing's face. "Since that's the case, it's getting late. Let's draw the lots quickly," she said. After that, Luo Yuxing stepped forward and directly plunged her hand into the lottery box. "I have a hunch that I'll be the one participating in this task." "Really? It seems you're quite eager," Mu Hanji said coldly, casting a nonchalant glance at Luo Yuxing. "Well, I really have to thank Director Mu for her kindness," Luo Yuxing replied. Clutching the item in her hand, without even looking, she held it out in front of Mu Hanji and opened her palm. "How about it?" Mu Hanji retorted coldly. "It has your name on it. What do you think? Camera guy, remember to take nice shots of me later. This is quite a precious gift. After the recording, I'll take it to my sister for a good look. Maybe it'll even wake her up from her reverie." Luo Yuxing placed the ball with her name on it aside, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. It was evident that Luo Yuxing was in an abnormal state. Su Ziqian asked Feng Wangfei to draw lots while he himself walked briskly to Luo Yuxing's side. "What's wrong with you?" "It's okay. Go and draw the lots quickly." Luo Yuxing didn't want to say much. Soon, the lottery drawing was over. The person who would complete the task with Luo Yuxing was none other than Zhua Hao. Actually, among the original candidates, Zhua Hao had intended to go himself. It was just right that he was drawn. "Sister Yuxing, don't worry. I'll protect you." Although Luo Yuxing had always bullied him, Zhua Hao still felt that he should protect her. After all, Luo Yuxing clearly seemed someone who was not fit for physical labor. A sport like rock climbing must be out of her league. "You'd better take care of yourself. After all, rock climbing isn't your forte," Luo Yuxing retorted playfully, as was her habit. "Xiao Hao, take good care of your sister Yuxing." After saying this to Zhua Hao, Su Ziqian then said to Luo Yuxing, "If it's really too much for you, we can replace you. Mu Qianni has more experience in rock climbing." "Yes, Sister Luo. If it's really impossible, I can take your place," Mu Qianni said with a smile. However, at this moment, Mu Qianni's heart was in turmoil. Before participating in the recording, her agent had clearly told her about the rock climbing task, and she had even attended 2-week intensive training in advance. Previously, she didn't know that water was related to the task. Now, she realized that this was probably the task that her agent had specially arranged for her. Why had it suddenly been given to Luo Yuxing? Her gaze involuntarily swept over Mu Hanji not far away. From the conversation between Luo Yuxing and Mu Hanji just now, Mu Xini instinctively felt that there was something amiss between them. However, if it was said that Mu Hanji deliberately gave this chance to perform to Luo Yuxing, Mu Xini didn't quite believe it. Instead, it seemed like a competition, regardless of what others thought at this moment. Luo Yuxing and Zhuo Hao had followed Mu Hanji and the staff to the foot of the rock climbing location. Apparently, it was a place carefully selected by the program group. The mountain wall was steep, yet there were footholds. At first glance, it wasn't overly terrifying. Luo Yuxing had never been exposed to this sport before. It was easy to predict the numerous problems she would encounter. Moreover, most importantly, she had a slight fear of heights. Although it wasn't very severe, it was estimated that she would be affected starting from the middle, high section. Time was pressing, so they should start. Mu Hanji didn't even bother to say any extra words and directly had them put on safety gear and tie on safety ropes. Additionally, a huge inflatable pool filled with water was placed below their starting point. In short, if they fell off even once during the process, the weight on their bodies would increase when they resumed the climb because their clothes would be soaked. Walking up to the rock face, Luo Yuxing grasped the safety rope with her hands and tugged it hard twice, thinking that Mu Hanji shouldn't be so foolish as to let her get into an accident. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yuxing looked at Zhuo Hao beside her and said, "Zhuo Hao, you climb first." "Okay, Sister Yuxing. I'll wait for you up there," Zhuo Hao said. Then, aiming at a foothold, he nimbly started climbing upwards. He had rock climbing experience, and the initial part was relatively easy. In just a short while, he had climbed 1/3 of the way. However, the real challenge began at the 1/3 mark. He halted to seek a breakthrough, and Luo Yuxing also started to confront her own trials. With the first step, it was quite steady, and Luo Yuxing let out a slight sigh of relief. For each step, Luo Yuxing strived to be steady and sure, not caring about speed. Although the pace was slow, at least she reached the first difficult point safely. Over there, Zhuo Hao's voice came through. "Sister Yuxing, there's a task at the second point." "Got it," Luo Yuxing replied. At the moment, she was stuck at the first difficult point. Since she couldn't move forward, there was no need to worry about the task. The problem in front of Luo Yuxing now was that apart from the point she was already holding on to, the nearest point she could use for leverage was in the upper right position. However, that position was too high for her to reach even if she stood on tiptoe. Having to abandon that point, Luo Yuxing continued to search for the next point to exert force on. But staying on the rock face for a long time was extremely exhausting, and Luo Yuxing knew her time was limited. Fortunately, the director's team didn't really intend to present an insurmountable situation to Luo Yuxing. Although it was arduous, she managed to get past the first point with perseverance. When she reached the second point that Zhuo Hao mentioned, a cardboard box suddenly appeared in front of her. Pulling out a task card, Luo Yuxing couldn't help but press her lips tightly together. Main mission: successfully reach the summit. Task on the card: cut the safety rope of a teammate. If executed, one can reach the third point with assistance. If not, one will be dropped into the water and sent back to the starting point as a punishment. The rock wall is divided into 4 points in total. Point 1 represents the challenges encountered during the journey. Point 2 indicates the tasks that must be accomplished. Luo Yuxing currently has no knowledge of what Point 3 entails, while Point 4 is the summit, the final destination. That is to say, if Luo Yuxing chooses to carry out the tasks, she is merely one step away from success. Evidently, this is the optimal choice for her. Moreover, when Luo Yuxing looked down, she noticed that the inflatable pool beneath the rock wall, where Zhuo Hao was located, had been replaced with an inflatable cushion. Even if he were to fall, he wouldn't get injured. Whether there was a safety rope or not would only exert a certain amount of psychological pressure on him. With such thoughts in mind, Luo Yuxing placed the task card in her pocket, closed her eyes to avoid looking down, and then lay back. Sister Yuxing. Zhuo Hao wasn't far from Luo Yuxing because the final parts of their two routes overlapped, so the distance between them was naturally not great. He was pondering his own task when, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Luo Yuxing fall. Assuming she had slipped accidentally, Zhuo Hao was startled. Luo Yuxing plunged into the pool forcefully. The next second, the surrounding water rushed into her nose, and she was choked badly. When she stood up from the water, Zhuo Hao's concerned voice reached her ears. "Sister Yuxing, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Luo Yuxing coughed for a good while before she felt better. However, after this fall, her clothes were completely soaked. No matter how waterproof they were, they didn't have the function of self-drying. Although she was already physically exhausted, Luo Yuxing still had to muster her energy and continue climbing upwards. However, with the previous experience, Luo Yuxing employed more finesse when passing the first checkpoint this time, and soon reached the second one. Once again, it was about drawing a task. Luo Yuxing hadn't put back the previous task card, yet she drew the same one again, which still required her to choose to cut off Zhua Hao's safety rope. Director Xiao Mu, is this amusing? Luo Yuxing sneered as she gazed at Mu Hanji not far away. Chapter 25. A desperate counterattack. Due to the recent plunge into the water, Luo Yuxing appeared somewhat disheveled. A hint of sarcasm played on her exquisitely cold and charming little face as she stared directly at Mu Hanji. Mu Hanji remained silent. Yet the coldness in his eyes carried tangible contempt and disdain. Putting the same task card into his pocket, Luo Yuxing wasted no words and took another free dive into the water. Repeatedly falling into the water, even if Zhua Hao hadn't been closely watching, he noticed something amiss. Sister Yuxing, what's your task? Why did you fall in again? Nothing. Considering that the task card prohibited revealing the mission, Luo Yuxing kept her lips sealed. From afar, Mu Hanji watched Luo Yuxing's decisive act of falling into the water. He had no idea what scheme she was hatching. Regarding Luo Yuxing, Mu Hanji never regarded her as an innocent lamb. The same process, the same spot, the same task. Once again putting the card into her pocket, Luo Yuxing took her sixth free fall into the water. After 6 such falls, she was starting to feel numb. However, when she stood up from the water this time and climbed out of the inflatable pool, she sat down beside it and pulled out a task card from her soaking, wet pocket. The task is completed. Mu Hanji frowned and walked up to Luo Yuxing. He didn't recall assigning any other tasks to her. It was Li Hongsheng who stepped forward first, picked up the task card in front of Luo Yuxing. It read, after falling into the water 6 times, the task at point 2 is completed. You can choose either to bypass point 3 and reach the summit directly or put forward a request. Mu Hanji cast a fleeting glance at Li Hongsheng, well aware that it was most likely Li who had slipped in that task card. Li Hongsheng wasn't oblivious to the frigid glint in Mu Hanji's eyes. Yet he was helpless. Mu Hanji could act on his whims, given his status. In contrast, Li didn't have such a luxury. As the associate director of the program, Li knew he'd likely bear the brunt if anything went awry. Clearing his throat lightly, Li Hongsheng offered his congratulations to Luo Yuxing. Congratulations, guest, on completing the task. Now, do you opt to reach the summit directly? After all, it was but a minor task. With Luo Yuxing falling into the water 6 times, along with the footage of his rock, climbing, and that from Zhua Hao, there was already more than enough material. So, Li thought it perfectly acceptable for the task to be considered finished. However, he had grossly underestimated Luo Yuxing. Luo Yuxing might endure setbacks, but he'd never let himself be wronged without a fight. Luo Yuxing pointed at Mu Hanji, a faint curve gracing his lips. I decline to summit directly. I propose a competition with Assistant Director Mu to see who reaches the summit first. If I lose, I'll voluntarily take another plunge into the water. If Assistant Director Mu loses, he should also experience the chill of the water. At present, though Luo Yuxing was exhausted and burdened, the dominant emotion within him was seething anger. Did they really think that just because he was in their program, he had to dance to their tune? Li Hongsheng realized for the first time that Luo Yuxing was a tough nut to crack. Hearing this, Mu Hanji regarded Luo Yuxing with a sneer. Fine. Having shed the soggy outerwear, Luo Yuxing paid no heed to the damp undergarment clinging to her body, revealing her voluptuous silhouette. Unfortunately, there was only one pair of shoes, so she had to keep wearing them. Due to the impromptu competition requested by Luo Yuxing, Zhua Hao was let down, still holding an unsolved problem in his hand. In contrast to Luo Yuxing's tasks, Zhua Hao's were all mental challenges, apparently the specific mission set at the second checkpoint. Although there was a bit of distance, it didn't mean Zhua Hao couldn't hear their recent conversation, despite his indignation at the absurd tasks assigned to Luo Yuxing by the program crew. The most crucial matter at hand was the competition proposed by Luo Yuxing herself. Sister Yuxing, let me compete on your behalf. You're in no condition to do it now, Zhua Hao said. No need. I may not be capable of great feats, but dealing with some petty characters is no problem for me. Luo Yuxing tossed her wet coat to Zhua Hao. Go up there to meet me. Otherwise, someone might play dirty tricks when I reach the summit. Li Hongsheng coughed awkwardly. Luo Yuxing spoke bluntly, directly categorizing Mu Hanji as a despicable person. Even if he was human, he was a sneaky villain. Although Li Hongsheng knew that these scenes would surely be edited, Luo Yuxing's audacity to confront Mu Hanji still exceeded his expectations. Zhua Hao shot a fierce glare at Mu Hanji. Despite his young age, he wasn't naive. He had also noticed Mu Hanji's targeting of Luo Yuxing. Once Mu Hanji fastened the safety rope, Luo Yuxing stood beneath her own rock, climbing route, and reminded Li Hongsheng, Director Li, "Don't forget to prepare the pool for Director Mu." Immediately afterwards, Luo Yuxing turned to Mu Hanji and said, "Director Mu, since it's a competition, fairness is of essence. Look at my current state and consider how much energy I've expended just now. How much of a head start should you give me?" Luo Yuxing's question left not only Li Hongsheng and the staff members but also Mu Hanji stunned for a moment. No one had expected Luo Yuxing to so straightforwardly ask Mu Hanji for a time advantage. However, considering Luo Yuxing's depleted physical condition, everyone couldn't help but look at Mu Hanji. Some female staff even inquired if Luo Yuxing wanted to change into their clothes or shoes. Luo Yuxing gracefully declined their kind offer and merely raised her eyebrows at Mu Hanji. Determining the head start was indeed a tricky matter. If Mu Hanji gave too little time, with so many people watching, it would be embarrassing for her. But if she gave too much, she would be at a disadvantage. After all, it was obvious to all that Luo Yuxing had a remarkable learning ability. Her climbing speed was increasing with each attempt, and the once difficult angles were no longer a hindrance. In the end, Mu Hanji only gave Luo Yuxing a 20-second head start. Originally, Luo Yuxing had estimated that Mu Hanji would only offer about 15 seconds. In short, Luo Yuxing thought she had gained an advantage. "Come on, Sister Yuxing." Zhua Hao popped his head out from the path leading to the summit. He waved a red cloth in his hand, which he seemed to have fetched from somewhere. Acting like an enthusiastic cheerleader, Luo Yuxing flexed her limbs and gazed at the route she had climbed several times. Although she was quite familiar with it, the necessary physical exertion was inevitable. Meanwhile, as Luo Yuxing started her climb, beside Mu Hanji here, the staff began a 20-second countdown. At first, Luo Yuxing climbed at a rapid pace. However, since she had never traversed the section from point 2 to point 3, her speed slackened. And here, Mu Hanji also set off. Mu Hanji was highly athletic. Even though she rarely engaged in rock climbing, she was considerably faster than Luo Yuxing. While Luo Yuxing had yet to reach point 3, Mu Hanji had already arrived at point 2, and the distance between them was gradually closing. When Luo Yuxing gritted her teeth and reached point 3, Mu Hanji was but a step away from it. Seeing this scene, Zhua Hao was extremely nervous. "Come on, Sister Yuxing, hurry up." Luo Yuxing paid no heed to Zhua Hao's nervousness and continued to climb steadily upwards. From here on, the routes of Luo Yuxing and Mu Hanji intersected, and when they were climbing, they were within arm's reach of each other. Sensing that Mu Hanji's speed had slowed down, Luo Yuxing was in no hurry, just as they were both about to reach the summit in the blink of an eye. Luo Yuxing suddenly grabbed her safety rope and then kicked Mu Hanji's leg beside her. Mu Hanji was clinging to the cliff face, suddenly attacked by Luo Yuxing. Her body instinctively recoiled. However, that backward movement caused her center of gravity to shift downwards, and she fell. This unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. Zhua Hao didn't expect that Luo Yuxing would resort to underhanded tactics at the last moment. Remembering what Luo Yuxing had said before about being wary of villain schemes, he couldn't help thinking that indeed, as the saying goes, only women and villains are difficult to deal with. A splash sound of someone falling into the water echoed. Mu Hanji was helped up by the staff with a livid face. He never thought that Luo Yuxing would play such a dirty trick on him. Meanwhile, Li Hongsheng, who had witnessed the whole thing, turned his head, trying hard to suppress his laughter. In his opinion, it was just a case of as you sow, so shall you reap. Why did Mu Hanji always provoke Luo Yuxing? At present, Luo Yuxing was holding onto the safety rope, but it was really exhausting. Before long, she could hardly hold on any longer. "Zhua Hao, pull me up," she said. Hearing Luo Yuxing's words, Zhua Hao immediately came to his senses and quickly joined the staff beside him to pull Luo Yuxing up. Finally reaching the summit, Luo Yuxing was so exhausted that she just lay on the ground, not even wanting to move. After the anger in her heart subsided, she felt completely drained of strength. Sitting beside her, Zhua Hao looked at the exhausted Luo Yuxing and couldn't help saying, "Sister, I think you shouldn't have taken on such an unreasonable task. You've drawn the tasks 6 times. Haven't you ever got a normal one?" Over there, Mu Hanji, who had fallen into the water, had come up via a small path. Shivering with cold, he walked up to Luo Yuxing. Lying on the ground didn't give her an imposing manner at all. So Luo Yuxing simply took Zhua Hao's hand and stood up. In front of the staff, she took out the task cards from her coat pocket. "Of course, I've got more normal tasks," she said. With that, Luo Yuxing slapped one of the cards on Mu Hanji's chest. "Don't blame me, Director Mu. I'm just following the tasks." She added, "The task clearly stated that I should send the other person down at the moment of reaching the summit. Mu Hanji's face turned ashen. Of course, he was well aware of this task. He had deliberately arranged it. In short, all the tasks Mu Hanji assigned to Luo Yushin were such that once Luo Yushin carried them out, she would be severely scolded by the other party's fans. However, he never expected that Luo Yushin would dare to plot against him. Ignoring Mu Hanji's dismal expression, Luo Yushin gave the remaining 4 task cards to Zhua Hao. These tasks are far from easy. Otherwise, do you think I'd be eager to dive into the water? I'm not a fish, she said. After receiving the task cards from Luo Yushin, Zhua Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. What's going on? Director Li, the tasks you designed are so unreasonable. Is this about completing the tasks or just deliberately making fun of us? Originally, only a few people knew about Mu Hanji's scheme against Luo Yushin. Now that Zhua Hao had laid these tasks out in the open, the on-site staff murmured to each other. They all felt that the program crew was deliberately targeting Luo Yushin. Some of the staff secretly admired Luo Yushin upon seeing this scene. After all, not everyone would dare to retaliate openly when being so obviously bullied. Indeed, in everyone's eyes, that so-called task was Luo Yushin's deliberate retaliation against Mu Hanji. But she was also shrewd. By using the guise of a task, if there were any blame, it would fall on the program crew. Regarding the task, the program crew was in the wrong, and Li Hongsheng couldn't say much. Immediately, he shifted the topic and offered some compensation to Luo Yushin. Considering that the guests had completed another task, they could put forward a request, but it was limited to asking for supplies. Then, the hot pot from yesterday. It tasted excellent, Luo Yushin said, smiling sweetly at Mu Hanji. All right, we'll have someone send the hot pot over right away. Luo Yushin. You should go back and change your clothes first, Li Hongsheng said hastily. Then, I'll trouble Director Li. Zhua Hao, let's go back. Luo Yushin said, and left with Zhua Hao. Mu Hanji wore a cold expression. Li Hongsheng felt rather helpless. Mu Hanji had a handsome face and an excellent figure. Logically, a man of this godlike level should be very popular. However, the frigid aura of keep away from strangers around him was simply too overwhelming. Even the most infatuated staff members usually dared not approach him. Now, too, as soon as Luo Yushin and the others left, the other staff members scattered. Only Li Hongsheng remained. Director Mu, perhaps you should go and change your clothes first? Li Hongsheng said cautiously. Luo Yushin. Mu Hanji gritted his teeth as he uttered Luo Yushin's name. Director Mu. In the end, Luo Yushin was just defending herself justly. After all, it was you who. Before Li Hongsheng could finish his sentence, he was silenced by a glance from Mu Hanji. Thankfully, Mu Hanji didn't say anything more and turned around to leave. Behind him, Li Hongsheng couldn't help but shake his head as he watched Mu Hanji's back. He wondered what kind of feud there was between them. But what feud could there be between a man and a woman? Could it be that Luo Yushin seduced and then abandoned director Xiaomu before marrying Qi Yuqing? With this thought, Li Hongsheng suddenly felt as if he had found a direction. Chapter 26. It was for the task, sis, that young director Mu must be targeting you. Zhua Hao couldn't help but say on the way back. Luo Yushin, who was famished, gobbled up the sausage given by the young female director in just a few mouthfuls. Hearing Zhua Hao's words, Luo Yushin simply said, "We're still recording." Glancing at the follow-up camera behind them, Zhua Hao shrugged nonchalantly. What's there to be afraid of? They'll definitely do the post-production editing. Besides, sis, you dared to kick young director Mu just now. Were you not afraid of being filmed then? Because I knew they'd definitely cut it out. Moreover, I did it for the task, Luo Yushin replied. She never thought that Mu Hanji would release such an embarrassing side of her. However, it was worth it since so many people present had witnessed his predicament. Zhua Hao thought that only Luo Yushin could make such an excuse so boldly. However, kicking Mu Hanji not only avenged her but also earned them an extra serving of hot pot. Zhua Hao also thought that the kick was quite worthwhile. Achoo! A gust of wind blew, and Luo Yushin unexpectedly sneezed. Although she didn't suffer in vain, she still ended up at a disadvantage. When they returned to the campsite, Luo Yushin, soaked from head to toe, caught everyone's attention. Fang Wangfei, who was setting up a tent, paused slightly and couldn't help but look at Zhua Hao beside him and asked, "What happened? Didn't you go rock climbing?" One only heard of people sweating during rock climbing, but never seen anyone come back looking as if they'd rolled in the water. Fang Wangfei simply couldn't believe it was sweat. Not only Fang Wangfei, but Zhua Hao also couldn't bring himself to tell such a lame lie. Zhua Hao had absolutely no intention of covering up for the program crew. Although he didn't exaggerate the facts when the story came out of his mouth. Despite being a factual retelling, it somehow carried a tinge of personal bias. In short, the key information revealed by Zhua Hao was that Mu Hanji was targeting Luo Yushin. Upon hearing that Luo Yuxing had fallen into the pool 6 times, all 3 of them frowned. After all, she was a young lady, and people instinctively had a tendency to protect the beautiful, even though they had initially harbored little fondness for Luo Yuxing due to the rumors. After getting to know her during this period, albeit a short one, they had become somewhat familiar with her. Whether the outside rumors were completely baseless or not, there must have been a mix of truth and falsehood. Now that Luo Yuxing, their companion, had been treated like that by Mu Hanji, everyone felt a bit uncomfortable. Beside her, Su Yuan gently tugged at Luo Yuxing's soaked sleeve and said, "Sister Yuxing, go inside and change your clothes first. Later, I'll go to the program crew to get you a packet of cold medicine." Hearing this, Fang Wangfei also stopped him from continuing to set up the tent and told him to go to the program crew to get the cold medicine first. When Luo Yuxing came out after changing her clothes, the dry clothes on her body were, of course, much more comfortable than the damp ones. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had already brewed the cold medicine with hot water and brought it over. "Sister Yuxing, drink the cold medicine first. By the way, Director Li just brought over some self-heating hot pot. Eat more spicy food tonight and break out in a sweat. You definitely won't catch a cold." The taste of the cold medicine is not unpleasant, with a hint of sweetness. Although it's a bit hot, Luo Yuxing still drinks it up quickly. Zuo has gone to the program crew to buy water. When she was changing clothes just now, Fang Wangfei and the others calculated the amount of water they needed and sent Zuo to purchase it. Since they completed the rock climbing task, the price of water has returned to normal, and they surely have enough money. Luo Yuxing can't help with setting up the tents, nor is her presence needed for buying water. After sitting by the fire for a while, Luo Yuxing tells Fang Wangfei and then heads towards the seaside. Luo Yuxing was not raised by the sea. However, more often than not, the less one has seen the sea, the more one yearns for it. Since her mother passed away, Luo Yuxing and her sister haven't been to the seaside again. The fine sand by the sea is extremely soft. After pulling back her wandering thoughts, Luo Yuxing starts to contemplate making use of the seaside resources. When she went to the seaside as a child, her mind was solely focused on food. She once heard from the locals that some conches like to attach themselves to the reefs, and one can see many of them during low tide. However, Luo Yuxing has never witnessed this with her own eyes and isn't sure if it's true. But if it is, the resources on this deserted island, which few people visit, should be quite abundant. As soon as she reaches the seaside, the salty sea wind blows towards her, making Luo Yuxing shiver involuntarily. It's a bit cold. In the distance, Luo Yuxing spots Mu Xianyi standing on the beach, holding a blue T-shirt in her hand and carrying a bag. Mu Xianyi also caught sight of Luo Yuxing. Perhaps because she recalled that Luo Yuxing had taken her place to undertake her task, Mu Xianyi's complexion appeared somewhat unsightly. Even well, aware that they were being filmed, she didn't force a smile and her expression remained somewhat aloof. However, Luo Yuxing would never have thought that someone would be eager to take on the rock climbing task. Therefore, regarding Mu Xianyi's attitude, Luo Yuxing simply assumed that she didn't want to continue the act. The bag in Mu Xianyi's hand wriggled from time to time. Luo Yuxing was slightly puzzled and inquired, "What's in your bag?" "Seafood caught by Brother Su," Mu Xianyi replied indifferently. Su Ziqian had previously mentioned going into the sea to catch seafood. Although Luo Yuxing didn't hold much hope, it seemed now that there might indeed be a seafood feast for dinner. Observing the wriggling within the bag, Luo Yuxing had a hunch. Is it an octopus? An octopus is also known as an 8-legged fish. Luo Yuxing still remembered that in South Korea, people favored eating live octopuses, which was considered a famous dish there. Nonetheless, Luo Yuxing dared not attempt such a bold way of eating. Rather than savoring the freshness of an octopus raw, Luo Yuxing preferred having it cooked. Grilled squid on a hot plate would be excellent. If there was no hot plate, a slab of stone would also be a fine alternative. Mu Xianyi was unaware that Luo Yuxing had contemplated several ways of cooking an octopus. After a moment's thought, she pointed to a relatively damp spot and said, "Brother Su caught the octopus over there. If you like it, go catch some yourself." "You don't like octopus?" Luo Yuxing didn't miss the hint of disdain in Mu Xianyi's words. At the thought of octopuses, Mu Xianyi frowned. That stuff tasted absolutely revolting. With a loud splash, Luo Yuxing followed the sound and saw Su Ziqian emerging from the water. Due to going into the water, he had taken off his shirt beforehand. His trousers, however, clung wetly to his legs. Evidently, considering the ongoing filming, he refrained from removing them for convenience. It was apparent that Su Ziqian was the type who exercised regularly. His muscles were evenly distributed, with broad shoulders and a slender waist. His muscles were not overly exaggerated but exuded a subtle allure. It was often said that men with good physiques were ideally suited for the seaside, as flaunting their figures would always draw the attention of many young ladies. Su Ziqian was a classic example of looking lean in clothes, but muscular when undressed. Ordinarily, Luo Yuxing had never noticed that his figure was so impressive. Moreover, the wet trousers clinging to his legs, paired with his bare upper body, carried a hint of sensuality. Luo Yuxing could already envision that when this segment was broadcast, this scene would likely be saved by many of Su Ziqian's female fans for constant admiration. Su Ziqian was not oblivious to Luo Yuxing's gaze fixed on him. For some reason, under her eyes, he felt his muscles tense up a bit more. He handed the bag in his hand to Mu Xianyi and then casually picked up his shirt to put it on. Only after the shirt blocked Luo Yuxing's view did Su Ziqian heave a sigh of relief, not bothering about his wet trousers. However, his eyes fell on Luo Yuxing. Why had she changed her clothes after going rock climbing? Before Luo Yuxing could reply, Su Ziqian noticed her still dripping shoes and frowned involuntarily. Did your shoes get wet in the water? Hearing this, Luo Yuxing briefly recounted what had happened at the rock climbing site earlier. As for her wet shoes, she was truly helpless. They didn't continue discussing the rock climbing incident. Luo Yuxing's gaze fell on his hands. What did you catch just now? They are abalones. I didn't expect there to be abalones here. It was quite a surprise. As Teacher Chu put it, we're really in for a treat today, Su Ziqian said with a smile. When Luo Yuxing took the bag from Su Ziqian's hands, she not only saw several large abalones, but also sea cucumbers and conchs as big as half a palm. Although the quantity was not large, it was truly a pleasant surprise. Beside them, Mu Xianyi said, Brother Su, it's getting late. Let's go back to the campsite first. All right. Su Ziqian nodded slightly. After all, as the time was getting darker and the visibility underwater was getting lower, Su Ziqian had no intention of diving into the sea again. Hearing this, Luo Yuxing said directly, then you go back first. I'll go over there and have a look. Seeing the reef cluster that Luo Yuxing was pointing at, Su Ziqian frowned slightly. What are you going there for? Previously, I heard from the fishermen by the sea that there are a lot of delicious things in the crevices of such reefs. So I want to go over there and take a look, Luo Yuxing said, pointing at the area full of reefs. The waves hit that area quite violently when they came. Seeing that Luo Yuxing had no intention of giving up going there, Su Ziqian immediately said to Mu Xianyi, Xianyi, you take these back first. I'll go with Yuxing to have a look. Mu Xianyi was reluctant to go there initially, but then she nodded and said, all right. Brother Su and Sister Luo, please be careful. I'll go back first and wash these clean. They separated. Su Ziqian and Luo Yuxing walked towards the reefs not far away. The reefs standing on the beach are mostly composed of biological reefs, and some are formed by volcanic rock masses or the extensions of continental rock masses underwater. By the sea, such reefs are like natural treasure, troves, always accompanied by some delicious things. This reef group was rather large. Luo Yuxing and Su Ziqian shuttled among the reefs, while keeping an eye on the crevices between the reefs, trying to find some natural and delicious ingredients. Whenever the waves came in a menacing way, even though Luo Yuxing standing on the reef wouldn't be swept away, she still couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. When she stepped onto the next reef, the waves crashing onto the reef startled her. Be careful, Su Ziqian said as he grabbed her hand to steady her. However, the next moment, Su Ziqian frowned. Your hands are so cold. It's windy here. We'd better go back to the campsite earlier. It doesn't matter. Let's first see if we can find something. If not, we'll have to go back, Luo Yuxing replied indifferently. They were really lucky. Before long, they found a patch of conchs attached to the reefs. There were many kinds of conchs. Luo Yuxing and Su Ziqian deliberated and decided to pick only the conchs they could recognize. After all, no one knew if there were any poisonous conchs among the unknown ones. Spiny snails, flower snails, sesame snails, goose barnacle snails. These snails vary in size. They don't bother with the two small ones, as there's hardly any meat on them. After picking nearly half a bag of sea snails from the reefs, although it can't fill their stomachs, it's enough to serve as a side dish. Be careful, there's a snake. Su Ziqian suddenly pulled Luo Yuxing behind him. Luo Yuxing grabbed his clothes in a hurry and was also startled. She didn't expect their luck to be so poor that they could encounter a sea snake like this. However, when Luo Yuxing looked at the snake Su Ziqian mentioned, something seemed amiss. It didn't seem to be a snake. Since that snake was in the reef crevice, the sky had darkened considerably by then, and it was in the shadow, so Luo Yuxing couldn't see it clearly at once. Nevertheless, it seemed shorter and fatter than a snake. In the shadow, that snake was as thick as her wrist, but only as long as her arm. If it were a snake of the same width, it should probably be longer, right? Due to that suspicion, Luo Yuxing squatted down and slightly squinted her eyes to look at the snake in the reef crevice. It moved at a breakneck speed, changing its position extremely rapidly every time. But perhaps it had been carried into the reef crevice by the waves and couldn't leave no matter what. Chapter 27. Luo Yuxing. The master chef, it's a moray eel. Luo Yuxing exclaimed in delight. Is it a fish? Su Ziqian didn't recognize the moray eel, or rather, he had never seen a live one. After all, unlike snails, eels don't retain their original appearance when served on the table. Yes, moray eels are incredibly delicious. Come to think of it, we're really lucky, Luo Yuxing said with a smile. However, shortly after, she looked a bit troubled. But moray eels are extremely ferocious, and we don't have any tools. Catching it is going to be a problem. Su Ziqian estimated the size of the crevice in the reef. Although it was a reef crevice, the space wasn't small. It wouldn't be difficult for him to get in and out. Immediately, Su Ziqian said, I'll go down and catch it. If you grab it with your bare hands, it will definitely bite you. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's a fish. It bites very hard and can leave 2 holes with 1 bite. Luo Yuxing flatly rejected Su Ziqian's risky plan. Luo Yuxing seemed to have an idea. She reached up and took off the hair tie from her head, letting her long black hair cascade down her back without a care. Then, she took out a safety pin from the small pocket on her arm. Bend the safety pin into the shape of a fishhook. While Su Ziqian was working on the safety pin, Luo Yuxing walked around half of the reef and found a long, grass-like organism that wasn't exactly seaweed but had good toughness. She just treated it as seaweed. By the time Luo Yuxing returned with the seaweed, Su Ziqian had straightened and bent the safety pin into a J-shaped curve. Upon seeing the situation, Luo Yuxing first firmly tied the self-made fishhook with a hair tie, then connected the hair tie with seaweed. Now, everything was ready except for one crucial element. You go and find a small fish to put on the hook. I saw some over there just now, but I can't go down there. Luo Yuxing pointed out the location to Su Ziqian, and Su Ziqian took the hook to look for a small fish as bait. When he returned, Luo Yuxing took the seaweed, looked at the small fish on the hook, and carefully placed it into the crevice of the reef. The moray eel showed no sign of wariness. The appearance of the small fish quickly caught its attention. It opened its large mouth wide and snapped up the small fish in 2 bites. Seeing this, Luo Yuxing lifted the seaweed. The hook got stuck in the moray eel's mouth, and the eel was fished out. The moray eel was large and plump. With it, their dinner that night would be even more sumptuous. You're truly a veritable treasure trove, carrying so many peculiar little items, Su Ziqian said with a laugh. He hadn't expected that Luo Yuxing could come up with such a way to catch the eel. She'd instantly thought of making a fishhook out of a safety pin and had used seaweed as the fishing line by making use of the local resources. Luo Yuxing handed the moray eel to Su Ziqian in a jubilant mood. These aren't peculiar little things. They're quite ordinary items in daily life. Moreover, small as they are, they can be of great use. At the campsite, when Zhuahao saw Luo Yuxing and Su Ziqian coming back, his eyes instantly fixed on the wriggling moray eel in Su Ziqian's hand. Brother Su, you're truly my dear brother. This eel is so plump and white. It looks delicious. Beside them, Su Yuan's eyes were also glistening. Nodding in agreement, he said, shall we boil it in water? Or roast it like we did yesterday? Hearing the words of these 2 live wires, Luo Yuxing looked down at the conger eel in Su Ziqian's hand. Was it really plump and white? Or was she color blind? I'm not your real elder brother, but Yuxing is your real elder sister. She managed to catch this eel, Su Ziqian said with a smile, then handed the bag of conches in his hand to Zhuahao. We'll deal with the fish later. First, wash these conches clean. Seeing the bag of conches, Zhuahao's mouth was almost watering. I love goose barnacles the most. Brother Su and Sister Yuxing. You're like my real elder brother and sister. All right, stop flattering. First, go and ask the program crew if they sell toothpicks. Otherwise, you'll have to make tools. Luo Yuxing said as she sat down beside the bonfire. She didn't know if it was because the sky had darkened, but Luo Yuxing felt extremely cold. It was much more comfortable to sit by the bonfire and warm herself. I'll go and ask, Su Yuan said hurriedly, and then darted off. Seeing this, Su Ziqian said, I'll go and deal with this fish first. You take a rest here. Since your shoes are wet, take them off too. Luo Yuxing gave a soft hum. Worried that they would really boil the conger eel in water, she quickly admonished, don't really boil the fish in water. How else can we eat it? Su Ziqian was bewildered by Luo Yuxing's words. Since they weren't very good at cooking, they naturally thought of boiling the fish and adding some seasonings. Find a slate and clean it. It'll definitely taste better than boiling it in water. After all, It was the result of her own efforts. Luo Yuxing didn't want them to waste the delicious ingredients. Fong Wangfei, hearing Luo Yuxing's words beside, guessed from yesterday that she must know how to cook. Immediately, he asked, "How big a slab of stone is needed? I'll go find one." Luo Yuxing gestured about the size, and Fong Wangfei nodded and left. Using a slab of stone to cook? Isn't that too unhygienic? Mu Qianyi looked at Luo Yuxing and murmured softly, "Tools are limited, but it'll be fine after being washed clean. Moreover, the food will taste excellent," Luo Yuxing replied with a smile. When Su Ziqian came back after finishing killing the fish, Fong Wangfei also brought back a stone that met Luo Yuxing's requirements as a slab. Luo Yuxing placed it on the makeshift stove with a fire burning beneath. Walking bare-footed on the road, Luo Yuxing took the fish and, with a small knife, sliced it into thin pieces one after another and placed them on a plate. Luo Yuxing was very skilled with the knife. Before long, 2 plates of fish meat were sliced from a sea eel. After slicing the fish, Luo Yuxing also sliced the beef left from last night. Then she asked Zhua how to catch a cleaned octopus. After dealing with it, she put down the small knife. The remaining seafood and the conchs were boiled together in water. After finishing all these, Luo Yuxing sat beside the slab. At present, the slab wasn't hot enough. Even though Zhua Hao wanted to put the fish meat on it, Luo Yuxing stopped him. "Sister Yuxing, when will it be ready?" Squatting beside, Zhua Hao looked as pitiful as a little puppy. Su Yuan, also squatting beside, blinked his eyes cutely and said, "Sister Yuxing, I'm so hungry." Luo Yuxing stretched out both hands and gently stroked the heads of the two. Luo Yuxing adored adorable creatures, be they large or small. One can't be hasty when it comes to good things. It wouldn't be long before they could savor the deliciousness. Su Yuan, whose head had been stroked by Luo Yuxing, shyly lowered his head. Zhua Hao, however, took it in stride and curled his lips, saying, "Sister Yuxing, it's as if you're petting a little puppy." "Nonsense." Luo Yuxing replied seriously, then suddenly broke into a smile. "I'm clearly petting a little mouse." Estimating that the time was right, Luo Yuxing first tossed strips of fish skin onto the stone slab. The moment the fish skin touched the slab, it immediately curled up, exuding a fine sheen of oil and wisps of white smoke. Even though it was just fish skin, it emitted a tantalizing fragrance under the high heat. In an instant, it whetted everyone's appetites. So engrossed were they in the stone slab that they didn't even notice the staff's reminder. Not only the guests but also the cameraman, enticed by the fragrance, pointed the camera at the slab. "It smells so good. Sister, can we eat it?" Zhua Hao fixed his eyes on the oil, oozing fish skin, despite its unassuming appearance. The alluring fragrance made Zhua Hao eager to pop it into his mouth and savor it. Seeing that it was about done, Luo Yuxing swept the fish skin to one side and used chopsticks to place a small piece of fish fillet on the shiny, oily stone slab. There was a softest sound, and the fish fillet quickly emitted wisps of white smoke upon contact with the heat. Without pausing her movements, in just a short while, Luo Yuxing had placed dozens of wafer, thin fish slices on the slab. The fragrance became even more intense, making everyone's hands itch with anticipation. Even Chu Shuai, who considered himself the oldest and most composed among them, couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw this scene. "Can we eat it?" "Wait a moment," said Luo Yuxing as she unhurriedly fetched the seasonings beside her and evenly sprinkled them on the fish slices. The fish slices exuded a fragrant aroma, and their color changed from transparent. Luo Yuxing then flipped the fish slices over and sprinkled the seasonings on the other side. The orange, yellow moray eel meat was steaming white smoke, captivating everyone's attention with its absolutely alluring appearance, including those in the live streaming room. "Did I enter the wrong live streaming room?" "You're not the first one to think so, buddy. What kind of meat is this? It looks so delicious. Is there a master chef here?" Since the live streaming camera was focused on the moray eel meat on the stone slab, when the live streaming started, the first thing people saw was not the guests but the tantalizing moray eel meat. "We were promised a wild survival show. What's the deal with bringing a chef?" "Facepalm, it looks so delicious. What kind of meat is this exactly? I haven't heard that there would be a new guest joining. Where did the chef come from?" In the live streaming room, a heated discussion about the chef's identity began. Meanwhile, at the live streaming site, no one noticed that the live stream had started. It was only after a colleague quietly informed the cameraman in charge of the live streaming that he realized his task. The camera panned out, moving away from the smoking eel meat on the stone slab. The netizens in the live streaming room didn't know whether to feel regretful or relieved. However, when they saw Luo Yuxing holding a pair of chopsticks and cooking moray eel meat, their reactions were quite intense. "Bah, there's no real chef here. Just a show. off beauty. Things that look good don't necessarily taste good. They might even be poisonous. Do you still remember the old ancestors' teachings? Suddenly, I feel so stupid for what I did just now. What on earth is the program group up to? Are they trying to create an image of a master chef for Luo Yuxing? Maybe the label of a foodie suits her better. Hey, what are you talking nonsense about up there? The army of foodies doesn't welcome fake products like Luo Yuxing. All right, come and have a taste too. Luo Yuxing directly picked up a slice of moray eel meat and put it into her mouth. Savoring the rich aroma between her lips and teeth, she, captivated by the delicacy, couldn't help but narrow her eyes with a smile. Su Ziqian's hand movement paused slightly. When he calmly withdrew his gaze, there was still a trace of lingering nostalgia in his eyes. Hot. Delicious, so delicious. Zhua Hao was the first to taste the moray eel meat. Although he got scalded a bit, the cute, elastic, and smooth moray eel meat had perfectly soothed the minor pain from the scald. Xu Yuan also took a slice of the fish. His eyes lit up instantly. Delicious. When he reached for another slice, the empty slate left him stunned for a moment. Apparently, he hadn't expected it to be gone so soon. The taste is truly excellent. It seems I should really be glad I didn't just boil this moray eel in water, Su Ziqian said as he put the second slice of moray eel meat into his mouth. Fang Wangfei, already enthralled by the delicacy, sighed. If we had boiled it, it would have been a criminal waste of such a fine ingredient. Come to think of it, the fish roasted by Yusheng yesterday was also extremely delicious. It's a pity that I only had a tiny bite. Looking at the sliced fish in front of him, Chu Shui recalled the roasted fish from yesterday and increasingly felt that it was truly a great pity. Each slice of the fish had so little meat that one could just barely savor the taste before it was gone, yet the craving it had aroused refused to subside. At present, the few people were staring at the 2 plates of sea eel meat, only feeling that the amount was far too meager. However, they didn't stop to consider that it was just one sea eel. Even if it was quite large, it was still just one fish. How much meat could it possibly have? Mu Xianyi was the quietest one among them, although she also thought it was very delicious, somehow. Upon thinking that it was made by Luo Yuxing, she found herself losing her appetite. Chapter 28. Hospitalization over there. Luo Yuxing had begun to leisurely put in the second batch of fish slices. It was rather quiet at the scene, yet the netizens in the live stream room had all noticed. It seemed that these guests weren't telling falsehoods, for the chopsticks in their hands were poised as if ready to strike at any moment. Once Luo Yuxing said it was time to eat, everyone quickly snatched a slice with their chopsticks. Immediately afterwards, a piece of fish appeared in Luo Yuxing's bowl. Luo Yuxing looked up at Su Ziqian, who had placed the fish in her bowl, and blinked her eyes. This is all you're doing. You should have more, Su Ziqian said. He had just noticed that the live stream time was up, so he took the opportunity to say this, which was also a way of acknowledging Luo Yuxing's contributions to the team. After all, he was well aware that Luo Yuxing had a bad reputation, and there must be many people in the live stream room scolding her. Luo Yuxing nodded and set the prepared ingredients aside. Help yourselves. It'll be faster this way, and it's more enjoyable to eat the meat you've grilled yourself. In fact, the operation wasn't difficult. After watching Luo Yuxing handle it twice, everyone got the hang of it. Soon, the place was bustling with the activity of barbecuing. Although there weren't many fish slices, there was a large sliced beef steak, and along with the prepared octopus. After much ado, everyone feasted for nearly an hour. When the last slice of beef landed in Luo Yuxing's bowl, Su Ziqian placed the cooked seafood on the small table in the middle. Although it was still quite hot, everyone reached for it without hesitation. In contrast to the previous grilled meat, the current boiled seafood offers a taste of pure and unadulterated flavor. Although it has only a faint saltiness, this salty freshness is comparable to the most natural seasoning. The abalones are quite large. When Luo Yuxing took a bite, the chewy texture of the meat filled her with great contentment. Sister Yuxing, shall we start boiling the hot pot ingredients? Zhua Hao asked beside her. Since it was Luo Yuxing's catch, everyone tacitly regarded it as hers. Although Luo Yuxing had eaten quite a bit and was almost full, considering that the others were men with bigger appetites, she immediately smiled and said, "Let's boil it. Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow. Why keep it if we don't eat it?" "Sure thing," Zhua Hao replied cheerfully. Even if Luo Yuxing didn't boil the ingredients, he wouldn't have minded, but he knew she wanted them to have their fill. After finishing the abalones, Luo Yuxing grabbed a handful of conchs and started to pick out the meat. Although there wasn't much conch meat, it was extremely delicious. "Are you sure this can be eaten?" Su Ziqian, sitting beside Luo Yuxing, held a goose barnacle in his hand and asked with a wry smile. "Of course. Don't judge it by its ugly appearance. Goose barnacles are rich in numerous nutrients and taste wonderful." Luo Yuxing took the goose barnacle and directly taught Su Ziqian how to get to the meat inside. Look, the meat is actually hidden in the middle. All we need to do is open it from the stem. As she spoke, Luo Yuxing applied a little force with both hands, and the open goose barnacle revealed the white meat inside. Next, you just pull it out and you can eat it. Moreover, many people prefer to eat goose barnacles raw. Not only are they delicious, but they can also enhance one's immunity and boost the body's metabolism, which is highly beneficial. Following Luo Yuxing's gesture, Su Ziqian extracted the white snail meat from the middle and gently chewed it in her sight. The taste was truly excellent. No wonder Xiao Hao liked it so much. However, Su Ziqian underestimated his own influence. At this moment, the scene of him sitting and chatting with Luo Yuxing was an eyesore to his fans. In the live stream room, many people were chattering because of the proximity between Su Ziqian and Luo Yuxing. Su Ziqian's fans thought that the program team was deliberately pairing them up as a CP and couldn't help scolding the program team. After all, it would be better to pair him with Mu Qianni than with Luo Yuxing. Regardless of Luo Yuxing's reputation, just the fact that she was married. Shouldn't she be more discreet? Perhaps because of the excellent cooking skills Luo Yuxing had just demonstrated and the fact that she hadn't done anything out of line. Those who scolded her were starting to grow weary. In the current live stream room, apart from Su Ziqian's fans, not many people echoed their scolding of Luo Yuxing. Luo Yuxing was unaware that she had been called indiscreet. After all, apart from interacting with the two kids, Zhua Hao and the other one, she had kept her distance from others. As for Su Ziqian, apart from being pulled by him on the reef, there had been no physical contact between them. By the time the hot pot was ready, Luo Yuxing was almost full. She just casually took a piece of corn to nibble on and left the rest for those who were still hungry. In the distance, Mu Qianni sat in the shadows. Luo Yuxing didn't pay much attention to her and had no idea how long she had been sitting there. When Luo Yuxing got up and walked towards her, whether intentionally or not, Mu Qianni got up and walked away the next second. Seeing this, Luo Yuxing didn't care and sat back in her original position. At around 8 o'clock, Luo Yuxing carried a basin of water back to the tent and washed her body. Mu Qianni didn't return to the tent until Luo Yuxing had finished washing. Throughout the whole process, neither of them said a word. Luo Yuxing took out the doll that little Zhongling had given her from her backpack. The doll was a very cute little rabbit with red eyes and long ears, looking just like little Zhongling with a runny nose when crying, tapping gently on its nose. Luo Yuxing thought of her twin children who she didn't know what they were doing at the moment, and couldn't help but think of Qi Yuqing. When she got married, she definitely never imagined that one day it would be so difficult for her to get divorced. However, she definitely wouldn't agree to get divorced and give up her two children. With such thoughts, Luo Yuxing couldn't help musing that Qi Yuqing was so outstanding that there must be many admirers around him. Although he had a cold and unapproachable personality, there must be some blind girls just like her in the past, trying to get close to him. If he fell in love with someone, maybe he would agree to her divorce terms. But by then, she wanted to take both children away with her, ignoring the slight uneasiness in her heart. Before going to bed, Luo Yuxing even prayed, "Qi Yuqing, please start a new romance soon. Although you're not old, your children are already 5 years old." Before dawn, Luo Yuxing woke up in a daze. However, not knowing how to regain her senses, when Luo Yuxing opened her eyes, she felt extremely exhausted, with a heavy head. The following weariness left her with no time to care about other things, and she fell asleep again soon. When she opened her eyes again, Luo Yuxing felt there was something on her forehead. When she touched it, a faint coolness spread from her palm. By this time, it was already bright outside the tent. As Luo Yuxing was weak all over, she lay in the sleeping bag for a while before getting up. When she tore off the thing on her head, she found it was a heat dissipation patch. Had she had a fever? No wonder she was so weak. At present, she was extremely thirsty and immediately prepared to go out of the tent to find something to drink. As soon as the tent was opened, Su Yuan by the campfire noticed Luo Yuxing. "Sister Yuxing, has your fever subsided?" How would you expect Sister Yuxing to know? Hearing Su Yuan's words, Zhua Hao rolled his eyes at him impatiently, then ran up to Luo Yuxing and handed her a thermometer. "Sister Yuxing, take your temperature first." Luo Yuxing hadn't used such an oral thermometer for a long time, but it was already a pleasant surprise that someone had brought it. Luo Yuxing put it under her tongue, unable to speak. After the temperature was taken, Zhua Hao frowned. "It's still 38 degrees, Sister Yuxing. Take some more medicine and have a rest. After lunch, we'll leave here and send you to the hospital." "It's okay. I'm just really thirsty. Is there any water?" Luo Yuxing felt dizzy and a bit unsteady on her feet after standing for a while. Seeing this, Zhua Hao quickly helped her to sit down on one side. "Su Yuan, Go and get some water. Has Yuxing woken up? Has the fever subsided? Not far away, Su Ziqian returned with an airdrop box, followed by Fong Wangfei, who was holding a pheasant in his hand. The pheasant's feathers were vivid and beautiful. Even when being grasped by Fong Wangfei, it still flapped its wings from time to time, attempting to break free, evidently full of wildness. Brother Su, Sister Yuxing still has a fever, said Zhuahao. Luo Yuxing was sipping the water poured by Su Yuan mouthful by mouthful. Her stomach was empty, yet perhaps due to the fever, even upon seeing the pheasant, she had neither the desire nor the appetite to eat it. Brother Su, Director Li sent some rice over and said to cook some plain rice porridge for Sister Yuxing. Su Yuan ran over from the director's camp with a small bag of rice in hand. Give me the rice. I'll cook the porridge. You guys unpack this airdrop box. Yuxing, go back to the tent and have a rest. It'd be good to take a nap, Su Ziqian said as he took the rice from Su Yuan. Nodding. Luo Yuxing herself felt unwell and didn't want to force herself. After returning to the tent, Luo Yuxing lay in the sleeping bag for a short while before dozing off in a daze. This nap didn't last long. She was awakened by Mu Qianni. Wake up. Brother Su asked me to call you out to eat something before going back to sleep. Facing Luo Yuxing, Mu Qianni wore a cold expression. Yet her action of waking Luo Yuxing up was gentle, not deliberately making things difficult for her. Having no appetite, Luo Yuxing knew that she had to eat something at the moment. Otherwise, her stomach would surely ache later. Truly, illness strikes like a landslide. Luo Yuxing hadn't experienced the feeling of being ill for a long time. Unexpectedly, she was so unlucky this time. After having the porridge, Luo Yuxing actually felt a bit better. She strolled along the nearby seaside with everyone, which served as an inn to the first shooting location, and then the recording concluded. Back at the camp, everyone began to pack up their things. After Luo Yuxing put her belongings into her backpack, Zhuahao took it from her and said, Sister Yuxing, you're still sick. Let me carry it for you. According to the original plan, they were supposed to head to the next location immediately, rest there for a night, and start recording early the next morning. However, due to Luo Yuxing's condition, the plan had to be postponed. After landing, Luo Yuxing was sent to a nearby hospital, and the others were arranged to rest in a nearby hotel. Somehow, the news that the program group had postponed the shooting of the second phase spread on the internet. There were also rumors that it was because of Luo Yuxing's personal reasons. Suddenly, all kinds of comments emerged. Although it was unknown how the news had leaked, Li Hongxing still publicly announced on the internet as quickly as possible that Luo Yuxing was ill and hospitalized, thus clearing the rumors for her. However, among so many female guests who had participated in Wild, Luo Yuxing was the first to get ill and hospitalized after just one phase of recording. Some people thought she was being finicky, while others thought she might be faking illness to gain attention. But regardless of what they thought, Luo Yuxing just went about her business as usual. She had learned to listen to only what she wanted to on the internet. Otherwise, she would surely be driven to depression by the keyboard warriors. Li Guang received the news of Luo Yuxing's illness early this morning and came here promptly. At this moment, he was also in Luo Yuxing's hospital ward. Confronted with the unpleasant remarks on the internet, Li Guang said, Sister, you needn't concern yourself with what those people say. The most crucial thing for you now is to recuperate well. Alas, had I known that participating in this program would be so exhausting and make you ill, we shouldn't have taken on this job. I actually find it rather interesting, Luo Yuxing replied, with a drip hanging on her hand as her spirit had recovered. Her appetite had also improved a bit, and she was sipping porridge at that moment. No matter how interesting it is, you should take care of your health. How distressed would Zhong Ling and Zhong Yu be if they knew about this? Li Guang murmured softly. As for Qi Yuqing, Li Guang didn't expect him to feel concerned about Luo Yuxing. As if recalling something, Luo Yuxing slowed down her eating pace. Xiao Guang, go to Director Li and inquire if I can have my phone back, she said. According to the schedule, all the recordings were continuous, so the phones hadn't been returned. However, since the recording was suspended today, Luo Yuxing thought her request wasn't excessive. Sure, I'll go and ask, Li Guang responded upon hearing this. After Li Guang left, Luo Yuxing finished the porridge in the bowl and lay in bed, gazing at the azure sky outside the window. Perhaps due to being by the sea, the sky here seemed more beautiful than that in City A. The sound of footsteps approached from behind. Without turning her head, Luo Yuxing asked, Did you get it? Chapter 29. I can't give birth to her alone. With what? A deep voice sounded from behind. Turning around, Luo Yuxing saw Su Ziqian entering the hospital ward. It's you. I thought it was Xiao Guang, she said. Your agent? Su Ziqian wasn't familiar with Luo Yuxing's agent, yet he recalled seeing the latter leave just moments ago. Luo Yuxing gave a soft hum and gently shifted her body, readjusting her lying position. Why did you come? You should have taken more rest at the hotel while you had the time, she said. I've already rested for several hours, since I had nothing else to do. I came to have a look and check on your condition. We're taking a flight to the next recording location early tomorrow morning. How are you feeling? Su Ziqian inquired. Truly worthy of being the vice captain of the team, Luo Yuxing thought Su Ziqian was extremely competent. Don't worry. After the infusion and a night's rest, I'll surely be back in top form tomorrow, she assured him. That's good. However, I think we should also put some medicine in our backpacks, Su Ziqian remarked. Also planning to go out and buy some medicine later. Luo Yuxing nodded, deeming Su Ziqian a captain who always had the team in mind. Just then, Li Guang returned with Luo Yuxing's phone. Sister, I've brought your phone back. Hello, Brother Su, he greeted. Seeing Li Guang return, Su Ziqian let out a soft chuckle. I wondered what you'd sent the agent to fetch. So it was the phone, he said. Cough. I was just so bored, Luo Yuxing replied, a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Ziqian didn't make any more jokes. After Li Guang came back, he didn't stay any longer. He said goodbye to Luo Yuxing and then left. As soon as he left, Luo Yuxing quickly waved to Li Guang and took the phone. Xiao Guang, you can go out for a stroll or go back to the hotel to rest. There's nothing for me to do here anyway. Then I'll go to the side to buy something and come back later. Although Li Guang didn't know who Luo Yuxing was going to call, he still followed Luo Yuxing's words and left the ward. After the ward was empty, Luo Yuxing swiped through Weibo with the phone for a while. When she estimated that the time was about right, she dialed Qi Yuqing's phone number. Qi Yuqing usually had a lot of work and was very busy, but no matter how busy he was, he had developed the habit of going home to have dinner with his children. Unless there was something necessary, he basically wouldn't break his promise. At this moment, just as he drove the car into the villa, Qi Yuqing answered the phone. His voice still carried the same coldness as before. Hello, it's me, Luo Yuxing. Have you got home, Qi Yuqing? Luo Yuxing asked. Qi Yuqing didn't pay too much attention to Luo Yuxing's affairs. However, perhaps because he had asked his secretary about Luo Yuxing's program recording before. When the news that Luo Yuxing was ill and hospitalized came out today, the secretary told Qi Yuqing. Hearing Luo Yuxing's voice at this moment, Qi Yuqing originally wanted to show some concern, but he swallowed the words back in the end. He couldn't let Luo Yuxing reignite hope. Yes, I just got home. What's the matter? TSK, really cold-hearted. Luo Yuxing had thought that even out of courtesy, Qi Yuqing would show some concern for her. As expected, this man was cold-hearted and would never show warmth. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in the ward, Luo Yuxing rolled her eyes. Of course, there's nothing wrong with me looking for you. I'm looking for the baby and the elder brother. Are they around? They're at home, Qi Yuqing replied calmly. Then I'll send you a video call on WeChat. Let the baby answer, Luo Yuxing said straightforwardly. After getting out of the car, Qi Yuqing entered the villa. The butler approached quickly. Before the butler could say a word, Qi Yuqing spoke up. Where are Xiaoling and Xiaoyu? The young master and the young lady are in their rooms. They said they'd wait for the young master to have dinner together, the butler reported. Qi Yuqing nodded slightly and headed upstairs. On the phone, Luo Yuxing didn't hang up and Qi Yuqing didn't either. Both sides remained silent throughout the journey. Yet neither of them felt anything amiss. When he reached the two little ones' room, Xiao Zhongling spotted Qi Yuqing first. She trotted over on her short legs and hugged Qi Yuqing's leg with a thud. Daddy, big brother bullied me. You're lying. Where did I bully you? Xiao Zhongyu turned his head away haughtily, but Qi Yuqing still noticed the slight blush on his ear tips. Daddy. Big brother said that if I don't get a full score in the next math exam, he'll spank me, Xiao Zhongling said, covering her bottom with a wrong look on her face as if she'd already been spanked. Beside her, Xiao Zhongyu let out a soft snort. You even make mistakes on such easy questions. I've taught you for nothing. A soft and gentle laughter rang in his ears. A hint of darkness flashed across Qi Yuqing's eyes, and the unhurried teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. I said, Mr. Qi, does the baby's poor arithmetic skills come from you? I couldn't have given birth to her all by myself, Qi Yuqing said calmly. Well, though it's true. I was a top student in science back then. So, the baby's poor arithmetic must be inherited from you, Luo Yuxing said with a smile. Hard to tell. Qi Yuqing recalled his school days. If Luo Yuxing was a science prodigy, then Qi Yuqing was an all-round academic superstar back then, winning numerous awards and so many scholarships that they could even buy a house. Hearing Qi Yuqing's four-word response, Luo Yuxing let out a triumphant snort. It's good that you can't tell. After all, I'm so alluring on the outside. Who can resist my beauty? Self-conceited. Qi Yuqing simply threw these 2 words at Luo Yuxing. He was afraid that even one more word would make her overly proud. On this side, after little Zhongling finished talking to her dad, she saw that her dad seemed to be chatting with some auntie and completely ignored her. Inevitably, she felt rather wronged. Little Zhongling pouted. Before she could even burst into tears out of grievance, Qi Yuqing seemed to remember something and said to Luo Yuxing, "Don't you want a video call?" "Oh, right. I want to have a good look at my little darling. Remember to accept it on WeChat." After giving these instructions, Luo Yuxing hung up the phone directly. What she didn't know was that after hanging up the phone, Qi Yuqing secretly let out a sigh of relief. He felt that the present Luo Yuxing, who was no longer clingy, was truly different from before. When the video call was connected, Luo Yuxing immediately saw little Zhongling with slightly red, rimmed eyes on the other end of the phone. "What's wrong, baby? Did your brother bully you?" "Mom, why are you wearing this dress?" Little Zhongling with red, rimmed eyes stared directly at Luo Yuxing's hospital gown, perhaps because the gown was so distinctive. Even little Zhongling recognized it. Luo Yuxing had actually forgotten that she was still wearing the hospital gown. When little Zhongling mentioned it, she immediately asked with a beaming smile, "Does baby recognize this dress?" Little Zhongling nodded. "Mom always wears this dress every time she goes to the hospital." Well, little Zhongling's knowledge of this dress all came from Luo Yuxing's hospitalizations. Hearing this answer, Luo Yuxing felt a bit embarrassed. Thinking back to the past, it really seemed rather foolish of herself to go to the hospital every month. "Is Mom sick again?" Little Zhongling's soft and delicate voice rang out, tinged with a touch of curiosity. Luo Yuxing nodded gently, and her exquisitely beautiful little face wrinkled slightly. "Yes, Mom has a fever. So she's getting an injection in the hospital and also has to take medicine. Mom can't be afraid of the bitter taste and refuse to take the medicine. Otherwise, the illness won't get better," little Zhongling said seriously. Looking into those big, dark eyes, Luo Yuxing raised her hand as if taking an oath. "Mom will definitely listen to Dr. Xiaoling and take the medicine bravely without fearing the bitterness." Hearing this, little Zhongling shyly covered her chubby little face with both hands. Luo Yuxing softly asked, "Baby, where's your brother?" "Brother?" Little Zhongling turned around to look behind her. There was no one there. Searching further inside the room, there was still no one. Holding her phone, little Zhongling rushed into the connected playroom, yet failed to catch a glimpse of her elder brother. "Daddy, where's brother?" Little Zhongling inquired curiously of Qi Yuqing in the room. Qi Yuqing slightly shook his head. In fact, he surmised that Zhong Yuzhong was avoiding Luo Yuxing. Perhaps the elder brother had gone downstairs for a meal. "Little Ling, after you finish talking to Mommy, shall we also go downstairs for a meal?" Upon hearing her father's words, the well-behaved little Zhongling immediately nodded. "Mommy, baby is going to have a meal. You must also obediently follow what the doctor says, okay?" "All right. Mommy will definitely heed the doctor's advice." "Baby, you also have to listen to Daddy and brother, understand?" Luo Yuxing propped her chin on one hand and tilted her head, gazing at little Zhongling on the video. Nodding her head, little Zhongling waved her tiny hand at Luo Yuxing. After a moment's thought, she leaned close to the screen and gave Luo Yuxing a kiss, then promptly hung up. The screen froze on the little face of little Zhongling as she leaned in to end the video, but it soon faded away. Right after the video call ended, Luo Yuxing felt a twinge of loneliness. Rummaging through her backpack, she took out the bunny doll and decided to regard it as her precious daughter. On the other side, after Qi Yuqing led little Zhongling downstairs, he indeed found Zhong Yuzhong in the dining room. However, Zhong Yuzhong, who had arrived at the dining room earlier, clearly wasn't hungry. Although the servants had laid out the meals, Zhong Yuzhong hadn't picked up his chopsticks. Holding little Zhongling and sitting down on the chair, Qi Yuqing took his seat. His eyes slightly drooped and fell on little Zhongyu. "Xiaoyu, come to Dad's study after dinner. Dad wants to talk to you about something." Little Zhongyu pursed his lips tightly and remained silent. In the past, Qi Yuqing was quite satisfied with his son's composure. But now he was a bit worried that his son might be too gloomy. Luo Yuxing, who was in a city several cities away, definitely had no idea about these things. After a simple and leisurely whole day, a bit after 5 o'clock the next morning, Luo Yuxing's hospital ward was quietly opened. Just like many program crews like to play the trick of raiding the guest hotel rooms in the early morning, here in Luo Yuxing's case, it became the hospital ward. The purpose was also simple, which was to capture the most innocent and genuine reaction of the guest when they just woke up. Although she had been informed in advance the previous day, Luo Yuxing still slept soundly and didn't think she needed to wake up early at all. It wasn't until someone shook her shoulder to wake her up that Luo Yuxing still stared blankly at the person in front of her and then rubbed her eyes, facing Luo Yuxing's innocent look when she just woke up. The female director in charge of waking her up found it so simple and pure that it made her heart flutter. When Luo Yuxing rubbed her sleepy eyes, her watery eyes exuded a bit of cuteness for no reason. So cute. At that moment, the female director even felt a bit reluctant to wake her up. But soon, Luo Yuxing came to her senses. Perhaps because she had just woken up, Luo Yuxing's voice was also a bit soft, with a touch of tenderness. Is it time to set off? Yes. Do you still feel uncomfortable anywhere in your body now? Shall I call a doctor over first? The female director lowered her voice and asked cautiously. Luo Yuxing shook her head and gave her a smile. No, thanks. I feel quite well. But I wonder if the recording has started yet. Can we have the breakfast provided by the hotel? Don't worry. You don't have to look for breakfast on your own. However, you're in the hospital now, not in the hotel, the female director said amusingly. Hearing this, Luo Yuxing gave a sly smile. I can go to their hotel to have breakfast. Each room is provided with 2 breakfast vouchers. It won't matter if I go there to have a free meal. The female director couldn't help finding it funny that Luo Yuxing justified having a free meal so matter-of-factly. However, Luo Yuxing did seem a bit adorable. Even if she was just feigning cuteness, the female director thought that as long as she kept it up, she would still find her adorable. Chapter 30. The fairy's wish. After Luo Yuxing finished washing up in the restroom and spent some time applying skincare products, she then followed the program group's vehicle into the hotel. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuxing was the first to arrive. In other words, the others were still in dreamland. Since Luo Yuxing came early, she was temporarily assigned a task, morning call, holding a master key card. Luo Yuxing only got a few room numbers and had no idea who lived in which room. According to the director, group's intention, she could choose to open any room at will. What a prank. However, even if it was a prank, Luo Yuxing had to bite the bullet and do it. Moreover, she was already awake while they were still sleeping. How could they be so blissful? She was still a patient yesterday. Luo Yuxing randomly picked a room. She inserted the room card, and there was a soft beep. Then she quietly pressed the doorknob to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a gust of cold air rushed in. Luo Yuxing couldn't help shivering. This must be a young person's room. They really weren't afraid of the cold. Sure enough, Luo Yuxing saw Zhua Hao's clothes and trousers on the chair in the room. Little guy, it's time to get up, she called out. At Luo Yuxing's shout, Zhua Hao was instantly startled, as if he had been frightened by the sudden female voice in the room. When his eyes focused, and he saw Luo Yuxing standing at the foot of the bed, Zhua Hao immediately tightened the quilt around himself. Sister Yuxing, why are you here? I'm not wearing any clothes. Are you wearing trousers? Luo Yuxing slightly raised her eyebrows. Blinking his eyes, Zhua Hao was a bit slow to react to the abrupt change of topic, yet he still nodded and said, I've put them on. I'm not naked. Why are you so worked up? Hurry up and get up. We still have to wake the others up. Luo Yuxing was sitting on a chair beside, motioning for Zhua Hao to get up, casually reaching for a pack of chips from the snack area nearby and opening it. Luo Yuxing munched on one chip after another, and the crisp crunching sounds kept echoing. It turned out that Zhua Hao was still shy. He asked Luo Yuxing to fetch the clothes on the chair and then, hiding behind the quilt, slowly dressed himself inside the quilt. When Zhua Hao was ready, the two of them headed straight to Su Yuan's room. The room number was kindly provided by Zhua Hao. Poor Su Yuan. Having Zhua Hao as a friend was rather unfortunate. Whenever there was something good, Zhua Hao never thought of him, but when it came to something bad, Su Yuan was the first one on his mind. However, since Zhua Hao was with him this time, after the door was opened, Luo Yuxing let Zhua Hao go in first as the vanguard. Before long, Zhua Hao's voice came from inside. When Luo Yuxing entered, he saw Su Yuan hastily putting on his clothes. Well, one could say his movements were quite bold. In fact, through the days of getting along, Luo Yuxing had also noticed that there was always a sense of incongruity about Su Yuan. His cute little, puppy image was mostly a persona. When there was no camera following him privately, he was not as sweet and obedient as he appeared in front of the camera. But as soon as the camera was on him, he immediately transformed into that adorable and well-behaved little puppy. It wasn't to say that it was bad. Anyway, Luo Yuxing thought he was quite endearing. Different from Zhua Hao, who was straightforward. Perhaps it was precisely this difference that made the two of them good friends. Upon seeing Luo Yuxing's appearance, Su Yuan quickened his pace of dressing. He hastily finished getting dressed and rushed into the restroom to wash up. In the following time, Luo Yuxing and the other two successively went to each room, rousing the remaining guests one by one. By the time Chu Shuai, the last one, was awakened, all of them had gathered in the hotel's dining hall. The buffet breakfast was sumptuous. Although Luo Yuxing had just eaten a packet of chips, She still took quite a lot of delicious food. Just like her, the rest of them also ate as much as they could. Even Mu Qianyi didn't take less due to her usual weight loss routine. After all, no one knew how their lunch would be arranged and whether they could have enough for dinner. After having their fill, the 7 of them were taken by the program crew to the airport and then boarded the plane directly. 3 hours later, they arrived at the airport in City W, Province C. Immediately afterwards, they were transported to a small town named Lianxi in the program crew's vehicle. Lianxi town is situated at the border of Song County. In recent years, due to the development of the tourism industry, many young people accustomed to the fast-paced life in big cities have taken a fancy to places like Lianxi town with unique scenic spots to visit and take photos. However, apparently, Luo Yuxing and the others were not sent here to enjoy the pleasures of traveling. When they were left in the town's central square, Su Ziqian, who was in the lead, was handed a task card, which required them to survive in Lianxi town for 3 days and 2 nights. Meanwhile, Fang Wangfei held the survival fund sponsored by the program crew, which amounted to 150 yuan. Meanwhile, Li Hongxing kindly reminded the guests that during these 3 days and 2 nights, the program group would not offer any assistance, including solving the problems of meals and accommodation. However, to prevent the guests from being unaware of the situation, the program group had booked hotel rooms for them in advance for tonight. And this 150 yuan was the accommodation fee for the hotel rooms. So, does that mean we can't touch this 150 yuan? Then how are we going to solve the problem of meals? Zhuahao rubbed his belly. You know, it was already noon, and they hadn't had their lunch yet. The guests had to solve the problem of meals by themselves. Additionally, the program group would monitor the whole process. If any behavior of guests borrowing or asking for money from passers-by was detected, it would be completely prohibited, Li Hongxing said with a beaming smile. Luo Yuxing, seeing the sly smile on Li Hongxing's face like a fox, murmured softly, that is to say, we are going to stay in this town for 3 days and 2 nights. Apart from the accommodation fee for the first day, we also need to find a way to earn the accommodation fee for 1 more day, the fees for 3 lunches, 2 dinners, and 2 breakfasts. 1 day with 2 or 3 meals. Li Hongxing carefully calculated and nodded. Indeed, you can only earn the money through regular channels and can't rely on your fame. Although the program group deliberately chose Lianxi town where there were mostly elderly people as the young people mostly worked outside, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be their fans offering help. Seeing several people frowning with a bitter look on their faces, Li Hongxing reminded them, there are still quite a few odd jobs in the town, and you need to look for them on your own. The program crew withdrew, leaving only the follow-up photographers with them. Standing in the square, Mu Qianyi looked at Su Ziqian and said, Brother Su, what shall we do now? Didn't we have some funds before? Let's find a place to have a meal first. After that, we can stroll around the town. The program crew won't set an impossible task. Although it was Su Ziqian's first time facing such a situation, he remained calm in front of his companions. The 150 yuan funds couldn't be used. Currently, the only available money was the start-up funds they had drawn before. After subtracting the money they had already spent, there were still 83 yuan left. Since they hadn't settled on dinner yet, everyone dared not spend money recklessly. After Luo Yuxing and the others strolled around the town, they found an open breakfast shop. They bought a dozen or so steamed buns and 3 plates of side dishes. The steamed buns were quite big. After this meal for 7 people, although it wasn't very delicious, they were full. I'd rather be sent to the wild. With Sister Yuxing around, I could have delicious food instead of gnawing on these steamed buns. Zhuahao complained while still eating the steamed buns bit by bit. Looking at the remaining 60 yuan in his hand, Su Ziqian felt the heavy burden on his shoulders. It was clearly a long-way goal to ensure that his companions could have good meals. Let's go to the town this afternoon to look for jobs to earn money. If we stay together as a large group, it will be a waste of time. How about splitting into 2 groups? Su Ziqian suggested. His proposal was quickly approved by everyone. Then the 7 people were divided into 2 groups, Su Ziqian, Luo Yuxing, Su Yuan, and Zhuahao in one group, Fang Wangfei, Mu Qianyi, and Chu Shuai in the other group. Each group consists of a team leader and a girl, which is a relatively even distribution. Without means of communication, everyone could only agree to meet at the hotel later and then separated on the spot. The town was not bustling. Coupled with the sweltering afternoon heat, few people ventured outside. There were indeed shops along the roadside. Yet those shops only recruited long-term employees. For those like them who wanted to be paid on a daily basis, the shops simply refused. After facing numerous rejections, even Su Ziqian wore a worried frown. Although there was no way for them to contact each other, Luo Yuxing got in touch with the photographer's colleague and learned that Fong Wangfei's group was in the same predicament. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after hours of searching, they still hadn't found a single job. If this continued, they might make it through the night, but tomorrow would be a disaster. At around 4 o'clock, the despondent group gathered in the hotel. Zhua Hao, whose morale had completely collapsed, slumped in a chair. This is impossible. How can we earn money here? Even if I went out to busk, there wouldn't be any old ladies to support me. I'll go out and take a look. Luo Yuxing had no clear idea either. But seeing everyone staying in the hotel lobby, she rather didn't want to stay there. The hotel was located in the center of the town. As soon as Luo Yuxing stepped out of the door, she noticed that there were many more kids with small school bags compared to the afternoon. It dawned on her that it was after school time. Well, not far from the hotel was a pastry shop. At that moment, a little girl was squatting in front of the shop, wailing loudly. Beside her, an old woman stooped over, anxiously comforting the little girl. However, no matter how hard she tried, the girl just kept sobbing. I'm truly sorry. Our pastry chef had a bad fall this afternoon. So we really can't make the customized cake. How about this? We still have many beautiful cakes here. What about a Hello Kitty themed one? The Paw Patrol themed one is also nice. I can give you a discount later. The owner of the pastry shop, a woman in her early 30s, looked at the old woman and the child with an apologetic expression. The old woman was somewhat tempted, but the little girl refused to compromise. No, I want a Peppa Pig cake. Grandma, you promised to buy me a Peppa Pig cake. I want it. You're really something. We've made a reservation. How can such a big shop have no credibility at all? Unable to console her granddaughter, the old woman vented her anger on the shop owner. Hearing this, the owner was helpless. I'm really sorry, but I called you at that time, yet no one answered. As the child became more and more restless, quite a few people gathered around. Clearly, the owner didn't want this incident to escalate and damage the shop's reputation. Immediately, she said, although the pastry chef's accident was unexpected, the child has really been wronged. How about this, little girl? I'll give you a cake for free, okay? What do you mean, boss? We're not short of money. The old woman was obviously quite difficult to deal with. Seeing that her granddaughter was still crying after so long, she also felt annoyed. I understand. That's not what I meant. I just want to express my apologies. The boss said hastily. Luo Yuxing had been listening nearby for a while, thinking of something. She slowly walked to the little girl's side and squatted down. Little sister, is it your birthday today? The little girl, who had been crying for a long time and was a bit tired, looked up when she heard Luo Yuxing's gentle voice and nodded aggrievedly at her. How can we not fulfill the birthday wish of a little fairy? Then, little sister, tell elder sister. What kind of cake do you like? Okay. Luo Yuxing asked softly. Beside them, the owner of the Western pastry shop frowned slightly upon hearing Luo Yuxing's words. Miss, could you stop causing trouble here? She was almost done resolving this matter. If the little girl was reminded of the sad past, wouldn't it be even more troublesome? However, neither Luo Yuxing nor the little girl paid heed to the boss's words. Under Luo Yuxing's gaze, the little girl let out an aggrieved sob and then said, I want a Peppa Pig cake. Xiaowa invited me to eat a Peppa Pig cake on her birthday yesterday. I promised her that I would invite her to have one too. Then, let elder sister make a Peppa Pig cake for our little fairy, okay? The cakes made by elder sister are very delicious. Hearing Luo Yuxing's words, the little girl's eyes immediately lit up. The boss beside them also couldn't help but look at her. Chapter 31. A pastry chef hampered by marriage at this moment. The shop owner also noticed the follow-up cameraman behind Luo Yuxing and was somewhat uncertain about the situation. Although Luo Yuxing had a beautiful face, the owner didn't recognize her. He simply assumed she was just having fun with filming or a small internet celebrity and never thought she was a star. Boss, I used to work as a pastry chef for some time. How about I make a Peppa Pig cake for this little girl instead? Luo Yuxing straightforwardly stated her intention. The boss looked at Luo Yuxing and then at the follow-up camera behind her. Can you really do it? Letting out a soft chuckle, Luo Yuxing, with a hint of pride and in a very playful tone, said, Of course. I'm not boasting, boss. I'm actually a pastry chef hampered by marriage. Back then, customers in our shop came specifically for my craftsmanship. If you don't believe me, I can bake a simple cake for you to taste first. If you think it's good, then I'll bake the birthday cake for the little girl. I want a Peppa Pig cake. The boss was still hesitant. But the little girl's resolute words made the boss decide to trust Luo Yuxing just this once. However, due to the uncertainty about Luo Yuxing, the boss finally asked her to bake some cookies first. After confirming that she was very skilled in her movements and didn't seem to be deceiving him, The boss then allowed Luo Yuxing to start baking the cake. Those in the hotel were unaware of Luo Yuxing's smooth progress. An hour passed, and it was dinner time. Yet Luo Yuxing still hadn't returned. Only then did the others start to worry and go out to look for her. Subsequently, the program crew informed them of Luo Yuxing's current location, which was in the kitchen of the neighboring Western pastry shop. The kitchen of the Western pastry shop was not a public area, so when Su Ziqian and the others arrived, the boss, knowing they were in the same group as Luo Yuxing, merely asked them to wait in the shop. "Come, have some biscuits baked by Yuxing," the boss said with a beaming smile as she looked at them. Although initially she did have doubts about what Luo Yuxing said. The biscuits Luo Yuxing baked were even more delicious than those made by the previous pastry chef, which put the boss at ease. Anyway, the boss held quite a favorable impression of Luo Yuxing, who had come to her rescue in a moment of need. Everyone was a bit hungry. Upon hearing the boss's words and knowing these were biscuits baked by Luo Yuxing, they each immediately picked up one and started munching. Zuohao was a restless person. He sat there quietly for less than 5 minutes before chattering away with the boss, getting to the bottom of why Luo Yuxing had gone to the kitchen to offer help. Actually, it didn't take long to bake a cake. Approximately half an hour later, the cake base was ready. Holding the cream and fruits, Luo Yuxing had already envisioned a plan in her mind. However, putting it into practice was no easy feat indeed. That little girl, since what she wanted was a Peppa Pig cake, Luo Yuxing's design naturally centered around Peppa Pig themed decorations. The cake was adorned not only with Peppa but also with George, Daddy Pig, and Mummy Pig. George was holding a piece of cake in his hand, celebrating Peppa's birthday. The background was a meadow crafted from matcha chocolate. Peppa wore an adorable birthday hat on her head, and there were cherry-made balloons beside her. With the limited resources at her disposal, Luo Yuxing embellished the entire scene in a bountiful and childlike manner. The Peppa made of cream was so lifelike that even her eyelashes were clearly visible, which obviously showed her great attentiveness. After Luo Yuxing wrote the words "Fairy Happy Birthday with chocolate sauce," she surveyed the overall effect and then took off her gloves contentedly. At this moment, there were only 10 minutes left until the cake was to be picked up. "Boss, the cake is ready," Luo Yuxing called out. Not only the boss but also other people gathered around, as the cameraman assigned to follow Luo Yuxing. The camera-man had been waiting at the kitchen door for nearly 2 hours. When the kitchen door opened, he followed the boss in and captured Luo Yuxing's creation right away. The boss was overjoyed when seeing the finished Peppa cake by Luo Yuxing. "Yuxing, you must have spent a long time learning this craft. It looks more delicate than what the previous chefs in my shop made," the boss remarked. "Not really. I initially planned to open my own shop, so I studied it more seriously. But unfortunately, after I got married, my husband didn't allow me to show myself in public." As she said this, Luo Yuxing sighed. Seeing this, the boss felt sorry for her. "You're truly pitiful. For people, the most difficult thing is to engage in the job they love." "You're right, Sister Wang. I've always regretted it." As Luo Yuxing spoke, she noticed that Zuohao and the others were all looking at her with a bewildered expression, as if they were thinking, "What's going on? Where am I? What are you talking about?" Taking advantage of Sister Wang not paying attention, Luo Yuxing playfully winked at them. After admiring Luo Yuxing's finished product, the boss carefully packed it. Since the top was transparently designed, even when the package was intact, when Yinyin and her grandmother came to pick up the cake, they could immediately see the cake inside. "Well, Grandma, it's really Peppa Pig. It looks even better than Angie's Peppa Pig cake." Yinyin was extremely delighted when she saw the Peppa Pig on the cake. Seeing her granddaughter happy, the old lady politely thanked Luo Yuxing and paid Sister Wang for the cake. "Boss, I'm really sorry to have caused you trouble. Yinyin has been spoiled by us. She always insists on getting whatever she wants." "It's okay. This can't be blamed on Yinyin. After all, she's still a child," Sister Wang said with a smile, and then saw them off. Before leaving, Yinyin quietly ran to Luo Yuxing's side. When Luo Yuxing squatted down to talk to her, Yinyin leaned forward and kissed Luo Yuxing on the cheek. "Sister, Mom said that a kiss means liking someone." "Yinyin likes Sister. Sister also likes our little fairy Yinyin," Luo Yuxing said with a gentle smile and kissed Yinyin on the little face as well. It was already a little past 6 and nearly 7 o'clock. Luo Yuxing stroked her stomach. She didn't feel it when she was busy, but now that she was done, she realized how hungry she was. Luo Yuxing's actions were not very discreet. Seeing this, Sister Wang immediately smiled and said, "Yuxing, thanks to you for helping me today. Your several friends have been waiting for you here. How about I invite you all to dinner?" Su Yuan's eyes lit up, but then he heard Luo Yuxing's gentle refusal. "No need, Sister Wang. Didn't you say your child at home is waiting? You'd better go back first." "I see. All right. There have been so many things today. And my child at home has been fussy too. Sister Wang thought for a while, then took a 50 yuan note from the money she had just received and handed it to Luo Yuxing. Sister knows you don't care about this little money, but I originally intended to invite you to dinner to show my gratitude. Since I couldn't do that, although it might seem a bit shabby, please accept this crafting fee. How could this be shabby? I'm more than grateful to Sister Wang. Luo Yuxing generously took the 50 yuan note. After all, the cake the other party had ordered was not large, coupled with the low consumption level in the small town. Although Luo Yuxing had put a lot of effort into making the cake, she only sold it for 128 yuan, and after the discount, she only charged 98 yuan. Then, Luo Yuxing hesitated a bit and said, Sister Wang, your shop's master is hospitalized. What will you do with the shop? Hearing this, Sister Wang said helplessly, I'll open it for half a day tomorrow morning to sell the remaining pastries in the shop, but I won't be able to take any more orders for custom-made cakes. After her words fell, Luo Yuxing pondered slightly and said, previously, I noticed that your shop has a good location and has quite a few regular customers. Moreover, I just observed that the fruits you prepared are very fresh and in large quantities. Your business should be quite good on ordinary days, right? When it came to business, Sister Wang also broke into a smile. Normally, the business is quite good. Everyone gives me face and patronizes my shop. Well, I won't beat around the bush. I wonder if Sister Wang minds having one more employee tomorrow? As Luo Yuxing uttered these words, everyone thought, finally, here it comes. After all, everyone knew that Luo Yuxing couldn't have come to help out for no reason. Nowadays, everyone was on the hunt for a job. Sister Wang was momentarily stunned by Luo Yuxing's directness. However, considering that Luo Yuxing's craftsmanship was at least as good as the previous chef's, and that the chef was currently hospitalized, leaving a vacancy, she thought it over. Although she had no idea what kind of filming Luo Yuxing and the others were engaged in, Sister Wang readily agreed. Sure, Yuxing, come to work tomorrow. As the only one who had found a job to support the family, Luo Yuxing took her friends to a restaurant after leaving the pastry shop. They had had steamed buns for lunch. Surely they couldn't have the same for dinner? Although 50 yuan wasn't a large sum. Since they at least had a plan for the next day, they decided to spend it. They deliberately chose an inexpensive restaurant that served large portions. The 7 of them ordered 3 dishes and several bowls of white rice. Although it seemed rather meager, it had to be said that everyone ate with great satisfaction. The live streaming time at 7 o'clock arrived. Luo Yuxing and her friends were already seated in the small restaurant. The environment of the restaurant was mediocre at best, yet none of them complained. When the dishes were served, all 7 of them started eating right away. By this time, they were extremely hungry. However, in the live streaming room, seeing that their beloved idol only had 3 dishes throughout the meal, although there was a meat dish, there wasn't much meat in the stir or fried pork. This sight made the fans of each idol feel extremely heartache. After dinner, when they returned to the hotel, Luo Yuxing and Mu Qianyi were relatively better off, since they were taking care of 2 girls. They stayed in a twin bedroom which cost 50 yuan per night. Meanwhile, the other 5 boys slept in a dormitory style room with 5 beds lined up in a row, costing 100 yuan per night. In comparison, having a stable environment where one could leisurely take a bath and apply a facial mask truly satisfied Luo Yuxing greatly. What she didn't know was that in the next room, several people left the hotel late at night. The next day, undoubtedly, Luo Yuxing was separated from the others today. With a 9 o'clock work shift, she slept until 8, being the one who got up the latest. There was no way around it. She didn't have the pressure of survival at present. However, the others hadn't been up for long either. When Luo Yuxing stepped out of her room, she happened to meet Zhuo Hao passing by the door. Sister Yuxing, you're awake. Brother Su just sent over breakfast. Come to our room to have it. Okay. Luo Yuxing nodded. She had originally thought she would miss breakfast. In the room, because the follow-up cameraman was absent, Su Yuan was sitting with his legs crossed, eating heartily. When he saw Luo Yuxing coming, he even waved the meat bun in his hand to greet her. However, when his follow-up cameraman came from around the corner, Luo Yuxing saw him immediately sit up straight, in front of the camera. He once again presented an endearingly innocent image. With a smile on her lips, Luo Yuxing sat down on the edge of the bed. Their dormitory-style room was extremely cramped, and there was no table. In comparison, their rooms were indeed much better. It could be regarded as a special consideration for the female guests. Where are the team leader and the others? Luo Yuxing couldn't help asking when she saw only the 2 of them and Mu Qianyi, who had arrived earlier, in the room. Brother Su and the others are still busy. The breakfast shop is doing brisk business. Brother Su just sent us breakfast and then rushed back, is what Hao replied. Luo Yuxing was quite surprised. Are they working at the breakfast shop? Not exactly. Brother Su said they were just earning their breakfast. The shop doesn't hire waiters. They negotiated with the shop owner last night and went to help early this morning, which is how we got this breakfast, Zhua Hao explained. It had to be said that Su Ziqian and the other two going to the breakfast shop to work in exchange for breakfast exceeded Luo Yuxing's expectations. After all, they had been in the entertainment circle for so long and all had a certain status. It was rather commendable that they could simply set aside their once lofty status. After they finished breakfast, apart from Luo Yuxing who went to work at the Western-style pastry shop, the rest planned to find some work nearby. The breakfast shop was not far from the hostel. It was right across the street. When Luo Yuxing went out to the pastry shop, she saw the three of them bustling about there. Perhaps they weren't used to the work, and they seemed a bit flustered, but it appeared that they hadn't made any mistakes. From afar, Luo Yuxing nodded to Su Ziqian, who happened to look over while he was busy. Then she pointed to the location of the pastry shop and made a gesture of encouragement to them. Here, having received Luo Yuxing's silent encouragement, the corners of Su Ziqian's mouth curved slightly, and a faint smile escaped from his throat. However, the next second, she resumed her role as a junior clerk. Throughout the day, Luo Yuxing busied herself in the kitchen of the Western pastry shop. Sister Wang went back to cook lunch and brought it over. Luo Yuxing was also glad to save some money for the team. By the end of the day, apart from finishing baking the cookies and cakes assigned by Sister Wang and taking several custom-made orders, with Sister Wang's permission, Luo Yuxing spent the remaining time baking some Peppa Pig-shaped cookies with fillings. After these cookies were baked, Luo Yuxing only kept a small portion for herself and sent the rest to Qi Yuqing. Chapter 32. Searching for him in the crowd having spent the whole day away from her companions. Luo Yuxing returned to the hotel after work. At that moment, the hotel was deserted. After some thought, Luo Yuxing got in touch with the photographer's colleague through the photographer himself. Obtaining an address, with the assistance of passers-by, Luo Yuxing found a candy handicraft workshop. It was already dinner time, and there were only a few scattered customers in the shop. The shopkeeper was sitting on a rocking chair behind the cash register, gently swaying and taking a rest. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he slightly lifted his gaze. When he noticed Luo Yuxing entering, a warmer smile graced his face. Are you here to make candies, or to buy some? The shopkeeper was an old man in his 60s or 70s. However, he was wearing a pink apron adorned with lovely strawberry patterns. Paired with his graying hair, it involuntarily carried a touch of comicality. Luo Yuxing flashed him a smile. Her eyes had already fixed on Su Ziqian not far away. Immediately, she pointed in his direction, indicating that she had come to see him. Seeing this, the old man nodded with a smile and then resumed his own business. All right, you can now choose the jar you like. Su Ziqian's gentle voice reached Luo Yuxing's ears as he approached. Luo Yuxing looked over and saw that beside a small table not far away, Su Ziqian, wearing an apron, was helping a little girl put the freshly made candies into a selected bear-shaped jar. In contrast, Fang Wangfei, also in an apron, made Luo Yuxing can't help but cough softly. Well, she almost burst into laughter. However, due to her exclamation, the two of them also noticed Luo Yuxing's arrival. Fang Wangfei clearly knew that his burly figure encircled by a pink apron didn't look very good, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Su Ziqian, on the other hand, didn't feel embarrassed. After helping the little kids pack the candies, he sent them to the cashier and then walked towards Luo Yuxing. Off work? Yes. Were you helping out here this afternoon? Since they hadn't had lunch together, Luo Yuxing was unaware of their arrangements for the day. Hearing this, Su Ziqian sighed with emotion. Yes, it's really not easy to find a job. By the way, how do you know how to make candies? Luo Yuxing asked, a bit puzzled. Just now. She had seen the candies in that little girl's hand. They had unique shapes and an air of cuteness, clearly not the work of a novice. Moreover, in a handmade candy workshop like this, children mostly came for the experience and basically relied on the candy makers to assist them. If Su Ziqian had no foundation at all, it was obvious that the boss wouldn't have hired him. I didn't tell you before. Actually, my family originally made a living by making candies. When I was a kid, I learned a lot from my parents. After a brief pause, Su Ziqian seemed to recall something, and a deeper smile welled up in his eyes. In a way, I'm a candy maker delayed by acting. Luo Yuxing smiled. And then her attention was immediately drawn to the candies displayed in the window beside them. There was a wide variety of candies in the window, including various fruit hard candies with unique shapes, as well as lollipops and candy canes. The key point is that these candies come in a variety of shapes and patterns. At a cursory glance, there are no repetitions among the dozens of lollipops. These candies look truly charming. Luo Yuxing couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. In fact, Luo Yuxing has a penchant for sweet treats. However, in the past, due to her fear of gaining weight, she even restricted her meals, let alone indulging in these sugary delights. But now, Luo Yuxing doesn't need to exercise such self-restraint. Regrettably, she is penniless. Indeed, apart from the 100 yuan salary given by Sister Wang today, which is untouchable funds, her pockets are completely empty. Perhaps it was the intense longing in Luo Yuxing's eyes that caught the shopkeeper's attention. At some point, the shopkeeper, who had walked to her side, smiled and said, "Do you have a fondness for candies?" "Of course I do. When I was a child, I always looked forward to the Spring Festival the most, because only during that time did I have the money to buy candies. Maybe my childhood yearning was so intense that I still love them to this day. However, they are so exquisitely beautiful that I'm afraid I wouldn't have the heart to eat them even if they were in my hands." Luo Yuxing sighed. Their very nature as candies is to be consumed. If you refrain from eating them just because they are beautiful and they end up being discarded after their expiration date, that would be their greatest misfortune, the shopkeeper said as he used a key to unlock the display window. After some thought, he picked out a lollipop adorned with a constellation of stars. Luo Yuxing had noticed this particular lollipop long ago because it was simply breathtaking. Against the backdrop of a deep, hued night sky, a myriad of twinkling stars shone brightly, dazzling yet tinged with an air of mystery. When the lollipop was held out in front of her, Luo Yuxing was somewhat taken aback. For me, perhaps the surprise on Luo Yuxing's face was too evident, and the boss couldn't help but smile. "You made Enin's cake yesterday, right? That little girl adored it. When I sent her to school at noon today, she kept insisting on giving you a gift." Hearing about Enin, Luo Yuxing also broke into a smile. She never expected to have accidentally ended up at Enin's home. Although the boss had said that candies were made to be eaten, Luo Yuxing still couldn't bear to consume the incredibly beautiful lollipop in her hand. Su Ziqian and Fang Wangfei had worked in the candy workshop for quite some time. Since their payment was calculated based on the number of customers they served, they only earned 50 yuan in total. Su Ziqian got 40, while Fang Wangfei got only 10. However, Fang Wangfei was not dissatisfied as he didn't have the relevant skills and was just tagging along to earn those 10 yuan. After all, with this money, the three of them could just about cover their accommodation fee for the night. Subsequently, Luo Yuxing, holding the lollipop, joined Su Ziqian and Fang Wangfei in gradually gathering the rest of the group. Luo Yuxing wasn't aware of the specific situations of the others. She only knew that they had all managed to find odd jobs here and there. Unfortunately, none of them had earned more than 30 yuan throughout the day. Nevertheless, with 4 people contributing, they had managed to scrape together about 100 yuan. If they didn't look for work the next morning, the money left after dinner would just be enough to cover their breakfast and lunch the next day. After returning to the hotel, Zhua Hao quietly told Luo Yuxing that actually the jobs of the 4 of them were arranged by the program crew because they really couldn't find any work on their own. After all, they couldn't let the audience watch the 4 of them loafing around aimlessly. Only then did Luo Yuxing understand why their salaries were so low, only equivalent to hers for a single day. However, she was also lucky. If the original pastry chef hadn't been hospitalized, she wouldn't have gotten this opportunity. They went out for dinner and returned to the hotel before 7 o'clock. The program crew didn't let them idle either and gave them a task card. Today is the Lotus Festival in the town. You need to go to the Lotus Square to find the contact person and complete your task. Otherwise, you will have to forfeit half of your earnings today as a penalty. After Su Ziqian read out the task on the card, Luo Yuxing was quite speechless. It was obvious that the program crew was making them complete the task. In fact, rather than going out, Luo Yuxing would have preferred to stay in the hotel, apply a facial mask, and go to bed early to get some beauty sleep. However, it was obvious that there was still an hour of live streaming time left today, and the program crew surely wouldn't let them just sit idle in the hotel. In that case, let's set off early, Su Ziqian said as he put down the task card. Hearing this, the others had no objections. The Lotus Square was the same square where they had first arrived. Presumably because of the Lotus Festival, it was extremely bustling at the moment. There were endless stalls lined up along the streets. On the street, many elderly people were accompanied by children. Compared with daytime, there were also considerably more young people. Yet the number of young adults remained scarce. When the group reached the square, from a distance, they spotted a staff member holding a sign of the program. Upon seeing them, the staff member distributed several task cards to the 7 of them. Each person had their own task. And only when all 7 tasks were completed could the mission be truly considered accomplished. Luo Yuxing assumed that her task would differ from the others. After all, since she had kicked Mu Hanji into the water last time, Mu Hanji had shown no sign of retaliation, which seemed rather abnormal. Since there were no rules against sharing task details, Luo Yuxing, after perusing her own task, also peeked at the tasks of Zhua Hao and the others. To her surprise, the tasks were identical. Luo Yuxing raised an eyebrow. Had Mu Hanji changed his nature? With a large crowd today and their limited knowledge of the town, separate actions were ill-advised. How about we work in groups? Su Ziqian inquired. Let's follow yesterday's grouping then, Fang Wangfei suggested. The Lotus Festival in Lianqi town was truly bustling. Such local festivals rarely occurred in the fast-paced city of A. Since they had the rare opportunity, they might as well enjoy it. It was a pity that while others could sample the local delicacies, they could only search for someone on the streets. There were throngs of people on the streets, with many coming and going. It was uncertain whether the contact person would move around, but Luo Yuxing guessed that it was unlikely. Otherwise, how could they possibly find the person? Luo Yuxing and her companions found a small tea house bustling with people, where some were listening to music and sipping tea. They split up to find someone to exchange the secret signal. Luo Yuxing set her sights on a young girl with an innocent look. She seemed quite young, and it was rather conspicuous for her to be listening to music in this tea house. Immediately, Luo Yuxing stepped forward and asked, "Little sister," before the courtyard. "The phoenix trees have shed all their leaves. Do you know the next line?" "By the waterside, the hibiscus has fully bloomed," the girl replied, looking at Luo Yuxing with a bit of confusion. Upon hearing the answer, Luo Yuxing knew this girl wasn't the one they were looking for, so she immediately shook her head with a smile. Subsequently, Luo Yuxing asked several people nearby one after another, but their answers were either the same as the girls or they simply didn't know. The other 4 people had the same result. None of them had found the right contact person. It was obviously no easy feat to accurately find the contact person in the vast crowd without any hits. "I just won a set of stationery from the lottery at Phoenix Bookstore," said one girl. "You're so lucky. I only got a thank you for participating," another girl responded. "Haha. I'm not the luckiest. Someone even won a 500 yuan voucher." As several girls passed by, Luo Yuxing fell into deep thought. When she noticed that the so-called Phoenix Bookstore was not far away, she simply asked Zhua how to go there with her. After all, any place with a large crowd was a suspected target for them. Seeing that the rule was a consumption-based lottery, they definitely couldn't participate since they didn't have money to spend. However, there are also quite a number of books available for free perusal in this bookstore. Luo Yuxing picked up a brochure introducing Lianqi town and began to read it. The Lotus Festival is a local festival in Lianqi town and has its own illusions. However, Luo Yuxing's attention was not on the illusions, but on the tour guide of Lianqi town. There are several representative places in Lianqi town, and one of them is this Phoenix Bookstore. After standing there for a while and reading, Luo Yuxing pondered silently. Just as Zhua Hao was on the verge of asking her, he saw her walking up to the landlady. "Madam, do you know about the fallen phoenix trees in front of the courtyard?" Luo Yuxing looked at the landlady and asked in a gentle voice. Chapter 33. No way? Playing like this, hearing Luo Yuxing's voice, the landlady turned her attention and then burst into laughter, reciting, in front of the court. "All the phoenix trees have shed their leaves. I've strayed deep into the lotus flowers." Someone nearby who heard the landlady's words couldn't help but speak up. "Landlady, as the owner of a bookstore, how could you not know this? After in front of the court, all the phoenix trees have shed their leaves. It should be by the waterside. All the hibiscus have bloomed. Stop showing off, old Shing. I say I've strayed deep into the lotus flowers, and that's what it is. Am I right?" The last words were spoken as the landlady looked at Luo Yuxing. With a beaming smile, Luo Yuxing nodded. Indeed, I've strayed deep into the lotus flowers. Seeing Luo Yuxing find the contact person, Zhua Hao also stared in surprise, clearly not expecting that she could find the person so quickly. Meanwhile, he himself had never paid any attention to the landlady. However, although she had found the contact person, it wouldn't be an easy task to obtain the token. "If you help me distribute these prizes, I'll give you the token. These are all lottery prizes, so you know what to do." Hearing the landlady's words, Luo Yuxing was speechless. This landlady was really sly. In order to get the token, she had to help distribute the prizes. But only customers who made purchases could participate in the lottery, so she had to attract customers to spend. Moreover, she had to hope that the customers would have good luck. Thankfully, the landlady wasn't too greedy and only required her to distribute one first prize, 2 second prizes, and 3 third prizes. However, with people's current luck, thank you for participating seemed to be the norm. She asked Zhuo how to find the contact person again, and she stuffed the brochure she had with her into Zhuo's hands. As for herself, naturally, she stayed at the entrance of the Phoenix bookstore, organizing a lottery activity. During this time, Su Ziqian and Su Yuan passed by the entrance of the Phoenix bookstore. Luo Yuxing had an exquisitely charming face, and since those who were with them all knew what she was wearing, they noticed her at a glance. Knowing that she had already found the contact person, the two couldn't help but quicken their steps. They couldn't let Luo Yuxing take the lead in everything, could they? In the past 2 days, everyone also knew that if it weren't for Luo Yuxing, they wouldn't have lived so comfortably. On the other side, things weren't going smoothly for the other 3 either. As time went on, they didn't know how many rejections they had encountered, and unconsciously, it was already 7 o'clock, and the live broadcast room was opened. Why are there 7 viewing angles in today's live broadcast room? Yes, it seems that there are 7 follow-up shooting angles for each of the 7 guests respectively. They seem to be completing some task, like looking for someone. Wait, look at the name of today's live broadcast room. What? Oh my god, is the Who is X program group going to play the game of infiltration? I think it's more like Who is the Mole. However, after watching for a while, it seems that Hao Hao and his group don't know anything about this X at all. They are just looking for the contact person. It's the same on my side. Mu Qianyi is still looking for someone, and no one has mentioned X at all. Not being able to find a single contact person, Fei Go. Isn't there any hint at all? Mu Qianyi walked beside him, a bit irritable because of the information she had just received. Fang Wangfei shook his head. There are no leads. At least, I can't figure out where the clues are. Hearing Fang Wangfei's words, Chu Shui glanced at the task card once again and then said, Mu Qianyi is the smartest among us. Qianyi, think hard and see if you can spot any hints. Having been a bit dejected, Mu Qianyi heard Chu Shui's words and composed herself. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I'll definitely think it over carefully. It's okay. Everyone is in a similar situation. Maybe we've even gone further than the others, Fang Wangfei said optimistically with a smile. Unexpectedly, the cameraman following them said, someone has already found the first contact person and is now completing the task assigned by the contact. So fast. Not only Fang Wangfei and the other 2 were surprised, but there was also an outcry of astonishment in the live streaming room. However, soon through the live streaming camera, someone noticed that it was Luo Yuxing who had found the contact. Since the cameras were split and only a few people chose to follow Luo Yuxing's footage, no one noticed this at first. Fang Wangfei and the others were quite lucky. By sheer coincidence, they also found a contact. Since Chu Shui was in charge of the connection, only Fang Wangfei and Mu Qianyi were left to search for the next contact. At this moment, Luo Yuxing finally gave away the last first prize. Looking at the young man in front of her, Luo Yuxing beamed brightly, which made the boy blush. Thanks. The boy stammered and then ran away without looking back, clutching the prize. Be careful not to fall, Luo Yuxing called out. Luo Yuxing kindly called out, only to see the other person stagger and almost fall. After taking the brocade bag from the landlady, Luo Yuxing happily waved it towards the camera. However, after opening the brocade bag, Luo Yuxing's expression froze for a moment. No way. Playing like this. After a brief moment of stupefaction, Luo Yuxing playfully curled the corner of her lips, seemingly aware that the people in the live streaming room were eager to know what she had seen. Luo Yuxing didn't beat around the bush. She directly and openly took out the note from the brocade bag, and the camera cooperated by zooming in. Congratulations, contestant. You've become an awakener. Among the 7, there is a mutant named X. The awakener needs to find and kill the mutant before the game ends. Reminder, the awakener awakens by completing the tasks assigned by the contact person and has the ability to kill the mutant. Once all awakeners are awakened, the awakeners win. The mutant has innate mutant energy and can kill the awakener by finding the awakener's name tag. If all awakeners are killed or the awakening of all awakeners is prevented, i.e., not all awakeners are awakened by the end of the game, the mutant wins. How can they expect people to give their all without even mentioning the winning prize? The program team is so stingy, Luo Yuxing grumbled to herself. And her complaints were clearly heard by the netizens in the live streaming room. The once quiet live streaming room was filled with a bit more laughter because of her complaints. Having become an awakener, not knowing what to do next, Luo Yuxing simply went to look for the other companions. Not long after walking along the road, Luo Yuxing spotted Su Ziqian and the other 2 still gathered together, as well as Fang Wangfei and Mu Qianyi. At present, apart from Luo Yuxing, Only Chu Shuai had found the contact person. Everyone, care to hear some big news? Luo Yuxing called out to them before she got close. Hearing her words, everyone looked utterly perplexed. Approaching, Luo Yuxing handed the mission card in her hand to Su Ziqian, who was nearest. This is a mission I just received. Wow, this is so cool. An awakened one. Sister Yuxing, do you have any special abilities? Zhua Hao inquired curiously. Sure. Does killing mutants count? Luo Yuxing replied with a mischievous smile. Putting his arm around Su Yuan's neck, Zhua Hao looked aggrieved. Sister Yuxing, you're picking on me again. This really isn't your sister Yuxing picking on you. At least for now, among us, only your sister Yuxing can kill mutants. Su Ziqian said with a good-natured smile. Looking at the mission card, Luo Yuxing sighed slightly. The most pressing matter is for all of us to awaken. Otherwise, we can't truly kill mutants. Only when we have 6 awakened ones can we really kill mutants. Even if I find the item to restrain the mutant, it can only hold him off for 5 minutes. Are there any clues about the mutant? Su Yuan asked in a low voice. Luo Yuxing shook her head slightly. As if recalling something, Luo Yuxing looked at Feng Wangfei and Mu Qianyi. Where did Teacher Chu find the contact person? At the entrance of Ziwang Temple, Feng Wangfei replied. Nodding her head, Luo Yuxing retrieved the brochure she had previously given to Zhua Hao from his hands. I just found the contact person at the entrance of Phoenix Bookstore. While Teacher Chu found theirs at Ziwang Temple. There are quite a few representative buildings in the Yanxi town. And the places where we found the contact persons are all at the town's representative buildings. So I'm wondering if we search all these representative buildings, will we be able to find all the contact persons? It's not entirely impossible, Su Ziqian nodded. Hearing this, Zhua Hao also brightened up. He wasn't very interested in this game. Having worked all afternoon, he was eager to go back and rest. I said the program crew wouldn't really leave us without any clues. However, if Sister Luo's guess is wrong, these places are not close to each other, and it will consume a great deal of our time, Mu Qianyi murmured softly, her voice somewhat faint. Feng Wangfei furrowed his brows slightly because Mu Qianyi's statement made sense. If it was wrong, all their time would be wasted. Well, it's simple. Some of us can go to these places to search, and some can just stroll around the streets. You can decide how to allocate the tasks as you like, Luo Yuxing said. Then she selected a place called Mingwei Tower from the brochure. I'll go to Mingwei Tower to have a look. Then I'll go to Luxianjuan. Xiao Hao, come with me. Su Ziqian said. Seeing Zhua Hao go with Su Ziqian, Su Yuan raised his hand. Sister Yuxing, can I go with you? Sure. Luo Yuxing originally intended to go alone. But obviously, in this unfamiliar place, it was more reassuring to go in pairs. After the assignment was made, Luo Yuxing and Su Yuan left. Su Ziqian and Zhua Hao didn't waste any time either. Mu Qianyi and Feng Wangfei, who remained at the original place, glanced at each other. Feng Wangfei said, let's take a stroll around here first to see if we can find the contact person. Well, I'll follow your lead, Brother Fei. Mu Qianyi looked at Feng Wangfei trustingly. Only she herself knew how nervous she was. The phone in her pocket was like a hot potato. She never expected that today's Mutant X would be her. No wonder she was given a phone before the recording started today. When she received that identity text message just now, she was completely stunned. In her opinion, being a traitor, a spy, or an undercover agent was not a good thing. Thinking about it, she involuntarily showed a slightly aggrieved expression towards the camera. Zhangli was a junior girl in college. On weekdays, besides attending classes, she liked to binge, watch dramas in her free time. A few days ago, she was recommended the variety show Wild by her roommate. Since there was her favorite idol in it, she followed the show along with her friend. However, the variety show was still in the filming stage. She just watched the live stream with her friend every night. At first, she didn't think much of it. Instead, due to her friend's dislike of Luo Yuxing, a so-called vase actress, Zhang Li didn't have a good impression of Luo Yuxing at the beginning. However, after several days of live streaming, although Luo Yuxing didn't show an obvious desire to perform, her face caught Zhang Li's attention quite a lot. Well, Zhang Li was a big fan of good looks. Unexpectedly learning that Luo Yuxing was a senior sister from the same school, Zhang Li went to great lengths to check her information on the campus network. To her surprise, she found out that Luo Yuxing was also a top student. In recent days, there have been a continuous stream of rumors about Luo Yuxing, presumably leaked from within the program team. And there are quite a few pieces of information about her. It is said that she opened an airdrop bare-handed and caught sea eels with wisdom. Even more exaggeratedly, it is rumored that when the program's director offended her, she directly kicked him into the water. People mostly didn't really believe this last rumor, as it seemed more likely for her to throw a tantrum than to act boldly. Of course, there are both positive and negative rumors about her. For example, She was said to be delicate and lazy. While others were busy, she went to play around the camp. She hid by the bonfire to keep warm and even ordered fellow guests to wash fruits for her. Such misdeeds spread along with the program's rising popularity. Compared with other guests, she was the most talked about, unfortunately, in a rather negative way. However, at some unknown point, amidst the chorus of scolding, a group of people like Zhang Li quietly emerged. They were simply convinced by her good looks and silently followed Luo Yuxing's further development. At this moment, the live, streaming room was in an uproar because of Mu Qianyi becoming the Mutant X. To be precise, Mu Qianyi's fans were dissatisfied. Instead of commenting under her personal live, streaming camera, they chose to voice their discontent on the public screen. How can our Qianyi be the undercover agent? It should be that woman Luo Yuxing. Program team, what are you up to? You're making our Qianyi offend people. Exactly. That woman Luo Yuxing deserves to be scolded. Why are you targeting our Qianyi? Is it possible that the program crew has received some benefits from Luo Yuxing and crafted a certain persona for her? Amir will never transform into an academic prodigy, no matter what persona is created. I'm not a fan of anyone in particular. However, having an undercover in the variety show isn't a big deal. Why are Mu Qianyi's fans making such a fuss? There's no rule stating that getting the undercover role means offending others. Playing the role well can actually attract a lot of fans. Exactly. You guys claim that Mu Qianyi is the smartest. If so, why be afraid of Luo Yuxing? Permit me to interject. I must remind Mu Qianyi's fans that if Luo Yuxing becomes the undercover, I'm afraid the identity-related mission won't even start. You're so straightforward. Dear poster above. In my opinion, it should be that the mission starts when it's almost over, and then Luo Yuxing is announced the winner. Oh, Luo Yuxing even has fans? Are they paid trolls? Or maybe her agent is posting comments herself. Trying to give her a high IQ persona is simply ridiculous. Absolutely. A good 4. Nothing like her is lucky if she doesn't hold everyone back. Hold everyone back? Well, I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm from the program crew. If it weren't for Luo Yuxing these days, your idol wouldn't be having such a good time. They might not even be able to scrape together the money for meals. What the hell? Where did these shameless trolls come from? The live stream chat room was as noisy as ever, and none of this was visible or known to Luo Yuxing and the others. Chapter 34. 3 people turn against each other. Sister Yuxing, why did you choose to come to Mingyue Tower? Su Yuan walked beside Luo Yuxing and couldn't help asking. If it was about proximity, Su Yuan had also seen several locations just now. There were 2 closer than Mingyue Tower. Yet Luo Yuxing didn't choose those 2, but Mingyue Tower instead. In response to Su Yuan's question, Luo Yuxing answered off topic. Do you know why I went to Fenglong bookstore just now? Su Yuan honestly shook his head. Because there is a folk saying that the phoenix only perches on the parasol tree. And our secret signal for the rendezvous is the parasol trees in front of the courtyard have all shed their leaves. I guessed whether the clue might be hidden in the secret signal. In short, I was just taking a chance. Anyway, I wouldn't lose anything if I was wrong. And I'd find a direction if I was right. Luo Yuxing shrugged slightly, looking nonchalant. Hearing Luo Yuxing's answer, Su Yuan didn't know whether to praise her for her quick thinking or her boldness. However, just as she said, in that situation, she wouldn't suffer even if she was wrong, as they were nearby anyway. After Luo Yuxing's explanation, Su Yuan also guessed the reason for her going to Mingyue Tower. So, the reason for going to Mingyue Tower is because there are the words moonlight and bright in the line the moonlight is bright, and the boat whistles sound in succession. Exactly. However, if we really guess correctly, it also proves indirectly that the program team doesn't have much intelligence. As she spoke, Luo Yuxing looked at the camera, a sly smile curving her lips. So, you'd better pray that we don't guess right. Of course, if we don't guess right. It would be even better if the post-production team could edit this part out for me. Beside them, Su Yuan couldn't help letting out a furtive chuckle. Immediately afterwards, he received a light rap on the head from Luo Yuxing. You rascal, what are you snickering about? The next second, Su Yuan pitifully clutched his forehead and vehemently shook his head in grievance. I wasn't. Sister Yuxing, don't wrong me. After saying that, he gazed at Luo Yuxing with his big, innocent eyes. However, off camera, Luo Yuxing could clearly detect the mischievous glint in the boy's eyes. Under Su Yuan's live, streaming camera, although a few fans were scolding Luo Yuxing for daring to hit Su Yuan, the majority of the fans were rather rational. They could all tell that Luo Yuxing and Su Yuan had a close relationship, so they could joke around freely, and there was no need to take it seriously. Although they felt a bit miffed that their beloved Yuan Bao was so close to Luo Yuxing, they considered themselves open-minded fans and wouldn't restrict their idol's social interactions. On the other side, after walking some distance with Feng Wangfei, Mu Qianyi gradually slowed down her pace. Brother Fei, I've been busy all afternoon. I'm really exhausted now. Can I take a seat here? Seeing the exhausted Mu Qianyi's eager look directed at the stone bench beside the street, Feng Wangfei didn't think much of it. Okay. Then take a rest here. I'll go ahead and have a look. All right, Brother Fei, please take care of yourself. I'll come to you as soon as I've rested. Mu Qianyi said in a gentle voice. As soon as Feng Wangfei walked away, Mu Qianyi's whole face drooped. Then she murmured to the camera. Why did I draw the undercover card? I really don't want to deceive everyone. Moreover, I've never been good at lying since childhood. So it's definitely easy to see through me. Letting out a deep sigh, Mu Qianyi took out her phone. By zooming in on the camera, she could clearly see the content on it. It was similar to the Awakener cards received by Luo Yushin and the others, yet there were also some differences. However, I really want to win these donated supplies for the children in the disaster-stricken areas. So, no matter how difficult it is, I'll try my best. Everyone, cheer me on. Mu Qianyi clenched her fists and made a cheering gesture to boost her own morale. During the live broadcast, there were also words of encouragement from Mu Qianyi's fans. They all believed that Mu Qianyi could achieve it. After cheering herself up, Mu Qianyi propped her chin with one hand. With a look of utmost earnestness on her little face, she analyzed, currently, I have two ways to win. The first is to kill all the Awakeners, which I can't do as they are all my companions. The second is to prevent them from awakening. As long as they haven't all awakened by the end of the time limit, I'll win. So, I'd better choose this way. I'll go to Teacher Chu first to see how his contact mission is going. Mu Qianyi struck her left palm with her right fist, then changed her direction and walked towards Ziwang Temple. On the other side, Su Ziqian and Zhua Hao also arrived at Luxianjuan. Although Luxianjuan seemed to be a garden, in fact, it was a park. However, tourists who came to Lotus Town and didn't know about it would be deceived by the name. Just like Su Ziqian and Zhua Hao when they first arrived here. So, Luxianjuan is actually a park? Zhua Hao was extremely astonished. When he saw many teenagers playing with roller skates not far away, his eyes suddenly lit up. Regrettably, at present, he still had matters to attend to and no time for leisure. He decided to venture inside and search, hoping to find some clues. Although the Luoxiang garden covered a considerable area, he had inquired with the townsfolk, and they told him that only this part of the garden was bustling at night. Therefore, if the person they were looking for was indeed in the garden, they could only be in this area, perhaps due to its nature as a park. Despite the presence of numerous street vendors, the items they sold were imbued with a sense of childish delight. Most of the wares were children's toys, as the majority of the visitors in the park were elderly people accompanied by children. Brother Su, there are people dancing over there. Zhua Hao called out while scouring the park for suspicious individuals. His gaze couldn't help but follow those young people. Knowing Zhua Hao's lively and unrestrained nature, Su Ziqian simply indulged him. Go and have some fun, but don't stay out too long, he said. Sure thing. Having obtained permission, Zhua Hao dashed off towards those young men like a bolt of lightning. Zhua Hao was fond of rock music and break dancing, and his personality was rather lively. Once he reached them, it didn't take long for him to blend in with those boys. When someone challenged Zhua Hao to a dance battle, he didn't back down. Instead, he readily accepted the challenge, brimming with fighting spirit. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, accompanied by the enthusiastic cheers of the onlookers, even Su Ziqian, who was some distance away, noticed. However, he didn't pay too much heed. While continuing his search for the contact person, he pondered over the clues regarding that person. Zhua Hao's dance was characterized by a strong sense of rhythm and explosive power. Once he started, he could instantly ignite the passion of the crowd. In contrast, the other boys were somewhat lacking in both momentum and overall rhythm. In this battle mode, a slight weakness determines the outcome of defeat. Facing 5 opponents alone, Zhua Hao danced with great enthusiasm. There was a light sheen of sweat on his forehead, yet it couldn't dampen the burning passion deep in his heart. Under the camera, he wore an extremely radiant smile. Leaving aside those fans who were cheering loudly, at this moment, Zhua Hao gave the boys a friendly hug. After all, he had a task to fulfill and didn't intend to just have fun on his own. Just as Zhua Hao was about to leave, the leading boy patted him on the shoulder and asked, "Have you forgotten to ask me something?" Zhua Hao thought carefully, looking utterly bewildered. "No, I haven't," he replied. The other boys all burst into laughter. The leading boy had no choice but to prompt him, "What are you looking for when you came to Luxianjuan?" Thanks to this reminder, Zhua Hao suddenly remembered about the contact person. Could it be? He hesitated a bit before reciting the secret signal. When the moon shines bright, Boat flutes sound in uneven cadence. The lotus flowers after the rain fill the yard with fragrance. The boys shouted in unison, which even caught Suzy Chin's attention. The next second, the leading boy handed a brocade pouch to Zhuhao. You've completed the contact mission. This is your brocade pouch. Looking at the brocade pouch in his hand, which was exactly the same as Luo Yushin's, Zhuhao excitedly waved at Su Ziqian, who was approaching. Brother Su, come quickly. I've found the brocade pouch. Su Ziqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder he couldn't find it. It turned out to be in the hands of these young lads. However, this gave Su Ziqian some conjectures. Perhaps he knew from which group of people he should find the contact person in the next place. Open it and have a look, Su Ziqian said as he walked up to Zhuhao. In the brocade pouch, Zhuhao first saw a task card identical to Luo Yushin's. Even the words were the same. Seeing there was nothing else inside, Su Ziqian guessed that the brocade pouches of these awakened ones should be the same without any difference. However, at present, Zhuhao had become an awakened one. There were still 10 minutes left until the end of the live broadcast, and 70 minutes left until the end of the game. It was still hard to tell whether the current situation was good or bad, which depended on how things developed next. When Luo Yuxing and Su Ziqian met, Zhuhao excitedly waved the brocade pouch in his hand. Sister Yuxing, I've also awakened. What a coincidence. Luo Yuxing raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Su Ziqian glanced at Su Yuan. Had Su Yuan also found the contact person? I mean, it's really a coincidence between me and Little Mouse. From now on, the two of us who have awakened will stay together. And the two of you who haven't awakened should continue to look for the contact person, Luo Yuxing said. After a moment's thought, Su Ziqian guessed what Luo Yuxing meant. Are you worried that there's a mutant among us? Luo Yuxing just smiled without saying a word. But if there really was a mutant among them, wouldn't it be more reliable for an awakened one to watch over one person? Su Ziqian frowned slightly. He really felt a bit bad about Luo Yuxin's straightforward suspicion of him. I believe the fight between two Gu is far more intriguing. Whichever one of you two remains can then continue to seek others to form a team. With that, Luo Yuxing took out the booklet. Actually, I've already identified 2 of the remaining 3 locations. You just need to head straight there. Although there's still plenty of time, let's not squander it. After the two walked away, Zhuhao looked at Luo Yuxing beside him. Sister Yuxing, where shall we go next? Should we still look for the contact person? Let's go to the Lotus residence. I've heard the Lotus Pond there is exceptionally charming at night, and there are also many delicious snacks nearby. As Luo Yuxing spoke, a tinge of anticipation crept into her voice. Following Luo Yuxing, the gentle breeze carried Zhuhao's soft murmur. We don't have any money. Isn't it more frustrating to just look and not be able to eat? At night, the Lotus residence was ablaze with lights. In this season when lotuses were in full bloom, the lotuses under the hazy night sky appeared even more delicate and charming. The gentle evening breeze wafted a refreshing and fragrant aroma. By the Lotus Pond, Luo Yuxing took a deep breath of the lotus fragrance. This natural fragrance is far superior to any perfume. Taking a bite of the lotus crisp in her hand, Luo Yuxing sat on the railing, her slender calves swaying gently. Zhuhao held a sesame pumpkin cake in his hand. Usually, he adored pumpkin cakes, and this sesame-flavored one had a unique taste. However, Sister Yuxing, is it not a bit unwise for us to spend our money on food? Despite saying so, Zhuhao didn't hesitate in devouring the food. In no time, he finished one and then reached for another. After finishing the lotus cake in hand, Luo Yuxing clapped her hands alternately. What's wrong with it? Earning money is for eating. After all, and we're not just eating without working. Give me a bite of yours. It looks quite delicious. Hearing this, Zhuhao quickly fetched one for Luo Yuxing. I've told you the pumpkin pie is delicious. I've loved it since childhood. After finishing the pumpkin pie in hand, Luo Yuxing stroked her somewhat full belly. Come on. Let's get to work. Zhuhao quickened his pace to follow. Luo Yuxing walked up to the stall selling paper lanterns. Perhaps because it was located near the Lotus residence. Most of the paper lanterns were modeled after lotuses. However, compared with those ancient paper lanterns that used candles as wicks, the ones nowadays were equipped with small light bulbs, which were safer and less likely to cause fires. There, Luo Yuxing found another contact person. Seeing this, Zhuhao was about to find someone who hadn't awakened yet, but unexpectedly, Luo Yuxing directly accepted the task from the contact person. There's no rule saying we can't accept tasks on others' behalf. We'll just give them the silk pouch later. Luo Yuxing stuffed the remaining lotus cake in her hand into her mouth and decided to complete the task first. As time ticked by, Su Ziqian and Feng Wangfei awakened one after another. Now, only Su Yuan, Chu Shuai, and Mu Shini remained unawakened. Among the 3 of them, there was a mutant. When they gathered at the entrance of Chu Shuai's Ziwang Temple, no one had expected that Chu Shuai, who was the second to find a contact person, still hadn't completed the task by the end. This made everyone wonder if he was doing it on purpose. At this moment, there were only 10 minutes left until the end of the game. I'm really not a mutant. Chu Shuai was also helpless. He knew he wasn't what he was suspected of, yet he had no evidence to prove his innocence. Mu Xianyi stood aside, shaking her head aggrievely. I'm not a mutant either. It's so difficult to find the contact person. I simply can't locate them, she said. All four of us have awakened. Among the three of you, who do you think is the mutant? Luo Yuxing voiced. Was this an attempt to incite the three of them to turn against one another? Chapter 35. Helping you rejuvenate. Xiao Shuai looked at Mu Xianyi and Su Yuan and couldn't bear to point out the suspect. Su Yuan also glanced at the two. Seeing that they remained silent, he said, I think both of them are possible. Teacher Chiu has been here for so long but still hasn't finished the puzzle. Obviously, he's quite suspicious. And Sister Mu has never approached the contact person. But aren't your suspicions even greater? You formed teams with Brother Su and Brother Fei. But it was always them who got the awakening pouches. Maybe you joined them to hide your identity and deliberately gave up the pouches, Mu Xianyi said anxiously. As she said this, everyone's gazes involuntarily fell on him. After pressing his lips tightly together for a long time, Su Yuan only managed to utter, The innocent need no defense. Teacher Chiu, is your puzzle very difficult? Luo Yuxing asked. Well, it's not extremely difficult. It's just that several pieces are missing. Qiu Shuai replied helplessly. Luo Yuxing stepped forward and looked at the puzzle. Just as Qiu Shuai had said, several pieces were clearly missing. When did Mu Xianyi come here? Even now, Luo Yuxing still addressed Mu Xianyi by her full name, which sounded a bit odd at first. However, at the moment, no one paid attention to this. Xianyi has come here twice, excluding this time, Qiu Shuai said. I discovered this place with Teacher Chiu and Brother Fei. The second time, I just came to see if I could offer any help, Mu Xianyi explained. Then, Mu Xianyi couldn't help but murmur softly, Sister Luo. I think the task should still be our top priority now. Personal feelings shouldn't be involved. Mu Xianyi's words were an obvious reminder to Luo Yuxing. If she insisted that Luo Yuxing was a mutant, it would be a result of personal emotions. Logically speaking, as long as Luo Yuxing didn't want to be gossiped about behind her back, she should be smart enough to avoid choosing the option that she was a mutant. Luo Yuxing regarded Mu Xianyi before her with a half smile. Rest assured, I always prioritize the overall situation. Then, she looked at Zuohao. Little mouse, give the lucky pouch to Teacher Chiu. You still have lucky pouches? Fang Wangfei exclaimed in surprise beside them. We just want to buy some snacks and fetched a lucky pouch, by the way. Luo Yuxing said. As if recalling something, she added, by the way. Little mouse, and I spent 20 yuan. If the money runs short, I'll skip lunch tomorrow. Anyway, we can still order meals on the plane. Before Fang Wangfei could say a word, Su Ziqian chuckled. That won't be necessary. We still have enough to feed you. Seeing Zuohao take out the lucky pouch, Mu Xianyi slightly raised her eyebrows but didn't worry too much. After all, even if Chu Shuai got the lucky pouch, there was still Su Yuan among them who hadn't awakened. So, she would still be the winner when the game ended. The game came to an end. Li Hongxing announced. Zuohao frowned in distress. Director Li, does this count as a mission failure for us? Are we really going to hand in half of today's earnings as previously mentioned? If so, we won't even be able to afford a hotel. Don't worry. They won't get a single cent of our money, Luo Yuxing said with a smile. Then looked at the director's team. By the way, what's the reward for winning the mission? It's useless to know what it is. We haven't won yet, sighed General Chu. You've won. All the awakened have fully awakened. Li Hongxing didn't want to say this, yet it was the undeniable truth. Among them, Mu Xianyi reacted most vehemently. At this moment, there was no need for her to conceal her identity. What? Weren't they supposed to not be fully awakened? And Su Yuan, holding the silk pouch in his hand, wore an innocent smile on his face, though his current innocence was rather irritating. How did you get the silk pouch? You young fellow? Zuohao stepped forward and questioned him first. Hearing this, Su Yuan recounted what had happened when he and Luo Yuxing went to the Mingyue Tower. In fact, they had found the contact person there and obtained the silk pouch. However, at that time, Luo Yuxing didn't let Su Yuan make it known. Instead, he was asked to lie low among the remaining people under the guise of an unawakened individual, eliminating the suspects one by one. In the end, only General Chu and Mu Xianyi remained. Luo Yuxing went to get another silk pouch as a precaution. After all, if one of the tasks was obstructed, an additional silk pouch would be needed. As it turned out, Luo Yuxing's idea was correct. Due to Su Yuan's covert operation, Mu Xianyi let down her guard. Li Hongxing gave a light cough and said, Congratulations to the Awakened player team for your victory. The program group will donate a library to an elementary school in the disaster-stricken area in the names of you six. Such a reward was evidently meaningful, and everyone was quite satisfied with this outcome. Mushini was in a rather downcast mood. She was aware that she had not performed well in this episode. She only dared to take small-scale actions to obstruct others from completing the task of the contact person. This was because she failed to clearly distinguish between the task and the program, fearing that the things in the task might affect her image in the program. In fact, she still had opportunities to do something secretly, yet she was also worried that others might make wild speculations about her. When they returned to the hotel together, Luo Yushin was not in the mood to console her, and Mushini didn't talk to Luo Yushin either, until bedtime. Although Luo Yushin and Mushini were in the same room, they didn't exchange a single word. Early the next morning, Luo Yushin had breakfast with Zhua Hao and the others. They didn't plan to earn money for the rest of the time. Instead, they took advantage of the remaining half-day to stroll around Lianxi town. The cost of lunch was not high, so they simply each had a bucket of instant noodles. The remaining money was enough to buy a ham sausage, which was also a decent meal. Meanwhile, far away in City A, Qi Yuqing received an unexpected gift. Mr. Qi, there's an express delivery for you. When the express was opened, Qi Yuqing saw a can of cookies and a piece of paper. From your ex-husband, I'm sending the cookies I made for the baby and the elder brother. Please take them back to them for me. I'll be back in a few days. Don't let them forget about me. There's nothing else. Don't steal a bite. Looking at the signature your ex-wife, a slight frown appeared on Qi Yuqing's cold and calm face. What kind of format was this? Did she forget that they hadn't officially divorced yet? Whether it was ex-husband or ex-wife, it was still in the future tense. Regardless, this was her heartfelt gesture to the two children, and Qi Yuqing would not intentionally hide it. However, Qi Yuqing still recalled the previous conversation with her son in the study and hesitated a bit while looking at the biscuits in her hand. She couldn't be that stupid. She murmured to herself. Qi Yuqing tidied up her things and planned to go home for lunch with the children. The Peppa Pig sandwich biscuits made by Luo Yuqing delighted little Zhongling greatly. However, Qi Yuqing told her that she could only eat them after the meal. So during the meal, her eyes seemed to be glued to the jar. In Lianxi town, after lunch, Luo Yuqing and others packed their luggage and prepared to head to the next recording location. When they got off the plane, Luo Yuqing thought she was seeing things. They had actually returned to City A. Is this a mid-session break, allowing us to go home for a couple of days? Luo Yuqing asked curiously. Perhaps it's for the indoor part of the recording, Su Ziqian speculated calmly. Regardless, returning to City A was truly a delightful thing. Even though she had to stay in a hotel instead of going home, Luo Yuqing was still in a wonderful mood. Since the recording would start the next day, Luo Yuqing was contemplating whether to go to the Qi family that evening. Before she could make a decision and go to the director's team, someone rang her doorbell. Coming, Luo Yuqing said as she opened the door. When she saw Qi Yuqing standing before her, she thought she was hallucinating. The man before her eyes was as noble as ever. There was a touch of indifference in his slightly cool eyes. The tailored suit on him added a bit more austerity. Yet what still drew the most attention was his handsome face comparable to that of a celestial being who had descended to the mortal world. Seeing Luo Yuqing in a slight daze, Qi Yuqing's deep voice slowly sounded, "Not inviting me in?" Coming to her senses, Luo Yuqing couldn't help but despise herself. She had clearly made up her mind to divorce him. How could she still lose herself because of him? Sure enough, beauty was a distraction. Who could blame her when she was a sucker for good looks, and he was so handsome? Come in. But how did you know I was here? Luo Yuqing tilted her head and asked curiously. Regarding the unwittingly cute Luo Yuqing, Qi Yuqing calmly averted his gaze and directly entered the room, sitting down on the sofa. I've come to talk to you about Xiaoyu. What's wrong with Xiaoyu? Luo Yuqing couldn't help but tense up. Xiaoyu is fine. However, he told me something, and I'd like to hear your side of the story. Qi Yuqing's voice was slightly cold and aloof. Although they were still husband and wife, there was no trace of the tenderness that should exist between a couple. Instead, they seemed even more distant than ordinary friends. Luo Yuqing also noticed this, but she had long since given up her expectations of him and thus remained calm. What did Xiaoyu say? Just tell me directly what you want to hear. Last time, Xiaoyu and Xiao Ling were hospitalized due to gastroenteritis, and the test results showed food poisoning. Xiaoyu said you bought the crabs that day. Qi Yuqing stated. It was indeed me who bought them, but I don't see anything strange about buying crabs. Luo Yuqing shrugged slightly, somewhat puzzled. Gazing at Luo Yuqing before him, Qi Yuqing leaned back ever so slightly on the sofa. But they had cake that day. Don't you know that having cake and crab together can lead to food poisoning? Luo Yuxing casually picked up a pillow and hugged it. Firstly, I had absolutely no idea they ate cake that day. They didn't eat it in front of me. Secondly, you should be looking for those servants in the villa, especially those who saw them having both cake and crab. Finally, Luo Yuxing paused briefly, a tinge of bitterness in her voice. Does Xiao Yu think I deliberately sent them to the hospital? Qi Yuqing, after all these years, I thought that even though you didn't like me, you at least understood me somewhat. I, Luo Yuxing, may not be an exemplary mother. I might neglect my children because my heart was set on you, but I would never do anything to harm them. I'm their biological mother, not a stepmother. Remember that clearly. It was true that Luo Yuxing had no tangible evidence, only her words. Yet, somehow, Qi Yuqing chose to believe her. Just as she said, although she had been indifferent to her children's growth, she had never done anything to hurt them. She simply stayed away, but never inflicted harm. And though he rarely took the time to understand her, he knew this much about her. I understand. I'll have a good talk with Xiao Yu about this. Why does Xiao Yu think it was me? The incident had occurred almost 2 months ago, and before this, Xiao Zhongyu had never suspected her. This sudden suspicion left Luo Yuxing somewhat perplexed. Qi Yuqing fell into a brief silence. It was a while before he said, I'll give you an explanation for this, regarding Qi Yuqing before her with a skeptical look. Luo Yuxing's imagination ran wild for a moment. Qi Yuqing, what you said sounds rather like. Could it be that your new lover deliberately slandered me behind my back? New lover. Qi Yuqing met Luo Yuxing's somewhat gossiping gaze and felt rather speechless. Luo Yuxing, we're not divorced yet. At least before the official divorce, I won't engage in any act of infidelity. Well, aware of Qi Yuqing's character, Luo Yuxing knew that since he had said so, it wasn't what she had thought. However, Luo Yuxing still felt a bit disappointed. Qi Yuqing, what kind of women do you actually fancy? What for? Qi Yuqing slightly raised his eyebrows as he regarded Luo Yuxing before him. Luo Yuxing slightly lifted her eyelids and replied crossly, to help you start a new relationship in your later years. Chapter 36. You're blind if you don't love me. Looking deeply at Luo Yuxing in front of him, Qi Yuqing spoke in a rather muted tone. Once upon a time, there indeed blossomed a tiny flower bud. First love? Unrequited love? A torturous love? The kind where one loves, but can't have? Luo Yuxing was truly brimming with curiosity. Heaven knows, after 5 years of marriage, Luo Yuxing knew nothing about Qi Yuqing's past romantic experiences. Qi Yuqing clearly didn't want to continue this topic with Luo Yuxing and simply remained silent. Seeing this, Luo Yuxing was not discouraged. Instead, she hugged a pillow and inched closer to Qi Yuqing in front of her. Then what kind of girl do you like? The pure-looking ones? The sexy ones? The gentle ones? The glamorous ones? The innocent-looking ones? Or the scheming ones? You should not be interested in the latter, right? As Luo Yuxing got closer and closer, Qi Yuqing frowned slightly. What are you up to again? Could it be that she didn't want a divorce, and this was another new trick of hers? Not understanding Qi Yuqing's thoughts, Luo Yuxing leaned back. What can I do? Didn't I say I'll help you experience love again? But then I thought, if you can't even take a fancy to someone as beautiful as me, either you have extremely peculiar taste, or it's a waste of that good-looking face of yours. It's the eyes that are wasted, not the face. Qi Yuqing corrected calmly. Is there a difference? Luo Yuxing let out a soft snort and complained discontentedly. Anyway, since your eyes are blind, it's a waste of your face. Qi Yuqing's intuition told him that it would surely lead to no good if he continued this conversation with Luo Yuxing, so he stopped speaking immediately. Seeing this, Luo Yuxing suppressed the irritation in her heart. She kept reminding herself in her mind that this man was heartless and not worth her trouble. Not until she felt a bit more at ease did Luo Yuxing stretch out her foot and give Qi Yuqing's thigh a gentle kick. Hey, what are you doing? Qi Yuqing, having been kicked unexpectedly, didn't show any irritation. However, his gaze lingered briefly on her fair and delicate little feet. Luo Yuxing's feet were exquisitely shaped, with dainty soles and round, adorable toes. The red nail polish she deliberately applied made them look even more tender and eye-catching. I miss the babies. Can you bring the babies and the elder brother to visit me? Luo Yuxing said, her chin resting gently on the pillow and her pair of delicate, beautiful eyes looking at Qi Yuqing imploringly. Qi Yuqing thought he'd become immune to Luo Yuxing's beauty. Yet he still felt a slight flutter in his heart when she looked at him like that. Nevertheless, his face remained as calm as ever. But, visiting in prison? You're not in jail, Qi Yuqing said, a bit speechless. What's the difference? I can't go out. It's no different from being in prison, Luo Yuxing said, looking extremely aggrieved. No matter how pitifully she pleaded, Qi Yuqing still flatly refused. It's too late today. Once Qi Yuqing made a decision, it was hard for others to change it, and at least Luo Yuqing couldn't. Luo Yuqing lowered her head disappointedly, vividly demonstrating what it meant to be dejected. Perhaps not used to seeing her in such a state, Qi Yuqing thought for a moment and said, "Isn't it the premiere of your show tomorrow? I'll have them watch it." Luo Yuqing didn't ask for much. She was quite satisfied with Qi Yuqing's concession and immediately nodded. "Then it's a deal. You can't go back on your word." "Okay." With a soft reply, Qi Yuqing raised his hand to check the time. "It's getting late. I'll head back first. You should also rest early." Sitting on the sofa, Luo Yuqing was languid. She merely waved her hand and said, "Take your time. I won't see you off." After leaving Luo Yuqing's room, Qi Yuqing couldn't help but glance back at the closed door. It had to be said that the current Luo Yuqing made him feel a lot more relaxed. If she could maintain this state in the days to come, he wouldn't mind offering her some assistance even after the divorce, since she intended to stay in this circle. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Luo Yuqing woke up naturally. She was even surprised that the program crew didn't send anyone to wake her up. Looking at the time, it was already past 8. After washing up, Luo Yuqing applied skin care products while gazing at herself in the mirror. In the mirror, her features were exquisitely delicate, and her skin was fair and clear. Even without makeup, she was still strikingly beautiful. She just couldn't understand how Qi Yuqing could remain unmoved by such a beautiful face. Luo Yuqing even wickedly thought that if Qi Yuqing ever took a fancy to someone, she would definitely dress up extravagantly to see that woman. However, she firmly refused to admit that she had lost. It must be that Qi Yuqing was blind. After applying sunscreen, since she had some time, Luo Yuqing put on a light makeup. Just as she put down the lipstick in her hand, the doorbell rang. "Sis, you got up so early?" Li Guang stood at the door of the room, smiling at Luo Yuqing. "Why are you here?" Luo Yuqing asked, a bit perplexed. Then she turned around and entered the room, with Li Guang following closely behind. Having placed the purchased fruits on the living room coffee table, Li Guang said unhurriedly, "There was an unexpected situation today. The shooting has to be postponed until tomorrow. I figured that you, sister, must not have eaten much fruit these days, so I bought some for you." "Unexpected situation? How come I know nothing about it?" Luo Yuqing inquired. Director Li said that something happened to Zhuao's family, so Zhuao left the group temporarily. Li Guang isn't sure about the details. Anyway, it's certain that the shooting can't start today. Upon getting this news, although Luo Yuqing was a bit worried about Zhuao, they didn't exchange phone numbers, so she couldn't ask anything for the moment. However, thinking that it was just a one-day delay in shooting, she supposed it shouldn't be a very serious matter. Having thought of this, Luo Yuqing didn't dwell on it. Li Guang thought Luo Yuqing would have a good rest in the hotel today. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuqing started to have other ideas early on. After breakfast, after repeatedly confirming with Director Li that there was no shooting plan for the day, Luo Yuqing took a car out of the hotel. "Sister, are you really going back to the Qi family?" Inside the car, Li Guang asked hesitantly. "Yes. Since there's no shooting plan today and it happens to be a rest day, what's wrong with me going back to accompany the kids?" Luo Yuqing touched up her lipstick in the mirror. This man, slaying lipstick color is truly amazing. Looking at her lip color in the mirror with satisfaction, Luo Yuqing curved her lips, presenting a charming smile. "But you were so firm when you moved out before." Li Guang still remembers the imposing manner of Luo Yuqing when she moved out of the villa that day, putting away her lipstick. Luo Yuqing tidied her hair and put on a hat. "But I never said I wouldn't go back to see them. I'm not divorced yet. Even if I get divorced, it's perfectly proper for me to go back and see my kids." At the Qi family's place, little Zhongling was sitting obediently on a small chair, hugging her doll. Her big, bright eyes glanced at herself in the mirror from time to time. In the mirror, dexterous hands were tying Zhongling's hair into 2 adorable little buns, resembling the antlers of a fawn, cute and sassy. "Sister Xiaorui, I want to wear the flowers Daddy bought for me," Zhongling said in a soft voice. "Okay. It's up to our little Ling," Li Rui replied with a smile. She opened the left-hand cabinet and saw rows of delicate and dainty hairpins and ornaments. Even though she was young, it was known how much Qi Yuqing doted on his only daughter. She picked out 2 hair ornaments in the style of blue silk flowers. The pink tassels, along with the hair ribbons of the same color, were both elegant and full of childlike charm. Paired with the powder blue hanfu that Zhongling was wearing, it seemed as if she had stepped into a bygone era. When the door of the room opened and Zhongling saw her elder brother at the door, she happily stood up. "Brother, do I look pretty?" she asked, then spun around. "Yes, you do," Xiaozongyu gave an affirmative answer very obligingly. Then he stepped forward and took her hand. Daddy is waiting for us. Let's go downstairs quickly. Nodding several times in succession, little Zhongling scurried along on her short legs, trailing behind her elder brother out of the room. In the hall, upon seeing the two children descending the stairs, Qi Yuqing put down the newspaper in his hand and inquired, "Are you all ready? Daddy, does little Ling look nice today?" The moment she caught sight of Qi Yuqing, little Zhongling dashed over and clung to his leg, her face brimming with anticipation. "Our little Ling is the most adorable. Why even ask?" Qi Yuqing embraced little Zhongling and replied with a smile. Hearing this, little Zhongling shyly nestled herself in Qi Yuqing's embrace. "Where are you all heading?" Luo Yuxing asked as she entered the room and beheld the three of them all set to go. At the sight of Luo Yuxing, little Zhongling wriggled free from Qi Yuqing's arms and exclaimed, "Mommy!" Luo Yuxing caught the little one who came rushing over. Gazing at the adorable child before her, she exclaimed in wonder, "Whose little sweetheart is this? How can one be so irresistibly cute?" Hearing Luo Yuxing's words, little Zhongling blushed shyly. On the sofa, little Zhongyu also noticed Luo Yuxing's appearance. Although Qi Yuqing had explained to little Zhongyu in great detail after they got home last night, making it clear that Luo Yuxing had nothing to do with that incident. When facing Luo Yuxing, little Zhongyu still couldn't be as carefree as little Zhongling. Perhaps it was due to his personality. Compared with little Zhongling, little Zhongyu had been more sensible and steadfast since childhood, lacking little Zhongling's simplicity and liveliness. When Luo Yuxing's gaze turned towards him, little Zhongyu awkwardly turned his head, presenting only the back of his head to her. Luo Yuxing sat down on the nearby sofa, still holding little Zhongling in her arms. Then she looked at Qi Yuqing and asked, "Are you going out?" "I promised to take them to Jin's garden before. It so happens that I'm free these 2 days," Qi Yuqing said. The full name of Jin's garden is Jinan Jin's garden. It is a large-scale imperial garden-style theme park located in the downtown area of City C, covering an area of 1,000 mil. Different from City A, which is an economic metropolis, City C is a city with profound cultural heritage. "Are you planning to drive there by yourself?" Luo Yuxing immediately thought of the SUV she had just seen. It seemed to be a new model launched by NG Group, and there should be only one in the country. Qi Yuqing gave a soft affirmative grunt. Although Luo Yuxing didn't say a word, her continuous glances at him were hard for Qi Yuqing to ignore. After a long while, and seeing no sign of her stopping, Qi Yuqing let out a silent sigh. "What's wrong? Can I come along?" Luo Yuxing whispered, trying to negotiate. Qi Yuqing frowned. "Aren't you supposed to be recording a program?" With a slight shrug, Luo Yuxing said helplessly, "There was an unexpected situation today, so I got an extra day off." Little Zhongling ran to Qi Yuqing's side and held his finger with her chubby little hand, gently shaking it, silently pleading, "Luo Yuxing, have you forgotten that we're going to get divorced?" Qi Yuqing's words were calm, and it was impossible to tell his mood from them, whether he was unhappy or not. "Even if we get divorced, it's not strange for us to take the child out to play together, right? After all, both parents are responsible for giving the child a healthy childhood," Luo Yuxing said. Qi Yuqing stared at Luo Yuxing, as if trying to see through what she really meant from the depths of her eyes. In response, Luo Yuxing neither evaded nor shied away. If he wanted to look, then let him. After all, she wasn't so hideous that she couldn't be seen. After a long while, Qi Yuqing finally withdrew his gaze. "Fine, go if you wish," he said. Qi Yuqing had given his consent for Luo Yuxing to accompany them. None was happier than little Zhongling, although little Zhongyu beside him didn't say a word. The corners of his mouth still twitched upward slightly. However, once he realized it, he forcefully suppressed the smile. Chapter 37. Can you give me a kiss? Although the journey was not arduous, it was already past 12 o'clock when they arrived near Jin's garden in City C, fortunately. Qing had already booked a hotel for the night, leaving them ample time for entertainment. Jin's garden boasted a dedicated parking lot. Perhaps due to it being a weekend, the vast parking area was already filled to capacity. When they arrived, only a few parking spaces remained. Had they been any later, they might have had to park outside, changing out of the sports, where she had grown accustomed to wearing in the past few days. Lu Yshing donned an elegant and ladylike blue short-style dress. This banquet dress, with its lustrous hue, could artfully create a visual focal point. Moreover, its overall design was meticulously tailored to accentuate her curves, exuding an air of grace and poise. The dress was adorned with pure, handcrafted embroidery, adding an extra touch of charm. Even a person with merely average looks could be elevated to a higher level of attractiveness by this dress. How much more so for Lu Yshing? However, the sun was rather intense that day. Lu Yshing selected a sun, had the same color scheme with a broad brim, instead of wearing sunglasses. She revealed the delicate features on her petite face. "Darling, do I look beautiful today?" From the front passenger seat. Lu Yshing turned around to look at Xiao Zh and Jieling in the child's safety seat in the back, due to having just woken up. The little one still had a cute, dazed look on her face. Upon hearing Lu Yshing's words, Xiao Zh and Jieling nodded affirmatively and, without a moment's hesitation, repeated the words others often used to praise her. "Mommy is the most beautiful." Receiving the satisfactory answer, Lu Yshing smiled sweetly. "Our baby is still the cutest." In the driver's seat, listening to the mutual flattery between Luo Yushin and little Zhongling, Qi Yuqing couldn't help smiling. However, this somewhat self-absorbed Luo Yushin was not at all annoying. In fact, upon careful reflection, his own daughter also had a touch of narcissism. With such thoughts in mind, Qi Yuqing looked up at his son in the rear view mirror. When their eyes met, both seemed to detect a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. After the car was parked, the first thing Luo Yushin did after getting out was to stretch a bit on the spot. Although the car seats were custom made and the journey wasn't overly uncomfortable, having sat for several hours, every bone in her body ached. On the other side, Qi Yuqing helped the two children out of the car. Little Zhongling ran around and came to Luo Yuxing's side. Qi Yuqing and little Zhongyu followed suit. "Let's go and have something to eat first," Qi Yuqing suggested. "Sure, one needs to be well fed to have the energy to play." Luo Yuxing replied with a smile, taking her daughter's soft little hand. It could be said that this was the first time the family of four went out for a trip, although they had been married for over 5 years. Such a scene was truly a novelty. How to put it? Luo Yuxing couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. In recent years, the resurgent retro trend has not only manifested in the growing number of young people's fondness for Hanfu culture, but also spurred the development of tourism in cities with profound cultural heritages like City C. When visiting City C, it is almost inevitable to go to Jin's Garden, the top-ranked scenic spot. As time went on, many shops, hotels, and food streets have sprung up around it. Taking out her phone to search for food guides in the vicinity, Luo Yuxing selected a restaurant named Weiju. It was said to be an established time-honored brand. As it turned out, being a time-honored brand, it did have its merits. Although the local flavors in City C differed from their own preferences, upon careful tasting, it was still quite good. After they had their fill, the two little ones could no longer contain their eagerness, and even Xiao Zhongyu was getting a bit restless. At the entrance of Jin's Garden, Qi Yuqing went to buy tickets while Luo Yuxing stood with the two children in the shade of the trees. There were people who cast an extra glance at them because of their outstanding looks, and Luo Yuxing would respond with a smile. There were quite a few children in Jin's Garden. In just a short while, Luo Yuxing saw several little girls in Hanfu. They were so adorable. However, none of them could match her own precious daughter. Suddenly, Xiao Zhongling tugged at Luo Yuxing's hand and said, "Mom, what's the matter, baby?" Luo Yuxing leaned down slightly to look at Xiao Zhongling. That elder brother has such a long braid. Xiao Zhongling's curious big eyes stared into the distance, and then she added, "It's even longer than mine." "So is he an elder sister?" Following Xiao Zhongling's line of sight, Luo Yuxing saw a handsome young lad, about 7 or 8 years old. As Xiao Zhongling had said, he had a long, slender braid at the back of his head. Although they were some distance away, the boy seemed to sense that the two here were talking about him. He turned to look at Luo Yuxing and the others. But after just a glance, he was led away by the woman beside him. Maybe, not all those with long hair are elder sisters. It's a custom for little boys to keep a long braid, as it is believed to ensure their safer growth and represents the blessings from elders. Luo Yuxing explained with a gentle smile. Hearing this, little Zhongling seemed to understand, but also not quite. "Can elder brother also keep a braid?" she asked. As if having thought of something, little Zhongyu immediately said in a huff, "I don't want to." It was known that recently, little Zhongling was obsessed with braiding the hair of dolls. However, due to her small hands and short arms, the braids she made were always in a mess. Just hearing what her younger sister said, little Zhongyu knew what she was up to. Brother doesn't like it, so we should respect his decision, Luo Yuxing said with a beaming smile. "All right then," little Zhongling replied, sounding a bit disappointed. Standing up straight, Luo Yuxing looked towards the ticket-selling booth. Unexpectedly, she saw the little boy just now. However, the person standing beside him. Perhaps it was too far away. Luo Yuxing couldn't see clearly, but that person looked somewhat familiar. Nevertheless, wasn't that person in the circle claiming to be single since birth? Since Luo Yuxing didn't try to hide her sight, when she saw that person also noticed her. Luo Yuxing responded with a smile. while the other one rushed in flusteredly. "What are you looking at?" Qi Yuqing walked over from afar and saw Luo Yuxing staring at a certain place. He couldn't help feeling puzzled. "I ran into an acquaintance." It was quite unexpected. Luo Yuxing casually bypassed this topic without mentioning who the acquaintance was. Anyway, she knew that Qi Yuqing had no interest in such things. Upon entering the toll gate, the scene before one's eyes was truly awe-inspiring. Jinan Jin's garden was modeled after the architectural designs of the Jinan era. As one walked through, it felt as if they had been transported back to the prosperous heyday of Jinan several years ago. Each era boasted its own unique charm. The more one was surrounded by the modern high-rises, the more one yearned for the ancient small bridges over flowing waters, pavilions, and terraces. It was said that when night fell and the lights were lit, the numerous lanterns shining would present an even more magnificent sight. The entire Jin's garden was divided into dozens of landscape and cultural areas, including the Imperial Culture Area, the Female Culture Area, the Poetry Culture Area, the Imperial Examination Culture Area, the Children's Entertainment Area, and the Water Show Performance Area. Closing the brochure, with so many places to choose from, Lu Yshing was at a loss as to where to go first. She could only look at Qyqing and asked, "Which way shall we go?" Unlike Lu Yshing, who was completely in the dark about the place, Qyqing had made some preparations before coming and had selected a route. Immediately, he said, "Let's rent a sightseeing car first, and then follow this road leading to the museum." Hearing this, Lu Yshing nodded. First, they went to Xingyuan Apricot Garden. Xingyuan, located in the Imperial Examination Culture Area, was a scenic spot that showcased the culture of Jinan Jinshi, successful candidates in the Imperial Examination and official career culture. Historically, Xingyuan got its name from the large number of apricot trees planted there. Every early spring, when the apricot blossoms were in full bloom, people would come here to appreciate the flowers and take a stroll. Xingyuan was also the venue for the newly crowned Jinan Jinshi to hold the Apricot Garden Flower Viewing Banquet. Today, Xingyuan was a complex of ancient-style buildings, serving as a display and business venue centered around the Imperial Examination culture of Jinan. When in full bloom, the apricot blossoms were delicate and charming, with their colorful and gorgeous petals like dots of rouge, monopolizing the beauty of spring. It's a pity that they came at an inopportune time, and the flowering period had passed, perhaps due to the absence of pollination trees. This apricot blossom forest only produced blossoms, but no fruits. After the flowering period, it appeared somewhat desolate. Fortunately, although the apricot orchard brought a slight disappointment, the other cultural areas still impressed. Throughout the journey, the two little ones had a great deal of fun. In the children's entertainment area, Luo Yuxing took a seat on a nearby resting bench, while Qi Yuqing accompanied the two children to play on the slide. Whenever she saw them looking over from afar, Luo Yuxing would smile and wave her hand. Luo Yuxing didn't have good physical stamina, although she managed to endure a day-long trek during the desert island recording. In normal times, she wouldn't subject herself to such hardships. Just like now, after walking for less than 3 hours, Luo Yuxing seized every opportunity to take a rest. Knowing Luo Yuxing's penchant for laziness, Qi Yuqing said nothing. He simply let her sit there and rest while he went to keep an eye on the two children. "Is that your husband? He's so handsome," a woman sitting next to Luo Yuxing remarked, her face showing admiration along with a hint of barely concealed envy as she looked at Qi Yuqing in the distance. "Not too bad. He was the most handsome lad in his village. Otherwise, how could I have taken a fancy to this poor young man back then?" Luo Yuxing sighed. Hearing Luo Yuxing's words, the woman frowned slightly. "He's from the countryside? He doesn't seem like it." "Well, clothes make the man. I've bought him high-end custom-made clothes, so of course he looks presentable," Luo Yuxing replied with a smile as she gently tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. The woman smiled faintly and said no more, then went on playing with her phone. Seeing this, Luo Yuxing didn't bother to care. She had seen such women who were jealous of others having good men more than once, and she simply didn't like them. As for calling Qi Yuqing a gigolo, anyway, he didn't know. They spent an entire afternoon in Jin's garden, but only visited less than 5 cultural areas. No wonder people said it was impossible to explore the whole place in a single day, as the sun was setting and the lanterns were just being lit. After a simple dinner, everyone arrived at Ziyun Pavilion, which was located in the center of Jin's garden. Ziyun Pavilion, the iconic building in the Imperial Culture Area, was situated in the heart of Jin's garden. The main building had 4 stories, each presenting the imperial culture of Jinan from different angles and through various carriers. From the 4th floor of Ziyun Pavilion, one could overlook most of Jin's garden. In the rippling water, The reflections of the red lanterns created a hazy and magnificent night view. Sitting by the railing, Luo Yuxing glanced at the lights in the distance and then turned to look at Qi Yuqing, who was tall and graceful. At that moment, he was using a camera to take pictures of the two children. Today, he had basically served as their personal photographer for the three of them. Yet he hadn't taken any pictures of himself. Qi Yuqing, let me take a picture of you, Luo Yuxing said. Hearing her words, Qi Yuqing looked over. Even after a whole day, there was hardly any sign of fatigue on his face. No, I don't like taking pictures, he replied. Initially, Luo Yuxing had just made the suggestion casually, but the more he refused, the more a bit of determination welled up within her. Just take one photo. Since we're here, we should leave some traces, right? Luo Yuxing made a gesture of one and stubbornly looked at Qi Yuqing. Seeing that Luo Yuxing was reluctant to abandon the idea, Qi Yuqing simply said, Shaoling and Xiaoyu, go and sit with your mother. I'll take pictures of you. When seeing the two little ones approaching, Luo Yuxing casually hugged Xia Hongling in her arms and embraced Xia Zhongyu. She took a beautiful photo with the two little ones beside her. After the photo was taken, Luo Yuxing still didn't give up the previous idea. When seeing Luo Yuxing coming over, Qi Yuqing slightly pursed his lips and said, I don't like taking pictures. Qi Yuqing wasn't lying. Although the fact that he disliked taking pictures wasn't well known, it wasn't too well hidden either. After all, it was rather rare that he always used the single photo taken during the wedding photo session whenever he needed a photo. Luo Yuxing gently pressed her finger against her chin, with a hint of teasing in her eyes. Well then, either take a photo of me, or give me a kiss? Chapter 38. You're all wet, Luo Yuxing. Qi Yuqing frowned, his voice tinged with displeasure and a hint of warning. Luo Yuxing pursed his lips slightly before breaking into a smile. I know my name sounds nice, but you don't have to deliberately call me by it. Besides, it's just a photo. Do you have to be so averse to it? Watching Luo Yuxing's back as he turned around after speaking, Qi Yuqing finally gave in. When Luo Yuxing got the camera, he fiddled with it. Baby, come and stand with brother beside dad. Otherwise, your dad will stand there like a wooden stake. As Luo Yuxing's somewhat disdainful admonition rang out, Qi Yuqing felt relieved. Thankfully, Luo Yuxing didn't give Qi Yuqing too much trouble. After taking the photos he wanted, he returned the camera to Qi Yuqing. You can't delete these photos. Send them to me later. Got it. Since the photos had already been taken, Qi Yuqing wasn't stupid enough to delete them. Otherwise, who knew what kind of mischief Luo Yuxing would come up with? Estimating that the performance was about to start, they didn't waste any time, lest they be too late to get good seats. The water, scene performances and song, and dance shows at Jinshiyuan were quite famous. The brochures they got clearly indicated the times of several important performances, including the song and dance shows Flying Mirror, Rainbow Dance, and the water, scene song, and dance drama Zhuang Zhou's Dream of a Butterfly, etc. When they arrived at the performance hall, although there were still 20 minutes before the performance started, more than half of the seats in the auditorium were already occupied. The seats in the middle were all taken, and currently, the distribution of occupied seats was extremely polarized. Either sit closer to the front or further to the back. Shall we sit in the front? Luo Yuxing asked Qi Yuqing in a soft tone. Since they were sitting closely side by side, Qi Yuqing could clearly feel the warmth radiating from Luo Yuxing's body. Due to the large crowd, Qi Yuqing was holding little Zhongling in his arms, while Luo Yuxing was leading little Zhongyu by the hand. Upon hearing Luo Yuxing's words, Qi Yuqing let out a soft grunt, indicating his consent to her suggestion. The seats in the second row in the front were truly quite forward. The view there was excellent. Yet it was a mystery as to why everyone preferred to sit further back. Luo Yuxing felt a bit puzzled but didn't dwell on it. Moreover, she didn't realize that the front row seats could sometimes be a real nuisance. The view here is quite good. Why don't they sit here? Sitting in their seats. With two children between Luo Yuxing and Qi Yuqing, she couldn't help voicing her curiosity while having nothing else to do. Qi Yuqing was also in the dark. Although he had done some research, he had only simply planned what to play. Regarding the seats for watching the show, he vaguely remembered someone reminding them to sit further back, but the specific details eluded him. Seeing Qi Yuqing shake his head, Luo Yuxing decided not to think about it anymore. After all, they were just there to watch the show and didn't have any other intentions. During the interval, a peddler came around selling snacks. Qi Yuqing bought some treats for the two children, and Luo Yuxing got a box of strawberries. As it turned out, the price of strawberries in the scenic area was enough to buy double the amount outside. Little Zhongling was sitting on the chair, her short little legs swinging back and forth. Holding a big strawberry in her hand, she took a bite, and the sweet juice immediately trickled out. She was enjoying her meal when suddenly a small hand reached out in front of her and grabbed the half-eaten strawberry she had left. However, the hand didn't manage to take the strawberry away because little Zhongling's hand slipped, and the half-strawberry dropped to the ground. After rolling a few times, it fell under the front seat, and the owner of that small hand was sitting in the front seat. The incident happened so suddenly that little Zhongling was startled. The little boy in the front, failing to grab the strawberry, began to wail loudly. Seeing this, the little boy's grandmother quickly comforted her grandson. Not only did she show no intention of apologizing to little Zhongling, but she also shot her a disdainful look. Luo Yuxing couldn't help frowning at this scene. As an adult, she couldn't argue with a child younger than her own daughter, yet the elder's behavior still irked her. I want strawberries. Wah! I want strawberries. The little boy was throwing a tantrum in his grandmother's arms, stealing glances at the strawberry in little Zhongyu's hand from time to time. Evidently, little Zhongyu had even less affection for the little boy in front of him. Under the boy's gaze, he directly put the remaining strawberry into little Zhongling's mouth. Seeing this, the little boy's cries grew even louder. Dear, don't cry. Nowadays, strawberries are all pumped with hormones. They're expensive and taste awful. Once we get out, Grandma will buy you big apples. The old woman hastened to soothe her grandson in her arms and gave Luo Yuxing, who had bought the strawberries, a reproachful look, as if blaming her for letting her grandson see the strawberries. This look made Luo Yuxing both angry and amused. Looking at the 4 remaining strawberries in the box, Luo Yuxing took them out one by one. She placed the first strawberry in the little Zhongyu's hand, the second in the little Zhongling's hand, and then took one and took a bite of it herself. Seeing the last strawberry left, Luo Yuxing took it out and looked at Qi Yuqing. Husband, would you like to have a taste? Qi Yuqing had never been fond of strawberries and immediately shook his head. Upon seeing this, Luo Yuxing looked at the little boy who was crying in front of her. In fact, at this moment, not only the little boy, but also his grandmother was looking at her. Luo Yuxing gave a gentle smile to the little boy's grandmother and then turned to look at a little girl sitting in the back seat. Sweetie, would you like to have this strawberry? It's incredibly delicious and sweet. No, thank you, the little girl's mother said hurriedly. Hearing this, the little girl also shook her head obediently. Thank you, Auntie. Please give the strawberry to the little brother and sister. It's just a single strawberry. I can't help but like well-behaved children, Luo Yuxing said with a smile and offered the strawberry. Since Luo Yuxing had said so, and it was just a single strawberry, not a big deal, the little girl's parents nodded, indicating that the little girl could accept it. The little boy in the front seat had thought he would get the strawberry, but watched helplessly as it went to someone else. He started crying even louder. Fortunately, the performance hadn't started yet. Otherwise, they would surely have been reminded. Allowing the little boy's grandmother to mutter and scold under her breath, Luo Yuxing finished her strawberry, then watched as the 2 children finished theirs and took out a tissue to wipe their hands. How can a public figure be so fussy with a child? Qi Yuqing felt somewhat helpless. He thought that Luo Yuxing seemed unaware of her status as a public figure, although she was not well known at present. Society was always strict with public figures. One day when she became famous, she might be scolded to her face. I'm a mother first, and then a public figure. A single strawberry isn't a big deal, but I just dislike their attitude. As elders, spoiling children excessively and failing to set a good example will surely lead to great trouble sooner or later, Luo Yuxing said, then looked at Qi Yuqing and continued, suddenly. I realize that the kids may easily suffer losses when staying with you. How about you reconsider and give both children to me? Qi Yuqing was slightly annoyed and replied, Don't even think about it. Luo Yuxing wrinkled her nose and let out a soft snort. You're just being tough now. Once you remarry, even if you don't care, I'm certain your new partner won't be without grudges. Once she has her own child, she'll surely make life difficult for my kids. In fact, Qi Yuqing had never thought about remarrying. For him, having 2 children made marriage lose its significance. However, the world was full of uncertainties, and he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't fall in love with someone one day. What about you? You're still young. Won't you remarry? With Luo Yuxing's looks, she was among the top in the entire circle. Qi Yuqing really didn't believe that she would stay single for the rest of her life for him or for the children. It is said that one won't turn back until hitting the south wall. However, it's not that easy to turn back even after hitting it. I'm really scared. Encountering you is already bad enough, and I don't want any more misfortune. Luo Yuxing gave a self-mocking smile. Coincidentally, the performance began, and both Luo Yuxing and Qi Yuqing ceased discussing this somewhat delicate topic. For no reason, the zither with 50 strings, each string Each fret evokes bygone springs. Master Zhuang in his dawn dream was lost in butterflies. The king of Shu entrusted his love to cuckoos. Pearls in the sea shed tears in the moon's light. Jade in the sun's glow gives off a misty sheen. Could this feeling have become a remembered thing? Even then it was already a vain regret. A deep voice softly recited the inconstant zither, unfurling the water, scene prologue of Zhuangzi's dream of becoming a butterfly. The rising water columns and the drawn water curtain were illuminated by the colorful lights, and the picture gradually became clear. The images on the water curtain echoed with the actors on the real, life stage, creating an interesting interplay. When an ancient, costumed maid drifted down from the sky, the night's darkness concealed the wires. Her gradually approaching figure was slender and graceful, floating like a celestial being. Faintly, as the water curtain continued to rise, some water mist drifted onto them, but Luo Yuxing didn't pay much attention. The performance continued. Yet people in the front seats of the auditorium kept leaving their seats. Gradually, the first 3 rows of the audience area became empty. Luo Yuxing saw that those people were standing in the middle aisle but not leaving. She couldn't help but nudge Qi Yuqing and said, "Why have they all gone to the middle to watch? This area is empty." Qi Yuqing was frowning when someone from the back row shouted at the two of them, "Why don't you take the children to the middle to take shelter? It'll get wet here later. Everyone's taking shelter over there." Hearing this, Luo Yuxing finally understood why everyone had moved away from their seats. Qi Yuqing carried little Zhongling in front, while Luo Yuxing held little Zhongyu's hand and walked between her and Qi Yuqing. However, they had delayed a bit. Just as they reached the middle aisle, they felt a splash of water pouring down. Luo Yuxing was walking behind them. Instinctively, she stepped in front of little Zhongyu. At the same moment, Qi Yuqing quickly shielded little Zhongling in front of her and then turned sideways to protect Luo Yuxing. Even though Qi Yuqing had reacted swiftly, Luo Yuxing still got quite wet. Fortunately, the 2 children were small and well protected, so they didn't get wet. Luo Yuxing's clothes were thin. Once they got wet and were blown by the wind, she shivered slightly. Moreover, as the water mist continued to fall, Qi Yuqing had to lead them back first. By the time they stood firm on the elevated last row, the performance had ended. The lights came on brightly, and all the audience began to stir, ready to leave their seats. When the lights brightened, Qi Yuqing noticed that most of Luo Yuxing's clothes were wet. Without hesitation, she took off her suit jacket and draped it over Luo Yuxing, saying, "You're all wet." Chapter 39. Sorry, I'm married. Thank you. Luo Yuxing adjusted her coat and then arranged her long hair before letting it cascade down behind her. Thanks to the warmth of the coat, the hint of chill was dispelled. Before the large crowd of spectators, Luo Yuxing exited the performance hall. She led little Zhongyu and walked beside Qi Yuqing, wearing Qi Yuqing's coat, which left him in just a shirt. "How much of your pants are wet? Are you all right?" "It's fine," Qi Yuqing replied calmly. Looking at Qi Yuqing's composed demeanor, Luo Yuxing couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. "Didn't you used to be afraid of me pestering you? Why are you still being so kind to me?" Luo Yuxing felt that she truly couldn't fathom Qi Yuqing. In the past, when she pursued him, he avoided her as if she were a venomous snake. Now, just when she was finally ready to let go, he would occasionally treat her well. He was really courting disaster. Guessing that Luo Yuxing was referring to his instinctive act of protecting her and giving her his coat just now, Qi Yuqing pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not deliberately being kind to you. I protected you because you're, after all, the mother of my 2 children. Your actions will surely bring trouble upon yourself. To be honest, I have very little self-control. If you don't want me to pester you again, stay away from me. In my eyes, you're just you, not the father of my 2 children." After issuing this veiled warning, Luo Yuxing directly led little Zhongyu away. "All right, I'll be more cautious." Qi Yuqing genuinely didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions. However, if she thought his behavior was inappropriate, it would be better for him to be more careful. However, seeing Qi Yuqing being so obedient, Luo Yuxing gave him an angry glare. What's there to be angry about with this man? Didn't she know his true nature? Getting angry with him was just asking for trouble. Divorce, divorce. The sooner they got divorced, the sooner they could each live their own lives. Luo Yuxing murmured softly, except for little Zhongyu, who was being led by her. No one else heard. At this moment, little Zhongyu was still thinking about what had just happened. Luo Yuxing had subconsciously protected him from getting wet. He wasn't blind. To protect him, she had stood there without evading and got soaked. He had always told himself that his mother didn't love them and only wanted to use them. Even though his father had said that their hospitalization had nothing to do with their mother, his aunt's words still lingered in his young mind. His aunt had said that the reason their mother had fought for their custody was just to have an excuse to approach their father. He didn't want to see his sister get hurt, whether it was being beaten, scolded, or even ending up in the hospital like last time. But at this moment, he was starting to believe in his mother. Perhaps she truly wanted to love them, rather than having an excuse to lure his father to the hospital after they were hospitalized, just like before. Why do you look so glum? Luo Yuxing looked down and saw her son deep in thought. She just couldn't understand. How could a little boy of this age be so steady-tempered? In her mind, a little boy of this age should be as mischievous as a monkey. Little Zhang Yu shook his head. Then, looking at the coat on Luo Yuxing and thinking about how she had gotten wet just now, he said, "I'd like a cup of hot milk tea." Hot milk tea? There should be some at the square we just passed by. Luo Yuxing frowned slightly as she thought about it, not giving it much thought and simply assuming that her son wanted to have some. Qi Yuqing, let's go to the square to have milk tea. Zhang wants some hot milk tea, Luo Yuxing said to Qi Yuqing, who was walking over. Qi Yuqing, who knew that Zhang never liked milk tea, glanced at the boy but didn't expose him. He nodded slightly and said, "Okay, let's go back the way we came." At the square at that moment, Zhang Li and her best friend were holding their milk tea and discussing which pavilion to visit next. They had come to Jinset Garden with her best friend early in the morning and were a bit tired after a whole day of playing. When Zhang Li caught a glimpse of Luo Yuxing out of the corner of her eye, she thought she was seeing things. After all, she had watched Luo Yuxing's live broadcast the night before. Logically, Luo Yuxing should be filming Wild for another live broadcast tonight. However, after looking at that face several times, she was certain it was Luo Yuxing. Thinking about it, Zhang Li tugged at her best friend's hand and said, "Xiaoying, is that Luo Yuxing?" "What Luo Yuxing?" Chen Ying looked utterly confused, thinking that Zhang Li had run into a schoolmate. Luo Yuxing? But when she followed Zhang Li's line of sight and saw Luo Yuxing's face, wasn't it said that anti-fans often paid more attention to you than die-hard fans? Chen Ying, an anti-fan, instantly recognized Luo Yuxing. Compared to Zhang Li, who still had some doubts, Chen Ying choked on her milk tea. Luo Yuxing, cough, it's her. I told you her looks were amazing. She's beautiful without a filter, and in person, she looks even better than on camera. Zhang Li had always been an admirer of Luo Yuxing's appearance. Once she was certain that the person was indeed Luo Yuxing, she couldn't help but let out a series of exclamations, unable to contain her eagerness. Zhang Li thrust the bubble tea into Chen Ying's hands and said, "Wait for me. I'll go ask for a photo." "Hey, Zhang Li." Chen Ying, holding 2 cups of bubble tea, looked at her running off best friend speechlessly. In the end, having no other choice, she followed suit. As soon as Luo Yuxing and Qi Yuqing arrived at the square, they saw a girl in a dungaree dress trotting towards them. At first, Luo Yuxing didn't pay much attention until the girl stood right in front of her and said, "Luo Yuxing, I'm your fan. Can I take a photo with you?" A fan? Not to mention that Qi Yuqing beside her gave her a surprised look. Luo Yuxing herself was also taken aback. Did she actually have fans? And this one in real life, coming right up to her asking for a photo. Well, in appearance, admirer is still a fan. Zhang Li said with an embarrassed smile. Hearing Zhang Li's words, Chen Ying, who had caught up, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her best friend was just too straightforward. It was said that Luo Yuxing had a bad temper. Chen Ying even suspected that she might get angry because of what Zhang Li had just said. However, upon hearing Zhang Li's words, Luo Yuxing burst into laughter instead. "I knew it. With my previous works, how could I have any real fans? It's more likely to be appearance admirers. At least, I'm quite confident in my looks. So, can we take a photo? Do you need to touch up your makeup first?" Zhang Li asked timidly. The news about retouching makeup before a group photo that Zhang Li came across in the past couple of days stated that a certain male celebrity lost his temper on the spot just because he wasn't allowed to retouch his makeup. Since male celebrities are so particular about it, female celebrities should pay even more attention. "Let's just take the photo. I still need to buy a cup of milk tea later," Luo Yuxing said with a smile. After posing for photos with Zhang Li, Luo Yuxing made her way towards Qi Yuqing and the other 2 who were waiting not far away. Behind her, Chen Ying handed the milk tea to Zhang Li. Yet her gaze lingered on Luo Yuxing's back several times. I didn't expect Luo Yuxing to have such a good temper. She seemed to be smiling throughout the whole process. And it didn't look like a fake, insincere smile, Chen Ying remarked. "Right. You used to say that she had a bad temper and was prone to throwing her weight around. But I think she's quite nice. I heard she's already married. Is that her husband? There are no photos of him online. I didn't expect him to be so handsome in person," Zhang Li added. Zhang Li had joined Luo Yuxing's fan group for her looks just 2 days ago. Although the group wasn't large, Zhang Li couldn't resist posting the photo she had just taken with Luo Yuxing in the group. Then, without giving it much more thought, she put away her phone, planning to deal with it later when she got back to the hotel at night. He's truly handsome and wealthy, and he seems so considerate. Look. Luo Yuxing is wearing his coat, Qining discussed with Zhang Li. Once they saw Luo Yuxing and the others walking away, they stopped paying attention. There was a queue at the milk tea shop. Qi Yuqing asked Luo Yuxing and the other two to sit in the rest area not far away while he went a queue up by himself. Most of those who like to drink milk tea are girls. Although there are some boys buying milk tea, the number is not large. At this time, in a long line, Qi Yuqing stands out like a crane among chickens. Looking at the girls behind Qi Yuqing in the line whispering to each other from time to time and the girls in front of the line turning back occasionally. Luo Yuxing could tell at a glance that Qi Yuqing was probably attracting admirers again. However, since they were about to get divorced soon, Luo Yuxing thought she shouldn't meddle in his business and couldn't be bothered to either. The fragrance of Odin wafted in the air. After smelling it for a while, Luo Yuxing couldn't help salivating. Xiaoling, Xiaoyu, do you want to have some Odin? Seeing Luo Yuxing's eager look, Xiao Zhangyu knew she was craving for it. He let out a silent sigh helplessly and finally nodded, seeing that the two little ones also wanted to eat. Luo Yuxing happily held one of their hands in each of hers and walked towards an Odin shop beside. It had been only a short time since they had dinner. Yet Luo Yuxing had an unexpectedly good appetite. The two little ones didn't eat much of the bought Odin, and most of it ended up in Luo Yuxing's stomach. With her cheeks bulging while eating, she was extremely delighted. Controlling diet? Managing figure? There was no need to even think about it. In the face of delicious food, it was worthwhile to gain 2 caddies in weight. Although eating one more mouthful might lead to weight gain, eating one less mouthful wouldn't make one thinner. Then why should one eat less? Meanwhile, as the line in which Qi Yuqing was waiting gradually shortened, he calmly scanned the surroundings with his calm eyes. Unexpectedly, someone gently poked him on the shoulder. Turning around, Qi Yuqing looked at the girl who had poked him. Her features were somewhat childish, and she had a pure and delicate appearance. When he looked at her, her cheeks flushed slightly. Is there something? Qi Yuqing inquired. Brother, can I have your WeChat? The girl said timidly, with the tips of her ears also blushing because of the pick-up line she had just uttered. Qi Yuqing was no stranger to girls approaching him. It seemed that from childhood to adulthood, he had always attracted people who tried to strike up a conversation with him. He knew that some were drawn to his looks, while others were after his status. However, he was not a person with a penchant for fun. According to his friends, he was a somewhat rigid man, lacking in charm and uninterested in cultivating unnecessary relationships, whether on a spiritual or physical level. He had always been self-disciplined. So, even though the girl in front of him was good looking and, due to her youth, exuded an innocent allure like a budding flower, Qi Yuqing remained unmoved. His words were as calm as ever. Sorry, I'm married. Married? The girl was clearly taken aback by Qi Yuqing's words. She had thought that at most he had a girlfriend, never expecting him to be married. But then, as if thinking of something, the girl hesitated and said, Brother, I promise I won't bother you. Can you give me your WeChat? Qi Yuqing frowned slightly. He thought that by mentioning his marriage, he had made his rejection quite clear. However, he wondered if the girl in front of him had failed to understand his meaning or simply didn't care, unwilling to place the young woman in an awkward position. Qi Yuqing pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze towards Luo Yuxing and stated, My wife and child are over there. WeChat is a private means of communication. I'm truly sorry. When Qi Yuqing and the young woman glanced over, Luo Yuxing was in the midst of devouring the last few fish balls. Her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk's. Caught in their gaze, she was rather bewildered. What on earth was going on? Chapter 40. You gave birth. I raised the young girl didn't get a clear look at Luo Yuxing's face. She only noticed that the latter was wearing a black coat and didn't sense any threat. She had always been confident about her appearance, remembering the bet she had just made with her friend. She looked up at Qi Yuqing with a touch of pitifulness and pleaded, Brother, just give me your WeChat. I promise. I'm not a scammer and won't cheat you out of your money. Qi Yuqing was also a bit vexed. Naturally, he wasn't afraid that the girl in front of him was a scammer. He simply didn't want to give his WeChat. Here. Being looked at by the two of them in unison, Luo Yuxing swallowed the fishball in her mouth and thought to herself, a handsome man is a curse. Why am I so beautiful, yet no one strikes up a conversation with me? Little Zhongling was sitting on the chair, swinging her legs. She was holding a small toy she had just bought. Perhaps having waited for a while, she couldn't help but ask Luo Yuxing, Mom, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Soon, baby. Let's wait a little longer, Luo Yuxing replied. Indeed, from her angle, She could see that there was only one person left in front of Qi Yuqing, and it wouldn't be long before it was his turn. As for how Qi Yuqing rejected the girl's attempt to strike up a conversation, Luo Yuqing had no idea. All she knew was that after Qi Yuqing came over with the milk tea, the girl and her friend walked in their direction. As they got closer, Luo Yuqing clearly saw the girl's face, and the girl also got a clear view of Luo Yuqing's. In contrast to Luo Yuqing's calmness, who merely sighed that youth was wonderful, the girl was obviously more greatly impacted. The girl sat at the table next to theirs and glanced over from time to time. Sipping the warm milk tea, Luo Yuqing leaned slightly towards Qi Yuqing and asked, "Were you approached?" "Yes," she asked for my WeChat. Qi Yuqing replied without any intention of concealing it. "Well, that's quite something. She's young and pretty. Although she can't hold a candle to me. Aren't such innocent young girls the most appealing?" Luo Yuqing complimented the girl while subtly promoting herself. "I've said before that I have no interest in having an affair," Qi Yuqing stated calmly. Supporting her chin with one hand, Luo Yuqing gazed at Qi Yuqing's handsome face up close and remarked, "It doesn't really count as an affair. After all, we're on the verge of divorce. It wouldn't hurt to explore new possibilities. Look, if you fall for someone, you can just sign the divorce agreement. Problem solved. You just want me to sign your agreement." "I've said it's impossible," Qi Yuqing firmly refused. No matter how well Luo Yuqing behaved now, he was determined not to let go of any of their children. "You're so stubborn. I'm the one who gave birth to the children. Isn't it easy for you to have kids? There are plenty of women willing to bear your children," Luo Yuqing retorted angrily. Hearing this, Qi Yuqing coolly responded, "You gave birth to them, and I'm raising them. Fine, you win." Angered by Qi Yuqing, Luo Yuqing finished a whole cup of milk tea in no time and let out a small burp. The girls at the neighboring table had left. Luo Yuqing shook her head and murmured, "There are always foolish people in this world. They don't realize that some people may seem impeccable on the surface but are actually good for nothing." Qi Yuqing received a glance from Luo Yuqing and couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. After the rest, Luo Yuqing and the others didn't dawdle any longer, as it was already late. The Penguin Pavilion at night was brightly lit. Although it was called a penguin pavilion, it was filled with various marine creatures. As they strolled along, the two children were completely engrossed, and finally they bought several small jellyfish. When they drove back to the hotel, the two children were so sleepy that they sat in the safety seats. Neither of them woke up when they got out of the car. Luo Yuqing carried one child each into the hotel and couldn't help yawning. She was also sleepy. After taking a shower and lying in bed, Luo Yuqing was extremely sleepy. She and Qi Yuqing slept on the sides, with the two children in the middle. Although they were sharing the same bed, neither she nor Qi Yuqing cared deliberately. Because of the recording the next day, Luo Yuqing needed to return to the hotel before the recording. At 5:30 in the morning, when the sky was just beginning to lighten, Luo Yuqing was woken up by the alarm on her phone. When she sat up on the bed, every cell in her body was screaming for more sleep. After Luo Yuqing washed her face in the bathroom and regained a bit of energy, when she walked out of the bathroom, she bumped into Qi Yuqing's chest. It was so hard that it made her forehead ache. Rubbing her aching forehead, Luo Yuqing yawned slightly and asked, "What are you doing? You have a program to record today. You said so last night." Due to just waking up, Qi Yuqing's voice was deep and hoarse, which made Luo Yuqing's ears tingle. Leaning lazily against the door frame for a while, Luo Yuqing walked around Qi Yuqing and headed outside. "I'll just call a car to go back. The children are still sleeping. You can go back after they wake up. It's okay for them to sleep in the car. You can also catch up on sleep in the car later," Qi Yuqing said as he walked straight into the bathroom. It has to be said that as a future ex-husband who is about to get divorced, Qi Yuqing is truly considerate. Who would have thought that when divorce is impending, their relationship has become less strained than before? Anyway, it's Qi Yuqing who is tired, since he doesn't mind. Luo Yuqing is also happy to have a rest. After all, if she were to take a taxi, Luo Yuqing certainly wouldn't be so carefree as to sleep all the way. After checking out of the hotel, Luo Yuqing and Qi Yuqing placed the two children in the back seat of the car. By then, the back seat had been flattened, and the adjusted baby seat was like a little bed, except that there were a few more safety belts for protection. Sitting in the passenger seat, Luo Yuqing also adjusted her seat, then looked at Qi Yuqing and said, "Then I'll go to sleep?" "Sure, I'll wake you up when we arrive," Qi Yuqing replied calmly. Luo Yuqing, with her eyes closed and about to fall asleep, always felt that she had forgotten something. But she couldn't recall it and was too lazy to think about it. Speaking of Zhongli, who returned to the hotel at night, was bombarded with phone messages as soon as she turned on her phone. Those appearance obsessed fans of Luo Yuxing in the group were originally smitten by Luo Yuxing's good looks. In the eyes of these appearance-obsessed people, good looks mean justice. However, most of the online voices hold the view that Luo Yuxing only looks good in filters and after being photoshopped, even in variety shows. It's normal to use thick filters. The group photo Zhang Li posted with Luo Yuxing completely dispelled those malicious speculations about Luo Yuxing. Not only did Zhang Li not use any filters or beautification effects, but she even used the built-in camera of her phone, the kind that could capture every tiny pimple clearly. However, Luo Yuxing in the photo was still even more captivating than in real life. The appearance-obsessed fans in the group were deeply convinced of Luo Yuxing's good looks. They couldn't help but wish more people to share the same conviction. As a result, quite a few of them posted the photo online. It was unclear whether it was because Luo Yuxing's popularity had been on the rise recently, albeit mostly due to negative news. Her group photos still managed to ride on the wave of popularity. The post-production team of Wild somehow got the news and even issued a statement claiming that Wild never used filters and showed things as they were. After this wave of popularity, a Weibo post Luo Yuxing made before going to bed also quickly climbed up the hot search list. However, those who saw the post couldn't help but burst into laughter. To be more precise, Luo Yuxing's Weibo post consisted of a paragraph of text and 4 photos. Luo Yuxing v. On a whim, inspired by feelings, once I dreamed of wandering the world with a sword. Picture, 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 picture. In the first photo, first and foremost, it was a stunning display of Luo Yuxing's beauty. She was sitting against the railing. Under the soft light, her side profile seemed to be glowing. With her chin slightly raised, her perfect jawline was on full display. The scenery was beautiful, and so was she. Nevertheless, the text she paired it with was, once I dreamed of wandering the world with a sword, but after much thought, I found I was short of a horse. And in the empty space of the photo, she even sketched a cute version pony. The second photo features little Zhong Ling dressed in hanfu. Although her original small face is covered by a QQ emoji sticker, her cuteness remains undiminished. In the photo, she props her chin in her hands, tilting her head slightly, with a question mark drawn beside her. The caption reads, once dreamed of roaming the world with a sword in hand. Who can tell me where the end of the world lies? The third photo shows a little boy with a cute build, wearing a black t-shirt, exuding an air of vitality. His face is also covered, but it has been mischievously modified by Luo Yuxing, who added a crying emoticon. With such a sorrowful little face. The caption is equally sad. Once dreamed of roaming the world with a sword in hand, but alas, having drunk too much, I lost my sword. On the table in front of him, there is an empty milk tea cup, seemingly indicating that he got drunk on milk. The last photo is the only one taken by Qi Yuqing, a group photo of him with the 2 children. Last night, Luo Yuxing was annoyed with Qi Yuqing, so she posted his photo on Weibo and added a caption, once dreamed of roaming the world with a sword in hand, but unfortunately, got married too early and had kids. Luo Yuxing didn't plan to keep Qi Yuqing's photo on her Weibo for long. Regrettably, she forgot about it in the morning and failed to remove it in time. By the time she remembered, it was already the start of the program filming. Under Luo Yuxing's Weibo post, due to this roaming, the world theme of the family of 4, many of her black fans couldn't bring themselves to utter their usual scathing remarks. Instead, there were quite a few ha-ha-has. However, Luo Yuxing was unaware of all this because at that moment, she was catching up on sleep in the car. When awakened, Luo Yuxing stared blankly ahead. It took her quite a while to come to her senses. Are we there? Yes. I just called Li Guang. He'll come down to pick you up right away. They were parked in the hotel's parking lot. Qi Yuqing had awakened Luo Yuxing only after finishing the call. Undoing her seat belt, Luo Yuxing stretched and moved around a bit. Thank you. You've been driving for hours. Must be exhausted, right? Not too bad. I don't have work today and can rest when I get back, Qi Yuqing replied. How fortunate you are. A big shot CEO is indeed different from a little star like me who has to make a living. Come to think of it, I just recalled something, Luo Yuxing said, glad that the thought had suddenly popped into her mind. Hearing this, Qi Yuqing looked over. What? Your company has been preparing for the young actress for over half a year. I heard it's going to start shooting soon, right? Luo Yuxing's eyes sparkled, and there was a hint of a smile in her eyebrows. Yet Qi Yuqing couldn't fathom her intention. After making a few guesses in his heart, Qi Yuqing still asked, you want to join the cast? Don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in the young actress at all. However, I'd like Mr. Qi to do me a favor. How about replacing the leading actress? Luo Yuxing said with a smile. looking so nonchalant as if she were only talking about replacing a minor supporting role. Chi Yuqing usually didn't pay much attention to the TV dramas prepared by a subsidiary company. After all, the entertainment company under the NG Group wasn't the main focus. The entertainment circle was just a sideline of the NG Group's development. However, due to the reason of Luo Yuxing, Chi Yuqing did have some impressions of this TV series. If I remember correctly, Luo Feiya is your sister. And you even asked for this leading lady role for her. Of course, he wouldn't remember wrongly. In the past, Luo Feiya visited the Chi family quite frequently. Even now that Luo Yuxing has moved out, Luo Feiya still goes to the Chi family. Nevertheless, Chi Yuqing is usually occupied with his business, so the probability of him bumping into her is rather low. Chapter 41. Overthinking is an illness. You should take your medicine. You yourself said it was for her that I asked. Now I don't want it anymore. Is that not okay? Luo Yuxing arched her brows slightly, clearly determined to ruin this matter. What on earth are you up to? Chi Yuqing truly couldn't fathom Luo Yuxing. Before, she had pestered him, forcing him to interfere. Now, she had reversed her previous actions, seeing that Chi Yuqing didn't give in for a long time. Luo Yuxing crossed her arms in anger, her small face turning cold. Chi Yuqing, don't think I'm unaware. It was Luo Feiya who badmouthed me in front of my son. I'm just settling old and new scores now, and you're still stopping me. I heard from the baby that she's been to the Chi family quite often. Could it be that you? It wasn't the first time Luo Yuxing had gotten angry in front of Chi Yuqing. Over the years, she had been angry countless times due to their quarrels. However, compared to before, Chi Yuqing felt more helpless this time, and there was even a hint of annoyance. In the end, he could only admit defeat and compromise. Fine, I'll have someone inform them. But overthinking is an illness. You should take your medicine. In Chi Yuqing's sight, the previously fuming Luo Yuxing instantly blossomed into a sweet smile, clearly feigning anger on purpose. She deliberately spoke in a coquettish voice and playfully winked at Chi Yuqing. Then thank you, dear husband. But I don't like taking medicine. I'd rather have you. The last 4 words were somewhat ambiguous. As soon as the words left her mouth, Luo Yuxing opened the car door and rushed out without even glancing at Chi Yuqing's expression. But she figured that Chi Yuqing must have had a livid face because he disliked her pestering the most. Having sabotaged Lo Feiya's new play and figured out how to interact with Chi Yuqing in the following days to prompt the latter to divorce urgently, Luo Yuxing was evidently in a great mood. When Li Guang arrived, he saw the radiant smile on Luo Yuxing's face. Luo Yuxing had thought it over. Previously, Chi Yuqing wanted a divorce because she had pestered him. At present, the reason why he could still hold on might be her aloof attitude towards him. On the contrary, if she pestered him more, it should make him feel more urgent. Of course, getting Chi Yuqing to start a new relationship earlier was still Luo Yuxing's top priority. She walked all the way, thinking all the way. When she returned to the hotel room, Luo Yuxing first changed into a new set of clothes before going downstairs for breakfast. In the restaurant, several other guests had already arrived. When Luo Yuxing came in, she immediately saw Zhua Hao, who was excitedly chatting with Su Yuan. Judging from his appearance, it was highly likely that nothing bad had happened during his departure yesterday. Sister Yuxing, come and have breakfast quickly. Just now, the director's team secretly told us to eat our fill, Zhua Hao said to Luo Yuxing mysteriously. However, having a full breakfast was something they all knew at present. Is everything okay with your family? After having some food, Luo Yuxing asked. Hearing this, Zhua Hao smiled and replied, it's okay. It was just a false alarm. My grandfather had a fall at home yesterday, but he's old, so everyone was worried. Although Zhua Hao said so, Luo Yuxing clearly sensed that he was still hiding something. However, without him saying, Luo Yuxing could already guess what it was. It was probably not as simple as a false alarm. However, since he could come for the recording today, it seems that indeed no major issues have occurred. After breakfast, Luo Yuxing and the other 6 people got into the program group's car parked at the entrance. At first, there was nothing unusual when they got in the car. But after about half an hour, the director's team brought over 7 black blindfolds. By this time, the car had reached the outskirts. Along the way, there were more trees but fewer passing vehicles, giving a feeling of approaching a deep mountain forest. Once the blindfolds were put on, well, it was pitch black in front of their eyes. Humans are creatures yearning for light, and darkness is inherently repellent to people. Even though they were still in the car, those wearing the blindfolds couldn't help but become more cautious and nervous. Where is the program group taking us? Chu Shui couldn't help but say beside them. I don't know. Really, no one knows. Perhaps the atmosphere was too tense. Su Ziqian spoke up to break the renewed silence. Yuxing, where did you go yesterday? Luo Yuxing was originally sitting quietly in her seat. With complete darkness in front of her eyes, she simply closed her eyes to rest. Suddenly hearing Su Zichen's words, Luo Yuxing didn't react immediately. After a while, she said, I went to Jin's garden with the kids yesterday. I know. Once I dreamed of wandering the world with a sword. But then I thought it over and realized I lacked a horse. Haha. Sister Yuxing, you're so amusing. Zhuo hurriedly joined in. Upon his words, Luo Yuxing suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to tear down Qi Yuqing's photo. She had a feeling that she had forgotten something, but couldn't recall it. So she didn't pay it any heed. This was terrible. If Qi Yuqing saw the photo, he might give her a cold shoulder next time. Lost in her own remorse, Luo Yuxing didn't catch what others were saying for a moment until Su Zichen's voice came. Yuxing, are you listening? I was just distracted. What were you guys talking about? Luo Yuxing came back to her senses and couldn't help asking. Sister Yuxing, were you sleeping? Su Yuan asked suspiciously. Sister Yuxing, Brother Su just said that he saw your photo with fans on the internet. Everyone is praising you for your beauty, Zhuo Hao said with a smile. Regarding Luo Yuxing, although at the beginning, everyone kept a certain distance from her because of the agent, after getting along with her for so many days, they all grew quite fond of her. I don't need their praise. I know I'm beautiful. Luo Yuxing's slightly narcissistic words were met with a chorus of boos. On the other side, after sending the two children back to their rooms upon arriving home, Qi Yuqing intended to take a short rest in bed. Hardly had he lain down when his phone placed beside him rang. Hello? Qing, it's this late, and you're still sleeping? Well, with a beauty in your arms. No wonder the king no longer rises with the dawn. Qi Yuqing glanced at the time. It was past 9. According to his usual routine, he wouldn't be sleeping at this hour. Stop talking nonsense. What's the matter? As your brother, of course, I'm here to show my concern for you. How shall I put it? Have you and Luo Yuxing reconciled? We're still going through the divorce process. It's just that this process won't be completed anytime soon. Well, the way you two, a divorcing couple, act is quite interesting. You seem so lovey-dovey. No wonder, after all, it was you who wanted the divorce. Luo Yuxing must be clinging to you and refusing to let go. What on earth are you talking about? What lovey-dovey? Luo Yuxing's Weibo. Haven't you seen it? You two are on the trending list. She's quite good at creating an atmosphere. It seems that the two of you are very close. Before the other person could continue speaking, Qi Yuqing hung up the phone directly and then opened Weibo, although it was on the trending list. Due to Luo Yuxing's relatively low fame, the trend wasn't ranked very high. Qi Yuqing was too lazy to scroll down and went straight to Luo Yuxing's Weibo. After reading Luo Yuxing's latest Weibo post and flipping through 2 pages of the latest comments, Qi Yuqing picked up the phone from his friend. Hey, you're so heartless. You hung up on me before I even finished speaking. Get this trend removed from the list. Don't worry. Initially, it was ranked a bit higher. I've already had someone push it down. But without your permission, I didn't dare to remove it directly. I'll have someone remove this trend right away. It'll take 10 minutes. No, 5 minutes will do. Yes, I'm a bit tired. I'll take a nap first. Here, Han Yi stared at the disconnected phone, utterly shocked. Is this the result of being completely exhausted last night? Who would have thought that Luo Yuxing is so wild? The speed of the car seems to be slowing down. Mu Xinyi's voice echoed in the quiet car. It seemed that Su Yuan echoed. When the car stopped, everyone was at a loss for what to do for a moment. Can we take off the blindfolds? Luo Yuxing couldn't help asking. Next, line up one by one and get off the car. Don't take off the blindfolds. There's a staff member leading the way in the front, Li Hoshen's voice rang out. And Chu Shuai, who was sitting in the front row, was also pulled up by the staff. The 7 of them, like a little train, held onto the clothes of the person in front one by one. Su Zichen was in front of Luo Yuxing, and Zhuo Hao was behind her. Apart from the people in the front and back, Luo Yuxing had no idea about the order of the others. They walked forward in the darkness. Since no one dared to walk fast, they dawdled for several minutes before stopping. When a sudden slamming sound of the door rang out behind them, everyone was startled. No one made a sound for a long time until Su Yuan's timid voice came. Now, can we take off the blindfolds? The only response was a profound silence. Not hearing a reply, everyone tentatively tugged at their blindfolds. After making sure no one stopped them, they took off the blindfolds. As soon as Mu Xinyi took off her blindfold, she was frightened. In front of them, the originally pure, white wall was stained with a splash of bright red. And several bloody handprints added a terrifying atmosphere. Although mentally prepared, Luo Yuxing was also startled when she removed her blindfold. She felt her heart skip a beat. Fortunately, she didn't have a heart disease. However, the group exchanged glances. Wasn't the opening of this episode a bit terrifying? Over there, Su Zichen glanced around. It resembled an art studio. Indeed, it was an art studio, yet one that presented a rather harrowing scene. Luo Yuxing lifted the drawing paper on the table, only to find that the blood, which had stained half of the paper, had seeped onto the table, although it was unclear what had transpired here. Judging from the blood that had darkened over time, there must have been a large-scale spill of blood in this dilapidated art studio with the darkened blood. Even a cursory glance was enough to tell that something truly tragic had occurred. Several of them searched the place together and found a door hidden behind the curtain. There was a 5-digit combination lock on the door. "Let's search separately to see if we can find any clues about the password," Su Ziqian said. At this moment, in the art studio, apart from the 7 of them, the most prominent items were the easels and drawing boards. There were also paint palettes with dried paint, whose once vivid colors had now faded into a dull and somber hue. Suddenly, Su Yuan exclaimed, "I've found an envelope." "Hey, I've also found one," Fong Wangfei said as he took out a white envelope from behind an easel. At first glance, it looked the same as the one in Su Yuan's hand. Seeing this, Luo Yuxing walked to a nearby easel and rummaged out a white envelope. "It seems there are several of these," she said. After searching all the easels, they discovered a total of 7 envelopes. In addition, Zhuo dug out an old, tattered newspaper. What was reported in the newspaper was a case of a family massacre. A family of 4, including a 7-month-old fetus in the mother's womb, had been brutally killed in their home overnight. Chapter 42. Stupid cuteness is also a kind of cuteness. It matches our number exactly. Su Ziqian pondered for a moment. However, since the envelopes are unopened, no one knows what they represent. Let's open the envelopes first. Maybe it's related to the password. On this side, Luo Yuxing had already opened an envelope ahead of others. It might be an identity-based escape game, she said. After that, Luo Yuxing placed an identity tag on the table in front of her, along with a line of words. "Little brotherly. I've never had a good relationship with my elder brother since childhood." Subsequently, the identity tags of the others were also successively placed on the table. "Little sister Lin. My elder sister always loves to put on airs and has secretly harmed me since childhood." Classmate Huang. Although my family was poor when I was a child, I got into a key university by my own efforts and even got a free overseas study quota. Hooligan Xiao. It was not easy for my grandma to raise me. I'll earn money to take care of her. Extorting them was to relieve my grandma's burden. Colleague Lu. Old Li actually won the lottery. He's really lucky. Neighbor Lu. We've been neighbors for 5 years. When my son had an accident, you just watched indifferently. Daughter Qi. Our mothers are best friends. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts, yet you started dating someone else. Looking at the row of identity tags, Su Ziqian fell into deep thought. "It says here that we each need to claim an identity tag and stick it on our backs," Mu Qianyi said, holding a piece of paper in her hand. At first glance, these identity tags seem to represent different identities, but the specific differences can't be discerned with the naked eye. Let's first analyze these specific identities. Whose sister is Sister Lin? Whose younger brother is Brotherly? And whose colleague is Colleague Lu? Su Ziqian said. Luo Yuxing pondered slightly. The mass murder case reported in the newspaper just now should have occurred right here. Then the relationships on these identity cards are related to that family of 3. The father's surname is Li, and the mother's surname is Lin. Brotherly is the younger brother of the male host. Sister Lin is the younger sister of the female host. Daughter Qi is the daughter of the female host's best friend and was childhood sweethearts with the deceased son. Colleague Lu is a colleague of the male host, and classmate Huang is a classmate of the son. The hooligan once blackmailed the son. Beside them, Mu Qianyi glanced at Luo Yuxing, who had spoken, and softly said, "Maybe the father's surname is Lin and the mother's surname is Li." First of all, Sister Lin's identity predestines that her elder sister's surname is Lin. Of course, it's not excluded that there is a probability that sisters take different surnames from their parents respectively. Secondly, colleague Lu calls his colleague Old Li. If the female host's surname is Li, he probably wouldn't use such a form of address. Simply put, this is just an initial identity allocation. The program team isn't that cunning to make it overly complicated, Luo Yuxing said calmly, with a nonchalant air as if it were of little consequence. Luo Yuxing's deduction convinced everyone. Considering the time, they didn't continue the discussion and decided to distribute the identity cards first. Compared with the 5 male identity cards, there are only 2 female identity cards. The only choices for Luo Yuxing and Mu Qianyi are Sister Lin and Daughter Qi. Before Luo Yuxing could make a choice, Mu Qianyi spoke up first. "My age is similar to Miss Qi's. I'll choose this one." Next to each character card, there was the respective age of the character. And as the younger sister of the hostess, the character of Sister Lin was already 39 years old. "I'm fine with anything." Anyway, it doesn't make much difference, Luo Yuxing said with a charming smile and directly picked up the identity card of Sister Lin. The others also quickly made their decisions. Su Ziqian took the nameplate of Brother Li. Zhua Hao took that of classmate Huang. Su Yuan took that of hooligan Xiao. Fang Wangfei took that of colleague Lu. And the remaining Chu Shuai took that of neighbor Lu. They each pasted the identity cards on their backs, and Su Ziqian suggested finding the password first. Although the studio was crammed full, it was filled with drawing boards, easels, and some finished paintings. Where on earth could they find the password? Zhua Hao usually had no interest in this kind of escape-themed games and was completely at a loss for the moment. In contrast, Su Yuan beside him was quite excited. I usually like to play some small room, escape games when I'm free. In situations like this, the password is generally hidden on the walls, on the tables, or in some obvious yet easily overlooked places. Since we have so many people, open every drawer and every box we come across. In short, don't miss anything. Moreover, this place seems to be where things happened a long time ago. If we see something relatively new, it must be a suspicious item placed by the program crew. If we're talking about something new, that patch of blood on the wall is the newest. Luo Yuxing had never played room escape games before, but she had watched some similar variety shows and guessed that she should be able to last until the end. Su Yuan awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat ashamed. Sister Yuxing, even if they're new, we can't do anything about them. I reckon those are just for scaring us by the program crew. I guess so. The program crew loves to stir things up. Luo Yuxing nodded seriously. Hey, Brother Su, did you find the password? Zhua Hao asked upon seeing Su Ziqian walking towards the password door. I just found a suspicious number in the newspaper. I'll go and give it a try, Su Ziqian said as he walked. When Su Ziqian entered the password, beep, a red light flashed on the password lock. Su Ziqian entered it again. Beep, the red light flashed once more. After seeing the red light flash several times, the others didn't pay further attention and continued to search for suspicious places instead. Sure enough, things that require brain power are the most annoying. Zhua Hao groaned. It had just begun, and he was already feeling a bit despairing. Thinking about it, Zhua Hao couldn't help but look at Luo Yuxing, who was rummaging through an art workbook beside him. Sister Yuxing, do you think I'll lose all my face when this episode of the program is broadcast? No, being silly and cute is also a kind of cuteness, Luo Yuxing replied without looking up. Then, as if thinking of something, she looked at Zhua Hao, raised her hand, and made a fist. Come on, the password is correct. Victory came unexpectedly. Looking at the wide, open password door, Fang Wangfei stepped forward first and slapped Su Ziqian on the shoulder. Well done, Ziqian. It's because the program crew gave obvious hints. However, entering this door is just the beginning. Su Ziqian wasn't carried away by his initial victory. Instead, he was even more clear-headed than ever. Just as Luo Yuxing put down the workbook in her hand, she thought for a moment and picked it up again before heading to the next chamber. It was a study. The bookshelves were filled with a vast collection of books. They were so tall that one couldn't reach the upper row books without a ladder. However, just like the previous studio, the study was now strewn with darkened bloodstains everywhere. The carpet underfoot exuded a putrid odor, and its inky color was truly appalling. It was indeed a case of an entire family being massacred. Judging from the amount of blood, it was undoubtedly a sadistic slaughter. Nevertheless, given the situation, it must have happened quite some time ago. Why hadn't I heard of such a tragic incident? Zhua Hao was extremely puzzled. It's also possible that the incident occurred but was suppressed by someone, Luo Yuxing remarked. Undeniably, witnessing such a scene was bound to make one feel rather uncomfortable. Books were haphazardly scattered on the desk. There were some early-year masterpieces, some students' workbooks, and even some books about flower arrangement, and so on. In Luo Yuxing's mind, an image emerged, a family of three spending a leisurely time in the study. Although they were holding different books, they could catch a glimpse of each other when they looked up. It was truly a heart-warming scene. This time, what we need to find is a key. Compared to Luo Yuxing and the others, Mu Xianyi was evidently much more earnest. As soon as she entered the study, while the others were still surveying the surroundings, she had already gone to the only exit to determine what they were looking for. 7 people scattered in all directions. Luo Yuxing walked up to the desk. The computer was broken and couldn't be turned on. The drawer was locked and couldn't be opened without a key. Unexpectedly, she found a diary. The diary was a bit old, with yellowed paper. After opening it, some of the words were blurred and smudged, but it didn't affect reading. May 10th, Sunny. Today, my tutor told me that the quota for studying abroad at JQ had been finalized. I never thought I'd get that sole quota. It's the institution I've yearned for all along. I'll surely strive hard to seize this chance. May 11th, light rain. Something sad happened today. My best friend broke up with me. Chung told me that I'm the person he hates most in his life. But we used to be so close. Why has he changed like this? May 12th, sunny. I overheard something today. It turns out that Chung also wanted that overseas study quota. But it's my dream. I don't want to abandon my dream, yet I don't want to disappoint him either. What should I do? May 13th, May 14th, May 21st, heavy rain. Today is the happiest day for me. Dad promised to sponsor Chung to go abroad. In this way, we can continue to strive together at JQ. Chung said he'd return the learning machine I gave him before tonight. When he comes, I'll tell him this wonderful news. The diary ended here. Luo Yuxing flipped through a few more pages, and the diary was blank all the way. As if recalling something, Luo Yuxing turned to Su Ziqian and asked, on which day did the tragic incident in the newspaper occur? May 21st. The newspaper reported it on the 22nd. The next day, Su Ziqian replied, having readily remembered the date as it was relatively easy to commit to memory. May 21st. That's the last date recorded in the diary. Presumably, the owner of the diary penned it in the afternoon, yet an unexpected event transpired at night, preventing the continuation of diary writing. What's the matter? Su Ziqian approached Luo Yuxing. As Su Ziqian drew rather close, Luo Yuxing took a slight step backward. I've just found my son's diary. According to its entries, the classmate surnamed Huang should have come here on the day of the incident, not in the afternoon, but at night. Moreover, that free overseas study quota was originally my son's, yet perhaps due to his demise, it ultimately went to the classmate Huang. It seems that the words on those name tags aren't entirely credible. They must be tinged with a certain degree of falsehood. Or perhaps, those statements represent what others perceived, not necessarily the truth. At that moment, Zuohao was wearing the name tag of the classmate Huang. Hearing Luo Yuxing's mention of the classmate Huang, he promptly stepped forward. Could this classmate Huang be a witness? Luo Yuxing shook her head. It's highly improbable. If he had truly witnessed the event, he'd likely have remained here. Let's jot down this information first. Since it's here, it'll probably come in handy, Su Ziqian suggested. With more hands to help, the task would be easier. Had it been only Luo Yuxing, she might not have been able to search many places. However, when the 7 people stood there, even if each of them rummaged through one corner, they could find 7 places to search. Although the useful information was not abundant, they managed to piece together some after rummaging. Fang Wangfei climbed the ladder and found a dusty key at the top of the bookshelf. Although the key couldn't open the door, it did unlock the locked drawer. Inside the drawer, there was a will. The owner of the will was an old man on the verge of death from illness, named Li Bohai. He had 2 sons. If there was no misjudgment, they were the male host and his younger brother. In this will, it was clearly stated that once the old man passed away, all his inheritance would be divided into 2 equal parts, with each brother getting half. No matter which son met with an accident, that part of the inheritance would be donated to a charity. Originally, in Luo Yuxing's speculation, since the identity tags of the 7 people appeared here, perhaps the murderer was among them. The appearance of this will, to some extent, cleared the younger brother of Li of the suspicion of murder. However, could it really be that simple? At present, 2 items related to the identity tags had emerged, although it was unknown how these were related to their ultimate escape. From the moment they entered, everyone was eager to uncover the truth. After all, who had killed them? Chapter 43. Towards the delicacies, there was a key in the file bag where the will was placed. With that key, they opened the door leading to the next secret room. Do you think the murderer has been caught? Since they knew it was a real incident, everyone couldn't help paying more attention to it. Probably, said Luo Yuxing. If not, the program crew wouldn't have set up this game, said Su Ziqian. Zuohao nodded. The murderer is really perverted. They were living people, and the hostess was even pregnant. Just as there are yin and yang, positive and negative, and the world has both black and white, how can you expect there to be only good people and no bad people in the world? All we can do is to make the world have more good people. Chu Shui patted Zuohao on the shoulder. Compared with young people like Zuohao, Chu Shui was older and had seen more. Relatively speaking, he saw the world more clearly. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. They didn't notice how fast time was passing before, but when their stomachs growled, they realized that time really flew. Rubbing his hungry stomach, Su Yuan couldn't help saying, Brother Su, what about our lunch? Do we have to get out of here to have a meal? Currently, they were still in the 3rd secret room, and everyone was a bit exhausted. To be precise, mental work also consumed a lot of the body's energy. Su Ziqian was not so naive. After thinking for a while, he said, let's see if there is any food in the next secret room. Since we've entered, the program crew won't be so kind as to let us out for a meal. Luo Yuxing was also a bit hungry. She disliked the feeling of an empty stomach. And sitting on the chair, she seemed listless. Nevertheless, she still held 2 exercise books in her hands. Zhao Hao, equally dejected, sat down beside Luo Yuxing and laid his whole body on the chair back. "Sis, what are you holding those 2 exercise books for?" "There's nothing in them," he said. Zhao Hao and the others had seen the exercise books in Luo Yuxing's hands before. There were only some doodles in them, the kind done by kids, which were of no use at all. "I just think they must serve some purpose by being here, though I haven't figured it out yet," Luo Yuxing said, trusting her intuition. Anyway, even if they turned out to be useless in the end, it was just a matter of carrying 2 extra books, which weren't heavy. Moreover, 2 identical books appeared in different escape rooms. There must be something fishy about it, right? So how? Stop being lazy and come help me move the box down from above. Maybe there are clues in it. Mu Xianyi stood under a cabinet, pointing at a cardboard box on it. "Got it." Zhao Hao responded listlessly and still went over to help Mu Xianyi get the box. "Over there." Su Ziqian shouted. "Yuxing, come and have a look at this painting." Getting up and walking to Su Ziqian's side, Luo Yuxing found that he was looking at a poetic painting. This kind of poetic painting was highly favored by people, for when appreciating a poem paired with a painting, one could experience the artistic charm of a poem is an intangible painting, and a painting is a tangible poem. However, the poetic painting in front of them was obviously different. Currently, the poem inscribed on the painting has been deliberately covered with ink, making it impossible to discern what was written. The painting before them is one where the charm of the ink is vivid and the images are lifelike. There is an old fisherman clad in a straw raincoat, gently rippling lake waters, and elegant pines and reeds, all creating a scene of tranquility and beauty, tinged with a wintry chill and solitude. The artist's brushstrokes are sparse, creating an air of detachment, gradually giving rise to a sense of aloofness. An old man in a lonely boat, fishing in the cold river snow? Forgive her limited knowledge. But when the old man and the cold river were paired with those snow-capped mountains, the only thing Luo Yuxing could think of was Lu Zongyuan's fishing in snow. That's all I can think of. But if it really is fishing in snow, do you think the password is hidden in this poem? Su Ziqian mused. After repeating the poem over and over again, Luo Yuxing still couldn't detect where the numbers were hidden. Although there were words like thousands and 10,000s in the poem, there were no numbers that could serve as a password. The third chamber was a reception room. It wasn't very large, yet it could hide quite a lot of things. As if struck by an idea, Luo Yuxing returned to the chair where she had previously sat. There was a tea table with some magazines on it, all of which were quite old. Moving the magazines aside, Luo Yuxing found her target, a poetry collection. Sitting on the chair, Luo Yuxing opened the poetry collection, and, as expected, she saw fishing in snow. Time drags on like years. There were these 4 words written on the page. Time drags on like years. Is that all? Su Yuan also sat down beside Luo Yuxing, looking utterly bewildered at those solitary 4 words. The others also gathered around, but no matter how hard they searched, there were only those 4 words, not even an extra punctuation mark. However, the characters of these 4 words were quite fresh, evidently left by someone recently. It was presumably a message for them. The password consisted of 4 digits. Could it be that one should calculate the strokes by splitting these for characters? Mu Qianyi mused. Let me calculate. Du has 9 strokes, Ri has 4 strokes, Ru has 6 strokes, and Hua has 8 strokes. So it's 9468. So how calculated? Meanwhile, Su Yuan rushed to the password door and entered 9468. Beep. The red light flashed. Incorrect. The password is wrong. Su Yuan shouted. This way was blocked. For a moment, everyone was at a standstill. Luo Yuxing propped her chin on one hand, leaning against the nearby armrest, silently repeating the 4 characters Du Ri Er Yun Yen in her heart, splitting and combining them. Over there, seeing Luo Yuxing looking perplexed, although Mu Qianyi was also somewhat anxious to find the password in her heart. Since Luo Yuxing hadn't come up with an answer, she wasn't that impatient anymore. 1365. Xiao Yuan, go and try it. Luo Yuxing gently bit her lower lip. Since she hadn't had any water for a long time, her lips had become quite dry and uncomfortable. I hope the next chamber has not only food but also drinks. Luo Yuxing sighed softly. Hearing Luo Yuxing's words, Su Yuan rushed to the password door. However, he was unsure, and even prayed to the gods while entering the password, only hoping that Luo Yuxing's answer was correct. Beep. The password is correct. Right. The password is correct. Su Yuan ran over happily. Luo Yuxing also breathed a sigh of relief. If she had known that these 4 words were a word puzzle earlier, she could have thought in that direction sooner. However, Luo Yuxing had never considered this aspect, resulting in the waste of a great deal of time. Truly deceived by the program team, it turned out to be a charade. Days seem like years. A year has 365 days. Isn't it 1365? After knowing the answer, it seemed that the question was actually quite simple. Su Ziqian couldn't help but smile wryly. Before entering the next chamber, Luo Yuxing seemed to catch a whiff of the fragrance of food in the air. It seems there are delicious things. Zhua Hao sniffed, his eyes lighting up instantly. Upon entering the corridor, under the somewhat dim yellow lights, the mahogany-colored walls exuded a faint sense of gloom. During the journey, the lights flickered twice, adding a touch of tension out of nowhere. When they finally reached the consecutive doors, everyone saw the prompts pasted on the doorways. There were 3 rooms behind 3 doors in total. 2 rooms only allowed 2 people to enter, and 1 room allowed 3 people to enter. We still don't know what awaits us behind the doors. We need to be more cautious in terms of personnel allocation, Chu Shui said in a low voice. Yu Sheng and I will each enter 1 room. Who would be better to lead the other room? Su Ziqian looked at the people in front of him and inquired. This was a program that required mental exertion. Regardless of what awaited them behind the doors, there was no doubt that there had to be someone who was good at thinking. After getting along for some time, it wasn't that Su Ziqian looked down on the others, but they really weren't as good at thinking. In the first 3 chambers, 1 was solved by him, 1 by Luo Yuxing, and for the remaining 1, the key was blatantly placed in the drawer. The remaining people looked at each other in dismay. Commander Chu frowned. Could Mu Qianni lead the team? Although he said so, Commander Chu himself wasn't quite certain. After all, apart from retrieving the airdrop box on the desert island, Mu Qianni hadn't shown anything particularly outstanding. In comparison, he had more confidence in Luo Yuxing. But at the moment, he had to choose the best from the mediocre. Glancing at Mu Qianni, Su Ziqian didn't quite trust her. Immediately, he asked, Xiao Mu, do you think you can do it? Mu Qianni herself was not confident, but still gritted her teeth and said, Brother Su, I'll try my best. Hearing this, Su Ziqian nodded. Fine. Xiao Yuan. You've played this type of game before. You go with Xiao Mu into the room for 3 people. The remaining 3 of you. Each enter a room and make your own choices. Just as Commander Chu was about to speak, Zhua Hao hugged Luo Yuxing's arm tightly. I'll follow Sister Yuxing. I have good physical strength. If there's any part that requires physical strength, I'll handle it. Then I'll follow Ziqian. Xiao Hao, remember to take good care of Yuxing. Fang Wangfei reminded. Having been 1 step behind repeatedly, Commander Chu was a bit annoyed. To be honest, he really didn't want to be in the same group as Mu Qianni. Although their group had the largest number of people, even if they lacked intelligence, the large number should make up for it, right? After the allocation was completed, Luo Yuxing pointed at the middle door. Then we'll choose the nearest one, this door. All right, everyone be careful. Su Ziqian nodded to everyone, and then led Fang Wangfei to the door of another room. Once everyone was in place, they all pressed the doorknob in front of them simultaneously. Hot pot! Su Yuan exclaimed in surprise. As the door opened, the enticing aroma of hot pot wafted into the corridor. To be honest, it was impossible not to feel envious. Luo Yuxing gazed at the room where, at first glance, no food was visible. She turned to look at Zhua Hao behind her, who was looking at the next door room with a greedy look in his eyes. Well, why don't you go over there and try to get some food? After all, it was stated that only 3 people were allowed to enter. So standing at the door and trying to get a share of the food, perhaps it could be managed? Although Zhua Hao was tempted, he still shook his head. Sister Yuxing, there must be food here too. Since I've chosen you, I won't go back on my word. You. Luo Yuxing found Zhua Hao, who was taking this game so seriously, rather helpless and amusing. After entering the room, as the door closed behind them, the continuous stream of fragrant scents from the corridor was blocked out. Looking around, although there was no obvious food in sight, Luo Yuxing noticed many boxes of various sizes. Xiao Hao, open all the boxes. There should be something inside. Sure, Sister Yuxing. Leave the box, opening to me. You sit on the side and take a rest. Saying so, Zhua Hao found a utility knife on the table and started working with gusto. As he opened the boxes, Luo Yuxing saw what was inside. There were a rice cooker, a microwave oven, an oven, and a kettle. There was also a locked transparent glass cabinet with a plate of marinating chicken drumsticks and wings inside. Another locked transparent glass cabinet contained 2 self-heating hot pot sets. The rest consisted of miscellaneous items, including seasonings and ingredients. However, it clearly indicated one fact. There was no free lunch. Except for the non-edible electrical appliances, All the food could only be obtained by cracking the passwords. Do you believe that over there, they probably only have hot pot bases but no ingredients? Yes. Zhuhao couldn't help chuckling. He simply didn't believe the program crew would be so kind to them. And indeed, things were just as Luo Yuxing had said. At this moment, Mu Xianyi and the other two who had entered the room were breathing in the increasingly rich aroma in the air and desperately trying to crack the combination lock. The crisp vegetables and freshly sliced meats in the glass cabinet were alluring them, while Su Yuan was swallowing his saliva at the still, moving crabs inside. Here, Zhuhao walked up to the cabinet covered by a red cloth. When the cloth was pulled down, the snacks in the cabinet were revealed. There were potato chips, candies, milk teas. Evidently, it was similar to a claw machine. One could only get what they wanted to eat by grabbing. But the coin slot was locked at the moment. Once again, there was plenty of food. But one still had to use their wits to get it into their mouths. Zhuhao picked up the tablet standing upright in front of the coin, slotted the claw machine. Just as he was about to say something, his pupils suddenly constricted at the moment he looked up. Ah! This scream startled the people in the two adjacent rooms. Chapter 44. It indicates that she likes you. What on earth was going on? Luo Yuxing's countenance turned frigid as she hastened to Zhuhao's side. Zhuhao, having been startled just then, looked as pale as a sheet. Primarily, the shock had come out of the blue, and the sight of that face had made quite an impact on him. Yet, as he now glanced at the wall behind the claw machine, it had reverted to utter darkness. Nevertheless, Zhuhao still pointed at the inky expanse and said, "Just now, I saw someone there, hanging there, with long hair, and glaring at me." Drawing closer to the claw machine, Luo Yuxing fixed her gaze on the pitch black backdrop behind it for a moment. Presumably, there was a glass wall behind, where someone might be hiding. "Sister Yuxing, do you think the person behind is the deceased mistress?" Zhuhao couldn't help but whisper. Luo Yuxing slapped Zhuhao on the head and said crossly, "Do you think we're on a ghost house adventure? There's no telling how many cameras are installed in this room. That must be a staff member, intended to scare timid souls like you. But aren't you scared, sister?" Her appearance was utterly terrifying. Zhuhao murmured, "She can't get out. No matter how horrifying her look is, it's of no avail. All I want now is something to eat. Let's solve the password first." As Luo Yuxing spoke, she retrieved the password prompt papers from the glass cabinet and placed them on the small table in front of the sofa. Luo Yuxing didn't tear off all the password papers. Instead, she selected a few first because they surely didn't have enough time to deal with all of them. Of course, if things went smoothly, the more, the merrier. Luo Yuxing first picked up the piece of paper with the password for the chicken drumsticks and wings. Those chicken drumsticks and wings were marinated to perfection. Even if we couldn't get other food, we could still have a small feast. "Xiaohao, how's your math?" "It should not be very good," Zhuhao replied somewhat sheepishly. "Well, you're in luck. All the problems in this room today are related to numbers. Every single one of them." Luo Yuxing pointed at the items on the table, all of which involved numbers. Even the tablet they had just opened was filled with numbers. Zhuhao stared at the tablet for a long time. He recognized all the numbers, but he simply couldn't fathom what they meant. What on earth was this strange thing? Seeing the child so anxious, Luo Yuxing felt helpless. "Do you play with Rubik's Cubes?" "I've played, but I rarely manage to solve it, unless I'm lucky." Without further ado, Luo Yuxing stuffed a Rubik's Cube into Zhuhao's hand and said, "Well, you play with this Rubik's Cube first. I'll solve this Sudoku puzzle." "Oh, okay." Zhuhao sat aside, inexplicably feeling as if he had been snubbed. However, Luo Yuxing couldn't concern himself with such things. Luo Yuxing had never encountered the way of combining irregular Sudoku with 3D models before. It required a certain ability of spatial imagination. At first, the speed was a bit slow, but fortunately, it gradually picked up. For a moment, the room was deathly silent. After filling in the last number, Luo Yuxing glanced around the room. After confirming that there were no repeated numbers in any row, column, or small grid of all the 9 square grids, he then looked to the side. Zhuhao had truly exerted great effort. Luo Yuxing saw that he had already restored 3 sides of the Rubik's Cube. Yet the remaining 3 sides seemed rather disobedient, perhaps driven by an inner resolve. Zhuhao had his eyes fixed solely on the Rubik's Cube in his hand and didn't notice that Luo Yuxing had stopped. Initially, Luo Yuxing intended to take the Rubik's Cube and restore it himself. After some contemplation, she abandoned this thought and instead used the password retrieved from the hint to open the glass cabinet. The chicken wings and drumsticks in the glass cabinet had been marinated for an indeterminate period. Judging from their appearance, they were already well flavored. All that was lacking were some seasonings before they could be cooked. Luo Yuxing placed the plate of chicken wings and drumsticks on the table and then went to clean the rice cooker. After ensuring that everything was ready, she returned to Zhua Hao's side. Given that time was limited, Luo Yuxing pondered for a moment and, through subtle hints, corrected several of his mistakes. Finally, with the last move of restoration, all 6 sides of the Rubik's Cube were fully restored. Before Zhua Hao could even utter a cry of surprise, there was a soft click. Zhua Hao stared blankly at the note that popped out of the Rubik's Cube, clearly not having anticipated that there was a hidden secret within it. The glass cabinet opened by the Rubik's Cube was filled with seasonings, not staple foods. But it contained precisely what Luo Yuxing needed. After selecting ginger, scallions, and oil, Luo Yuxing decided to first cook the chicken wings and drumsticks in the rice cooker. She first brushed oil on the bottom of the cooker, then evenly spread sliced ginger on the oil, and finally arranged scallions on top. Subsequently, she used chopsticks to place the drumsticks and wings on the scallions. Once all were placed, she poured in the remaining marinade. Well, we just need to wait for half an hour, and then we can enjoy our meal. Watching Luo Yuxing finish setting the timer, Zhua Hao couldn't help but rub his belly. It's still such a long time. If only we had hot pot too. We could just cook and eat right away. We do have hot pot. Aren't there self-heating hot pots in that glass cabinet? It's just that we haven't opened them, Luo Yuxing said with a smile. Hey, Sister Yuxing. You know the stuff here is quite different from the hot pot of a Yuan and the others. I wonder what Brother Su and Brother Feng are eating over there. Zhua Hao said. After having some food to fill his stomach, he was not as panicked as before. Hearing this, Luo Yuxing replied with a smile, who knows? Maybe they only have instant noodles to eat. Actually, instant noodles are quite delicious too, Zhua Hao said, swallowing his saliva greedily. They stopped chatting. But Luo Yuxing had a different thought compared to before. Originally, she planned to solve these codes by herself, but now she wanted Zhua Hao to take the lead. She also noticed that although Zhua Hao didn't know much about this area, keeping him in the moocher category for a long time was indeed not conducive to his development. Just think about it for the sake of her younger brother, Luo Yuxing thought. In the following time, Luo Yuxing patiently taught Zhua Hao several problem-solving ideas, including some common logical thinking questions. When Zhua Hao didn't understand, she gave examples to illustrate the point. After all, there are various ways of explaining, and there must be one that suits him. Even the director team behind the scenes was a bit confused. Others were racking their brains to fill their stomachs. They wondered if they had lost a few more strands of hair. But what were they doing here? Having a math class? Or a tutoring session? No, this teaching scope is at least on the spot teaching of Olympiad mathematics. However, there are results, as the boxes were opened one after another. Half an hour passed, and the rice cooker stopped automatically. Taking a sip of water to quench her thirst, Luo Yuxing asked Zhua Hao to continue struggling with the thinking problem in his hand, allowing his thoughts to soar unrestrainedly. Nevertheless, no matter how far reaching his thoughts were, they had to yield to hunger. As soon as Luo Yuxing took out those drumsticks and chicken wings and turned around, she met Zhua Hao's pitiful gaze. Stop solving the problem first. Let's have our lunch, Luo Yuxing said as she placed the plate of drumsticks and chicken wings on the table and then put the self-heating hot pot that had just been filled with cold water on it. The self-heating hot pot was filled with a rich variety of ingredients, which was enough to fill an adult's stomach. Coupled with the drumsticks and chicken wings Luo Yuxing had just taken out, this meal was apparently sumptuous. Perhaps due to extreme hunger and the continuous mental exertion forced by Luo Yuxing, Zhua Hao, whose energy was severely overdrawn, finished the self-heating hot pot and then ate 2 drumsticks and 2 chicken wings before stopping contentedly. Burp. Letting out a satisfied belch, Zhua Hao stroked his stomach. It's so blissful to be full, he said. Luo Yuxing's gaze lingered on Zhua Hao's stomach for a moment. Youth is truly full of vitality. He has a better appetite than others, she thought. Seeing that Zhua Hao was well fed, Luo Yuxing threw the problem he hadn't solved before at him. Solve this problem using the thinking method I just taught you. We'll go out after you finish it, she said. Understood, Sister Yuxing. I won't disappoint you. Zhua Hao, full of energy after the meal, was also full of enthusiasm. Luo Yuxing gave a soft assent and continued to dine at a leisurely pace. She was not an advocate of rapid eating. Rather, she preferred savoring each bite under favorable circumstances. After finishing the chicken wing in her hand, she felt satiated and ceased eating. Picking up the tablet whose password had been cracked by Zhua Hao, she strolled towards the claw machine. It must be admitted that, at first glance, there were quite a few snacks in the machine that piqued Luo Yuxing's interest. However, what she favored the most were the potato chips. She entered the password to unlock the coin slot, and along with a clatter, 2 game coins tumbled out. Luo Yuxing made up her mind that she would win 2 packs of potato chips, or at the very least, 1. She inserted a coin. Holding the joystick with one hand and the button with the other, she carefully maneuvered the claw towards the potato chips nestled in the corner. Just then, in the darkness before her eyes, a face suddenly loomed close. Illuminated by the eerie green light, it exuded an air of strangeness and ghastliness. The owner of the face had disheveled hair, stared at her with wide, open eyes, and stretched out both hands, as if about to seize her. Her heart skipped a beat at that moment. Although Luo Yuxing didn't let out a scream like Zhuo Hao, she let out a silent shriek in her mind. Then, her hand tightened involuntarily, and she pressed the button. Her gaze shifted from that face to the cup of milk tea she had just grabbed. Even after the milk tea dropped from the exit, Luo Yuxing was still quite miffed. She had clearly intended to win the potato chips. Potato chips? How infuriating. Luo Yuxing murmured soundlessly, and her expression turned sour as she looked at the owner of that face. The staff member responsible for the role playing was also utterly bewildered by Luo Yuxing's attitude. They even began to doubt if they had misjudged the situation. Why did it seem as if she was warning them? Clearly, she had just terrified Zhuo Hao. So, how come she remained unfazed? Colleagues had all said that the make-up was highly successful. Was it the poorly applied lipstick or the improper posture? Paying no heed to the now motionless ghost girl, Luo Yuxing took a deep breath and resolved not to let this ghost girl squander her last chance. With such thoughts in mind, Luo Yuxing inserted another coin and fixed her gaze on that pack of potato chips. It seemed to be a new flavor. She had never seen such a packaging before. The program crew did a commendable job in selecting new flavored potato chips, and it happened that she had never tasted them. Luo Yuxing, preoccupied solely with the potato chips, failed to notice that Zhuo Hao had also rushed over upon seeing her grabbing snacks. However, perhaps due to his ill fortune, the ghost girl, feeling that her professionalism had been undermined, deliberately adopted a new opening pose. Just as Zhuo Hao arrived, he happened to encounter this new pose. In the sense of horror sort. This time, Zhuo Hao didn't let out a scream, but he nervously clutched Luo Yuxing's arm and tightly shut his mouth, struggling not to make a sound. This was surely a prelude to a nightmare. And because of his sudden action, Luo Yuxing's hand pressed downward once again. When a pack of jelly was caught and dropped from the passageway, Luo Yuxing felt that she could no longer contain her temper. Calm down, sis. Yuxing, what did you just say? Guided by his animalistic intuition, Zhuo Hao instinctively cowered. It was nothing. Luo Yuxing looked up and stared into the eyes of the ghost girl, then gave a cold smile. Separated by 2 panes of glass, the ghost girl felt a chill down her spine. It wasn't until she retreated from her hiding place back to the control room, where the director's team was, that the ghost girl was still a bit tremulous. Upon seeing Li Hongxing, she immediately said, "Director, I feel that Sister Luo is so terrifying." "It's all right. In terms of being terrifying, you're far more so than her," Li Hongxing said as he patted the ghost girl's shoulder consolingly, especially when his gaze landed on her face. He had an urge to look away. Really? The ghost girl seemed to be somewhat comforted, but then she added, "But Sister Luo wasn't scared by me. She even smiled at me." Li Hongxing pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps she has a bold nature. Moreover, since she smiled at you, it means she likes you." Somehow, her intuition told her that what the director said wasn't quite reliable. Chapter 45. One is more miserable than the other walking out of the room. Zhuo Hao held a jelly and a cup of milk tea in his left hand, and a half-plate of remaining chicken wings and drumsticks in his right. The doors of the other 2 rooms were still closed. Zhuo Hao pressed his ear against the doors and could hear sounds from inside. Luo Yuxing was still a bit annoyed and ignored the people in the other 2 rooms. She strode directly towards the end of the corridor, planning to go straight to the secret room and wait for them. This corridor was rather long. It took Luo Yuxing almost half a minute to reach the end. When the room door opened, a putrid smell assailed her nostrils. She groped for the switch and turned on the light. Luo Yuxing discovered that it was a bedroom. And judging from the furnishings, it seemed to be the master bedroom. In the wedding photo placed on the bedside, a young man and woman were captured. Yet the photo had clearly aged. Although the wedding photo looked old, the other furniture merely appeared rather shabby, presumably prepared deliberately by the program team. After all, if it were truly the room of that couple, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to rummage around inside. The room was filled with numerous cabinets and drawers. The wardrobe was stuffed with various formal and casual clothes, with each half belonging to the male and female owners respectively. In the corner, there was a door, which Luo Yuxing guessed might lead to a cloakroom or something similar. What a huge task. At this moment, Luo Yuxing couldn't help but realize the power of numbers. It would be extremely time-consuming for her to open drawers and rummage through the wardrobe all by herself. Over there. Zhuo Hao waited at the door for the others for a while, but they still didn't come out. So he decided to go find Luo Yuxing first. However, somehow, as he walked, he felt an eerie sensation. He walked straight to the end and then turned a corner. With great difficulty, he arrived in front of a door. Just as he opened the door, what greeted him was utter darkness. Sister Yuxing? Zhuo Hao was rather puzzled. Why was the room so dim? It seemed as if no one had ever been here. After turning on the light, he found the room was empty. It was a nursery. The overall design was in powder blue tones. The ocean-themed wallpaper was full of childlike charm, and there were many baby toys placed in the corner. Apparently, this nursery was prepared by the young couple for their unborn child. Unfortunately, that poor child would never get to see what his parents had prepared for him. Letting out a sigh, Zhuo Hao suddenly remembered. There was no one here. Then where was Sister Yuxing? Sister Yuxing? Sister Yuxing. Sister, where are you? Zhuo Hao started calling out in a low voice, and then simply shouted loudly. However, no matter how loudly he called, there was no response. Wasn't Yuxing with you? Su Ziqian and Feng Wangfei followed Zhuo Hao's voice and came to the door of the nursery. Although the sight of Zhuo Hao holding milk tea and jelly in his left hand and a plate of chicken legs and wings in his right was a bit comical, it didn't make them feel like joking. Suddenly hearing Su Ziqian's voice, the string that had just been tensed up by the ghost tightened even more. It was only when he turned around and saw them that he felt a bit better. After Sister Yuxing and I came out, I waited for you at the door for a while. Then Sister Yuxing went ahead to check out the next chamber. Just now. Thinking that I didn't know how long I'd have to wait, I decided to come and find Sister Yuxing. But it seems as if she never came here at all. Just now, there were no rooms along the way. This should be the first room Yuxing encountered. Su Ziqian frowned slightly. Of course, there is another possibility. Maybe Yuxing ran into some mechanism, Su Ziqian said. Although they were a bit worried about Luo Yuxing, they also knew that there were people from the program group nearby for filming, so it was unlikely for her to be in danger. By the way, where are Teacher Chu and Yuan and the other three? Zhuo Hao asked. Here, Feng Wangfei was holding the plates of Zhuo Hao and the others, gnawing on the chicken leg in his hand. They should be coming soon. I just called them at the door, he said, nodding. Zhuo Hao saw that not only Feng Wangfei but also Su Ziqian was eating chicken wings and couldn't help saying, Brother Su, Brother Feng, weren't you full? By the way, what did you eat over there? Fortunately, we had Sister Yuxing here. Otherwise, those thinking questions would have driven me crazy. I was full, but it didn't quite taste right. We had staple foods like white rice and noodles, but the side dishes were only pickled vegetables and that kind of spicy cabbage from Country H. Anyway, after that meal, I didn't feel good, but at least I was full, Feng Wangfei said as he couldn't help taking a big bite of the chicken leg in his hand. We encountered a lot of book-related questions. The books were as thick as bricks. We were like headless flies looking around blindly. If we were lucky, we'd find the answers earlier. If not, we couldn't find them for a long time, Su Ziqian said helplessly. Comparatively speaking, he also preferred the kind that required using the brain rather than the kind that relied on luck. Zhuo Hao nodded upon hearing this. Oh, I see. It's like asking about the year when the Battle of Chibi took place, and then you go to find the answer, right? You're overthinking it. Feng Wangfei gave him a speechless look. I've never before realized to what extent the program crew could be so despicable. The questions we've encountered are like this. They give you a sentence, and then you have to find out on which page it appears. And on that page, there will be the password as the answer. Zhuo Hao couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. He found that this truly relied on luck. Feng Wangfei, perhaps really feeling aggrieved, opened his mouth and didn't want to stop. Do you know how we found the password for that kimchi? I rummaged through 3 huge thick books before I found that sentence. Well, it's better on our side. Sister Yuxing even gave me a little lesson. Zhuo Hao smiled awkwardly. He decided not to mention how happily they had eaten, or he would surely be utterly disliked. However, Zhuo Hao, who had cracked several passwords today, couldn't help but feel a bit of petty pride. There's still 1 drumstick left. Should we leave it for them? Feng Wangfei hesitated. Su Ziqian wiped his hands and gave Feng Wangfei a nonchalant glance. They're having hot pot over there. Well then, indeed, Su Ziqian was quite annoyed. Not only were the questions they faced not to their liking, but the food they ate were all staple foods. They could only fill their stomachs, but were far from being delicious. The noodles were even boiled in clear water by themselves. Yes, they're having hot pot. Could their food be worse than ours? Feng Wangfei said as he took a bite of the drumstick. Before Feng Wangfei could finish the drumstick in his hand, the trio who were late finally arrived. There you are. Where's Sister Yuxing? Is there anything to eat? Su Yuan shouted as soon as he entered the nursery. Fong Wangfei was still gnawing on the drumstick in his hand and met Su Yuan's gaze. There are drumsticks. Great. Quickly give me one. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he became extremely excited instantly. Zhua Hao awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Well, it's the last one. The sparkle in his eyes faded away in an instant. However, Su Yuan, with his sharp eyes, noticed that there was still something in Zhua Hao's hand. Then what's that in your hand? I'm starving now. Milk tea and jelly. Sister Yuxing grabbed them from the claw machine, Zhua Hao replied. Hearing that they were grabbed by Luo Yuxing, Su Yuan was a bit hesitant. Do you think if I eat these now and replenish Sister Yuxing when I get back, will she be angry? Are you really that hungry? Didn't you go for hot pot? Thinking of the fragrance of the hot pot, although Zhua Hao was full, he still felt a bit tempted. Yes, we did have hot pot, but there were only seasonings in the hot pot without any vegetables. We had to get the vegetables by ourselves, Su Yuan said aggrievedly. Could it be that bad? We also got our food by ourselves and ate to our fill, Zhua Hao said with a hint of pride. Pouting slightly, Su Yuan leaned close to Zhua Hao's ear and said, Don't you even think about who you're with and who I'm with. I really can't figure it out. Why am I so unlucky? Although Zhua Hao was quite eager to chat with Su Yuan and hear about all the misfortunes he had encountered there, he refrained from doing so to avoid appearing overly gleeful and being gossiped about behind his back. With this thought in mind, he gave a soft cough and offered the jelly and milk tea in his hand, saying, Here. It's no big deal. Sister Yuxing doesn't like these two things. She even seems a bit disdainful. You could just have them. Good buddy. Su Yuan patted Zhua Hao on the back solemnly and then started rummaging around the room for a kettle. There's an electric kettle in our room. What are you looking for here? Who would put a hot water kettle in this nursery? Hearing Zhua Hao's words, Su Yuan dashed out of the room in a single stride. However, it wasn't until he had run some distance that he realized he hadn't seen Sister Yuxing. While Su Yuan and Zhua Hao, those two good friends, were chatting, Mu Qianni and Chu Shuai also arrived at the room. Not seeing Luo Yuxing, Chu Shuai asked curiously, Where's Yuxing? I don't know where she's gone. She probably stumbled upon some mechanism or hidden door, replied Su Ziqian. Chu Shuai nodded, looking rather dejected. The group was searching the room for useful clues when Fong Wangfei couldn't help but ask, Teacher Chu, were there very few dishes on your side? You know, it was originally something that made the people in both rooms envious that they could have hot pot. But now it seemed that it wasn't such a good thing after all, considering there were so many people and so few dishes. Not really. It's just that we had bad luck and got few dishes, Chu Shuai replied helplessly, as if aware of what Fong Wangfei wanted to ask. Chu Shuai didn't think there was anything he couldn't disclose. In our room, the questions were rather archaic. There were a total of 30 questions. However, none of us were well versed in this field. If they were multiple choice questions, we could have taken a guess. Like the one, hold your hand, and grow old with you. The question asked us what kind of emotion this referred to, and we answered love. That's right, isn't it? Zhua Hao couldn't help but interject. No. Initially, hold your hand, and grow old with you is not used to describe the affection between a man and a woman, Su Ziqian said. Yes. We lost a box of mutton rolls just because we got this question wrong. Due to his fondness for mutton rolls, Chu Shuai had a profound memory of it. Zhua Hao scratched his head in puzzlement and couldn't help but inquire. Then what kind of emotion does it refer to? Originally, it should refer to the comradeship in arms. You must have heard the saying how many soldiers ever return from ancient battles. In ancient times, going to war was a perilous undertaking where many went but few returned. Hold your hand. And grow old with you originally described the comradeship in arms between two somewhat timid soldiers who encouraged each other. Since neither of them wanted to die on the battlefield, they hoped to stay alive together and thus encouraged one another, Su Ziqian explained. After hearing Su Ziqian's explanation, Zhua Hao understood, while Chu Shuai sighed. If I had known earlier, it should have been you in this room. We know too little about these things. In the end, we spent a great deal of time but didn't get enough to eat. We did have some vegetables, but we only had 2 meatballs. On the whole, our situation in this room is mediocre. The food wasn't outstanding, but at least we were full. Fong Wangfei was rather content and immediately burst into laughter. When he learned that the people in Fong Wangfei's room had mainly eaten staple foods, Chu Shuai looked at Zhua Hao and inquired, What did you have? We had 2 self-heating hot pots and then a large plate of chicken wings and drumsticks. By the way, Sister Yuxing made those chicken wings and drumsticks using an electric rice cooker. Mainly, we were already full. Otherwise, we could have had some more. Zhua Hao smiled somewhat bashfully. Comparing people will drive one to despair, just as comparing goods will make one feel inferior, Chu Shuai said helplessly. After entering the room, Mu Qianni became much quieter. only interjecting occasionally. It was evident that she seemed to be in a rather poor mood. Chapter 46. Best friend Luo Yuxing hummed an off-key tune as she wandered among the cabinets. There was already an exercise book similar to the previous one in her hand. Since no one had come for such a long time, she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. When she planned to go look for them, she found that the door was locked and couldn't be opened. This seems to be the trend of leaving me here and escaping alone, Luo Yuxing muttered. She wasn't in a hurry and leisurely returned to the room. In the room, Luo Yuxing discovered an album. In the album, there were not only the male and female owners, but also their son. Moreover, Luo Yuxing also found someone who might be the younger sister of the female owner. However, the relationship between the two in the photos seemed quite good. Could this person not be the so-called Lin's sister, but the best friend of the female owner? Unfortunately, no one could help her answer this question. In the spacious room, she managed to rummage through quite a few things. A recording pin was found on the bedside table, but the battery had been removed, so she couldn't listen to its content for the time being. Then, she found an iron box under the bed. Luo Yuxing even lay on the ground for it. But when she opened it, there were only some letters inside. To be precise, they were love letters. At first, Luo Yuxing thought they were love letters exchanged between the male and female owners. After all, according to their ages, the period when they were in love was the time when correspondence was at its peak. But the truth proved that she had overthought. These love letters were filled with affection in every sentence, just like those of a young girl experiencing her first flush of love. However, as she read further, Luo Yuxing began to feel a chill run down her spine. She didn't know why, but looking at these love letters, she felt a chill run down her spine, as if the male master had been targeted by a psychopath. Although it wasn't quite appropriate to say so, the brand on Luo Yuxing's back at the moment was the so-called psychopath in her mind. The younger sister of the female master had fallen in love with her own brother-in-law. Calculating by time, it was equivalent to the fact that after the two got married, the younger sister started to pester the brother-in-law incessantly. It would be hard to believe that the elder sister was completely unaware of this. However, over the years, as the younger sister's affection for the brother-in-law only grew stronger on the surface, the two sisters still seemed to be good sisters in others' eyes. After reading a few letters, Luo Yuxing endured the nausea and continued to read the rest, lest she miss any clues. After finishing all of them, she rubbed her arms, feeling as if she could shake off a lot of goosebumps. The wording and sentence making in these letters were comparable to those of a certain romance writing aunt. It was a bit disgusting, yet it seemed. The writing style was not bad. After getting over the nausea, Luo Yuxing started to do the real thing. According to the clues found at the end of the love letters, she placed all the extracted letter papers in chronological order on the huge bed. There were horizontal or vertical red pen marks on each piece of paper. After arranging them all, Luo Yuxing stepped back a few steps. In her mind, she continuously extended the red marks until they merged with the red marks of the next point. Eventually, the horizontal and vertical red marks outlined bright, red numbers. 5, 2, 1. These numbers were really. Luo Yuxing used these numbers to open the door of the cloakroom. When a crisp sound of the door opening came to her ears, thinking that someone else had arrived, Luo Yuxing turned her head towards the door. Before she could see anyone enter, she first caught sight of an axe. Following the axe, a tall, expressionless man stepped into the room. His gaze locked onto Luo Yuxing in an instant, and he advanced step by step, brandishing the axe in his hand. What on earth was going on? Luo Yuxing was a bit puzzled, but there was no time for her to dwell on it, even if it was an intentional design of the program crew. Luo Yuxing couldn't have a light-hearted conversation with a man wielding an axe in such a situation. Before the man could get closer, Luo Yuxing dashed straight into the cloakroom and slammed the door shut with a resounding snap, fearing that the man might follow her in. She specifically locked the door from the inside. Just as she finished locking it, the doorknob was pressed down from the outside, but fortunately, the door didn't open. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a sharp weapon striking the door made Luo Yuxing's heart leap into her throat. Although she knew it was highly unlikely that the door could be hacked open by the axe, she still took a few steps back. Were they taking this too far? It was truly terrifying. When faced with the ghost girl hidden behind the mirror, Luo Yuxing could remain calm. However, in this situation, she felt a twinge of fear. After all, she was just a delicate and powerless young woman. It wasn't until quite a while later that the noise outside ceased. Luo Yuxing thought the man had left. But from time to time, the sound of the door being pounded echoed, as if reminding her of his presence. After sitting against the wall for a while to compose herself, Luo Yuxing began to observe the cloakroom in front of her. The mistress's cloakroom was quite spacious, filled with numerous cabinets. One of the cabinets was locked, blatantly indicating to Luo Yuxing that there was something inside. "Open me, and you can summon a valiant warrior to slay demons." The pink words, accompanied by a cute QQ emoji, managed to alleviate some of Luo Yuxing's nervousness. Before the full-length mirror, Luo Yuxing gazed at her own visage and noticed that her complexion had indeed paled a bit. She felt a twinge of self-pity. She tiptoed and retrieved a piece of paper tucked under the full-length mirror. It seemed to be a shopping list, the kind from an online purchase. The items on it were rather miscellaneous, yet there was a black skull symbol stamped beside a bottle of potion. Did this signify that it was poisonous? Meanwhile, Luo Yuxing also discovered an invitation in the corner. According to the invitation, there would be a birthday party for the mistress on the evening of the 21st. Miss Lin, who had received the invitation, was likely to attend. Since it was a birthday banquet, would the master's younger brother also show up? By this reckoning, there would already be 3 people coming to this place on the evening of the 21st. Luo Yuxing put away the shopping list. As she was still uncertain whether the potion was problematic, she decided to gather all the useful clues first. She wondered if the man outside would take away the exercise book and the recording pin she had left there earlier. Thinking about it, Luo Yuxing used the numbers on the back of the invitation to unlock the locked cabinet. "Let's see what kind of valiant warrior can be summoned," she said teasingly as she opened the cabinet. As she opened the cabinet door, the black-clothed man inside instantly embraced Luo Yuxing. Luo Yuxing stiffened slightly, and then annoyance welled up within her, for the man held her tightly. Her struggles were sensed by the other party, yet he didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he exhaled hot breath into her ear and murmured, "It's me, Sheng Sheng." The voice by her ear filled Luo Yuxing's eyes with surprise, and she ceased struggling. "See you on?" Luo Yuxing exclaimed in astonishment. Releasing Luo Yuxing, Moc Yuan curled her lips slightly upward and asked, "Do you miss me?" "I've missed you so much. Why are you here?" At the sudden sight of her childhood best friend, a tinge of grievance welled up in Luo Yuxing's heart. Over the years, Moc Yuan had said she was off to pursue her dreams and had been constantly traveling abroad. All she had ever sent to Luo Yuxing were just a few photos. Even though Luo Yuxing knew full well that with Moc Yuan's capabilities, she surely wouldn't suffer any hardships, she still couldn't help but worry. However, it was truly a shock for Luo Yuxing to see her here on the program. Indeed, Moc Yuan was a girl. Yet she was a girl whose gender was hardly distinguishable at first glance. More precisely, there were far more girls who were fond of her than boys. From childhood to adulthood, Moc Yuan had always been the campus heartthrob of their school, while Luo Yuxing was the campus belle. Those unaware, upon seeing the two always together, would assume they were a couple, given that Moc Yuan had a face of a Japanese pretty boy and stood at a height of 1.8 meters. Not only at first sight, but even after taking a few more looks, one would mistake her for a boy, and a very handsome one at that. She is a photographer who loves to travel around alone with a camera on her back. Naturally, it is safer for a man to be out alone than a woman. As time went by, she got used to dressing more and more like a boy. "It's all because of a certain fool here. I wanted to give you a surprise. Fortunately, I have an acquaintance here, so I managed to get a spot as an amateur guest." A gentle smile tinged Moc Yuan's usually cold face as she faced Luo Yuxing. "I didn't know our program had amateur guests." Luo Yuxing was slightly puzzled. Just now, she thought she had encountered a lecher. Taking advantage of her height, Moc Yuan easily patted the top of Luo Yuxing's head. "Not only your program, but many variety shows have added amateur guests. There seems to be some new regulation. Anyway, it doesn't matter much to me. In any case," Luo Yuxing was overjoyed to see Moc Yuan. Suddenly, the sound of pounding on the door came from outside. Luo Yuxing's heart tightened. Suddenly, she remembered the words on the cabinet. There was a man outside with an axe, smashing the door. It said there that summoning you could defeat the devil. Did it refer to dealing with the one outside? Although you're head over heels in love, fortunately, your IQ hasn't dropped too much. Leave the one outside to me. Don't be afraid. Moc Yuan made a fist and tapped her chest, saying with certainty, "Stop tapping. It's already flat. If you keep doing it, there'll be nothing left." Luo Yuxing pulled her hand, smiling sweetly and cutely, making it impossible for Moc Yuan to even think of hitting her. Irritatedly pinching Luo Yuxing's cheek, Moc Yuan stood by the wall with her long legs and leaned against it, saying, "Come to think of it, I've heard that your married life hasn't been going well these years. What's the matter?" Initially, when Luo Yuxing married Qi Yuqing, Moc Yuan didn't think highly of Qi Yuqing. However, since Luo Yuxing was pregnant at that time and had her heart set on Qi Yuqing, Moc Yuan couldn't persuade her and decided to turn a blind eye. In the year when the two little ones were born, Moc Yuan was still in the country, but in the following years, she started traveling abroad. The more she traveled, the busier she became. Eventually, her contact with Luo Yuxing diminished. Usually, they would just have a phone call after a long time, or she would send Luo Yuxing some photos of beautiful scenery she had taken. Nevertheless, despite the lack of contact, their relationship remained. No matter how much time had passed, in Moc Yuan's heart, Luo Yuxing was still the most important person besides her deceased father. I'm so stupid. I didn't heed your advice before. Now, I'm just reaping what I sowed. Luo Yuxing said self-deprecatingly with a smile on her face. Although she was smiling, it made Moc Yuan feel a twinge of pity. You were really stupid. Although Moc Yuan had many questions to ask Luo Yuxing, she also knew that the two of them were under the camera at the moment. It would be better to discuss overly sensitive topics privately after they got out. Straightening up, Moc Yuan flexed her fingers. Let's go. Let's go out first and deal with the person at the door. Okay. Luo Yuxing nodded and followed behind Moc Yuan. Before opening the door, Moc Yuan motioned for Luo Yuxing to step back to a safe place. As soon as the door opened, she rushed straight at that person. Moc Yuan has practiced free fighting since childhood. Under normal circumstances, she can take on several opponents single-handedly. However, the person at the door was clearly not an ordinary staff member. At first, Moc Yuan thought it was a staff member arranged by the program group, so she held back a bit when attacking. But once she realized that the other person was also a martial artist, Moc Yuan let loose and engaged in a fight with the opponent. Over the years spent away from home, Moc Yuan's fighting skills had improved significantly. Luo Yuxing watched the fight with bated breath, fearing that she would get hit. After the opponent was finally defeated and fled in a hurry, Luo Yuxing dared to step forward and pat Moc Yuan up and down, asking, "Are you all right, Si Yuan?" "Fine. It's just like a daily training session." Moc Yuan replied as she picked up the axe on the ground. There seems to be something on it. The man had fled in such a hurry that he didn't have time to take the axe. If it weren't for Moc Yuan's words, Luo Yuxing really wouldn't have noticed. Crouching beside the axe, Luo Yuxing saw something written on the handle. It seems to be a website URL, Luo Yuxing said hesitantly. However, without a mobile phone or a computer at hand, they had no idea what website this URL led to. After gathering the suspicious clues, Luo Yuxing took a bag to put them all in. Shall we go find the others? The door should be open now, and we can get out. Moc Yuan stepped forward and pulled the door, and sure enough, it opened. After the two left the room, Luo Yuxing followed the path they had come from, but encountered a wall. I should have taken the right way. Luo Yuxing frowned slightly. Then she thought that the others hadn't come to look for them for a long time, and it was obvious that something was amiss with this whole situation. After searching for the mechanism for half a day without any result, Luo Yuxing and Moc Yuan had no choice but to change direction and continue walking downward. Facts proved that the program crew really liked to stir up trouble. In the next 2 hours, Luo Yuxing didn't run into any of the others. It wasn't until more than 2 hours later, after searching 3 rooms, that Luo Yuxing, filled with a multitude of questions, opened a door. Chapter 47. Run. Sister Yuxing. You've finally shown up. As soon as Zhao Hao caught sight of Luo Yuxing, he rushed over. However, before he could get close, Moc Yuan stepped forward and blocked in front of Luo Yuxing. With a slightly cold look on her face, she stared warningly at Zhao Hao before her. Before coming here, Moc Yuan had done her homework. The first episode of Wild had been fully broadcast. The version on TV was a clipped and refined one. Yet she had managed to watch a total of 6 hours of the extended version online, and thus had a clearer understanding of Luo Yuxing's companions. Originally, Moc Yuan didn't dislike Zhao Hao. After all, this young lad, though a bit young, was simple, minded, and innocent. But his fans were never at peace. Moc Yuan was annoyed by those fans who always thought that Luo Yuxing had deliberately approached and bribed the boy. Seeing the unfamiliar Moc Yuan acting like a protective mother hen, Zhao Hao was somewhat puzzled about her identity. He couldn't help but whisper quietly, "Sister Yuxing, who is she?" However, since Moc Yuan was right in front of Zhao Hao, he might as well have whispered it directly into her ears first before it reached Luo Yuxing's. Pulling Moc Yuan's arm gently, Luo Yuxing bypassed her and smiled at Zhao Hao, saying, "She is my bosom friend. We've grown up together since childhood, never being separated from kindergarten all the way to university." A male bosom friend. Zhao Hao nodded, indicating his understanding. "Oh, right, Sister Yuxing. We've been looking for you for ages, but we just couldn't find you. Where did you go?" At this point, Zhao Hao also felt a bit reproachful. He thought he should have followed Luo Yuxing at that time. Luo Yuxing inquired, I visited the master bedroom and some guest rooms, and I found quite a few useful clues. How about you? Hearing her question, Zhao Hao and Su Yuan, who had just come over, took turns to recount what had happened after they separated from Luo Yuxing. Finally, Su Yuan said somewhat sheepishly, Sister Yuxing, I'm sorry I ate your milk tea and jelly. I was just extremely hungry just now. I thought it was something serious. Don't worry. I don't drink milk tea, Luo Yuxing replied with a smile. As the others approached, Luo Yuxing noticed a new face. It was a girl with a delicate appearance. When she saw Luo Yuxing, she was evidently a bit excited but tried to restrain herself. This is Wen Xiang, a postgraduate student majoring in pharmacology at University A. She's also the amateur guest we invited today. Su Ziqian introduced Wen Xiang to Luo Yuxing. Hearing this, Luo Yuxing gave Wen Xiang a smile and said, So you're a junior from the pharmacology department. How do you do? Hello, senior. Actually, I've always admired you. You seem so extraordinary to me. Wen Xiang blushed slightly, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Luo Yuxing. Luo Yuxing knew exactly what kind of look that was. Clearly, this girl was also a beauty admirer. As if remembering something, Luo Yuxing pulled over Moc Yuan and said, This is Moc Yuan, my dearest friend. She's a professional photographer and also an amateur guest today. Hello, Sister Mo. Zhao Hao led the way, greeting obediently. Su Yuan quickly followed suit and said, Hello, Sister Mo. Luo Yuxing was slightly taken aback. Just as she was about to explain Moc Yuan's gender to them, she felt a tight grip on her hand. Seeing that Moc Yuan was stopping her, Luo Yuxing didn't consider it a significant issue and immediately didn't dwell on it any longer. Over there. Wen Xiang seemingly recognized Moc Yuan as well. However, she wasn't familiar with the guests. Since Luo Yuxing and Moc Yuan didn't mention it, she didn't correct the matter either. Moreover, Senior Sister Mo's beauty was truly commendable. Now that they had found their group, Luo Yuxing simply shared the intelligence she had gathered with everyone. Seeing this, Su Ziqian also integrated the intelligence they had collected with Luo Yuxing's. During this period, they found a pair of batteries and successfully activated the voice recorder. Judging from the intelligence collected one after another, indeed several people had come here that night. It was just unknown which one of them had killed the family of three. According to the autopsy report we found, the wounds on their bodies were large scale/wounds. Moreover, it is speculated that the murder weapon was an axe or something of the sort, Su Ziqian said. An axe? We just found an axe. There was also a web address on the axe. However, without a computer or a mobile phone, there's no way of knowing what website that address leads to. Luo Yuxing said as she took out a piece of paper from the bag, on which a website was recorded. After all, it was more convenient to record it on paper than to carry an axe around. Just now, I asked Wen Xiang to look at that shopping list. Miss Lin indeed bought poison. It's just unknown whether she succeeded in poisoning or not. Having confirmed that Miss Lin had a motive for murder and had bought poison, the final outcome truly piqued one's curiosity. What is truly exasperating is that not only Miss Lin, young Master Li, but also others have motives. Just now, we discovered a new Li made will which altered the inheritance distribution in case of someone's death. This new Li made will states that if one of them dies, the remaining person will inherit all the estate. Moreover, the younger brother of the male host owes a debt, so it's quite possible that he killed his elder brother for the inheritance. Then there's the son's classmate. Before coming here, he bought a large bottle of lethal pesticide. On this side, there are reports that the neighbor claimed the male host's lottery prize. As more evidence is unearthed, the mystery deepens. It seems as though everyone has a motive for murder and has purchased the corresponding tools for the crime. The key difference should lie in who is the one who caused the death. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before they knew it, they had been in this house for nearly a day. This house is incredibly vast. We still haven't managed to get out even after a whole day, Chu Shui grumbled. Fortunately, they were only on the first floor. If the second floor were included, there would be even less hope of getting out, Zhao Hao said, hooking his arm around Su Yuan's neck with a relieved smile on his face. As they were walking, Moc Yuan suddenly said, Wait, there's a sound. A sound? Luo Yuxing paused, a faint look of confusion on her face. Moc Yuan had been rather quiet all the way. Apart from talking to Luo Yuxing, he hadn't shown any initiative in interacting with others. His sudden utterance made the others instinctively stop in their tracks. Once they fell silent, everyone seemed to indeed catch a certain sound. Luo Yuxing listened intently. There seemed to be a sound like that of a heavy object rolling. At the moment, they were in the corridor. They had walked along this corridor for quite a while. Thinking thus, Mu Xianyi, who inadvertently looked back, suddenly let out a startled cry. A ball is rolling towards us. To call it a ball was an understatement as it defied their previous concept of a ball. This ball was so large that the corridor could barely accommodate it. As the entire black ball rolled along, it carried an overwhelming momentum. "Run for your lives," Su Ziqian exclaimed instantly. The next second, everyone dashed forward with all their might. However, the speed of the ball behind them did not slow down. Instead, it showed a tendency to accelerate. What the hell? This isn't a slope. How can it be moving even faster? Zhuhao looked back while running and was startled by its speed. There must be some device inside. Do you think the program crew is stupid? Without any mechanism, the ball would have stopped due to all the bumps and knocks long ago, Su Yuan retorted irritably. Hey, buddy, not acting like a cute puppy anymore. Amid the chase, Zhuhao still had the leisure to tease Su Yuan. If you don't pick up the pace, I guarantee you'll end up as a dead dog, Su Yuan said, and then immediately accelerated to catch up with the group ahead. Seeing that he was at the back, Zhuhao quickly quickened his steps, lest he really turn into a dead dog. However, the area where they could run was ultimately limited. Soon, they reached the end of the corridor. Fang Wangfei quickly rushed to open the side door, but it was tightly locked. As the ball drew nearer and nearer, the others were like ants on a hot pan. Yet their only path to safety was blocked. The menacing black ball that filled the entire corridor advanced menacingly. As it drew closer, it felt like Mount Tai pressing down. Everyone was huddled against the wall at the far end of the corridor, trying to make themselves as small as possible, yet still unable to shake off the fear of the approaching black ball. Shrieks filled the air, with the screams of several girls being particularly shrill. Although Luo Yushin was protected by Moc Yuan on the inside, she still instinctively felt afraid, just as the shadow of the black ball enveloped them. The wall that Luo Yushin was leaning against suddenly toppled backward, causing her to tumble down. Immediately afterward, everyone fell one after another like a stack of. Moc Yuan only pressed on Luo Yushin for a second before getting up and pulling Luo Yushin up with her right hand. The others also stood up one by one after reacting. The large black ball in front had stopped, but it still blocked all the paths. It was just a false alarm. It seemed that Su Ziqian was also terribly frightened. It appeared that they were being directed to take this path. Although they understood the meaning, everyone couldn't help but curse the program crew in their hearts. Why couldn't they just communicate properly instead of using such terrifying methods? In the control room where the program crew was located, Li Hongsheng was excitedly chatting away because of the terrified expressions of the guests just now. He didn't notice that Mu Hanji, who had just arrived, looked even colder. What was going on with this Moc Yuan? Hey, Director Mu, do you know this girl Yuan? Li Hongsheng was surprised. Why is she here? Mu Hanji asked coldly. Mu Hanji harbored animosity towards Luo Yushin, and even more so towards Moc Yuan. The mere sight of Moc Yuan would evoke unpleasant memories for him. Once, after he broke up with Luo Jinsi and went abroad, he was abducted by Luo Yushin and Moc Yuan and nearly disabled. That incident was an indelible stain on his life. I met this kid by chance abroad before. Since this program needed an impromptu guest, he asked me for a spot, and I granted it, Li Hongsheng explained. In his eyes, it was a trivial matter and thus didn't bother to inform Mu Hanji in detail. Mu Hanji wished to evict the person immediately, yet it was already too late. Watching Mu Hanji leave in a huff, Li Hongsheng shook his head, finding his thoughts inscrutable. Nonetheless, Li Hongsheng was willing to do a favor for a capable kid like Moc Yuan, as there might come a time when he would need the latter's assistance. If his daughter weren't too young, he even contemplated introducing them. Getting back to the topic, Luo Yushin and the others were forced into an unfamiliar corridor by the black ball. Unlike the previous corridor, this one was paved with wooden planks. As they walked, they could sense the hollowness beneath the planks, indicating that there was no concrete below. Everyone treaded carefully until they reached the safe at the end of the corridor, where they collectively heaved a sigh of relief. This safe has a password, Su Yuan stated. Damn it, it says here that we have to guess the password. Zhuhao murmured in exasperation after tearing off the note stuck on the safe. After rummaging through everywhere, it was quite evident that there were truly no clues at all. There was nothing left to do but make a guess. Let's speculate about the suspicious numbers related to this case. Trying all our guesses should help us find the password, Su Ziqian said with a hint of resignation. Su Ziqian felt that participating in this program had made him experience resignation more frequently. Just think randomly and guess casually, Fang Wangfei remarked, and then directly entered a password. Incorrect password. With a sudden noise, Zhuhao was so startled that he jumped right on the spot. The rest of them witnessed the scene before them and all exclaimed in their hearts, "Oh my God." Chapter 48. Stupid, but also quite adorable. What on earth is down there? It's so disgusting. The path originally paved with wooden boards had collapsed one after another, revealing the yellowish-brown mud-like substance beneath, which was bound to give people some inappropriate thoughts. There were only 3 wooden boards remaining in place, and the distances between them were not short. So, if they wanted to get across, were they supposed to walk through the area below? Not only the female guests, but also the male guests were averse to this idea. It should just be slush, Feng Wangfei said, squatting down at the edge and taking a look. Even if it's just slush, we can't go down there. We'll be covered in mud all over. How can we continue recording? Mu Qianyi couldn't help but mutter. No one thought she was being overly fastidious because the others shared the same thought. Heaven never seals off all exits. The program crew shouldn't be so stupid, Su Ziqian said, glancing at the position where the camera was located. Although he was still smiling, the warning in his eyes was quite evident. Seeing this, Li Hongxing awkwardly rubbed his nose and said, "Would I dare?" Regarding the speculation about the password, after numerous guesses, they still hadn't managed to figure it out. It was not until Zhua Hao pointed at the 3 wooden boards ahead and said, "These 3 wooden boards divide the area into 4 sections. Could this be the password? It's possible. However, it's not very clear over there. We don't know how many there are." Su Ziqian thought for a while and replied, "Then let's first calculate the number of boards in the latter 3 sections. And then try every number from 0 to 9 for the first section by making guesses," Luo Yuxing suggested. Swiftly, with the combined efforts of Su Yuan and Zhua Hao, the two counted the numbers in the remaining 3 areas and then attempted to guess the numbers in the first area one by one. Finally, on the 8th attempt, they heard a noise. The password was correct. Yeah, Zhua Hao's elation was inexpressible. He had originally thought himself incapable of using his brain and always considered himself rather dull. But it was he who came up with the password just now. Seeing him so overjoyed, Luo Yuxing also smiled and said, "Xiao Hao is truly brilliant. I'll give you 99 points. I won't give you the remaining 1 point, for fear that you'll become overly conceited. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Sister Yuxing." Zhua Hao replied cheerfully. "Although he's a bit dim-witted, he's quite endearing," Mo Siyuan murmured softly. The voice was so low that only Luo Yuxing beside her could hear it. Hearing this, Luo Yuxing couldn't help bursting into laughter. Inside the safe, there was a file bag and several one-piece wading pants. These were the kind of pants with extremely high waterproof performance. As long as the water didn't reach the waist, they would never get wet. So this is what was waiting for us, Feng Wangfei said as he unpacked one of the one-piece wading pants, then distributed them to the others. Although the pants were truly hideous, everyone preferred wearing them rather than going down there without protection. Luo Yuxing had already opened the file bag and glimpsed its contents. It documented the current situations of 7 individuals, that is, the changes in their lives after the tragic incident. Some of them had improved, while others had deteriorated. At this moment, Mu Qianyi approached Mo Siyuan. In fact, she had noticed him as soon as Mo Siyuan appeared, yet he had always been by Luo Yuxing's side, leaving her with no opportunity to get closer. Mo Siyuan was not unaware of Mu Qianyi's intentional approach. However, he had no intention of paying her any heed and simply stood idly by, different from Wen Xiong's enthusiastic assistance. Mo Siyuan seemed as if he had 2 big signs hanging, indicating mind one's own business and stay aloof. "Siyuan, what are you thinking about?" Mu Qianyi walked up to Mo Siyuan and inquired softly, brimming with curiosity. Mo Siyuan slightly lowered his eyes to look at Mu Qianyi before him, then slightly raised his eyebrows. "Do you know me?" If it wasn't because she knew him, then she was just being overly familiar. However, Mo Siyuan guessed that the second possibility was rather unlikely. "I went to Kimi with my friends before, but you were busy at that time and probably didn't notice me." Mu Qianyi spoke softly, her words tinged with a hint of disappointment. As soon as Mu Qianyi mentioned Kimi, Mo Siyuan knew what was going on. Kimi was a top-tier perfume brand from France. Mo Siyuan had once been invited to shoot a set of promotional videos for them. However, she didn't quite like their design director, so she only collaborated with them once and then stopped. Hearing this, Mo Siyuan nodded and didn't continue to pay attention to her. Mu Qianyi waited for quite a while, but didn't hear Mo Siyuan say anything. She couldn't help but glance at him. Seeing him in a daze, she couldn't resist saying, "Siyuan, you." Before Mu Qianyi could continue, Mo Siyuan took a long stride and walked directly to Luo Yuxing's side. "What's the matter? There are only 7 pieces of this pair of trousers," Luo Yuxing said with a slight headache. Originally, there were 7 guest stars. But with the addition of 2 amateur guests, it was obviously not enough. "It's simple. I'll carry you over. Anyway, you're always so fastidious about cleanliness. You wouldn't want to step on this place, Moc Yuan said without hesitation. Isn't this inappropriate? Before Luo Yuxing could say a word, Su Ziqian beside them interjected. Seeing both of them looking at him, Su Ziqian whispered a reminder to Luo Yuxing. After all, this is a variety show recording. Naturally, Luo Yuxing understood the implication of Su Ziqian's reminder. After all, Luo Yuxing was already married, and in their eyes, Moc Yuan was a man. However, Luo Yuxing didn't have such concerns. As her close friend, Qi Yuqing knew Moc Yuan, so there surely wouldn't be any misunderstandings. Moreover, given her relationship with Qi Yuqing, even if Moc Yuan were truly a man, Luo Yuxing didn't think Qi Yuqing would misunderstand anything, because Qi Yuqing simply wouldn't care. Thinking of this, Luo Yuxing felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it. It doesn't matter. See Yuan and I don't need to be overly cautious. Besides, there are 2 fewer pairs of waterproof pants, and this is an extraordinary situation. Shang is right, Moc Yuan said, casting a half-smiling glance at Su Ziqian. One problem was solved, but there was still another. There was still 1 pair of waterproof pants short. It's still not difficult. Let them figure out who to carry. With so many people, they can surely work it out and get across, Moc Yuan said indifferently. Luo Yuxing also thought it made sense and immediately threw the problem to the remaining people. Standing still, Moc Yuan looked at the remaining people who were still discussing. She tilted her head slightly and said, Shang, it's been a long time since I last tasted the dishes you cooked. Do you want to indulge in a craving? I'll prepare a sumptuous feast for you after I finish recording the program. However, how long will you stay this time when you come back? Luo Yuxing couldn't help but inquire. I won't go out for the short term. I'm giving myself a vacation, Moc Yuan said as she glanced at Luo Yuxing beside her. This best friend of hers had grown up under her watch since childhood. Come to think of it, both of them had had a rough time. She had followed her father since childhood. After her father passed away, due to her young age, she went to live with her mother. But since her mother had another family, the only thing she could offer was money. So, in essence, she had grown up alone. As for Luo Yuxing, her mother had passed away when she was a child, and she was left with her father. However, compared to her, Luo Yuxing was a bit luckier as she had an elder sister. At least, she hadn't endured such a desolate life. In Moc Yuan's 27 years, 3 major events had occurred, and the one that had hit her the hardest was her father's passing. After these 3 major events, it was always Luo Yuxing who accompanied her. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Luo Yuxing held a special place in her heart. They were completely opposite individuals. Luo Yuxing, who had been gentle and delicate since childhood, could actually keep the school bully like Moc Yuan in check. Everyone who knew them found it quite astonishing. As her wandering thoughts returned, Luo Yuxing beside her was still enumerating the dishes she loved. Moc Yuan looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Logically speaking, if someone needed to be carried, the first choice would definitely be a slender girl. However, after a long while, no one stepped forward voluntarily. For quite a while, no one made a sound. Zhua Hao hooked Su Yuan and said, well, if you really can't reach a consensus, Yuan, why don't you carry me? You're so heavy. Why isn't it you who carry me? Su Yuan retorted irritably. Our weights are about the same, okay? Moreover, I'm even worried that you'll drop me into the mud if I let you carry me. Zhua Hao grew even more irate. Seeing the 2 young friends on the verge of a quarrel, Su Ziqian interjected helplessly. Come on, stop bickering you two. Xiao Hao, I'll carry you across later. Upon hearing Su Ziqian's words, Su Yuan sidled up to Zhua Hao and gave Su Ziqian a mischievous smile. Brother Su, carry him like a princess. Ignoring Su Yuan's banner, the remaining 7 individuals donned their connected wading pants. To ascertain the depth of the mire below, Fong Wangfei took the lead and clambered down. Fortunately, it wasn't too deep, only reaching his thighs. However, what reached his thighs would reach the waists of the girls. One by one, they descended into the mire. Moc Yuan took a few steps on the spot to gauge the sensation before allowing Luo Yuxing to come down. Mu Qianyi looked at the waist, deep mire with disgust. Being of short stature, she found it arduous even to walk in the mire. And when she looked up, she saw Luo Yuxing being comfortably carried by Moc Yuan. Not only didn't she have to walk in the mire, but also someone was protecting her so tenderly. Consumed by annoyance, Mu Qianyi didn't pay heed to her facial expression, and the camera faithfully captured the envy on her face. When they reached the first wooden plank, the 2 in the carrying position couldn't bend under it. They had to climb onto the plank first and descend from the other end. Moc Yuan had just helped Luo Yuxing onto the wooden board. She was waiting for Luo Yuxing to sit still before moving to the other end. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly bumped into her waist. She almost failed to hold Luo Yuxing steady. Sorry. Mu Qianyi quickly apologized. Mo Siyuan looked back at Mu Qianyi with a cold look in her eyes. She had been in many fights. Once she released the hostility around her, it was quite intimidating. Stay away from me. I didn't do it on purpose. After being addressed like this by Mo Siyuan, Mu Qianyi's eyes gradually welled up with tears. Ignoring Mu Qianyi, Mo Siyuan looked up at Luo Yuxing. Are you sitting steady? Luo Yuxing nodded slightly, glanced at Mu Qianyi, and then withdrew her gaze. After all, Luo Yuxing had also noticed that Mu Qianyi seemed to have feelings for Siyuan. It was a pity that she didn't know Siyuan was a girl. However, was it just because of this face? Mu Qianyi didn't seem like such a simple and innocent person. Perhaps the warning from Mo Siyuan took effect. During the subsequent time, Mu Qianyi didn't make any small moves. After finally getting out of the mud pit and taking off the thick one-piece wading pants on their bodies, they only felt a sense of great relief all over. The black ball had withdrawn without knowing when, so they walked to the closed door again. This time, the door opened easily. What time is it now? Su Yuan asked Zhua Hao beside him. I don't know. Zhua Hao replied without thinking. Seeing that his friend looked unwell, Zhua Hao lowered his voice and asked, What's wrong? Starving. Pointing at his stomach, Su Yuan looked miserable. Looking at his fellow companion pityingly, Zhua Hao had no alternative. He could only pat the latter on the shoulder and said, Endure it. Look, we found quite a few clues. Maybe we'll soon solve the puzzle and get out of here. Wen Xiang stepped forward 2 paces and approached Luo Yuxing. In a hushed tone, she said, Senior sister, could you give me your autograph later? Her autograph is not worth a thing, Mo Siyuan commented habitually. Who says so? One day, my autograph will be highly valuable, Luo Yuxing retorted, tilting her chin slightly with an air of haughtiness. Mo Siyuan nodded as if taking in what she said. Then inquired, Is it when you become an established artist? Luo Yuxing was so enraged that she felt like biting her. She had thought that after such a long separation, Mo Siyuan would finally stop teasing her all the time. But it hadn't even been long, and she was back to her old ways. Chapter 49, Enshrouded in Mystery Actually. Sister Luo, I've seen quite a few fans supporting you online recently. Everyone thinks you're extremely beautiful, Sister Luo, Mu Qianyi said earnestly, her face adorned with a soft, amiable smile that was rather endearing. Well, it seems they have good taste. Don't you think so, Siyuan? Luo Yuxing raised an eyebrow and glanced at Mo Siyuan, with an obvious air of pride in her eyes, as if saying, Look, there are still many people with discerning eyes. Hearing this, Mo Siyuan curved her lips into a faint smile and didn't say anything more to provoke Luo Yuxing. After entering the room, everyone scattered to search for clues. Mu Qianyi didn't go far. While Luo Yuxing rummaged through the coffee table, she rummaged through the sofa. After quite some time, Mu Qianyi asked curiously, Sister Luo, how come I've never heard you mention Brother Mo before? There are many people I haven't mentioned. I can't keep talking about a bunch of people all day long. Can I? Luo Yuxing replied indifferently. That's not what I meant. Mu Qianyi's voice softened. Luo Yuxing glanced at her, and when she withdrew her gaze, there was a slight upturn at the corner of her mouth. After searching the remaining rooms, not only Su Yuan but also the others were hungry. And the time had turned to 7 o'clock, and the live broadcast started on schedule. At this moment, they had just entered a place similar to a meeting room. On the long table, there were some dried fruits, snacks, as well as several loaves of bread and cartons of milk. There were 4 chairs placed on each side. And there was one more chair at the end, making a total of 9, which exactly matched their number. Regardless of what this place is for, let's all sit down and have something to eat to regain our strength. After a whole day of recording, it's hard to tell how many brain-racking puzzles were solved and how many password-protected doors were opened. Moreover, there were also some physical challenges. Even Fong Wangfei, a professional athlete, was a bit worn out. In the live streaming room, when netizens saw everyone sitting together having a meal, they thought the atmosphere was quite pleasant. It seems today was quite relaxing. Everyone is sitting together, eating and chatting. Yes, indeed. But look at Yuan Bao gobbling down food. He must be starved. Poor boy. Hey, there's a handsome young man. I'm starting to feel the flutter of love. Yes. What a handsome young man. Did new people join today? And there's also a girl. Don't just be infatuated. The production team just released a 1-minute trailer for this episode. There's a trailer? Isn't the second episode not even aired yet? The production team really knows how to have fun. However, 1 minute later, the atmosphere in the live streaming room became rather tense because those who had watched the trailer had all returned. So scary. That man with an axe was so terrifying. He just chased after Luo Yuxing, trying to chop him. Yes. Luckily, Luo Yuxing reacted quickly and ran away in a hurry. The door was almost opened. Don't you think the pool of blood at the beginning was extremely frightening? There are quite a few horror elements in this episode. It's so eerie. I was scared to death by that black ball. I quickly looked back at the corridor behind to see if there was another similar black ball. But the 1-minute trailer was too short. How did Luo Yuxing dodge the man with the axe? How did they avoid that ball? We only heard their screams. Could they really have been crushed? I'm not sure. I really have no idea. One must admit that the 1-minute trailer released by the program crew easily piqued everyone's curiosity and subtly conveyed the theme of this episode. It didn't leave the netizens completely bewildered, but instead made them even more intrigued. So how was an impatient person, with a piece of bread in his mouth? He dashed towards the solitary door. Originally, he intended to check if it was a combination lock or a key-operated lock, only to discover that there was no lock on the door at all. Why isn't there a lock on this door? As soon as the words left his mouth, the door in front of him opened. He nearly dropped the bread in his mouth out of shock. However, once the door opened, he caught a glimpse of the interior. Strangely enough, he found it somewhat familiar. Doesn't this look like a voting room? Zuohao turned around and looked at the people sitting on the chairs. Prompted by his words, the others also walked over. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was indeed a voting room. Inside the voting room, there were several windows with their photos pasted on them respectively, and there were also shackles symbolizing votes beside them. No wonder we were each assigned to represent a person. So, this was what was waiting for us, Chu Shui remarked. Well, we need to thoroughly analyze the whole thing in the meeting room. Coincidentally, we haven't had the time to sit down and dissect this matter properly all along, Luo Yuxing said. They gradually returned to the meeting table and took their seats. Luo Yuxing and Su Ziqian jointly divided the clues into several portions. Everyone in the room held a clue regarding the name tags on their backs. Su Ziqian, seated at the end of the row of chairs, promptly spoke up. Let me initiate this discussion. I've obtained the identity of young Master Li, who happens to be the younger brother of the male master in this tragic incident. Based on the clues I've received, young Master Li and the male master were at loggerheads. Their father passed away due to illness. The original will stipulated that if either of them met with an accident, the estate belonging to that person would be donated. However, the will was later revised. After the father and the male master both died, young Master Li inherited the entire estate. Additionally, there are purchase records on the website we just discovered, indicating that young Master Li hired a killer to murder the male master's family on the very night of the incident. Is it possible that the man with the axe I encountered just now was the hired killer? Luo Yuxing inquired. It's quite possible, considering that the website's URL was found on the axe, Su Ziqian replied. Evidently, young Master Li hired a killer. The autopsy report of the bodies shows that the victims were hacked to death with an axe-like sharp weapon. Therefore, the culprit is undoubtedly young Master Li, Mu Xianyi asserted. In fact, not only she, but the others also shared the same view. However, they felt that it couldn't be this straightforward. If it were truly that simple, why would there be so many clues about other people? Su Ziqian nodded. Let's list young Master Li as the prime suspect for now. You can continue sharing your findings. Xiaohao, you go first. I'm Huang's classmate. Huang is the deceased son's classmate, and they were good friends, almost like brothers. Both of them were top-notch students. Huang came from a poor family, while the son got the only spot to study abroad. After the son's death, Huang took that spot and now has both a successful family life and a thriving career. Zuohao briefly explained the general situation first. Then he continued. According to the clues, Huang had a falling out with the son before the incident. He said he was coming to the son's house to return something on the day of the accident, but he bought a bottle of pesticide with a lethal concentration before arriving at their home. So, it seems he had a motive for murder. And there's also another. After everyone had shared their thoughts one by one, Luo Yuxing took charge of summarizing. Based on the current situation, all 7 people had motives for murder. After this incident, the lives of 4 people soared to new heights, 2 plunged into despair, and 1 died. Li's younger brother inherited a fortune and became a millionaire. Lin married into a wealthy family and became a lady of means. Huang achieved remarkable success in his career. Lu, the colleague, married the boss's daughter and smoothly took over the company. As for Lu, the neighbor, because his son was addicted to gambling, the money from the lottery could only cover the debts for a short time. Later, he was beaten and had his leg broken by debt collectors. Chi's daughter, due to her mental instability, was imprisoned in a mental asylum 2 years later after committing a murder. The remaining one, Xiao, the hooligan, was found dead in an alley 3 years after the incident, with his body already stiff when discovered. Luo Yuxing finished speaking in one breath and looked around at the group. Su Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Sister Yuxing, I believe we need not overcomplicate things. After all, both the autopsy report and the purchase record indicate that the culprit should be young Masterly. However, I have a hunch that it's not that straightforward. I share the same sentiment, remarked Luo Yuxing. Do you have any leads, Sister Luo? Inquired Mu Qianni. Luo Yuxing shook her head. It's just a gut feeling. Mu Qianni was somewhat at a loss for words. Hey, there's an iron box here. As when Xiang was bending down to pick up the sausage that had dropped to the ground, she keened. I'd spotted a box hidden beneath the conference table. Had it not been for her discovery, everyone would have completely overlooked it. Fortunately, the box wasn't difficult to open. In no time, they managed to open it together through their combined efforts. Are these resumes? Inside the box, neatly stacked, were the resumes of 7 individuals. At first glance, nothing of significance could be discerned. Luo Yuxing had already gone through the resumes of 3 or 4 people, yet she still hadn't found anything of note. What kind of competition is PW and 20W in? Does such a competition even exist? Zhao Hao leaned over to take a look, seeing that it was Huang's resume. He thought for a while and said, This student Huang seems to be quite good at math. Could it be an Olympiad competition? Luo Yuxing didn't know either. She was just asking casually. At that moment, Mo Siyuan suddenly spoke up. It's a hacking competition. Hacking? Luo Yuxing was slightly taken aback. Yes. A friend of mine participated in this competition. It's said to be quite large-scale, Mo Siyuan explained. So, does that mean student Huang is a hacker? And a highly skilled one at that? Su Yuan speculated. Could it be that the record of hiring a hitman was tampered with by him? He might be the one who hired the hitman, Zhao Hao said hurriedly. Zhao Hao's words made some sense. However, there was no direct evidence at the moment to confirm this. Could they rely solely on speculation? Apparently, it was unlikely. Suddenly, Fang Wangfei, sitting opposite Zhao Hao, said no. Come and take a look. This so-called hooligan Xiao also participated in some hacker competition. Does that hooligan know anything about hacking? If he were a hacker, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state, Luo Yuxing remarked. Among the 7 people, the only one who had died, and died so miserably, left a relatively deep impression on her. It was winter when hooligan Xiao died. When he was found in the morning, he was only wearing a thin autumn shirt and had been frozen to death. Scratching his head, Zhao Hao was rather confused. Who on earth is the murderer? The more we analyze, the stranger it gets. Could it be that they committed the murder together? I originally thought so too, Luo Yuxing said. Not surprised that Zhao Hao had thought of this. The murderer should be only one. After all, we have to go to that, Su Ziqian said, pointing to the voting room over there. Since each of them was only allowed 1 vote in the voting room, it was only possible that there was one murderer. Well, how about we just take a guess? Su Yuan proposed. Unconsciously, they had been in the meeting room for over half an hour. As Su Yuan said, perhaps they really had no choice but to guess. This place was so vast that they could easily overlook clues in some corner. Apparently, they hadn't found the crucial evidence. Luo Yuxing had just placed Xiao the hooligan's resume on the table when Mo Siyuan beside her reached out her hand and felt the resume. The thickness of this piece of paper seemed off. Mo Siyuan's comment drew everyone's attention. She picked up the paper and examined it carefully, then started to tear it along the edges. I'm a photographer, and I always have good powers of observation. The state of this paper is obviously abnormal. Look. As she tore open the edge, sure enough, a small gap appeared. This was a resume made by pasting 2 sheets of paper together. However, each single sheet of this paper was thinner than the others, so even when the 2 were stuck together, it didn't seem very thick. When the paper beneath was completely exposed, everyone gathered around. In the live streaming room, since the camera couldn't zoom in, a group of netizens were discussing the paper that had just been discovered. Before they could reach any conclusion and were just about to see what the guest had to say, the live streaming room suddenly went dark. I'm so frustrated. What's going on? Where are my answers? It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Why did the live stream end? The program team. Give me an explanation. I'm going crazy. I was all set, and you just shut down the live stream. Chapter 50 Humph. I'm ignoring you. If what's written here is true, the person scheming all this in the dark should be the murderer. Luo Yuxing never expected that after all the detours. It was still this person. But then again, things have really become much more complicated. Let's go vote first. I really want to go out right now and ask the director's team how this case actually happened, Su Ziqian said beside her. Nodding. The crowd filed into the voting room one by one. After casting their votes, they exited through the door on the other side. When everyone had gathered on the open ground outside the door, The familiar cameramen had already surrounded them. But looking at the house behind them, none of them could feel at ease. Instead, they felt a sense of heaviness. Li Hongxing looked at the guests in front of him and had also received their voting results. Now that I have your voting results in my hand, I'd like to ask you, are you confident about this result? If the letter we found in the end is real, Luo Yuxing said. That letter does exist. Li Hongxing replied. Then there's no need to doubt. Director Li, please announce the result quickly. I'm really starving now, Su Yuan said, covering his stomach and leaning against Hua Hao, looking as if he was about to faint at any moment. However, it was obvious that Su Yuan, who had just eaten a piece of bread, shouldn't be so hungry as to faint. Not wanting to waste everyone's time any longer, Li Hongxing said loudly, since you're confident, now go and tear off that person's name tag by yourselves. The answer is behind the name tag. Hearing this, Hua Hao stepped forward, revealing the name tag on his back. Come on, then shall I start? Su Yuan stood beside Hua Hao, being the closest to him at this moment. No one had any objections. Su Yuan grasped a corner of the name tag and couldn't help feeling a bit nervous inside. After taking a deep breath, he firmly grasped the corner of the name tag and tore it down. Why was there nothing? Seeing the blank area under the name tag, Su Yuan panicked. Luo Yuxing also frowned. Logically speaking, it should have been correct. Student Huang was the murderer after all. Li Hongxing looked at the several people with solemn expressions and burst into laughter. Congratulations. You've successfully identified the murderer. Under the name tags of everyone except the murderer, there's a star symbol. Actually, if you had torn off the name tags earlier, you would have noticed this. However, obviously, if someone had wanted to tear off the name tag earlier, it might have been misconstrued as another kind of signal. After all, the game of tearing name tags was quite fierce in another variety show. Actually, you were really just a little short in the end. Didn't Yuxing almost collect 7 exercise books to summon the murderer? If she had collected all 7, she would indeed have found clues from them. It's a pity that you only found 5. Li Hongxing said, looking rather smug, completely forgetting how panicked he had been when Luo Yuxing found 5 exercise books. Luo Yuxing didn't feel too much regret about this. Comparatively speaking, she was more interested in this matter itself. As if aware of what Luo Yuxing and the others were thinking, Li Hongxing waved his hand grandly. I know what you want to ask. The script will be sent to you later. Script? So this incident didn't actually happen in reality? Hua Hao inquired. I can only say that the plot is fictional. Any resemblance is purely coincidental, Li Hongxing said with a smile. After the program recording ended, everyone got on the car they came in. Hua Hao still couldn't help but say, Sister Yusheng, didn't you say before that this was a real case? Whether it actually happened or not. Once it's brought to the program group, it can only be regarded as fictional. Otherwise, the program group would be inundated with criticism. Luo Yuxing said. Exactly. So you can consider it fictional. Su Ziqian chimed in. So, is it really true? Hua Hao couldn't help asking Su Yuan beside him. Glancing at him, Su Yuan continued to close his eyes and mutter, spicy crayfish, garlic crayfish, crab roe buns. I'm so hungry. The belated dinner, or rather, the midnight snack, had already been booked by the program group at a hot pot restaurant. It could be said that everyone had a hearty meal, especially Su Yuan, who had a meager lunch, ate so ravenously that he didn't even care about his image. After everyone was full and satisfied, and Luo Yuxing had also sipped a couple of glasses of red wine, Director Li sent someone to bring a USB drive, which contained the newly made crime scene reconstruction instead of the previously mentioned script. Since everyone was free at the moment, they simply borrowed a computer from the program group, inserted the USB drive, and started watching the real-life reconstruction of this tragic incident. At the beginning was the 1-minute trailer that had already been posted online, not to mention the others. Even Luo Yuxing felt a shiver of fear when she saw the black-clad figure chasing her with an axe. Immediately afterwards, the reconstruction of the case began, with the murderer as the main perspective. My name is Huang Tingfei. I'm 18 years old and a senior in high school. I'm regarded as an academic prodigy in everyone's eyes. However, due to my family's poverty, I was once bullied at school during junior high, which forced me to transfer to several different schools. Fortunately, no one has taken pleasure in bullying me since high school. Li Tianyu is my best friend. He excels in studies, has a pleasant personality, and comes from a good family. It seems there's nothing amiss with him. Both teachers and classmates adore him. And even the girl I secretly love is smitten with him. But why? Why do you have to snatch away the only chance that could alter my fate? Eventually, I've decided to reclaim what belongs to me with my own strength. I once participated in the PW20WN hacker contest. I've had a natural aptitude for this field since childhood. Yet, Because my father is always out gambling, the prize money I've earned is far from enough to improve our family's situation. So, I've schemed a murder. First, I exploited Xiao, a hooligan, who was eager to make a fortune due to his poverty. I enticed him to hire a hit man. I stole the account and password of Li's younger brother from the computer and had Xiao place the hit man order in Li's younger brother's name. All he cared about was making money, so he never doubted my words and assumed my goal was simply to kill for wealth. How could that be? What I've planned is far more elaborate than what he thought. After he placed the order to kill someone, I also placed an order on the same website. Using my skills, I found out who had taken Xiao's order and specified that person to kill Xiao on the same day. In this way, even if Xiao had any devious thoughts, they would be nipped in the bud. Even if the truth came to light, others would only think it was the rascal Xiao who hired a killer to commit murder, and at most, he would commit suicide out of fear of punishment. On the evening of the 21st, I deliberately bought a bottle of pesticide before going to the Li family's place. In fact, I had poured out the pesticide at the very beginning and replaced it with water. Even if someone really drank it, they would only have diarrhea at most. That night was truly bustling. I hid in the attic and saw several people coming one after another, clearly seeing the blood all over the room. They didn't choose to call the police. One person went to the study to tamper with the will, and another rummaged in the master bedroom cabinet for a long time and finally found a lottery ticket. There was also a girl who actually went to the kitchen to get a knife and sickly stabbed Tianyu twice more on his body. After returning home, I had a good sleep, waiting for the police to come the next day. Perhaps I acted too well. The police didn't suspect me at all, even though the surveillance camera captured me near the Li family's house, and they even found out that I had bought a bottle of pesticide. They couldn't do anything to me, because I drank the pesticide with the water, replaced myself, and went to the hospital because of it, completely extricating myself from this matter. The rascal Xiao died quietly. Even the police didn't know there was a fourth victim because the killer disguised himself as Xiao and went to the place where he lived. And his blind grandmother, who had been depending on him, couldn't see people at all and remained safe all the time. 3 years later, the rascal Xiao's body was dumped in the winter alley. Frozen for 3 years, his body was extremely stiff. But those who found it only thought he had frozen to death. I buried his body on behalf of a friend without alerting the police, thus bringing this matter to a perfect close. Little did I expect it to turn out this way. Chu Shui sighed with deep emotion. In his recollection, scenes of Huang Tingfei being bullied in junior high school emerged. One could easily imagine that such bullying during that period had warped his character. He had been bent under the weight of reality, and it was no easy feat to straighten himself up again. He chose the most perilous and inhumane path. It was getting late. After everyone had witnessed the re-enactment of the case, they gradually returned to the hotel where they were staying. It was a lie to say that they weren't exhausted after such a long day. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Luo Yuxing felt as if she could fall asleep at any moment. However, before she could even start to drift off, the doorbell rang. After checking who was outside, Luo Yuxing opened the door and said, "Why have you come at this hour? Come in. Just let me in like this. Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood?" Moc Yuan said with a smile, yet she still stepped inside. What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Does Qi Yuqing even have the nerve to mistake you for a man? Luo Yuxing replied in disbelief. Moc Yuan sat on the sofa, casually crossing her long legs over the armrest. I'm not talking about Qi Yuqing's misunderstanding. It's others I'm concerned about. Why do you think of Qi Yuqing right away? Come on, haven't you given up your feelings for him yet? I've given up. I gave up ages ago. But what about you? Why have you suddenly stopped telling others that you're a girl? You used to be the first one to get angry when someone mistook you for a boy. Luo Yuxing still couldn't fully fathom the situation regarding Moc Yuan. In front of Luo Yuxing, Moc Yuan didn't hold back. Previously, it was impossible due to the variety show. Now, she could explain. What could be the matter? I'm just evading someone. Moreover, I've got 2 IDs. Even if I claim to be a man, can someone strip me naked to verify? To strip and verify, one has to have the ability, Luo Yuxing murmured, shaking her head with a sigh. But then, Luo Yuxing couldn't resist the urge to be inquisitive. But who on earth is it that makes you hide your gender and avoid them? There must be something fishy. Stop speculating. Let's go to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted after a long day's toil, Moc Yuan said, striding towards the big bed in the bedroom. Following Moc Yuan, Luo Yuxing entered the room. So, you came here just to sleep? Shall I spread a gossip about us? Lying on the bed, Moc Yuan deliberately pulled down her collar, revealing her delicate collarbone. Can this degree seduce you? Just so. I can easily do better than this, Luo Yuxing retorted, sitting on the edge of the bed. She kicked off her slippers twice before pulling the quilt over herself and snuggling under it. Mo feigned a sigh. Alas, no matter how proficient the art of seduction is, there are still those who remain unmoved. Humph, I'm ignoring you. Luo Yuxing pretended to be angry, turning her back to Mo. Originally, Luo Yuxing had planned to cook a plethora of delicious dishes for Mo after finishing the variety show. However, reality proved that she had overestimated herself and underestimated Mu Hanji. Upon the conclusion of the 4th episode's recording, Luo Yuxing collapsed onto the bed, utterly devoid of the will to move, and at every moment, she yearned to wring Mu Hanji's neck. So much so that when Li Guang came to pick her up, he beheld Luo Yuxing looking like a lifeless salted fish. In fact, it wasn't just Luo Yuxing. The other guests were in no better state. What Luo Yuxing least expected was that right after she returned to her apartment, she received a call from Luo Chonglin, summoning her back to the Luo residence. Come to think of it, she hadn't set foot in the Luo residence for several years, and Luo Chonglin had never once asked her to go back. Despite Luo Chonglin being the only remaining parent after her mother's passing, Luo Yuxing couldn't bring herself to feel close to him. Well, it was hardly surprising. After her mother's demise, he wasted no time in marrying his current wife, and Luo Feiya happened to be the same age as her. In the present-day Luo household, they were the true family. Chapter 51. Arguing makes one healthier. The Luo family. Upon seeing Luo Yuxing enter the door, Han Rong put down the beauty magazine in her hand, rose with a smile, and stepped forward to greet her. Yuxing, you're back. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have asked the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Luo Yuxing slightly sidestepped to avoid her outstretched hand. Her gaze swept across Han Rong's neck, and her eyes darkened slightly. This necklace, why does it seem so familiar to me? Hearing this, Han Rong's eyes flickered slightly, as if she were a bit nervous. I saw it when I went shopping the other day. I thought it was quite beautiful, so I bought it. Maybe with jewelry design. The styles are always similar. Really? Luo Yuxing looked at Han Rong with a half-smile, but there was no trace of warmth in her eyes. Oh, of course. Han Rong met Luo Yuxing's gaze and forced an uncomfortable smile, looking at Han Rong before her, although she was already 50 years old. Due to years of living in luxury and meticulous self-care, her 50-year-old face looked more like that of a 40-year-old. What about her mother? She had disappeared in the prime of her life, leaving behind her and her sister, and allowing this woman to enjoy what should have belonged to them. Just as Luo Changlin reached the stairwell, he heard Han Rong's startled cry downstairs. His heart tightened instantly. What's going on? When he quickly walked down a few steps and saw the scene before him, his anger flared up in an instant. He rushed down the stairs and stood in front of Luo Yuxing. Pointing at her, he shouted angrily, Luo Yuxing, is this how your mother taught you to respect your elders? If this gets out, people will think the Luo family lacks proper upbringing. Clutching the necklace she had just yanked off Han Rong's neck, Luo Yuxing wore a cold and charming expression on her small face. With her other hand, she casually slapped away the finger that was almost poking at her nose. Her words were laced with a sarcastic smile. Dad, have you forgotten? I'm not just my mother's daughter. However, speaking of the Luo family's upbringing, it's hardly any better than having none. Covering her neck that had been painfully constricted, Han Rong slowly approached Luo Changlin. In her usual gentle and tender voice, she said, Husband, don't blame Yuxing. It was me. It was me who gave the necklace to her. Luo Changlin was already in a fit of anger. Upon hearing Han Rong's words, while feeling for her, his dissatisfaction with Luo Yuxing intensified. See? Even now, your Aunt Han is still speaking up for you. Speaking up for me? Luo Yuxing let out a cold snort. Dad, you're being muddle-headed yourself. You can't force others to play stupid with you, can you? This necklace originally belonged to my mother. Do I even need to point out what her intentions were for wearing it at this time? I didn't. Han Rong's face paled slightly. She nervously grabbed Luo Chonglin's arm. Husband, I really didn't know Yuxing would come back today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have. Patting Han Rong's hand reassuringly, Luo Chonglin said gravely, Indeed, you can't be blamed in this matter, Aunt Han. I didn't tell her about your return today. As for the necklace, your mother has been dead for 20 years. She doesn't need these jewelry anymore. So, you can just casually pass on all the things she cherished to other women? In the depths of her memory, the image of her mother had grown hazy, yet Luo Yuxing still felt a seething anger. Even though she could no longer clearly recall her mother's face, she could never forget the warmth of that moment. In that car accident, it was her mother who shielded her with her own body, and she was the sole survivor of that calamity. Luo Changlin was rendered speechless. In fact, he had given that necklace to Han Rong a month ago. Han Rong had always adored this necklace, and after all these years of companionship, Luo Changlin wanted to make her happy, so he presented it to her as a gift a month ago. Seeing Luo Changlin's tacit acquiescence, Luo Yuxing placed the necklace in her bag. I won't concern myself with other matters. I'll take this necklace. Previously, Luo Changlin would not have opposed her, but at this moment he hesitated. It's already your Aunt Han's possession. Isn't she always fond of snatching things from others? Well, let her have the audacity to take it from me. Luo Yuxing cast a cold glance at Han Rong, looking at her tear-streaked face. She really was quite the actress. With the situation in such a mess, Luo Yuxing was also a bit annoyed. However, she didn't want Han Rong to create any trouble based on this incident. Immediately, she addressed Han Rong regarding this necklace. I'm not sure how much my father has told you, but since I'm in a good mood today, I can share some information with you. The sapphire on this necklace is known as the most beautiful elf gem in Sri Lanka. It was a dowry item from my maternal grandmother. A similar sapphire appeared at a jewelry auction in Geneva, our country, a few years ago, and was sold for 15 million Swiss francs. Upon hearing Luo Yuxing's words, Han Rong was not only surprised, but also pained at the thought of having used this necklace for designing a scheme against Luo Yuxing. As if oblivious to the pain in Han Rong's eyes, Luo Yuxing continued leisurely. You probably find it hard to believe, right? After all, in your eyes, my mother was just a rustic woman, and I grew up in the countryside. Yet, it was precisely this rustic woman who caught the eye of a poor educated youth who was sent to the countryside at that time. Innocent as she was, she fell into the love trap he wove. Later, my mother married this poor educated youth. According to the customs of my maternal grandmother's place, the man was required to prepare a precious necklace for the bride. However, that man couldn't even afford a decent necklace, let alone a precious one. Unable to bear seeing her daughter wronged, my grandmother took out the necklace she had kept hidden away for years and gave it to that poor educated youth, asking him to present it to my mother in his own name. As she said these words, Luo Yuxing was looking at Luo Changlin. With each mention of poor educated youth, the veins on Luo Changlin's hands became more prominent. Although Luo Yuxing wasn't well informed about that era, she had heard since childhood about the hatred for landlords during that time. In fact, it was quite a risk for her grandmother to take out that necklace. Per mother, she always thought this was a necklace painstakingly prepared by someone and cherished it dearly. Little did she know that he was just being generous with someone else's property. After her death, he regarded that past as a humiliation, and this necklace she cherished as a disgrace. He even wished he could forget it as soon as possible, either throwing it away casually or giving it to someone else. Having said all this in one breath, Luo Yuxing looked at Luo Changlin in front of her. Am I right, Dad? Luo Yuxing inquired with a smile. Just as Luo Yuxing had mentioned, Luo Changlin indeed regarded the days when he lived at others' mercy as a humiliation. Since he was now regarded as successful in others' eyes, he was even more reluctant to recall the past. At this moment, being openly confronted by Luo Yuxing with the truth, he could only endure it. Turning his head aside, Luo Changlin said coldly, if you want the necklace, just take it. Why utter so many words? I'll naturally take what I'm supposed to. However, I also hope that no one thinks I'm flaunting myself by relying on something. After saying that, Luo Yuxing sat down on the sofa and lazily fell silent. Han Rong, however, grew rather anxious. Not to mention that she had obtained the necklace with great difficulty. Just the value of the gemstone made her reluctant to part with it. But no matter how she hinted at Luo Changlin and tugged at his clothes to remind him, Luo Changlin seemed oblivious to her intentions and remained completely still. After sitting down to rest for a while, Luo Yuxing dissipated the anger she had just felt and became calm. All right, Dad, why did you call me back? As if afraid that Luo Yuxing would leave after discussing the matter, Han Rong quickly said, let's talk about it after dinner. Yuxing, it's been several years since you last came back home. Coincidentally, your younger sister and brother will come back for dinner tonight. I'm just afraid of spoiling the harmonious atmosphere of your family. It should be more to Aunt Han's liking if I don't come back, right? Aunt Han. Luo Yuxing looked at Han Rong with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Han Rong gave Luo Yuxing a reproachful look. My dear child, what are you talking about? With you back, our family is finally complete, isn't it? Although I'm also curious about how awkward I, an outsider, would be in the Luo family, unfortunately. I have something to do tonight. If you don't have anything to say, Dad, I'll take my leave now. With that, Luo Yuxing pretended to stand up. Seeing that Luo Yuxing really intended to leave, Luo Changlin could only say, wait a moment. At his words, Luo Yuxing stopped and looked at Luo Changlin, feigning confusion as she said, Dad, do you want to say something now? You. Luo Changlin was infuriated by Luo Yuxing's attitude. He felt that Luo Yuxing was becoming more and more unreasonable and disobedient. Sit down. You come back once every few years. And you think you're in the right when I say a word to you? Whether one is in the right or not depends on who is making the judgment. If it's you, then nothing I do will ever be right. Luo Yuxing didn't show any weakness and retorted bluntly at Luo Changlin. Luo Changlin looked as if he was on the verge of having a fit due to Luo Yuxing's words. Han Rong, who was standing next to him, was so anxious that she patted his back and comforted him. Her hesitant look when she glanced at Luo Yuxing was truly spot on. Seeing this, Luo Yuxing curved her lips into an even more brilliant smile. Two shallow dimples made her look even more charming and beautiful. Just one look at her, and Han Rong couldn't help but curse in her heart. Vixen. It wasn't until Luo Changlin finally managed to calm down and sit down that he realized he didn't get a single concerned word from Luo Yuxing. Immediately, his tone became harsh. Didn't you get a script for Fei Fei before? The one that NG Group is preparing. Qingling Han Rong reminded from the side. Yes. It's that drama, The Young Actress. Originally, the female lead role was supposed to be your sister's, but someone snatched it. Anyway, you're Qi Yuqing's wife. For a drama produced by your own company, having the role snatched by others is an affront to you, isn't it? Luo Changlin looked as if it was her fault. However, Luo Yuxing didn't care at all. She picked up the teacup and sipped the tea leisurely. It's an affront to me, and I don't mind. Why are you so anxious? Besides, don't you have incomplete information? Don't you know who is affronting me? As for who it was, Luo Changlin and Han Rong really didn't know. They only heard that it was a direct order from above, since it was Qi Yuqing who initially gave the order. They didn't think Qi Yuqing would do such a thing to himself. It was likely someone under Qi Yuqing. Seeing that they really didn't know, Luo Yuxing sighed softly. I knew you had incomplete information. Since I'm kind-hearted, I'll tell you who is really affronting me. Facing their gazes, Luo Yuxing smiled calmly. Actually, this person is neither far away nor close. I'm the one who snatched Luo Feio's role. Of course, I don't mind affronting myself. Chapter 52. Don't worry. I won't cheat. Luo Changlin was extremely enraged by Luo Yuxing's words. His fingers trembling with anger, he pointed at Luo Yuxing for quite a while and said, Don't you even know your own capabilities? A production of such magnitude would propel Fei Fei's career to new heights. But if it were given to you, it would be like throwing money into water. Sitting there gracefully with a gentle smile on her face, Luo Yuxing uttered words that nearly made Luo Changlin vomit blood in anger. So what? Money can't buy my willingness. Seeing that Luo Changlin and Luo Yuxing were on the verge of a quarrel, Han Rong quickly pressed down on Luo Changlin and said, Darling, let me have a word with Yuxing. Of course, although she didn't want Luo Yuxing and Luo Changlin to have a harmonious father-daughter relationship, it didn't mean she would sit idly by and watch her daughter's future be affected and opportunities slip away. Yuxing, as an elder who has experienced much more in life than you, I've walked more roads and met more people. Once a woman gets married, she relies on her natal family. Only the natal family will stand up for her. Only when the natal family prospers will others not look down on her. You're well aware of your own situation. Over the years, Yuxing has spent a great deal of resources promoting you, but what's the result? There's hardly any improvement in your career. Your younger sister is different. Our family can't compare with the Qi family in terms of wealth and influence. Your sister has fought for all her resources on her own. And look at her now. She's already a popular young actress. In my opinion, Yuxing, since you can be a boss, why bother working so hard? Han Rong spoke softly, as if confiding heartfelt words to Luo Yuxing. In fact, she originally intended to hold Luo Yuxing's hand and have a good talk, appealing to reason and emotion. However, Luo Yuxing was rather uncooperative and immediately evaded her sudden show of intimacy. All in all, isn't it just asking me to give the leading female role in Green Actress to Luo Fei? Although it's not a major matter. I've already talked to Qi Yuqing about it. It doesn't seem right to go back on my word now, Luo Yuxing said with a hint of embarrassment. Seeing this, Han Rong secretly snickered at how easily Luo Yuxing could be deceived in her heart, but still said amiably, If you feel embarrassed to say it, your father and I can speak on your behalf. Presumably, Yuqing should know that you were just throwing a tantrum and won't be angry with you. Luo Yuxing also smiled. But the smile on her face faded in an instant. And Han, where did you get the illusion that I'm so easy to coax? I've already made it clear. Luo Fei will never be able to enter the crew of Green Actress. Since you said that all of Luo Fei's previous resources were obtained by herself, then she doesn't need my help. Can't she get what she wants on her own? Luo Yuxing said with a hint of mockery. Seeing that Luo Yuxing was so disrespectful to her, Han Rong's face turned rather ugly. Luo Yuxing thought of the two babies she hadn't seen for several days and missed them a little. Should she go to see them tonight? With this thought in mind, Luo Yuxing was even less willing to stay. If you asked me to come back just for this matter, can I leave now? Wait a minute. Luo Changlin spoke icily. I've invited Qi Yuqing to have dinner at home. Later, have a good chat with Yuqing. Have a chat? About what? It seems there's nothing much to talk about between him and me. Luo Yuxing didn't know Qi Yuqing would appear today, and it hadn't been mentioned before. Seeing Luo Yuxing's nonchalant look, Luo Changlin became even more exasperated, thinking this daughter was as stupid as a mule. Since you're already married to Yuqing, sit firmly in your position as Mrs. Qi and don't make way for those random women. And you even said you're going to divorce Yuqing. Is it up to you to end this marriage? It's my marriage. If it can't go on, I want a divorce. Is there a problem? Luo Yuxing slightly raised her eyebrows, her expression turning frosty. Back then, it was you who insisted on marrying Yuqing. How many times did we try to persuade you? Did you listen? Now, it's you who wants a divorce. Do you still have the Luo family in your eyes? Luo Changlin thundered. It was indeed true. You did try to persuade me back then because you always had the idea of marrying Luo Feier to Qi Yuqing. I don't deny that I relied on your help to marry Qi Yuqing back then, but over the years, I've offered enough assistance to Luo Shi, haven't I? Luo Yuxing considered herself to have a good temper, but she wasn't a clay figurine to be kneaded at will. She was seething with anger inside. Feeling utterly pent up and uncomfortable, yet there was still a faint smile on her face. Saying I don't have the Luo family in my eyes. You might as well just say that the Luo family is now relying on the NG group like a tree for shade. You don't want me to divorce because you're afraid Luo Shi will be affected and your interests will be damaged. Yuxing, you've misunderstood. Your father only has your best interests at heart. A divorced woman is bound to be gossiped about. Your father may have a sharp tongue, but he has a kind heart, and it's full of concern for you children. Han Rong let out a soft sigh, looking utterly helpless. With a smile still on her face, Luo Yuxing looked at Han Rong and said, And Han, times have changed. These days, it's quite common for couples to divorce when they don't get along. After all, it's better to be free and unrestrained alone than to suffer in a miserable relationship. Isn't it? Luo Changlin frowned. Admittedly, Luo Yuxing's change had disrupted his plan. This feeling made him extremely irritated, and he grew even more disdainful of this daughter. You really want a divorce? Yes, Luo Yuxing replied indifferently. You haven't visited your sister for a long time, have you? She just transferred to a new hospital the other day because she wasn't comfortable in the previous one. Luo Changlin suddenly brought up Luo Jinsi. Luo Yuxing's heart skipped a beat, and the smile on her face vanished. What do you mean? Dad, are you trying to threaten me with my sister? Your father doesn't mean that. He just wants to tell you about your sister's situation, Han Rong explained softly. Then which hospital is my sister in now? Luo Yuxing pursed her lips slightly. Her sister was the only one in the Luo family she truly cared about. Since her sister had fallen ill because of that scoundrel Muhanji, Luo Yuxing had vowed to take good care of her. However, due to her sister's special condition, she could only be hospitalized in a mental institution. Fortunately, Luo Changlin didn't really want to fall out with Luo Yuxing. He also didn't hide the new address of the mental hospital. The conditions of this hospital are excellent. Moreover, according to the doctor, there is a possibility that your sister might regain her sanity. However, if you divorce Yuqing, we won't pay this expense for you anymore. Do you think you are capable of bearing this cost with your current abilities? Yes, Yuqing. This sum of money is no small amount. Our family spends half of our annual income on your sister's illness. If all this burden falls on your shoulders, how arduous it would be for you. Han Rong gently advised. With arms folded across her chest, Luo Yuxing regarded the two individuals before her with a half smile. This sum of money is indeed substantial, but it hasn't reached the extent of consuming half of your income, right? After all, your cooperation with NG Group has multiplied your profits compared to the past. At this moment, in front of the Luo family's residence, Qi Yuqing had just alighted from the car when he heard Luo Feier's voice. Brother-in-law, why have you come? Turning around, Qi Yuqing slightly nodded at Luo Feier, who had just stepped out of the nanny car. My father-in-law invited me for dinner. Luo Feier's agent, Sister Wang, was about to get out of the car. Looking up, she caught the signal in Luo Feier's eyes and immediately sat back down with a smile. Well, Fei, let's leave first. Mr. Qi, our Fei often mentions you in front of us, saying that you take great care of her. Oh, Sister Wang, what are you saying? Luo Feier blushed slightly and gently stamped her foot, assuming a more coy and girlish posture. Qi Yuqing seemed as if he hadn't heard Sister Wang's words. Just as Luo Feier turned around, hoping to exchange a meaningful look full of unspoken words with Qi Yuqing. To her surprise, he had already left. What a blockhead, she murmured softly. However, every time Luo Feier thought of Qi Yuqing's face, she still couldn't help feeling a flutter in her heart. At first, Qi Yuqing was the marriage partner selected for her by her parents. At that time, what she looked forward to most was to marry Qi Yuqing. Who could have known that the one who finally married Qi Yuqing was actually that slut Luo Yuqing? Back then, just thinking that Luo Yuqing was pregnant with Qi Yuqing's child, Luo Feier couldn't help cursing in her room. Fortunately, even though Luo Yuqing had married Qi Yuqing, she was far from happy at present. Just imagining that Luo Yuqing was about to be driven out of the house by Qi Yuqing and become a divorced woman, Luo Feier couldn't help grinning. Luo Feier had noticed that Luo Yuqing had been showing signs of a comeback recently, but she didn't think that after divorcing Qi Yuqing, Luo Yuqing could still manage to stay in the social circle. With such thoughts in mind, Luo Feier's steps became even lighter. She was really eager to see Luo Yuqing in a sorry state. Eldest brother, in-law, sir, and madam are waiting inside. The eldest young lady has also returned. Hearing the servant's voice, Luo Yuqing turned around and saw Qi Yuqing, tall and upright, approaching gracefully. When their eyes met, there was no trace of surprise on Qi Yuqing's usually cold and indifferent face. Apparently, he had already guessed that Luo Yuqing would be here. Unlike her, who was the last to know, Luo Yuqing pursed her lips slightly and didn't greet Qi Yuqing. Apparently, whether she greeted him or not seemed to matter to no one. Brother-in-law, why did you suddenly walk so fast? Immediately afterwards, Luo Feier's slightly reproachful words reached Luo Yuqing's ears. After entering the door, Luo Feier quickly walked up to Qi Yuqing. Tilting her head slightly to look at him, she was so charming and beautiful that at first glance, one might think they were a couple. He came here with Luo Feier? Luo Yuqing looked at Qi Yuqing suspiciously and couldn't help but wonder if, without her awareness, the grass had already grown on top of her head. That would be wonderful. If they were having an affair, he would be more eager than her to get a divorce. Then it would surely be easier for her to gain the custody of the child. In this way, he wouldn't hold on and refuse to divorce anymore. Then, just as Luo Yuqing was still indulging in her wonderful imagination, the sofa beside her sank, and Qi Yuqing's cold voice sounded. Miss Luo, please refrain from saying things that are easily misinterpreted. Brother-in-law, you've misunderstood me. Luo Feier looked at Qi Yuqing anxiously, with red, rimmed eyes, looking extremely worried. From time to time, she glanced at Luo Yuqing and then at him. Oh, Yuqing, I'm sure you've misunderstood. Feifei has always admired you and holds a kind of childlike admiration for you. Han Rong smiled to smooth things over. But the look she gave Luo Feier carried a hint of warning. Seeing this, Luo Feier couldn't help but feel a pang of uneasiness. Could it be that Luo Yuqing still hadn't given the green light on the matter of Qingling? At this moment, Luo Yuqing also raised her head and looked at Luo Feier, a languid smile playing on her face, seemingly mocking yet not quite. Regardless, Luo Feier still loathed that face which had outshone her own for 20 years. Rest assured, I won't have an affair. Qi Yuqing ignored what Luo Feier and Han Rong said and looked down at Luo Yuqing, his words imbued with utmost earnestness. Luo Yuqing nearly bit her tongue in surprise at Qi Yuqing's words. Especially, due to his statement, the gazes of 3 people were firmly fixed on her. What does it matter to me whether you have an affair or not? Luo Yuqing gritted her teeth and said, You understand. Qi Yuqing uttered another calm and simple sentence. Yet it made Luo Changlin and Han Rong think. It turns out Qi Yuqing doesn't hate Luo Yuqing as much as the rumors say. As for the divorce, it seemed more like Luo Yuqing was being enthusiastic and throwing a tantrum all by herself. Only Luo Feier wished she could grind her silver, like teeth to bits. Chapter 53. I'm so pretty, yet you still don't fancy me well. When had her thoughts been so thoroughly grasped by Qi Yuqing? He even knew that she secretly wished he would have an affair. Come to think of it, it seemed that she had said something of the sort before. It appeared that she had been too obvious. Anyhow, since they couldn't get divorced now, it was just a matter of wearing each other down. She had endured it for 5 years. Was she still afraid of continuing to do so? Qi Yuqing was always well-mannered. When facing Luo Changlin and Han Rong, he answered every question and maintained a humble and courteous attitude. Before they knew it, they had forgotten the previous little episode. Since Qi Yuqing had come, Luo Yuqing's plan to leave at once had to fall through. However, during the meal, Luo Changlin and Han Rong didn't mention the previous matter again. Presumably, they still cared about their dignity. They thought some things could be said in front of Luo Yuqing. But when facing Qi Yuqing, they still subconsciously put on an air of propriety. After the meal, they had no reason to keep Luo Yuxing any longer. They could only watch Luo Yuxing and Qi Yuqing leave with words left unspoken. Among them, Han Rong was the most annoyed. It was not only about Luo Fei's role but also that necklace. Every time she thought of how valuable that necklace was, it made her heart and liver ache with anger. Luo Yuxing hadn't driven here. It happened that she could take Qi Yuqing's car to leave together. In the car, Luo Yuxing couldn't help but inquire, Qi Yuqing, are the baby and the elder brother at home? Today is the birthday party of one of their classmates. The eldest sister took them to celebrate the classmate's birthday, Qi Yuqing replied. Hearing this, Luo Yuxing couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Luo Yuxing snapped back to her senses, turning to look at Qi Yuqing. What? I heard that the recent episode of the show was extremely arduous, Qi Yuqing inquired. It must be said that Mu Hanji had thoroughly studied Luo Yuxing. If you posed challenges to her, or even placed her in an unfamiliar environment, she would never starve. However, putting her in an era where one could not rely on intellect, but had to engage in physical labor was undoubtedly a form of torment. During those 2 days, they had meager rations, but heavy workloads. They experienced the work-point system of the 1970s and 1980s. One could spend according to the number of work points earned. Courtesy of others, Luo Yuxing was indeed given assistance. In this episode, she was like a vulnerable cabbage in the field, so pitiful that she had to rely on help. People in the past truly endured great hardships. Qi Yuqing mused and nodded. Stop pretending to be so insightful. You've never experienced it. A young master like you couldn't have known the hardships of poverty in your childhood. Luo Yuxing retorted, pursing her lips slightly. Qi Yuqing remained silent. He recalled 2 young figures huddled in the alleys on a cold winter night, so famished that they would have devoured their own flesh if possible. The excruciating pain in his stomach was enough to drive an adult insane. Yet he had grown accustomed to it back then. However, who would believe these words if he spoke them out? Just like everyone assumed that Luo Yuxing had been born into a blissful family, no one knew that some seemingly happy families often concealed darkness and depravity. After dropping off Luo Yuxing at the apartment complex, Qi Yuqing said, Shaoling and Xiaoyu will be at home tomorrow. Luo Yuxing's eyes immediately lit up. Then I'll go and see them tomorrow. I'll bring them some delicious treats along the way. After Luo Yuxing went upstairs, Qi Yuqing was about to drive off when his phone rang. Mr. Qi, I've contacted Director Mu. He promised not to edit Madam's footage in a haphazard way. However what? Director Mu said that Madam deliberately attacked the staff during the recording. He hopes that you, Mr. Qi, can discipline Madam properly. Otherwise, he's afraid that there will be serious trouble in the future. Tell him not to try to deceive me. I'm aware of which incident he's referring to. I can turn a blind eye to the petty tricks his son plays, but he shouldn't assume that I'm afraid to take action. Understood, Mr. Qi. I'll convey your message to Director Mu. Putting down the phone, Qi Yuqing reflected on recent events and noticed that Luo Yuxing seemed to be becoming increasingly audacious. In the past, she was always audacious in a low, key manner, pretending to be gentle and virtuous in front of him. Now, she was becoming more and more ostentatious. As he thought about it, a faint smile flitted across Qi Yuqing's eyes. Upon arriving home, Luo Yuxing repacked the necklace she'd retrieved from Han Rong and placed it in the safe. In fact, Luo Yuxing had deceived Han Rong earlier. The sapphire wasn't as valuable as Han Rong had boasted. She'd done it deliberately to infuriate Han Rong, and it had worked so well that Han Rong was fuming. However, for Luo Yuxing, this necklace was truly precious. Its value didn't lie in its monetary worth but in the fact that it was a relic from her maternal grandmother and later from her mother. Therefore, under no circumstances should it fall into the hands of other women. After putting away the necklace, Luo Yuxing received a call from Moc Yuan. Knowing that Luo Yuxing had just returned from the Luo family, Moc Yuan wasted no time in inviting Luo Yuxing to go to a bar for a drink. Since she had nothing better to do anyway, Luo Yuxing was glad to take the opportunity to unwind. Immediately, she changed into a bright, red long dress and waited at home for Moc Yuan to pick her up. Luo Yuxing had accompanied Moc Yuan to this bar quite frequently during her university days. Generally, whenever Moc Yuan was in a bad mood, she always liked to drag Luo Yuxing here for a drink. However, since getting married, Luo Yuxing hadn't been here for more than 4 years. Sitting in a corner seat, Luo Yuxing held a wine glass in her hand and twirled it gently. Every time you ask me out for a drink, I can tell you're in a bad mood. She said, You really wrong me today. I'm in a good mood, but I reckon you're not, Moc Yuan replied. Among all people, Moc Yuan knew best about Luo Yuxing's feelings towards the Luo family. Just like her, after her mother remarried. She had never once visited that so-called home because she knew it was never truly her home. In the final analysis, one has to recognize one's own place in the world. Luo Yuxing smiled. In a bad mood? Well, it's not that bad, she said. I heard this bar just hired a new bartender. The new cocktails he makes taste pretty good, Mo Siyuan informed. Then let's give it a try. Anyway, I have a good tolerance for alcohol, Luo Yuxing said confidently. Hearing this, Mo Siyuan burst into laughter. You do have a decent tolerance. You can hold your own with 3 bottles of beer, but just 3 glasses of red wine and you're tipsy. Has your capacity improved? Don't underestimate me. When I start drinking, I scare even myself. Luo Yuxing wore a serious expression, which almost made Mo Siyuan burst into laughter. The two sat in their seats for quite a while. Then Mo Siyuan suggested, shall we go dancing? No, I'm a public figure now. It'll be a hassle if I'm photographed. In fact, Luo Yuxing didn't really care. But just now Li Guang knew she was coming to the bar and repeatedly told her not to dance and not to get drunk. All right then, you sit here for a while. I'll go have some fun and come back. Mo Siyuan didn't mind. The security here was good, and Luo Yuxing hadn't drunk much, so she didn't need to worry too much. Waving her hand to signal Mo Siyuan not to worry about her, Luo Yuxing sat in her seat. Her gaze swept across the bar counters, and she spotted a handsome bartender. Walking over and sitting in front of the bar, Luo Yuxing watched as the handsome bartender in front of her conjured up beautiful cocktails one after another like a magician. It had to be said that each one was extremely beautiful. Luo Yuxing was already eye-catching in appearance. After sitting in front of the bar for 10 minutes or so, it was hard for Yu Cheng not to notice her. Usually, he would have been too lazy to pay attention, but today he broke the rule and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Surprise me. Luo Yuxing propped her chin on one hand and quietly stared at Yu Cheng in front of her. Luo Yuxing had a soft spot for good-looking men. Anyway, she was idle and might as well have a drink while admiring a handsome guy. Hearing Luo Yuxing's words, the corners of Yu Cheng's upturned eyes carried a hint of mischief, making him look somewhat naughty. A girl like you might get into trouble saying that. What if I want to get you drunk? You'll fall right into my trap. Although saying so verbally, Yu Cheng still deftly mixed a new glass of wine and placed it in front of Luo Yuxing. The wine was predominantly red in color, yet its beauty was rather eye-catching. It was a drink that Luo Yuxing had never seen him mix before. This is the most exquisite wine I've ever mixed. It's for the most charming you. However, it has a strong after effect. You should just take a couple of sips at your discretion, Yu Cheng said as he pushed the wine towards Luo Yuxing. Gazing at the glass in front of her, Luo Yuxing took a delicate sip. The alcohol carried a faint sweetness and was cool upon entering the mouth, but was soon followed by a spicy sensation. What's its name? She asked. The Flame Cup. Yu Cheng replied. It's delicious, Luo Yuxing commented. Luo Yuxing was not well versed in wine tasting. Even after being with Qi Yuqing for so many years, she never bothered to engage in the elegant pursuit of learning the art of wine tasting. Why use a long string of flowery words when a simple delicious would suffice? It simply didn't suit her. Luo Yuxing's straightforward compliment made Yu Cheng can't help but smile. Then drink slowly. After finishing, go back with your friends early, he said. Before long, Luo Yuxing noticed that the bartender at the bar had changed. The handsome young man from before was nowhere to be seen. However, she didn't pay much attention to it and sipped the wine intermittently. Unconsciously, before Mo Siyuan returned, she had finished the whole glass. When she stood up, she staggered. Luo Yuxing finally believed what Yu Cheng had said. The after effect of this wine was indeed potent. She slowly made her way back to her previous seat, trying her best to walk in a straight line, but always ended up walking in an S-shaped path. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on her shoulder. Luo Yuxing turned around, looking at the strange man behind her, with a slight frown on her face. Beauty, are you alone? How about having a few drinks with us? As he spoke, the man standing beside Luo Yuxing deliberately but seemingly casually revealed the Rolex watch on his wrist. Luo Yuxing cast a disdainful glance at his face and firmly rejected him. Beauty, you're being unreasonable. We're all friends out here. What's wrong with having a drink together? As he said this, the man reached out to grab Luo Yuxing's hand. There was a significant disparity in strength between men and women. Luo Yuxing struggled several times but couldn't break free. In a fit of anger, she directly kicked the man in his private parts. The man clutched his injured area, moaning in pain. Luo Yuxing staggered back several steps and said, It's not your fault for being ugly, but it's your fault to come out and scare people. After saying that, Luo Yuxing, still unsteady on her feet, intended to leave. At this sight, the man's companions surrounded her. However, This time, what awaited them were cold and powerful fists. Luo Yuxing stood there, watching Mo Siyuan engage in a fight with those men. Despite being alone, she struck quickly, accurately, and forcefully. Although there were several big men on the other side, they were all drunk and not trained fighters. Despite their brute force, they couldn't harm Mo Siyuan. At this moment, Luo Yuxing was already drunk. Watching the intense fight, she put her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted, "Siyuan, come on." The commotion from the fight attracted a lot of attention. But Luo Yuxing was completely oblivious and continued to cheer Mo Siyuan on. "Siyuan, you're amazing. Siyuan, you're the best." After cheering for a while, Luo Yuxing felt thirsty and planned to go back to her seat to have a drink. As she walked along, she arrived at a quiet corner. At first glance, she saw two people chatting and laughing merrily. She was quite acquainted with that man. As Luo Yuxing drew near, Qi Yuqing noticed her. However, he didn't turn to look at her until she approached him. Her eyes still carried a hint of blurriness, obviously indicating that she was drunk. Guoshuya was talking to Qi Yuqing when she saw him shift his gaze. Following his line of sight, she also saw Luo Yuxing approaching. After getting closer, Luo Yuxing ignored Qi Yuqing and instead fixed her eyes on Guoshuya's face. After a long while, Luo Yuxing turned to look at Qi Yuqing and asked, "Is she beautiful?" Qi Yuqing raised the tone of his voice with a touch of confusion. Luo Yuxing, who had drunk too much, simply took Qi Yuqing's query as an affirmation, thinking that he had affirmed her question. Immediately, Luo Yuxing placed her hand on Qi Yuqing's shoulder and said firmly, "Although she is quite good looking, she's not as beautiful as me. Qi Yuqing, remember this. Even if you're going to look for a woman, you should find someone more beautiful than me, Luo Yuxing. Otherwise, I won't accept it. Why do you not like me when I'm so beautiful?" Looking up to meet Luo Yuxing's gaze, Qi Yuqing's voice was slightly hoarse as he asked, "What if I can't find one?" Then, as Luo Yuxing spoke, her voice grew softer. The hand on his shoulder shifted to hug his neck, and she threw herself into his arms.